Chapter 1. Black Silk, White Silk. Oh my heavens! In the realm of Jiuzhou, on Qingzhou, at the foot of the ethereal peak of Piaomiao, beneath the cliff of reflection, a young boy, exquisitely chiseled like jade, with clear eyes filled with astonishment and a face aglow with fervent excitement, stood there. He was Jun Xiaoyao. At the tender age of 5, he was a disciple of the Piaomiao Peak, one of the 9 great heavenly sects of the Piaomiao heavenly sect. Just moments ago, he had regained his memories, recalling his identity as a reincarnator. It turned out he was a pure-hearted youth from the 21st century, who, after a night of gaming, awoke to find himself traversing realms, still in the womb. However, upon birth, his memories had vanished. Now, they had finally returned. What astonished him was the existence of black and white silk in this fantastical world. It was said to have been invented by a portly man from the past, an invention that revolutionized the standards of beauty in this realm. Whether they were enchanting fairies, saintly maidens, or women of ordinary appearance, all reveled in adorning themselves with such garments. Even his master's wife and uncles were not immune to this enchantment. Cliff of Reflection. Reflection? Jun Xiaoyao surveyed his predicament. The cliff of reflection indeed. His master had sent him here for quiet contemplation. How absurd! Which family would choose the cliff of reflection for meditation? Clearly, his master was envious of him. It turned out that he, the pride of the Jiang emperor body, had been taken in as a closed-door disciple by a master who was merely half a step away from becoming an emperor. His master, with a pale complexion and unremarkable appearance, had a temperament that was rather irritable upon reflection. He bore some resemblance to a eunuch. In stark contrast, his master's wife was an empress of the dynasty, radiating unparalleled grace and beauty. Both of his masters and 4 uncles were equally breathtaking and peerless. Due to Jun Xiaoyao's captivating looks, which endeared him to his uncles and aunts, his master had taken offense, using quiet contemplation as an excuse to confine him to this cliff of reflection. I'm still just a child. Cursed master. Truly despicable. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but silently curse his wretched master. 3 months since entering the sect, and he had yet to commence his cultivation. Out of jealousy, he had been cast to the cliff of reflection. Is this how a master should behave? What kind of master would act in such a manner? Just then, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky, accompanied by devastating arcs of electricity descending. Before the might of heaven, Jun Xiaoyao felt his very soul tremble. In an instant, the arcs of electricity enveloped the summit of Piaomiao Peak. Will cursing my master invite lightning? Witnessing this spectacle, Jun Xiaoyao was filled with dread. All he had done was silently curse his master. Did the heavens truly take notice? Were they that idle? The booming electricity and thundering roars continued to descend. Yet they did not strike him instead. They halted at the peak of Piaomiao, where a cataclysmic pressure surged skyward, meeting the thunder and arcs. So it is not aimed at me. It is directed at my master. Serves that wretched master right. As he gazed at the scene above, Jun Xiaoyao breathed a sigh of relief and cursed his master once more. His heart brimmed with resentment. The capacity for such feelings in a child underscored the unjust nature of his master. Time passed, each second stretching on. The thunder ceased. The arcs vanished. A low, mournful tolling resonated through the air, casting a somber pall over the entire Piaomiao Peak, evoking a sense of inexplicable sorrow in Jun Xiaoyao. What is happening? A look of confusion clouded Jun Xiaoyao's delicate features. As he stood lost in thought, a faint sound of something slicing through the air reached his ears. Then, a fragrant breeze enveloped him. Before him appeared a stunningly beautiful woman, appearing to be in her 20s, possessing a flawless figure and an ethereal visage, exuding an aura of otherworldliness, akin to a celestial maiden. Yet, adorning her long, supple legs were black silk stockings. So beautiful! This was the instinctive thought that surfaced in Jun Xiaoyao's mind. Disciple pays respects to Master Yuan. Master, you come to see Xiaoyao. Upon seeing the woman, Jun Xiaoyao bowed, performing a respectful gesture. Though he was merely 5 years old, his voice still carried a childlike lilt. Yet, the proper etiquette must not be overlooked. Hmm. Xiaoyao, your master is gravely ill. Luo Yuheng nodded, her tone tinged with sorrow. As she spoke, she reached out, effortlessly lifting Jun Xiaoyao into her arms, and in a flash, they vanished from the cliff of reflection. Master, my bottle, Jun Xiaoyao called out in a childish voice, nestling comfortably in his master's embrace. Soft and fragrant. What time is it? Still asking for your bottle? Luo Yuheng chided gently, thinking to herself, I cannot blame him, he is merely a child. Alas, her senior brother had failed to ascend to the position of emperor, succumbing to madness. Now, he clung to life by a thread. Before his demise, he longed to see him one last time. Thus, she hurried to the cliff of reflection, bringing Jun Xiaoyao to meet her brother. In an almost instantaneous moment, Luo Yuheng landed gracefully, cradling Jun Xiaoyao as they entered the Piaomiao Hall, where several breathtaking women stood, two clad in Taoist robes, bearing cold and proud expressions. The others wore faces etched with sorrow. Senior sister, how is my brother? Luo Yuheng gently set Jun Xiaoyao down, addressing the Taoist-robed woman. He is in the inner chamber. Let Xiaoyao enter alone. The Taoist-robed woman instructed, gesturing for Jun Xiaoyao to proceed. Jun Xiaoyao nodded, making his way toward the inner chamber. This was his first visit to his master's quarters. His master, a half-step emperor and the leader of Piaomiao Peak, held an esteemed position naturally. No one else could approach his sanctuary. Master, as he neared the door of the inner chamber, Jun Xiaoyao sensed a barrier. However, as if aware of his identity, the barrier offered him no resistance. Jun Xiaoyao entered the inner chamber without hindrance. The furnishings within were stark and unadorned. He dared not gaze around recklessly. Approaching the bedside, he knelt respectfully, lowering his head, and softly uttered, I am leaving. Alas, I'm still 10 years too late. From now on, all of this belongs to you. Lift your head. From the bed, his master's frail voice resonated. Yes, before him, Jun Xiaoyao felt no hint of defiance after all. Even in failure, his master was still half a step from becoming an emperor. Thus, he cautiously raised his head, his gaze fixed upon his master. His master remained, as ever, pale and unremarkable in appearance. Yet, at that moment, his master weakly raised a hand, casually brushing it across her own face. When the hand withdrew, Jun Xiaoyao's young heart was struck by a shock far beyond what one of his age should bear. In that instant, he was left utterly speechless, his face awash with disbelief. For what he beheld shattered all his preconceptions. Master you? Jun Xiaoyao stood there, stupefied, overwhelmed with shock, even with his memories restored, and the recollections of his past life intact. What lay before him was simply too incredible to comprehend. The last time he felt such astonishment was in his previous life. His master, who appeared pale and unremarkable, akin to a eunuch in his eyes, was in fact an unparalleled beauty. What could be more shocking than this? From now on, take good care of my uncles and aunts. Go now. His master's tone was frigid. As she spoke, a jade token materialized before Jun Xiaoyao as her voice faded. Her form and garments swiftly disintegrated. Master, still reeling from shock, Jun Xiaoyao instinctively grasped the token. Kneeling down, he bowed deeply 3 times. Regardless of the circumstances, she was still his master even if she had yet to teach him cultivation. How am I to care for my uncles and aunts? Rising, he found the bed empty. His master had passed away, yet she had tasked him with caring for his uncles and aunts. I am but a child. How am I to care for them? Moreover, his uncles were emperors, and his aunts were half-step emperors. He was merely a helpless child. Oh wait, I am a reincarnator where my golden fingers and systems. Others are reborn or traverse realms, soaring to great heights from the very beginning. Yet I, after 5 years, I have achieved naught. Ding! The system detects the host summoning. System loading. As I pondered this, an electronic synthesized voice emerged in Jun Xiaoyao's mind. This was the voice of the system. He was not taken aback, for he understood that traversing or being reborn invariably comes with a golden finger or a system. Without one, it would be far too pitiful. In his past life, he was a youth as pure as crystal, and upon his rebirth, he was certain to possess a golden finger or a system. And here it was. Did you sense my summoning and appear? Was there not a summoning while I was in the womb? Jun Xiaoyao felt a wave of frustration. During his time in the womb, he had indeed contemplated the possibility of a system or golden finger. However, none had manifested. It seemed that summoning could only occur post-birth. System loading complete. System binding in progress. System binding complete. System activation in progress. System activation complete. The voice of the system continued. Within mere seconds, it had successfully loaded, bound, and ultimately activated. What about the functionalities? Jun Xiaoyao inquired. This system appeared somewhat lackluster. Could it not simply enumerate its functions without requiring my inquiry? The system responded. This system is currently version 1.0. By accumulating points, one can enhance levels, skills, and talents, akin to a game. Jun Xiaoyao grasped it clearly. It seemed to operate on a principle of cause and effect. He had played games before his rebirth. Now, the system resembled a gaming assistant. To put it simply, it allowed for point allocation. Perhaps he could even don equipment. It appeared that his cultivation in this world would differ significantly. Then, from whence do these points originate? Jun Xiaoyao continued to inquire. He needed clarity. After all, his master and uncles would not intrude. Points can be earned as follows. 1. Slaying demon beasts, magical creatures, or enemies will yield points. 2. Triggering system tasks, and completing them will grant points. 3. Caring for masters, uncles, or aunts will also bestow points. For other means, the system elucidated the methods of acquiring points. Is there no grand gift package? Jun Xiaoyao pressed on. This matter, if left unasked, it might very well not exist, yet asking could yield no results either. But what harm was there in inquiring? The grand gift package has been dispensed. Please check within the Yuan realm. The system replied. Indeed, had he not asked, it would have remained absent, yet by posing the question, he had acquired it. Yuan realm? It should be akin to a system space. As Jun Xiaoyao contemplated the Yuan realm, his consciousness suddenly entered a wondrous space, vibrant and fragrant, reminiscent of a world filled with birdsong and blossoms. Before him floated a golden halo. Jun Xiaoyao gazed upon it. The halo displayed a prompt. Grand gift package. Would you like to open it? Open. Jun Xiaoyao did not hesitate in the slightest. This pertained to his very starting point. The grand gift package is now opened. Congratulations. You have received 10,000 swords returning to the sect Saint 1, domain Star God 1. The grand gift package has indeed been unveiled. Only 2 items. Both bore names indicative of divine abilities, complete with suffixes. Saint tier, divine level. Surely, he understood correctly. After all, this was a product of the system. Does it require cultivation? Jun Xiaoyao inquired. Cultivation. He truly did not wish to engage in it. He was at an age where restlessness prevailed, lacking the patience for such endeavors. After all, he was still but a child. Upon fusion, there is no need for cultivation. Points alone are sufficient for enhancement. The system replied. Upon hearing this, a smile crept across Jun Xiaoyao's face. No need for cultivation. Just points would suffice. Fusion. Jun Xiaoyao commanded the system, beginning to exert control over it. 10,000 swords returning to the sect is fusing. Domain Star God is fusing. Estimated time required, 12 hours. The system's prompt echoed. Both items were in the process of fusion. However, the completion of the fusion was projected to take 12 hours. Meanwhile, a light blue virtual screen materialized before Jun Xiaoyao, measuring 2 feet in length and width, exuding a sense of sci-fi wonder. System, version 1.0. Name, Jun Xiaoyao. Age 5. Talent, 9 Yang Royal Body Enhanced. Realm, None 0 10 points. Combat Power, 100. Points, 0. Wealth, 0. Skills, 10,000 swords returning to the sect fusing. Domain Star God fusing. System tasks, not refreshed. The main page of the virtual screen displayed his information. It was evident that there were also 2 secondary pages. Jun Xiaoyao attempted to manipulate it with his mind, and indeed, it worked. The second page contained equipment and skill information, with 6 slots designated for weapon, clothing, helmet, necklace, bracelet, and ring. Yet, it was entirely vacant, for there was no equipment at all. In terms of skills, the convergence of the 10,000 swords returning to the sect and the domain of stars is still in progress. His consciousness withdrew from the primordial realm, and the virtual light screen lingered before his eyes. With a blink, the virtual screen vanished into thin air. Subsequently, he composed himself. A trace of sorrow etched upon his face as he made his way toward the entrance of the palace. At that moment, the palace stood devoid of barriers, for his master had already passed away. Carefree, senior brother. Upon seeing Jun Xiaoyao emerge, Luo Yuhing stepped forward, crouched down, and drew Jun Xiaoyao before her. Master uncle, she said, master has departed. Jun Xiaoyao spoke with a heart full of grievance. There is a saying, a child who cries receives milk. Moreover, I am indeed a child at present. A child must embody the essence of childhood. Alas, upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, the elder apprentices present sighed in unison. Even though they had long been aware that he was clinging to life by a thread, hearing his words directly made it difficult for them to accept. After all, they had shared a bond of brotherhood for several centuries. Ah, Carefree, the master is gone, but the senior and uncle will protect you. The one speaking is Aunt Yuyao, Jun Xiaoyao's little aunt, who has a penchant for wearing white silk. If he weren't aware that his aunt had lived for a century or two, he might have believed her to be a youthful maiden. In truth, upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, one can retain eternal youth. For instance, both the senior and uncle appear to be merely in their 20s. Their beauty is paramount. If one is not pleasing to the eye, youthfulness becomes inconsequential. You are cared for by your little aunt, and the system notifies you that you have gained 5 points. Points. Is it really that simple? In an instant, a joyful smile blossomed on Jun Xiaoyao's youthful face. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, I understand. Jun Xiaoyao obediently nodded. In the eyes of his elders, he was merely a well-behaved child, and they bore no ill will towards his smile. After all, children are children. They forget quickly. It was astonishing how swiftly he emerged from the sorrow of his master's passing. We must attend to the arrangements for your master's final rites. Carefree. There is no longer a need to visit the cliff of reflection. You hang. You shall reside with Carefree. The speaker is the elder sister of the master of the Misty Peak, who is also the esteemed master of Jun Xiaoyao, a true sovereign. Clad in Taoist robes, she exudes an air of icy elegance and speaks with a frosty demeanor. Then I shall return, Carefree. Luo Yuhing nodded. In the midst of their conversation, she swiftly embraced Jun Xiaoyao, lifting him into her arms, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished, cradled in the warm embrace of his esteemed aunt. Jun Xiaoyao felt an overwhelming sense of comfort and softness. His gaze instinctively drifted towards his aunt's bosom. Aunt, I am hungry. Observing the ample and bountiful store, Jun Xiaoyao inexplicably felt a ravenous hunger and spoke up. I am unable to process this request, as it does not contain any content to translate or improve. Please provide a text for editing. I do not. As a formidable figure of the half-step emperor, her strength was utterly terrifying. She naturally sensed Jun Xiaoyao's gaze. However, she remained utterly unconcerned. After all, he was merely a child. What malice could a child possess? Yet, upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, Luo Yuhing's exquisite visage flushed a deep crimson. She understood precisely what Jun Xiaoyao meant by his lingering gaze. It was unmistakably clear. I am a girl, not a woman. What are you thinking? Consequently, she shot him a curious glance, accompanied by a playful admonition. However, Jun Xiaoyao wished to express, I am hungry, what should I do? Yet, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Luo Yuhing. No buts, Luo Yuhing interrupted Jun Xiaoyao, concerned that the young boy might utter something that would further embarrass her. Suddenly, she felt her tone had been a tad harsh. It wouldn't do to frighten the child. Observing the little boy in her arms, his expression full of grievance, she felt a pang of compassion. Thus, she gently added, just a moment. Let me fetch you some spirit beast milk. Thank you, master uncle. Jun Xiaoyao expressed his gratitude softly. Shortly after, Luo Yuhing, cradling Jun Xiaoyao, descended into a cluster of palatial structures. This ensemble, composed of several grand palaces and pavilions, was adorned with the melodious songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers, resembling a celestial paradise. This enchanting locale was known as Yuhing Palace, the sacred place of cultivation for Master Uncle Yuhing. Please wait for me here. Do not run about recklessly, Luo Yuhing gently admonished as she set Jun Xiaoyao down. Only after receiving his nod of acknowledgement did she feel at ease to depart. How should one develop? Watching her master leave, Leaving behind a graceful and enchanting silhouette, Jun Xiaoyao withdrew his gaze and fell into contemplation. With a system in place and skills at his disposal, how should he embark on his journey? Originally, hunting demonic beasts would be a swift means of self-improvement. Yet he lacked any equipment. Standing at a mere height of 1 meter and 20 centimeters, with short legs that were dwarfed by the claws of a demonic beast, would he merely be offering himself as a sacrifice? Moreover, this was the Miao Peak, one of the 9 peaks of the Belaotian sect, given his current state. Even departing from the Miao Peak was but a dream, let alone hunting demonic beasts. It appears that we can only take one step at a time. Jun Xiaoyao pondered deeply, yet found himself at a loss. He could only proceed with caution, one step after another. Moreover, his junior uncle's concern for him would surely earn him points. He believed that in the company of his seniors, he could accrue further rewards. After approximately 5 minutes, Master Yu Heng returned, holding a large jade milk bottle, the very one he had always used. Come, drink the milk. Master Yu Heng approached Jun Xiaoyao, gently peeling back the jade seal. Instantly, a waft of fragrant aroma enveloped the air. Master Yu Heng fed him the milk, and a notification chimed, 10 points added. Indeed, accumulating points seemed remarkably effortless. In truth, since his birth, he had always been by his parents' side, weaning at the tender age of 2. 3 months prior, his master had brought him to the ethereal peak. Despite possessing the innate talent of the 9-sun royal body, his constitution remained frail. To enhance his physique, his master procured the precious milk of spirit beasts, intending to commence his training once his condition improved. Alas, his master had since passed away. The milk of spirit beasts is incredibly rare, imbued with pure spiritual essence. Over the past 3 months, he had developed a dependency on it. Burp. Jun Xiaoyao let out a contented belch. Giggle. Observing the circle of marks at the corner of Jun Xiaoyao's mouth, Luo Yuheng couldn't help but laugh. The delicate and exquisitely crafted young boy. Who could possibly resist such charm? Subsequently, she fastened the baby bottle around Jun Xiaoyao's waist. Master uncle, he exclaimed, you are truly exquisite. Jun Xiaoyao gazed at his radiant master uncle, captivated by her beauty. Unable to restrain himself, he offered the compliment, his voice possessing a youthful timbre. Nevertheless, he had grown accustomed to this reality. Despite retaining the thoughts and memories of his previous life, his body was merely 5 years old, and all his instincts aligned with that tender age, rendering any sense of incongruity absent. Truly adorable. With a delightful smile, Luo Yuheng's heart blossomed as she received compliments on her beauty from a delicate, chubby little boy. How could her spirits not be lifted? As she spoke, she playfully pecked Jun Xiaoyao on the cheek. A notification chimed, indicating she had gained 10 points. Jun Xiaoyao realized that only the tally of points appeared, devoid of any explanation, for to describe the reason would render it non-existent. Master uncle, when shall I descend the mountain to seek experience? Jun Xiaoyao reveled in the softness, filled with a sense of joy. In his previous life, he was a boy as pure as crystal, never having encountered such a beautiful woman. In this life, however, he finds himself captivated by the stunning master uncle. Yet, amidst the excitement, one must prioritize the important matters at hand. Going down the mountain for training? What are you thinking? You are merely 5 years old, yet to embark on your cultivation journey and possess no skills whatsoever. Thus, you must first grow stronger before considering such an endeavor. Moreover, in half a month, the sect will be recruiting a new batch of disciples. You are the sole disciple of my senior brother, endowed with the innate talent of the royal physique, enabling you to participate in the assessment for the Holy Sun. Should you succeed in this evaluation, you could ascend to the status of Holy Sun. Upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, Luo Yuheng paused momentarily, before bursting into laughter, her mirth causing her to sway like a flower in the breeze. This little one truly dares to dream. What thoughts occupy your mind all day? You haven't even commenced your cultivation, yet you fantasize about training down the mountain. Perhaps you are overreaching. Besides, as the only disciple of my senior brother, who is the master of the mysterious peak, you indeed possess the qualifications to partake in the Holy Sun assessment. Should you attain the title of Holy Sun, our lineage of the mysterious peak would reap substantial benefits. Therefore, you are the beacon of hope for our mysterious peak. I see, Jun Xiaoyao replied, feeling a tinge of disappointment upon realizing he could not descend the mountain. It seemed the only course was to accumulate more points, elevate his realm, and then stealthily venture out to cultivate. You are still too young. You cannot descend the mountain to undergo training. Very well, my esteemed uncle. I shall impart to you the methods of cultivation, including swordsmanship and agility techniques. If you succeed in your training within 3 days, I shall permit you to explore other areas of the mysterious peak, though you must not leave its confines. What do you think? Observing Jun Xiaoyao's dejected demeanor, Luo Yuheng felt a twinge of compassion. The charming young boy, even in his state of disappointment, exuded an endearing quality. One could only wonder what he would look like as he matures. He is bound to be even more striking. Indeed. Very well, said the master uncle. Let us make a pact. Upon hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao eagerly nodded in agreement. To be candid, if he were to be observed by his master uncle or master, the prospect of venturing out for training would be virtually impossible. However, with the master uncle permitting him to explore within the mysterious peak, it was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. For beyond the mysterious peak, there exist demonic beasts, and he could seize the chance to hunt them. The Biluo heavenly sect stands as one of the 9 paramount sects of the Jiuzhou region, boasting a staggering number of disciples, exceeding 100,000, and an abundance of formidable warriors. It is undoubtedly the sovereign power of Jiuzhou, nestled within the Biluo mountain range. The sect claims dominion over an expanse of approximately 90 million miles. The entire Biluo mountain range is under the aegis of the Biluo heavenly sect, with the mysterious peak being one of its 9 principal summits. In addition to these 9 peaks, there are millions of miles of additional mountains, teeming with a plethora of demonic beasts. All right, let's make a pact. Luo Yuheng was taken aback, a smile breaking across her face. As a formidable figure on the verge of becoming an emperor, her status was unparalleled. Yet, this little child dared to question her integrity. Without hesitation, she extended her delicate, fair fingers to seal the pact with Jun Xiaoyao. Master uncle, I am feeling tired. With a gentle tug, Jun Xiaoyao felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. The restoration of his memories had significantly drained his mental energy. Consequently, he yearned for slumber. Allow me to take you to bathe first, said Luo Yuheng, nodding as she grasped Jun Xiaoyao's hand and led him toward her chambers. The quarters of Master Yuheng were undeniably cozier compared to those of their esteemed mentor. The floor was adorned with the soft pelts of celestial beasts, and the room was permeated with a subtle fragrance, reminiscent of the essence of her being. At the rear of her chamber lay a jade pool, measuring 10 meters in length and width, filled with steaming water half a meter deep, rich with pure spiritual energy. And delicately floating petals danced upon its surface. Master uncle, I shall undress myself. Jun Xiaoyao gazed at the scene before him, feeling an overwhelming sense of tension. Moreover, witnessing his master uncle unfastening the delicate veil draped over him and removing the black stockings nearly caused him to bleed from his nose. Yet, he reminded himself that he was still a child, and thus, his master uncle had no defenses against him. What he failed to realize was that his thoughts, memories, and soul were already 20 years old. He mused inwardly, how wonderful it would be if, 10 years hence, the situation remained the same. Indeed, children are the happiest beings. At that moment, he noticed his master uncle preparing to assist him in undressing for a bath and instinctively took 2 steps back. How could this be permissible? Regardless of the circumstances, he was an innocent youth, as pure as crystal. He found it impossible to let go, truly unable to release himself from this predicament. Upon seeing Jun Xiaoyao's appearance, Luo Yuheng was taken aback and could no longer suppress her laughter. This little rascal was truly adorable. In an instant, her entire being trembled with laughter, her chest heaving tumultuously, leaving Jun Xiaoyao utterly astonished. It was overwhelming, beyond his capacity to endure. Strangely, he envisioned a small dog lying amidst countless bones and dog food. Subsequently, Jun Xiaoyao anxiously began to shed his garments. The scene resembled that of a little lamb confronted by a great gray wolf. In the jade pool, the melodious laughter of Luo Yuheng echoed like silver bells. Radiating genuine joy, she had never anticipated that this little brat could be so endearing, wishing to cradle him in her palms. Even when she noticed Jun Xiaoyao gazing at her figure, she remained unfazed. What malice could a mere child possess? At most, it was merely innocent curiosity regarding the form of a beautiful girl. Very well. I shall assist you. You are on the verge of slumber. Approximately 20 minutes later, Luo Yuheng approached Jun Xiaoyao and commenced the bathing process. Jun Xiaoyao could merely submit to her ministrations. Goodness, his masteress aunt was indeed a rogue. She even played with it. At that moment, Jun Xiaoyao began to grasp the reality of his situation. Initially, he fancied himself the hunter. Yet he now realized he was the prey, with his masteress and being the true hunter. He once believed that men held the advantage. But now he comprehended that at times, it was men who found themselves at a disadvantage. No. He was not a man. At most, he was merely a young boy. Points increased by 50. At last, The bath concluded, and the system's notification echoed in his mind, confirming the points had been credited. Astonishing. A sudden influx of 50 points. Although the source of these points was not explicitly stated, Jun Xiaoyao understood it was due to his master's aunt's assistance in his bathing. Alas, these 50 points were earned through the exchange of his own body. Perhaps owing to his physical and mental exhaustion, he fell asleep in his master's aunt's embrace before even reaching the bed. A delicate fragrance wafted into his nostrils, and her embrace was soft and comforting, akin to resting upon a cloud. The Biluo heavenly sect, one of the 9 great sects of Jiuzhou, was stirred by the passing of its peak master. Setting aside his identity, his prowess as a top-tier half-step emperor positioned him among the 30 foremost in the Biluo sect. Given that there were merely 20 emperors in the sect, the demise of Brother Yutian was a misfortune for the sect. Currently, there were 2 matters requiring attention. 1. The arrangements for Brother Yuntian's funeral. 2. The succession of the Misty Peak's master. Piaomiao Peak served as the core of the Biluo heavenly sect. Significant matters were deliberated here. At this moment, over 30 high-ranking members of the sect congregated in the Grand Hall, including several emperors and the remainder being half-step emperors. Those who were not half-step emperors had no qualification to participate in this assembly. Speaking was the master of Biluo Peak, Shangwanwudi, who was also one of the vice leaders of the Biluo heavenly sect. These 2 matters are not overly complex. First, we shall manage Brother Yuntian's funeral discreetly, as such affairs are best kept under wraps. Second, I will temporarily act as the proxy for the master of Misty Peak until Brother Yuntian's disciple matures enough to inherit the position. By the way, the examination for newly admitted disciples is approaching, is it not? As Brother Yuntian's sole disciple, Jun Xiaoyao is naturally required to participate in the Holy Sun examination. Are there any objections from my fellow brothers and sisters? Upon hearing Shangwanwudi's words, Xuanji spoke up. As the senior sister of the Misty Peak master and an emperor herself, she would not allow any interference with Misty Peak. Her speech was logical and assertive. After concluding, she cast a glance at everyone present. Senior sister Xuanji speaks truthfully. A middle-aged man nodded in agreement, a smile upon his face. His support for Xuanji stemmed from his desire to court her. He had pursued her for over a century without being granted an opportunity. It was rumored that the disciple had only recently joined the sect. Moreover, he seems to be of royal lineage. This talent indeed marks him as a favored child of destiny, yet he has not yet reached the level required for the Son of Heaven's assessment. To participate in such an evaluation, one must possess extraordinary abilities. Beside the deputy sect master, Shangwanwudi, a half-step great emperor spoke. Royal body, senior sister Xuanji remarked. Such a talent would naturally be a true disciple or even the chief of a peak. However, to participate in the Saint Sun assessment, there remains a considerable gap. Another half-step emperor chuckled as he spoke. The royal body is indeed a child of destiny, yet the Saint Sun represents the future of a sect. To aspire to the Saint Sun assessment, one must possess at least a celestial physique. There is certainly a deficiency in that regard. However, he must participate in the Sacred Sun assessment, merely an evaluation. Furthermore, since Xiaoyao is partaking in the Sacred Sun assessment, it is clear that junior brother Yutian has already secured the approval of both the ancestor and the palace master. Su New Jersey cast a languid glance at a portion of those present. Many stood in opposition to Su New Jersey, driven by the interests of their own lineage. Of course, this so-called opposition was confined to internal rivalry. Oh, I see. In that case, I have nothing further to say. Senior sister Su New Jersey, as a novice, I wish to partake in the Sacred Sun assessment. Although there is no danger in participating and no cultivation level is required, it is prudent to provide prior notice. Upon hearing Su New Jersey's words, several individuals present were taken aback. Comprehending that the approval from the ancestor and the palace master must have stemmed from junior brother Yutian seeking their consent, regardless of their reluctance, they could not defy the wishes of the ancestor and the palace master. In the early morning, within the chambers of Luo Yuhong, on the expansive and soft bed, Jun Xiaoyao awoke, roused by his hunger. Upon waking, he discovered that his master uncle was glaring at him, and for some inexplicable reason, his uncle's face was flushed, tinged with an air of indignation. Master uncle, Jun Xiaoyao called out softly, perplexed. Last night, he had shared a bed with his master uncle, but now, the gaze directed at him seemed somewhat unusual. Little pig's trotters. Move aside. Luo Yuhing, observing Jun Xiaoyao's innocuous expression, exhaled softly, her gaze shifting. Simultaneously, she spoke. Jun Xiaoyao. Taken aback for a moment, quickly realized and followed his master's gaze. He felt a twinge of embarrassment as his small hand was inadvertently grasping the ample grain store. No wonder it felt so comfortable and soft. "Oh, master, I did not intend to do so." Goo goo. Jun Xiaoyao hastily released his little paws. Though he felt a twinge of reluctance, he was genuinely afraid that his master would chop off his tiny claws. At that moment, his stomach betrayed him with a rumble. And coupled with the glimmer in his eyes and his movements, it appeared as though he were salivating at the sight of delectable food. This left Luo Yuheng at a loss for words. Such a little rascal. Did he truly regard her as a mere bowl of rice or a bottle of milk? Day after day, all he seemed to do was consume milk. Today, I will impart to you the methods of cultivation, body techniques, and swordsmanship. Luo Yuheng cast an exasperated glance at Jun Xiaoyao. Hurry and get out of bed. You are my disciple, not my little ancestor. Well, you are indeed my little ancestor. I truly am at a loss with you. A notification chimed, indicating an addition of 50 points to his score. It must be due to his master uncle putting him to sleep, thus earning the points. Or perhaps it was just now. By the way, how many points do I have? Can I level up? After a brief recollection, he estimated he had around 125 points. There was no time to check now. Furthermore, the points wouldn't disappear after being credited. When his master uncle teaches the cultivation methods later, he could take that opportunity to check and perhaps level up. He rose from bed, and his master uncle assisted him in dressing. Afterward, he freshened up. He picked up the milk bottle and drank heartily, soon letting out a satisfied burp, a look of contentment adorning his face. Very well. I shall now impart to you the most fundamental methods of cultivation, suitable for a novice such as yourself. The teachings of my esteemed master must be listened to with utmost attention. Every word and its meaning are of great significance. Should you fail to comprehend or forget any part, do not hesitate to inform your master, for he may resort to disciplinary measures. Luo Yuheng clutched a spiritual fruit, leisurely nibbling on it, her cherubic face puffed up like an adorable little hamster. Once she finished, she led Jun Xiaoyao to a serene spot, a sanctuary where she frequently practiced her cultivation. While imparting her guidance, she assisted Jun Xiaoyao in settling into a meditative posture. Master uncle, I understand, Jun Xiaoyao replied earnestly, nodding his head. A profound sense of discomfort weighed heavily on his heart. The cultivation technique? It required comprehension before one could even begin to practice. This was undeniably arduous. Who would wish for such a strenuous existence after being reborn? Yet, in this moment, he dared not defy his master. If he did not take this seriously, his master would indeed discipline him, and sometimes, the life of a child was not so easy. What I am about to teach you is called the return to origin technique. It is a cultivation method for the outer disciples of the Biluo heavenly sect. The advantage of this technique lies in its simplicity and ease of understanding, making the initiation into cultivation relatively uncomplicated. Once you successfully master this technique, I shall teach you more profound methods. Observing Jun Xiaoyao sitting obediently, Luo Yuheng felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Moreover, an inexplicable sense of accomplishment surged within her. It seemed that the act of instructing a disciple brought forth such feelings. She had never had a disciple, nor had she instructed anyone in cultivation before. Yet now she found herself tasked with teaching a 5-year-old child. Indeed, it was no small feat as she continued. Luo Yuheng spoke slowly, cautious that Jun Xiaoyao might not remember or comprehend everything. After all, he was merely a child of 5. She meticulously explained the technique, her focus unwavering, which in turn inspired a burgeoning respect within Jun Xiaoyao for his teacher. The return to origin technique was unraveling. However, just as Jun Xiaoyao attentively listened to Luo Yuheng expound on the technique, a prompt from the system echoed in his mind. Upon hearing this notification, Jun Xiaoyao could not help but exclaim inwardly, marveling at the system's ability to actively decipher cultivation techniques. Such a feature was indeed remarkable. Carefree. Master Uncle inquired about the cultivation technique. How much do you remember? Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Luo Yuheng halted, her beautiful eyes eagerly gazing at Jun Xiaoyao. The method of cultivation imparted by Master Uncle grants you an additional 50 points. The points were credited once more. 50 points. Master Uncle. Jun Xiaoyao awaited the system's resolution of the technique with utmost seriousness. Noticing Master Uncle's inquiry, he appeared somewhat distracted. It's all right. Just tell Master Uncle how much you remember. If you recall less, Master Uncle won't hold it against you. After all, you are still young. We shall take our time. Observing Jun Xiaoyao's demeanor, Luo Yuheng felt a twinge of disappointment. This was, after all, her inaugural experience in teaching another the art of cultivation. Yet, reflecting upon it. Who would remember the techniques during their first foray into cultivation? Moreover, Xiaoyao was still quite young. There is no rush. We will proceed at a leisurely pace. It is crucial to prevent the child from developing a disdain for cultivation. The resolution of the return to origin technique was complete. Level: inferior fragment. The return to origin technique had been deduced to perfection and had fully integrated with the host. At that moment, a notification echoed within his mind. This technique, being of inferior fragment quality, signifies a mere subpar level. Not only is it subpar, but it is also incomplete. Nevertheless, the system has extrapolated it to perfection and even fused the perfected return to origin technique with Jun Xiaoyao. Instantly, the principles of the return to origin technique manifested in Jun Xiaoyao's consciousness at the perfect level, although it was his initial encounter with the method of cultivation. The return to origin technique felt as if it had been crafted by him, as if he had rehearsed it countless times. It could even be said that the return to origin technique was innate to him, instinctively accessible, as if he were nursing. Master Uncle, Xiaoyao remarked, sensing the incompleteness of the technique before him. According to Xiaoyao's understanding, Jun Xiaoyao gazed intently at the face before him, which bore an expression of anticipation. In a soft voice, he called out, "Master Uncle," and then expressed that this return to origin technique was indeed flawed. Children, after all, should embody the essence of childhood. "What?" you exclaimed, incredulous that the return to origin technique is flawed. "You can comprehend it." Before Jun Xiaoyao could finish speaking, Luo Yuheng, her face awash with disbelief, interrupted him. As a half-step emperor, she practiced an imperial-level technique and naturally understood that this foundational return to origin technique was incomplete. Yet, she found herself unable to rectify it. Not even a true emperor could mend such a flaw. It was entirely reasonable for her to recognize the technique's incompleteness, given her status. However, for a mere 5-year-old child, encountering a cultivation method for the first time, to utter such words was simply astonishing. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Master Uncle. I expressed my understanding, hoping not to offend you if I was mistaken. Jun Xiaoyao nodded obediently, a charming little one indeed. In the presence of such an exquisite Master Uncle, displaying a touch of childishness hardly seemed shameful. After all, I am still merely a child. A child who cries is sure to be comforted. With this thought in mind, Jun Xiaoyao casually cast a glance at Master Uncle's chest. "Are you hungry again? Speak freely." Uncle sure would not be angry. How could he possibly be upset with Jun Xiaoyao? As a figure on the brink of becoming a great emperor, Luo Yuheng could naturally perceive Jun Xiaoyao's gaze, which left her momentarily speechless. "Are you hungry again? Even if you are, do not look at me. Is there not still spirit beast milk in the bottle?" "Uncle, I am not hungry." Xiao believed that this was how one should approach the cultivation methods. "Guiyuan." Jun Xiaoyao shook his head. "I am not hungry. I just finished drinking milk." Following this, Jun Xiaoyao articulated the flawless Guiyuan technique, as deduced by the system, in his own manner, delivering it with a certain rhythm and clarity. Before him, Luo Yuheng, a 5-year-old child encountering the path of cultivation for the first time, would be remarkable to remember even a tenth of the technique, let alone comprehend it. Her willingness to trust Jun Xiaoyao stemmed from a desire not to dampen his enthusiasm. In her heart, she even found it amusing, although the Guiyuan technique was merely the most rudimentary form of cultivation. It was beyond even the great emperor's ability to repair. Did he possess any further understanding? However, upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao recite the Guiyuan technique, Luo Yuheng felt a tremor within her spirit. As a great emperor, she could discern the essence from a mere glimpse. 2/3 of what Jun Xiaoyao articulated was the original technique, while 1/3 was the restoration. Yet it was this very 1/3 that completely mended the previously flawed Guiyuan technique, elevating it to a perfect level. At that moment, she was utterly astonished. Gradually, she found herself memorizing each word Jun Xiaoyao uttered, becoming entranced by the flawless technique. Of course, as a half-step great emperor, she would not practice such a basic Guiyuan technique. She was merely influenced by its perfection. The ability to inspire a half-step great emperor is nothing short of miraculous. Master Uncle. Upon observing the dazed expression of his Master Uncle, Jun Xiaoyao instinctively recognized that Master Yuheng was taken aback. Transforming an incomplete technique into a flawless one would indeed astonish anyone. Nevertheless, as a child, he was expected to exhibit childlike behavior. Hence he called out to his Master Uncle, "Your perfected return to origin technique has left Master Yuheng in awe." granting me an additional 100 points. How delightful it is to see my points credited. Ah, your understanding is commendable. Smack. In a state of astonishment, Luo Yuheng heard Jun Xiaoyao calling her. As she regained her composure, her somewhat flustered demeanor appeared rather endearing. Initially, she was overwhelmed with excitement, however. Reflecting on the need to temper the child's pride, she stifled her enthusiasm and offered a casual compliment. Yet, she couldn't resist planting a gentle kiss on Jun Xiaoyao's cheek. Setting aside talent for a moment, the mere comprehension of this technique was nothing short of extraordinary. Remarkably, he could perfect the incomplete technique after just a single hearing. It would be hard for anyone to believe such a claim, yet it was undeniably true. 10 points added to the score. Points credited. Those who understand, understand. Master Uncle, should I continue practicing this return to origin technique? Jun Xiaoyao reveled in the warmth on his cheek, feeling quite comfortable. In his mind, he pondered, for now, I cannot act upon you, but once I grow older. As for practicing, it is merely an excuse. I can elevate my realm through points. Why bother with actual cultivation? First, grasp the essence of this technique. The Biluotian Classic is one of the 3 supreme techniques of the Biluotian sect, classified as an imperial-level practice. Should you grasp its essence, you may commence the cultivation of the Biluotian Classic. I will assess your understanding to determine whether you should first cultivate the return to origin technique or the Biluotian Classic itself. Listen carefully. Luo Yuheng pondered for a moment before speaking. This peculiar child, upon first encountering the cultivation method, managed to perfect the fragmented return to origin technique. Naturally, practicing this technique would facilitate a smoother entry into the realm of cultivation. However, she wished for Jun Xiaoyao to attempt the imperial-grade techniques. Clinging to a minuscule hope, she thought, what if he could comprehend it? How delightful it would be to cultivate the imperial-grade techniques directly. Even if he could not grasp it, he could always revert to practicing the return to origin technique afterward. With that, she began to articulate the principles of the Biluo heavenly canon, explaining as she went along. After all, he was merely a 5-year-old child, and his capacity for understanding was undoubtedly inferior to that of an adult. Moreover, this was an imperial-grade technique. As the Biluo heavenly canon was being deciphered, a prompt sounded. The system has commenced the decryption of the Biluo heavenly canon. Master Yuheng has imparted to you an imperial-grade technique, earning you 50 points. The points could be triggered at any moment. Sitting cross-legged, she felt somewhat uncomfortable. Her waist ached. It seemed she was not suited for cultivation, not cut out for this path. Although she needn't focus on comprehending the techniques right now, she still had to maintain appearances. Time passed, second by second. Carefree. How is it? There's no rush. Take your time to gather your thoughts. After imparting the technique, Luo Yuheng eagerly inquired. Yet, she quickly realized her impatience. Who could comprehend a technique so swiftly? Remembering even a fragment is no easy task. Hence, feeling somewhat awkward, she urged Jun Xiaoyao to take his time and steady himself, her eyes glimmering with anticipation and a hint of mischief. The Biluo Heavenly Scripture, Decryption Complete Level, Imperial Grade Remnant. The Biluo Heavenly Scripture has been perfected and fully integrated with the host. Jun Xiao feigned seriousness, closing his eyes. Approximately 3 minutes later, an alert sounded. The Biluo Heavenly Scripture has been decrypted. Upon hearing that this imperial technique is but a remnant, Jun Xiaoyao was somewhat taken aback. It turned out that his master and her peers were cultivating a remnant of an imperial technique. Achieving the rank of emperor is truly a matter of fate. It is no wonder that his master failed in her quest for enlightenment to become an emperor. Clearly, remnant techniques can be quite detrimental, a toxic curriculum, indeed. Nevertheless, the system has elevated this remnant imperial technique to perfection and has melded it with him. Master Uncle, he said, this celestial scripture is indeed a flawed relic. No wonder Master was unable to attain enlightenment. Jun Xiaoyao opened his eyes and spoke, his words tinged with sorrow. The incomplete imperial-level cultivation method caused Master to fail in her quest for the Tao, ultimately leading to her tragic demise. Do not blame the martial arts techniques. Xiaoyu, the Master Uncle had merely tested you. When discussing the technique, he deliberately omitted 2 lines, and yet you discerned it. Can you truly comprehend the profound essence of the Biluotian scripture? To what extent have you grasped it? Upon seeing Jun Xiaoyao's pitiful demeanor, a wave of compassion surged within Luo Yuheng, accompanied by a twinge of guilt for inadvertently reminding the young one of his master. It pained her to think that he might believe the technique was the cause of his master's demise. She chastised herself inwardly, feeling remorseful. Consequently, her voice wavered as she spoke, her delicate fingers fidgeting shyly against each other, revealing her embarrassment. As the conversation progressed, her eyes sparkled with anticipation, and her tone grew increasingly urgent. So it is truly like this. Master Uncle, Jun Xiaoyao replied. I have comprehensively grasped the heavenly scriptures of Bai Luo and possess my own unique insights. Speak. There's no rush, said Jun Xiaoyao slowly. As he recited the refined teachings of the Biluotian Sutra, the sacred text that transcends the heavens and reaches the ethereal realms. His voice was deliberate, perfectly suited for a child. Meanwhile, Luo Yuheng listened intently, her exquisite visage reflecting a myriad of emotions, soon becoming entranced, lost in a state of blissful oblivion. The Biluotian Sutra had been her companion for 2 centuries, familiar to the point of intimacy. Yet, the rendition from Jun Xiaoyao's lips was nothing short of breathtaking. The version she had practiced previously paled in comparison to the profound depth of his interpretation. As time slipped by, each second felt like an eternity, until finally. Jun Xiaoyao completed his recitation of the technique. The flawless Biluotian Sutra left Luo Yuheng in a state of astonishment, her comprehension deepening, and her points increased by 100. Observing her immersion in this transcendent experience, it was evident she would remain in this rapturous state for the foreseeable future, for this was an imperial-level technique. With a subtle blink, he summoned a virtual panel before him, aware that this interface was visible only to him, allowing him to unveil it without restraint in front of his mentor. System, version 1. 0 name, Jun Xiaoyao age, 5 years talent, 9 sons royal body, enhanced, realm, none, 0 10 points, combat power, 100 points, for 135 wealth, 0 skills, 10,000 swords return to origin, merging, domain of celestial stars, merging. On the panel, the skills of 10,000 swords return to origin and domain of celestial stars were still in the process of merging. But progress was swift. From yesterday until now, not even a full day had passed, and his points had soared to 435. Given that ascending realms required only 10 points, it seemed he was poised for a remarkable leap in cultivation. System. Will there be any movement in the elevation of one's realm? Jun Xiaoyao communicates with the system through his thoughts, unable to resist the desire for advancement. Indeed. Furthermore, upgrading would render oneself more formidable, provided that no disturbances are caused to arouse suspicion. No, the system replied succinctly. How could Jun Xiaoyao be unaware of the system's penchant for brevity? Very well. Elevate your realm. As he commanded the system to upgrade, Jun Xiaoyao activated the Biluotian Sutra, feigning a display. When his master uncle witnessed it, he would undoubtedly be astonished by the astonishing speed of his cultivation. If he did not cultivate, yet his realm continued to ascend, that would indeed be peculiar. Of course, prodigies are inherently extraordinary. In this world, prodigies abound. It merely depends on the extent of their anomaly. By consuming 10 points, your realm ascends to the first stage of postnatal. Current status, first stage of postnatal, combat power increased by 50. By consuming 20 points, your realm ascends to the second stage of postnatal. Current status, second stage of postnatal, combat power increased by 50. By consuming 30 points, your realm ascends to the third stage of postnatal. Current status, third stage of postnatal, combat power increased by 50. By consuming 40 points, your realm ascends to the fourth stage of postnatal. Current status, fourth stage of postnatal, combat power increased by 50. By consuming 50 points, your realm ascends to the fifth stage of postnatal. Current status, fifth stage of postnatal, combat power increased by 50. By consuming 60 points, your realm ascends to the sixth stage of postnatal. Current status, sixth stage of postnatal, combat power increased by 50. By consuming 70 points, your realm ascends to the seventh stage of postnatal. Current status, seventh stage of postnatal, combat power increased by 50. By consuming 80 points, your realm ascends to the eighth stage of postnatal. Current status, eighth stage of postnatal, combat power increased by 50. With ample points, Jun Xiaoyao's realm soared dramatically. Simultaneously, under the operation of the Biluotian Sutra, a terrifying influx of spiritual energy surged towards him. At this moment, he resembled an unfathomable abyss, insatiable by the vast amounts of spiritual energy. With 435 points, the first upgrade required 10 points, the second 20, the third 30, incrementally increasing, ultimately capping at the eighth stage, as his points fell short for further upgrades. Each upgrade augmented his combat power by a foundational increase of 50. The primary reason for this was his system. His power framework adhered to its structure. Consequently, While his combat power might be somewhat inferior to other warriors of the same stage, he had the advantage of equipping gear and treasures. With a base combat power of 100, each increment of 50 led to the following. First stage of postnatal, 100,150,150 combat points. Second stage of postnatal, 150,150,225 combat points. Third stage of postnatal, 225,150,337 combat points. Following this sequential increase, Jun Xiaoyao's combat power reached an impressive 2,562 points, marking him at the 8th stage of postnatal. While his raw strength was somewhat lower than his peers, donning equipment allowed him to effortlessly surpass them. Upgrading with points was undeniably swift. Having completed his upgrades, Jun Xiaoyao mused internally, striving to maintain a composed demeanor. Others, even those of exceptional talent, would require days to achieve successful cultivation. To reach the 8th stage of postnatal, they would need at least a year and a half. Ordinary prodigies might even take years. Yet, he accomplished this in less than a minute, entirely through point upgrades without any actual cultivation. The Biluotian Sutra, now at the perfected level, transitioned into an imperial-grade technique. Even if Jun Xiaoyao refrained from cultivating, the spiritual energy he absorbed upon activation was extraordinarily formidable, creating a significant commotion. The air was filled with spiritual energy swirling like a tempest. Ah, the realm of boundless freedom. Is the imperial body truly so extraordinary? Is it indeed merely the imperial body? Beside him, Luo Yuheng, immersed in a state of oblivion, suddenly became aware of the terrifying flow of spiritual energy. Startled, she awoke to the scene of spiritual essence swirling in the air, her gaze landing upon Jun Xiaoyao. In that instant, she was utterly astounded. Even more so than when Jun Xiaoyao perfected the return to origin technique. Perhaps it was the earlier shock from Jun Xiaoyao's claim of being cast down from the heavenly scriptures that had left her in such a daze, drawing her into this state of oblivion. As a half-step emperor, she was naturally capable of perceiving Jun Xiaoyao's realm. From a child who had not engaged in cultivation, achieving the 8th level of postnatal cultivation in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, such a feat is indeed astonishing. The hissing spiritual energy continued to flow with terrifying intensity as Jun Xiaoyao remained engrossed in his cultivation. Once initiated, if one does not consciously cease, the process will complete a full cycle. Having never cultivated before, he remained oblivious to whether he had indeed completed a full cycle. Master Shu, I'm so hungry. Finally pausing his training, Jun Xiaoyao noticed his master uncle staring at him in astonishment. With a meek call of master uncle, he gently shook the large baby bottle, which was utterly devoid of contents. At this moment, he felt a twinge of hunger. You, monstrous! The stunned Luo Yuheng was roused from her astonishment by Jun Xiaoyao's presence. Gazing at him, the delicate and exquisitely crafted boy appeared utterly adorable. The crux of the matter was that this young lad was a peerless prodigy, so remarkable that even she, a half-step emperor, found it hard to believe. In an instant, she was enamored with him to her very core. As she spoke, she took the milk bottle from Jun Xiaoyao's hands, unfastened the strap tied around his waist, and couldn't resist planting a kiss on his cheek before rising to venture outside. Intent on procuring spirit beast milk for him, you have enabled Luo Yuheng to attain the perfect level Biluotian Sutra, earning 200 points. You have left Luo Yuheng astonished, earning an additional 50 points. A notification echoed in Jun Xiaoyao's mind. A total of 250 points had been credited. However, he had no immediate intention of advancing his realm. Instead, he resolved to save his points. In a short while, his master uncle would teach him techniques in movement and swordplay. It was prudent to reserve them for enhancing his swordsmanship and agility. With these skills, he could venture behind the Piaomiao Peak to hunt ferocious beasts. Without such abilities, given his short legs, merely descending from the peak would be a far-fetched dream, especially since he was currently situated at a height of 3,000 zhang. Notification: the myriad swords returning to one fusion is complete. Notification: the domain of stars fusion is complete. At that moment, another notification chimed in. The fusion of myriad swords returning to one and the domain of stars was accomplished. When the sound echoed, Jun Xiaoyao's body trembled slightly. Information regarding the two extraordinary skills unfolded in his mind, as familiar as if he had been born with them or had practiced them countless times. Within him resided the essence of the sword, and he was imbued with the power of the stars. He silently willed himself to check. Name: myriad swords returning to one category. Swordsmanship level: Sacred Details 1. This is the supreme attack of swordsmanship. when cultivated to the utmost. It allows mastery over millions of swords, converging them into one, capable of slaying saints, gods, and obliterating the heavens and earth. Details 2. Currently at the entry level. Capable of controlling 36 swords, sword chi, sword radiance. This was the information regarding myriad swords returning to one. In truth, he already grasped it. He was aware without needing to read. At this moment, he longed to move his short legs and dash out to unleash myriad swords returning to one. How magnificent it would be! What man does not yearn to wander the world wielding a sword? Tomorrow, indeed, for he had made an agreement with Master Yuhing. As long as he succeeded in his cultivation, he would be allowed to frolic on Piaomiao Peak, seizing the opportunity to hunt ferocious beasts. Who could match my diligence? Even I am moved by my own industriousness. Checking further, name, domain of stars category, sorcery level, divine details 1, contains the power of the stars, transforming millions of stars into a domain. It can manifest as weapons for offense or as a shield for defense, wielded at will. Details 2, currently at the entry level. Capable of controlling 108 stars. Divine level is indeed divine. Compared to myriad swords returning to one, it is even more formidable and terrifying, equally dazzling and striking. This reminded him of the celestial techniques wielded by Tai Zhenren against Shun Gongbao in Neza, though his combat strength was a mere 2,000. With myriad swords returning to one and domain of stars at his disposal, vanquishing lower-level ferocious beasts would be as effortless as slicing through vegetables. Undoubtedly, he must venture forth to hunt beasts tomorrow. At that moment, a sound of something piercing through the air resonated, accompanied by a fragrant breeze enveloping him. Come, drink the milk. Luo Yuhing held out a large jade milk bottle before Jun Xiaoyao. To be honest, she was still in a state of shock. As she gazed at the young boy, her eyes sparkled with wonder. She could hardly fathom that such an extraordinary being existed in this world. After all, he was merely a child. Not to mention, even the countless emperors, ancestors, and sect leaders could not compare to his remarkable prowess. In Jiuzhou, she had never heard of anyone possessing such incredible talent. Amidst her astonishment, she also felt a surge of excitement and joy, for he was her own prodigy. How unfortunate for her senior brother. Such an extraordinary disciple was not destined to be guided by him. Thank you, Master Uncle. Jun Xiaoyao accepted the milk bottle, sipping contentedly. However, his gaze inadvertently darted toward his Master Uncle's chest. He was promptly met with a disapproving glare from his Master Uncle, who feigned a fierce demeanor as if to issue a warning. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but feel that his Master Uncle appeared rather endearing despite the pretense of ferocity. Drink up, said Luo Yuing. After you do, I will teach you how to refine your agility. This little boy always gazed at her bosom, treating her as if she were a mere bottle. It was truly exasperating. Master Uncle, we have made a pact, so please do not go back on your word. Jun Xiaoyao, while sipping milk, spoke in a tender voice, reminding his Master Uncle not to have a change of heart. After all, he felt quite feeble at the moment. His master was a great emperor, and his Master Uncles were also on the verge of becoming emperors, leaving him no chance against their towering stature. By the way, he had never laid eyes on the Master's wife. It was said that she was the empress of the illustrious celestial dragon dynasty, possessing unparalleled beauty and grace. Ha, she chuckled. As a formidable half-step emperor, would I stoop to trifling with a mere child? Today, I have practiced my movement techniques. Tomorrow, you may choose not to train and entertain yourself instead. Luo Yuhing laughed gaily, her joy causing her to shimmer like the petals of a flower in the breeze. A half-step emperor like her, engaging in childish antics? Preposterous. The child before her was an extraordinary prodigy, poised for a future of boundless potential, provided he remains prudent. Who is to say he cannot ascend to the path of the emperor one day? Yet, for now, he is still young, filled with a playful spirit. Let him be. Furthermore, with her as his senior, along with 2 elder brothers and 3 other uncles watching over him, who could possibly pose a threat. Moreover, she intended to devote herself to rigorous training the following day. After 2 centuries of cultivating the heavenly scriptures, it was only after Jun Xiaoyao revealed them that she realized numerous issues, and this young boy had comprehended them at an extraordinary level. To neglect proper training would indeed be a waste of talent. Thus, tomorrow, she would allow him to amuse himself. Very well. Thus, we shall practice our agility. Jun Xiaoyao fixed his gaze upon his master, as if seeking to ascertain whether any deception lay behind his words. After a moment of eye contact, he was reassured that no falsehood had been spoken. With his mind at ease, he proceeded to affix the milk bottle to his waist. preparing to engage in agility training with his master. Agility is distinct from martial arts, you see. Your ability to comprehend martial arts indicates your intelligence and alignment with the will of heaven. The art of body movement requires practical action and numerous rehearsals to achieve progress. Observing Jun Xiaoyao's demeanor, Luo Yuheng couldn't help but chuckle. Cultivation involves intellect and innate talent, while body movement necessitates actual practice. As a 5-year-old child, you may lack the physicality required. Do not overestimate your abilities, lest you become disheartened later. Thus, Luo Yuheng humorously prepared him for what lay ahead. Thank you for the compliment, Master Uncle, Jun Xiaoyao remarked, dismissing the latter part of the statement. Being praised for his cleverness was delightful to hear. Regarding the concern about his small stature hindering his practice of body movement, he remained unfazed, with a system in place. What was there to fear in the realm of cultivation? Ah, such nonsense. Luo Yuheng's gaze shifted as she regarded the young boy before her. Truly adept at fragmenting sentences, he only heard the flattery, ignoring the subsequent words. Subsequently, Luo Yuheng first imparted her knowledge of movement techniques to Jun Xiaoyao, explaining that understanding these techniques was essential for practicing the cultivation method, which should be harmoniously integrated with the latter. As the secrets of the void air technique were being unraveled, indeed, at the moment Luo Yuheng articulated the movement techniques, the system began its decryption process. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao sat upright, feigning an earnest demeanor. Do you understand? After several moments of astonishment, Luo Yuheng's nerves had relaxed considerably. Following the explanation of the cultivation method, she directly inquired whether Jun Xiaoyao comprehended it, instinctively regarding him as an individual rather than a mere child. Master Uncle. Jun Xiaoyao awkwardly extended his little paw and scratched his head, looking quite adorable. In this moment, Luo Yuheng understood, while Jun Xiaoyao remained oblivious. Indeed, Jun Xiaoyao was still unaware, as the system was still undergoing decryption. There must be a temporal gap. It is not feasible for the system to be deciphered immediately after one finishes speaking. Perhaps you do not comprehend. There's no rush. Good, we are not in a hurry. Take your time, Luo Yuheng said, fearing that the young boy might feel disheartened. She quickly approached Jun Xiaoyao and embraced him. In that instant, Jun Xiaoyao experienced a sensation of softness and pressure, accompanied by a faint scent of milk, which inexplicably made him feel hungry again. The skyward technique had been successfully deciphered, reaching the imperial level, and it had already merged with the host. A notification sound echoed, deciphering complete and merging finished. Ah, Master Uncle, you have bestowed upon me strength. I understand now. After relishing the warmth for a moment, Jun Xiaoyao spoke and reached out, intending to push Luo Yuheng away. However, his hands inadvertently landed atop the mountain peak. Luo Yuheng felt as though she was being attacked but quickly regained her composure. She cast a glance at Jun Xiaoyao, unfazed. For he was merely a child. What malice could a child possess? More importantly, Jun Xiaoyao's declaration of understanding filled her with immense joy. Master Uncle, have I truly granted you strength? Hiki, let us begin. I trust your judgment. Luo Yuheng was momentarily taken aback by Jun Xiaoyao's words, feeling somewhat perplexed. When did I grant you such power? However, she quickly realized it was merely an embrace. Still, this little one speaks so melodiously, bringing considerable joy. Subsequently, she commenced instructing Jun Xiaoyao in the skyward technique. Compared to the celestial scripture, the skyward technique was considerably more accessible and straightforward, yet it required tangible effort. With a flurry, Jun Xiaoyao, petite in stature, attempted to learn the technique, albeit with a clumsy demeanor. After all, he was still quite young, exhibiting limited control over his own body. Nevertheless, in comparison to others, his talent was remarkable. Having grasped the skyward technique at the innate 8th stage, he possessed a foundational cultivation. It was akin to a sovereign entering the fray amidst mere bronze. As time passed, Luo Yuheng was astounded. This little prodigy was truly exceptional. Whoa! Master Uncle, help! Master Uncle, Master Uncle! My esteemed mentor embraces me. Gradually, Jun Xiaoyao was able to leave the ground and commence his flight. However, during his inaugural venture into the skies, he was beset by a profound fear of heights, akin to a fledgling sparrow. Overwhelmed with trepidation, he cried out for his master, pleading for salvation. In truth, even without his cries, Luo Yuheng would have intervened, for she was ever present by his side. Furthermore, as a being on the cusp of becoming an emperor, she could effortlessly command the very fabric of this space with a mere thought, ensuring that Jun Xiaoyao would not falter. The sounds of laughter and joy echoed within Yuheng Palace as Jun Xiaoyao's voice mingled with Luo Yuheng's delightful laughter, infusing the atmosphere with vibrancy and life. Watching the young boy before her, Luo Yuheng's eyes sparkled with wonder. After approximately an hour, Jun Xiaoyao mastered the art of flight. "Master Uncle, I'm so tired," the young Jun Xiaoyao said in a soft, childlike voice as he approached Luo Yuheng. Exhaustion and drowsiness bore down on him like a dual assault, nearly causing him to collapse. "Then you should take a short nap," Luo Yuheng replied. Extending her arms to cradle the little boy, she began to walk toward the sleeping quarters, having spent the entire morning practicing here. For a 5-year-old child, enduring such prolonged training and agility was indeed a remarkable feat. It would be strange if he were not fatigued. Before she could reach the chambers, the boy was already fast asleep in her embrace. In fact, just before succumbing to slumber, he nuzzled against her, seeking a warm and comfortable position. One wonders whether Yuheng has instructed Xiaoyao in his training. 5 years old now, having spent 3 months at the ethereal peak. It is time to gradually introduce him to the art of cultivation and to nurture good habits in his practice. At the summit of the ethereal peak lies the sacred ground for Xuanji and Xianyu's cultivation, which also serves as the council chamber of the ethereal peak. At this moment, within the council chamber, Xuanji and Xianyu are gathered. They are the esteemed senior disciples of Jun Xiaoyao, the master of the ethereal peak. In addition to them, 3 exceptionally beautiful women are present: Yuan, Yudai, and Yuwei, who are also Jun Xiaoyao's respected elders. It is Xianyu who speaks. Reflecting on the fact that their junior brother has departed from this world, and that the arrangements for his passing have already been made. In truth, there was little to arrange, as his body had already dissolved into the elements, leaving no physical remains, and there was no need for such worldly concerns. Today, they have convened to deliberate on matters concerning Jun Xiaoyao, particularly on how best to guide him, and who shall take on this responsibility. "Summon Yuheng and Xiaoyao," Xianji commanded. As the senior sister of the Piaomiao Peak and a great emperor, she is also one of the 9 vice sect masters of the Bailuo heavenly sect. Her actions are decisive, and she exudes an air of aloofness and pride, resembling an ice goddess, perpetually radiating an aura that Dieters approach. A graceful and ethereal figure descended lightly before the conference hall of Piaomiao Peak. Subsequently, she entered the meeting hall with lively strides. "Senior sister, junior sister," Luo Yuheng greeted her senior sister and junior sister, a joyful smile adorning her face. "Well, please take a seat. Where is Xiaoyao?" Xuanji inquired, nodding as she gestured for Liu Yuheng to take a seat. She then asked Liu Yuheng why she had not brought Jun Xiaoyao along. The others also turned their attention to Liu Yuheng, particularly Yu Yo, who had a special fondness for her little disciple. "Xiaoyao has fallen asleep," Liu Yuheng remarked. "I must share something with you that you would undoubtedly find hard to believe." She had just received a message and had carefully placed Jun Xiaoyao upon his bed. Subsequently, she ascended swiftly, eager to return. What if that little boy awoke and could not find her, leading him to weep? Meanwhile, she felt compelled to relay the astonishing events of the day to her senior and junior sisters, so they too could experience a semblance of this profound astonishment. "What is it? Senior sister, what is the matter? Speak up, we wouldn't doubt you. Come on, senior sister." Xuanji and Xianyu were merely curious, while Yudi, Yuan, and Yueying directly inquired, eager to know. "Today, I plan to introduce Xiaoyao to the practice of cultivation. I intend to have him first comprehend the return to origin technique, utilizing the simplest method to facilitate a quicker entrance into the practice. Initially, I had little hope that he would remember much, given his tender age. However, do you know the outcome?" Luo Yuheng spoke with a calm demeanor, building suspense, undoubtedly a master of the art. Pausing at this juncture, her gaze flitted between the 2 senior sisters and the 3 junior sisters. As expected, both the senior and junior sisters displayed expressions of curiosity. This was precisely what she desired. "Senior sister, hurry and tell us. Stop keeping us in suspense," Yueying implored, appearing as though she might weep should the answer not be forthcoming. I asked him how much he had retained. He replied, "The return to origin technique is incomplete." Then he mentioned that he had reinterpreted it, leaving me in a state of astonishment. Out of a desire to comfort him, I encouraged him to elaborate, and what he articulated was nothing short of perfection, absolutely flawless. At this moment, Luo Yuheng still felt the initial shock and awe while speaking. That profound astonishment could only be fully understood by her, the one who experienced it firsthand. What? He realized for the first time that the returning origin technique was incomplete. Are you joking? It is not difficult to recognize the incompleteness of a martial art. Yet such discernment only emerges at elevated levels of mastery. The fact that he realized the deficiency upon his very first encounter is truly astonishing. Are you suggesting that he has perfected the return to origin technique? A flawless version of the return to origin technique? Speak it aloud for us to hear. In the council chamber, Xuanji, Xianyu, and Yudi, upon hearing Luo Yuheng's words, were struck with disbelief. Their expressions were filled with incredulity. The notion was simply too extraordinary. They would sooner believe that their senior brother had risen from the dead than accept that a mere 5-year-old child could detect flaws in a martial art upon his initial exposure and subsequently refine it to perfection. They also realized another perplexing issue. He not only identified the flaws but also rectified them immediately after listening. Can one truly believe such a thing? To believe it would be akin to encountering the supernatural. Wait a moment, said Luo Yuheng. This is merely the beginning. There is even more astonishing news to come. Is there more? Several junior sisters and 2 senior sisters, still reeling from the earlier shock, became even more curious upon hearing Luo Yuheng's words. What could possibly be more astonishing? In truth, I had made a pact with him yesterday, promising that should he succeed in his cultivation, he would be allowed to continue his practice on the Piaomiao Peak. Thus, I resolved to initiate his training today, pondering whether he should cultivate the return to origin technique or the Bai Luo heavenly scripture. After all, the return to origin technique is introductory and relatively easy to master. And since he had already perfected it, it would be particularly suitable for him. Yet, I harbored concerns that he might struggle with the Bai Luo heavenly scripture in the future. After much contemplation, I decided that if he could not grasp the Bai Luo heavenly scripture, he could always revert to the return to origin technique. I then imparted to him the principles of the Bai Luo heavenly scripture, deliberately withholding a few details to see if he would uncover them. To my delight, he did, and he even arrived at his own interpretations. The Bai Luo heavenly scripture, perfected. Just as I entered a state of forgetfulness, he astonishingly began to cultivate on his own, achieving a realm of postnatal level 8. Luo Yuheng took a deep breath and recounted everything that had transpired today. The assembly hall fell into a profound silence, each face reflecting shock, incredulity, and even disbelief. The situation was simply too extraordinary, too unfathomable. The Bai Luo heavenly scripture, an imperial-level text, had been swiftly evolved by him into a perfected form. The mere thought of a perfected Bai Luo heavenly scripture sent shivers of excitement through the crowd. In an instant, everyone felt their breaths quicken. If this were true, it would be utterly unprecedented. The royal body, was he truly just a royal body? Even if he were claimed to be a sacred body, I would readily believe it. Sisters, please transcribe the Bai Luo heavenly scripture. Let us first examine the perfected return to origin technique. In a state of astonishment, Yu Yao hastily urged her companions. She was even prepared with ink and brush, eager for her senior sister to transcribe the flawless technique. Without further ado, Luo Yuheng seized the brush and swiftly inscribed the Return to Origin Sutra and the heavenly scripture of Billu Ocean on the rice paper. This was the refined and evolved version of the Return to Origin Sutra and the heavenly scripture of Billu Ocean, as perfected by Jun Xiaoyao. You may observe for yourselves. I shall return now, lest this little one awakens and cries in my absence. Having spoken, she vanished in a flash, departing from the council chamber and soaring towards her jade-balanced palace. Master Uncle, I'm hungry. Jun Xiaoyao awoke, roused by his hunger. Rubbing his eyes, he noticed his master uncle sitting by the bedside, gazing at him. He spoke in a faint voice, his stomach yearning for sustenance. However, his eyes were drawn to his master uncle's chest. Do not gaze at the master uncle. He is not present. By the way, she remarked, you are a boy, so refrain from gazing at a girl's chest, understand? Otherwise, people may deem you frivolous. Luo Yuheng could only roll her eyes in response. If you are hungry, then be hungry. If you wish to drink milk, then drink it. Why fixate on my chest? I am merely a girl, not yet a woman. She extended her hand, offering the milk bottle to Jun Xiaoyao, who had already been prepared for it, and then gently advised the young boy. Goyalu. Jun Xiaoyao remained unresponsive, engrossed in his milk. In his thoughts, he pondered. But I enjoy looking. What should I do? Once he finished, his eyes fluttered, and he lay back down, swiftly drifting into slumber. He appeared utterly exhausted. Luo Yuheng felt a pang of tenderness as she tucked him in. Softly, she murmured, Look, you've worn the child out like this. For a moment, an idea surfaced in her mind. Perhaps it would be best to let him forego cultivation or to wait until he matures before embarking on that path. Subsequently, she shed her feathered garments and slipped into the jade pool. After bathing, she nestled beside Jun Xiaoyao and also succumbed to the embrace of dreams. On the following day, Luo Yuheng filled a bottle with spirit beast milk for Jun Xiaoyao, reiterating her instructions several times. He must not wander off, and should he require anything, he ought to call for her. Jun Xiaoyao nodded repeatedly. Thereafter, Luo Yuheng ascended to the summit of Piaomiao Peak, allowing Jun Xiaoyao to entertain himself. After all, this was the stronghold of the Biluo Tianzong, devoid of peril, as long as he stayed clear of the Biluo mountain range. Moreover, despite his tender age, this little fellow was already at the 8th stage of the postnatal realm. He was no ordinary child and could even take to the skies. If provoked, he could indeed be lethal. In her eyes, as long as the young boy remained unharmed, the fate of others was inconsequential. At last, she could venture forth to hunt the demonic beasts. Splendid! Observing his master uncle soar into the sky, Jun Xiaoyao felt an exhilarating rush of excitement, his heart brimming with anticipation. He then grasped his milk bottle with his left hand and skipped joyfully towards the base of the misty peak. After approximately 10 minutes, Jun Xiaoyao ventured beyond the confines of the Yuheng Palace. Seeking a secluded path, he swiftly maneuvered with his nascent mastery of the skyward technique, weaving through the dense forest. Although still unrefined, his speed far surpassed that of his short legs. The only drawback was his trepidation of colliding with tree trunks. Indeed, within a few minutes, he had bumped into several. However, as time passed, his agility improved, enabling him to fly with greater steadiness and increased speed. Half an hour later, a thunderous roar echoed through the air, signaling that Jun Xiaoyao had left the boundaries of the misty peak and arrived at the outskirts of the Biluoshan mountain range, a territory teeming with ferocious beasts. The thought of facing such creatures stirred a measure of anxiety within him. After all, a diminutive figure standing at 1 meter and 20 centimeters would naturally feel apprehensive in the presence of such formidable foes. To his left, at a distance of 328 meters, he detected a wild boar, a first-tier beast with an approximate combat power of 1,000. In that moment, Jun Xiaoyao's virtual interface unfurled before him, displaying an array of prompt messages. The panel showcased a digital map, complete with coordinates highlighted in red. Elated by the functionality of the system, Jun Xiaoyao's spirits soared. It seemed the time had come for him to embark on a grand adventure, with hopes of acquiring some valuable gear. With cautious steps, he descended and advanced, his heart heavy with the burden of his short legs, which hindered his pace. Nevertheless, this was his inaugural encounter with a beast. Imprudence was essential to avert any unforeseen calamities. As he traversed the terrain, he silently prayed for a drop of equipment, ideally a weapon, as he was still unarmed. After covering a distance of 300 meters, he finally laid eyes on the beast, a wild boar, albeit one significantly larger than the average. It measured over 3 meters in length and emanated an aura of menace. Yet, recalling that this wild boar possessed only 1,000 combat power, he felt a wave of reassurance wash over him, for his own strength exceeded 2,000, a force capable of utterly overpowering the beast. "Ah, beast of the wild," he exclaimed, "bring forth your equipment, or rather, your very life." Gazing at the wild boar not far off, Jun Xiaoyao ascended into the air, shouting with fervor. At that moment, the advantage of aerial assault became starkly evident. "I can soar, while you are earthbound. Can you bite me? Is it even within your reach?" The enraged boar, upon spotting Jun Xiaoyao, bellowed as if it had encountered a sumptuous feast, charging towards him with reckless abandon. "Foolish creature," he mused, "here I am in the sky, while you remain grounded." With a swift motion, Jun Xiaoyao formed the sword incantation, unleashing the technique of 10,000 swords returned to the origin. Spiritual energy transformed into a torrent of sword chi, cascading towards the wild boar with overwhelming force. After all, he was an 8th-grade practitioner of the postnatal realm, wielding a divine skill of the holy tier, an utterly fearsome display against a mere first-tier beast. The monstrous sword chi pierced through the boar in an instant. The creature fell to the ground, lifeless and utterly defeated. A swift kill indeed. The death of the first-tier beast granted him 10 points and 10 spiritual crystals, along with a drop, a Skywalker sword of human grade. The moment the wild boar collapsed, Jun Xiaoyao received a delightful notification. How exquisite the sound! Having slain a first-tier beast, he had garnered 10 points and 10 spiritual crystals, and by sheer luck, he had obtained a weapon right at the start of his adventure. After years of gaming in his past life, such fortune was unprecedented. 10 steps to slay a beast, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. Thus, he resolved to depart swiftly. Having ventured out with great difficulty, time was of the essence. Today, He must earn at least 1,000 points to justify his rebirth. With a swish, he fled the battleground, seeking a more concealed spot to don his new equipment. Name: Skywalker Sword. Category: Weapon level: Human combat power. 2,000 details: an ordinary weapon, yet imbued with formidable power. Upon reviewing the information, Jun Xiaoyao's heart swelled with joy. This weapon boasted a combat power of 2,000, nearly matching his own enhanced strength. With a base of 2,562 combat power sufficient to obliterate a first-tier beast. Equipping this weapon would elevate his strength to 4,562 points, making the task all the more effortless. Without a moment's hesitation, he donned the gear and pressed on. He darted through the underbrush with agility, venturing deeper into the forest where stronger beasts awaited. Soon enough, he encountered another beast, and the battle recommenced. However, these were all first-tier creatures, easily dispatched by Jun Xiaoyao. None could withstand his strike, and with the 10,000 swords returned to the origin, he unleashed a barrage of 36 sword chi beams. In an area spanning 30 meters, everything was engulfed in his sword's might. One after another, the first-tier beasts fell, and Jun Xiaoyao pressed on, immersed in the ecstasy of slaughter. Points and spiritual crystals accumulated, yet no equipment dropped. This realization dawned upon him. Acquiring gear was not so simple. His initial luck in obtaining a weapon was merely a stroke of fortune, creating a false impression of ease in acquiring equipment. Points were paramount. The more, the better. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level: postnatal 9th stage combat power. 50. Before long, a golden light enveloped Jun Xiaoyao, flickering and then vanishing. At that moment, he felt a surge of power coursing through him. The system chimed, indicating he had leveled up to the postnatal 9th stage. For a brief moment, he was taken aback. But the subsequent notification clarified everything. Points accrued from slaying beasts and enemies directly contributed to leveling up without storage. This arrangement pleased him greatly. Now, he could save points for future upgrades or critical moments. After leveling up, he did not relent. Rather, he became even more fervent, driven by the thrill of advancement. This was akin to a real-life game, becoming stronger through gameplay. What could be more exhilarating? While others toiled for ages to elevate their realms, he simply hunted a few beasts to gain power. The battles raged on, yet Jun Xiaoyao expended little stamina. Under the power of 10,000 swords returned to the origin, everything in his path fell before him as easily as chopping vegetables. Time passed, and points continued to accumulate. 10 points and 10 spiritual crystals. Buzz. Congratulations. You have leveled up. Current level: innate first stage combat power. 100. He had ascended to the innate realm. This time, his basic combat power had doubled with the upgrade. A significant leap indeed, as he had entered a major tier of cultivation. In the vast world of the 9 provinces, martial realms were classified into postnatal, innate, spirit sea, Yuan Mansion, heavenly gang, yin yang, myriad forms, celestial being, supreme, and emperor. Beyond the emperor, even loftier existences awaited. Having reached the innate first stage, his basic combat power had indeed doubled. Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao's physique had improved considerably. Though not large, he was far sturdier than the average adult. After all, he was now of the innate realm, a force to be reckoned with even in a small town. From his experience with leveling up and increased combat power, Jun Xiaoyao discerned a pattern. Minor realm upgrades yielded a 50-point increase in basic combat power, while major realm advancements resulted in a 100-point boost. The further he progressed, the more monstrous his power became. Postnatal 8th stage, 2,562 points. Postnatal 9th stage, 2562 by 153,843 points. Quite formidable indeed. Advancing to innate, 3843 by 207,686 points. With the weapon's 2,000 points added, his total combat power soared to 9,686 points, nearing the remarkable threshold of 10,000. A first-tier beast possessed only 1,000 combat power. He was tenfold stronger. The thought made Jun Xiaoyao smile. How could he possibly lose? He pressed on. Continue. Today, I must elevate to the 5th tier of innate abilities, and ideally, acquire 1 or 2 additional pieces of equipment. Jun Xiaoyao pondered to himself, his right hand remaining in motion. Meanwhile, his left hand cradled a milk bottle, indulging in its nourishing contents. Spirit beast milk, rich in nutrition and infused with spiritual energy, sourced from the celestial beasts of the Piaomiao Peak. In my childhood, I wielded a sword in my right hand while holding a milk bottle in my left. In my youth, I grasped a wine flask with one hand and a powerful artifact with the other. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at the bottle in his hand, relieved to be merely a child. Otherwise, the irony would be amusing. However, upon reflection, it was indeed extraordinary. Whose child drinks milk while hunting demon beasts? Only I, Jun Xiaoyao. In the depths of the Biluoshan Mountains, the air resonated with the sounds of roars and howls, though tens of thousands of miles from the center. This area still harbored a fair number of demon beasts, predominantly of the first tier, with occasional second-tier beasts appearing. For him at present, first-tier beasts sufficed. Though encountering second-tier beasts would be even more advantageous. They yielded greater spirit crystals and points, potentially dropping superior equipment. Yet, time was of the essence. He must return by afternoon, lest his master and the others grow concerned. Hunting a first-tier demon beast grants 10 points and 10 spirit crystals. Dropped, Mercury Ring. Human Tier 1. Upon hearing this, a smile illuminated Jun Xiaoyao's face. Equipment signifies combat power, and combat power embodies strength. The stronger one becomes, the more confidence one exudes. Being so young, he needed to grow stronger, otherwise, he would be vulnerable to bullies. Inspecting the ring, he noted its details. Name, Mercury Ring. Category, Ring. Level, Human Tier. Combat Power, 1000. Despite its name, this ring was not forged from Mercury, but was a treasure with formidable combat power. After reviewing the information, Jun Xiaoyao donned the Mercury Ring. The equipment panel featured 6 slots, yet only the weapon position was filled, the others remained vacant. Regardless of the type of equipment, any that could be utilized must be employed. Every increment in combat power equates to greater strength. 9,686 1,000. Combat power has thus surpassed 10,000. Why are you here? Where is Xiaoyao? At the summit of the mysterious peak, today, several sisters gathered once more, their purpose singular, to discuss and exchange insights on the Biluoshan canon. This technique was exceedingly familiar to them. However, upon hearing it through Jun Xiaoyao's interpretation, they realized that the cultivation methods they had practiced for centuries or even millennia paled in comparison, existing on an entirely different plane. The current Biluoshan canon had achieved a level of perfection. A perfect level technique is far more suitable for cultivation. Yet, while the myriad techniques of the 9 provinces are plentiful, those of perfect caliber are exceedingly rare. The significance of a flawless imperial technique is known only to the powerful themselves. At that moment, Xianyu spotted Luo Yuheng's arrival and curiously inquired, "Aren't you supposed to be teaching Xiaoyao? How is it that you have time to come up here?" "This little fellow," she said, "has gone off to play by himself. We made a promise yesterday, and we must not go back on our word. Moreover, with a talent like his, a mere nudge in the right direction is all that is required. We must not teach him according to our own thought processes. Doing so would only mold him into a second version of ourselves, and even if he surpasses us, it would not be by much." Luo Yuheng spoke with a smile, her mood exceedingly cheerful. How could one not feel joy with such a young boy around? Furthermore, she had her own cultivation to attend to today. "Senior sister," she pondered, "should we find him a companion to play with?" Yu Yao chuckled. The little boy was merely 5 years old, devoid of peers his age. Might he not feel lonely? Thus, she contemplated the idea of finding a playmate for Jun Xiaoyao. However, Xuanji shook her head, dismissing Yu Yao's suggestion. "We should refrain from making any arrangements before the Holy Sun's assessment. It is imperative to consider Jun Xiaoyao's actual circumstances. If he is unable to become the Holy Sun, then we may seek some companions for him. Conversely, should he ascend to the role of Holy Sun, such a need would be rendered moot. After all, with the stature and identity of a Holy Sun, who could possibly be deemed worthy to be his playmate? In the depths of her heart, she believed that the odds of Jun Xiaoyao becoming the Holy Sun were a mere 1 in 10,000. The Holy Sun's assessment required at least a celestial physique. And based solely on talent, Jun Xiaoyao did not meet the criteria. His participation in the assessment was solely due to being the only disciple of the revered master of Piaomiao Peak, who had made significant sacrifices for this opportunity. Furthermore, even with a celestial physique, the chance of becoming the Holy Sun was merely 1 in 1,000. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. It is indeed challenging, sighed Luo Yuheng. How extraordinary they were. Achieving the status of a half-step emperor in merely 2 centuries. Standing before the martial path, their innate talent was beyond question. They had participated in the Holy Sun assessment. Yet none had emerged as a holy maiden. "This is the wish of our senior brother," Yu Yao remarked, nodding in agreement. They held little hope for the young boy to become the Holy Son. This was not a matter of underestimating Jun Xiaoyao, on the contrary. They yearned for him to ascend as the Holy Son of the Biluotian sect. After all, Jun Xiaoyao represented the Misty Peak, and by extension, represented them. Yet, they also understood the formidable difficulty of the Holy Son assessment. Indeed, after contemplating the essence of the returning origin technique in the celestial scriptures of Biluo, as well as his remarkable pace of cultivation, she mused that even if he may not ascend to the status of a saint child, it is still plausible that he could surpass us. Of course, the future remains shrouded in uncertainty, laden with countless unpredictable variables. You hang, in the coming days, prepare him for the assessment of the saint child. After a moment of reflection, Xin Yu spoke, to be honest. After witnessing the perfection of the returning origin technique in the celestial scriptures of Biluo, I hold high hopes for Jun Xiaoyao. The primary reason is that she, too, is merely a royal body. Yet, despite being just a royal body, she has already risen to the exalted rank of an emperor. Understood. Senior sister, Yuan, you die. And Yu Yao, how has your cultivation progressed? Have you reaped any rewards? Since yesterday, you have spent a considerable amount of time in conversation. Surely, it is time to share. The pace of cultivation has accelerated, and the understanding of divine will has become more intimate. To put it plainly, if one were to express this in numerical terms, it could be described as a doubling of progress. Master Yuan remarked. By nature, she is Qin. After arriving at the Biluo Tianzong, she changed her name to Qin Yuan. She entered the sect a few years later than Luo Yuheng, thus ranking behind her. What a terrifying experience. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuheng was utterly astonished. She promptly settled into a meditative posture, eagerly absorbing the insights shared by her 2 senior sisters and 3 junior sisters regarding the Biluo Xianjing. Before long, she transcended into a state of complete immersion. Meanwhile, within the mountains, time elapsed gradually. Jun Xiaoyao's virtual panel reflected a continuous surge in his points and spiritual crystals. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, innate second stage. Combat power increased by 50. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, innate third stage. Combat power increased by 50. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, innate fourth stage. Combat power increased by 50. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, innate fifth stage. Combat power increased by 50. As dusk approached, Jun Xiaoyao ceased his battles, having attained the innate fifth stage. The primary reason for this rapid advancement was his relentless hunting of first-stage monsters, which he encountered individually rather than in packs. Otherwise, with his current combat power and divine skills, he would undoubtedly have surpassed the fifth stage. Today's fortune, however, seemed to have reached its limit, as aside from acquiring a weapon and a ring, no additional equipment had dropped. With a blink, a virtual light screen materialized, presenting the following information. System, version 1. 0 name, Jun Xiaoyao age, 5 years talent, Nanyang Emperor body, enhanced, realm, none, 540, 600 points, combat power, 41, 910, base combat power, 38, 910 points, 325 wealth, 2, 130 skills, 10,000 swords returned to origin, stellar domain. Upon reviewing his profile, Jun Xiaoyao felt a surge of astonishment at his combat power, now exceeding 40,000. Notably, his base combat power alone approached 39,000. Base combat power is obtained solely through the elevation of one's realm. Innate first stage, 7, 686 points. Innate second stage, 7, 686 by 150 529 points. Innate third stage, 11, 529 by 150 293 points. Innate fourth stage, 17, 293 by 150 940 points. Innate fifth stage, 25, 940 by 150 910 points. When combined with the power derived from his equipment, his total combat power soared to 41, 910, significantly surpassing that of others at the same innate fifth stage. Currently, he had 325 points remaining. The points earned through combat had reached 540, leaving him just 60 points shy of the 600 required for an upgrade. Although he could use the 325 points to elevate himself to the innate sixth stage, Jun Xiaoyao chose not to expend his reward points for this purpose. He resolved to rely on hunting beasts to enhance his realm instead. Today, he had vanquished 213 monsters. Feeling a bit weary, Jun Xiaoyao mused as he cast a glance towards the direction of the mysterious peak, letting out a sigh. It was still too small, Otherwise, he would not feel fatigued. With a swift motion, he darted towards the mysterious peak, halting only upon reaching its base, before leisurely making his way towards the jade balance palace atop the peak. Master Uncle. Before reaching the Yuheng Palace, I caught sight of Master Uncle Yuheng and, filled with joy, called out, "Where have you been? It's nearly dark." Luo Yuheng wore a stern expression, her voice cold as she inquired. Her face was etched with concern. As she spoke, her delicate hand reached out and seized Jun Xiaoyao, pulling him closer. With one arm, she cradled him, leaving him suspended in midair. Almost immediately, a sharp sound echoed, and a sudden pain surged through his rear. Master Uncle had spanked him. "Wow," exclaimed the Master Uncle as he struck me. Jun Xiaoyao burst into tears, for he was merely a child. Tears streamed down his cheeks. Simultaneously, he comprehended the reason behind his master's actions. It was, after all, due to his late return. The Master Uncle had searched all around, even scanning the ethereal peak with her divine sense. Were it not for the fear of causing a commotion, she would have utilized her half-step emperor cultivation to commence a thorough search. The thought of not being able to locate Jun Xiaoyao filled her with profound dread, primarily because he was so young. Where could he have wandered off to? Upon hearing the cries, Luo Yuheng felt a pang of regret. How could I have struck him? Such a small boy. And yet I had resorted to violence. What a grave mistake. In that moment, the anger that had once simmered within her dissipated, or rather, upon seeing Jun Xiaoyao. She found solace in the knowledge of his safety. As she spoke, she cradled him gently in her arms and tenderly inquired about his well-being. At the same time, she produced a silken cloth to wipe away his tears. The pitiful appearance of this little boy was utterly adorable. Master Uncle. Xiaoyao played for a while below. Feeling a sense of boredom, behind the misty peak, he spotted a demon beast and timidly cast a glance at his Master Uncle. He dared not fabricate a lie, for his Master Uncle was a half-step emperor and would see through any deceit. Thus, he confessed his intention to hunt the demon beast. In truth, he had another purpose. He was subtly informing his Master Uncle that he was capable of hunting demon beasts alone, which would enable him to train openly in the Biluo mountain range in the future. What? You ventured out to hunt demon beasts? Today, I must discipline you. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuheng felt a tremor of anxiety. A sense of dread washed over her. A mere 5-year-old boy, having just begun his training, dashed out to confront ferocious beasts. Was this some kind of jest? At that moment, her delicate frame quivered slightly, not merely from anger, but predominantly from fear. What if this young boy encountered a formidable demon beast and was devoured in an instant? 5 years old. You are but 5 years old. How dare you? As she spoke, her graceful form flickered, embracing Jun Xiaoyao and soaring towards Yuheng Palace. Master Uncle, listen to me. You must be reasonable. Jun Xiaoyao felt he had underestimated his master's concern for him and the significance he held in his master's heart. Today, I shall not be reasonable. Speak quickly. If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, you shall face the consequences. Luo Yuheng, in a fit of anger, declared, reasonable? I have always believed in persuading others with reason. If that fails, then by force. However, today, I shall forego reason. Her raised hand lingered in the air as she took a deep breath, preparing to hear his excuses. No matter how justified he might be, he was destined to receive a beating today. Master, I am a man. A man is meant to fight. A man aspires to conquer the world. Moreover, Xiaoyao discovered that he progressed more swiftly in battle. After all, he had already reached the innate 5th stage. Jun Xiao hastily attempted to justify himself. No, let us be reasonable. Otherwise, I truly will be beaten. Of course. He understood that his master's reprimands would amount to little more than a few slaps on the backside. She could not bring herself to truly harm him. Thus, he spoke with unyielding confidence. Man? Aha. Are you still a man? A tiny little creature no larger than a palm, and yet you call yourself a man? You truly amuse me to the point of exasperation. A man is meant to fight, to aspire to great heights. Why don't you ascend to the heavens and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? What? She exclaimed. Have you truly attained the 5th stage of innate? Luo Yuheng paused, momentarily taken aback by Jun Xiaoyao's proclamation. Then, an amused smile crept across her face. This tiny, diminutive figure dared to claim he was a man, espousing notions of battle and ambition that seemed utterly ludicrous. Why don't you aim for the heavens, little one? With a playful swat on his backside. She suddenly realized that the latter part of his statement bore the weight of sincerity, and she felt she had not fully grasped his final words. Vaguely, it seemed he had mentioned reaching the 5th stage of innate. What? The 5th stage of innate? Have you truly reached that level? Wow, the young boy cried. It hurts. The pain was merely a part of it, but it was not severe enough to warrant tears. Primarily, he sought to display his vulnerability in front of his esteemed uncle, for it is quite natural for a young boy to seek affection, especially from such a strikingly beautiful figure as his uncle. Speak, commanded Luo Yuheng, seated gracefully upon a stone bench. Jun Xiaoyao rested his entire being upon her delicate legs, and she made no move to displace him. Given her formidable prowess, she could easily discern the depths of his cultivation with a mere glance. Yet, she refrained from doing so, understanding that employing her abilities to unveil Jun Xiaoyao's true level would yield adverse effects upon him, however slight. The crux of the matter lay in her desire to hear him articulate it himself. Master Uncle, I have attained the 5th stage of innate cultivation, Jun Xiaoyao murmured timidly. As for his realm, there was no need for pretense. A feeble warrior is but transparent before a powerful one. Whether he chooses to conceal or reveal, it makes little difference. His trump card remained the system. As long as he concealed that, all would be well. Innate stage 5. Indeed. From now on, do not wander recklessly. The area outside the mysterious peak is fraught with danger. Today, you encountered first-tier beast. What if you were to encounter a second or even a third tier? Come, let us go meet with Master Uncle and the others. Upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's explanation, Luo Yuheng grasped the gravity of the situation. The realization struck her, innate 5th tier. She was utterly astounded, overwhelmed by the magnitude of her astonishment. Just yesterday, during her initial cultivation, she attained postnatal 8th tier. And now, after a mere day of wandering, she had ascended to innate 5th tier. Who would believe such a tale? Even those with celestial bodies would require months, if not a year or more, to reach innate 5th tier. Yet you, in less than 2 days, have achieved it. Amidst her astonishment, she felt compelled to verify this for herself, and indeed, she confirmed the 5th tier status. This matter must be conveyed to her senior sisters. Along with the details of Jun Xiaoyao's escapade, she needed their counsel. What more could Jun Xiaoyao say? Resistance was futile. He had no opportunity to defy, for he was already cradled in Luo Yuheng's embrace, soaring towards the summit of the mysterious peak. The gentle warmth of his master's hug enveloped him, providing unparalleled comfort. Before he knew it, he had drifted off into a serene slumber, feeling a gentle pressure against her chest. Luo Yuheng glanced down and discovered that the little boy had fallen asleep. His exquisitely delicate face bore traces of tears, evoking a profound sense of sorrow. She reached out to tenderly caress his youthful visage, filled with immense regret for having struck him. Unconsciously, she embraced the small boy even more tightly. Senior sister, what troubles you? Unbeknownst to her, Luo Yuheng had already arrived at the summit of the misty peak, her gaze fixated on the little boy cradled in her arms, appearing somewhat lost in thought. At that moment, her junior sister, Yu Yao, happened to catch sight of her. Yu Yao, astonished by her senior sister's demeanor, felt a wave of concern wash over her upon noticing the boy, Jun Xiaoyao, nestled in Luo Yuheng's embrace. Could it be? Could it be that Xiaoyao? Otherwise, why would her sister appear so dazed? In a flurry, Yu Yao hurried to Luo Yuheng's side, extending her delicate, fair hand to gently probe the boy's nose. What are you doing? Luo Yuheng was startled awake by Yu Yao. Just moments ago, she had been lost in thought. Once she regained her composure and observed Yu Yao's actions, she couldn't help but inquire. Moreover, her junior sister's demeanor seemed rather peculiar. Could it be that she harbored suspicions about Xiaoyao? Sister, you seemed distracted just now. Upon seeing me, you might have thought of Xiaoyao. Yue felt quite embarrassed. With a faint smile, she spoke. Immediately, a look of confusion and curiosity crossed her face. What had happened to her sister just moments ago? You. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuheng couldn't help but feel a wave of speechlessness. Her little junior sister truly resembled a girl, sometimes even more so than a typical young girl. With her appearance, she looked merely 15 or 16, a delicate little fairy with white hair and silken threads. Yet, in reality, she was a formidable being, a half-step emperor. Senior sister, Yue inquired, what just happened? I just gave him a beating, Luo Yuheng replied, as she walked towards the conference hall. Ah, you have become carefree. May I ask why? Look, he said. It was evident that he had cried deeply. Upon hearing this, Yu Yao hurriedly approached to glance at the little boy nestled in her senior sister's arms, who was still asleep. However, the traces of tears on his delicate face evoked an overwhelming sense of pity. How could you bear to strike him? He is so adorable. Can you truly bring yourself to do that? As she spoke, she attempted to gently take Jun Xiaoyao away from her senior sister's embrace, wishing for her little uncle to shower him with affection. Please come in, said Luo Yuheng as she entered the council chamber. Inside the chamber were Xuanji, Xianyu, Yuan, and Yudai. Upon seeing Luo Yuheng carrying Jun Xiaoyao, they all displayed expressions of confusion. "What is the matter?" Qin Yuan inquired, rising to her feet. She approached Luo Yuheng and glanced at the slumbering Jun Xiaoyao. She was more composed than Yu Yao, naturally refraining from indulging in irrational thoughts. "I had struck him earlier." Luo Yuheng spoke softly. "What is happening?" Xuanji inquired. Meanwhile, Xianyu and Yudai approached, gathering around to observe the figure of Jun Xiaoyao cradled in Luo Yuheng's arms. He was a promising talent from Piaomiao Peak. Though the peak boasted numerous disciples, none of whom were their direct apprentices. They were merely ordinary outer and inner disciples, incomparable to Jun Xiaoyao. As dusk approached and he had yet to return, she lamented, "I searched for quite some time. I spotted him at the foot of the mountain. He had ventured out of Piaomiao Peak to hunt demonic beasts. Consequently, she had given him a couple of swats on his backside." Luo Yuheng continued, reflecting on her actions with a sense of lingering trepidation. Yet, there was also a tinge of regret. A regret that stemmed from the notion that she perhaps should not have resorted to such measures. Nevertheless, she acknowledged that if given the chance to return to that moment, she would act in the same manner once more. What? He ran out to slay a demon beast? This little one, slaying a demon beast. He must be taught a lesson. He has gone too far. With such a tiny stature, how dare he hunt a demon beast? Who has given him such audacity? The 2 senior uncles and 3 junior uncles were taken aback upon hearing Luo Yuheng's words. They gazed incredulously at the sleeping little boy, and even Yu Yao nearly burst into laughter. He was no larger than the palm of a hand, smaller than the claws of a demon beast. Yet he aspired to slay such creatures. What audacity! Xuanji and Xianyu believed that he must be educated properly. In truth, their intentions were solely for Jun Xiaoyao's benefit. However, they now felt a pang of fear. What if something were to go awry? After all, the little one was exceedingly young, still nursing. He even declared, "I am a man must fight, and a man's ambitions reach far and wide." Luo Yuheng continued to speak. "Ha ha," she chuckled, unable to contain her amusement. "Is this supposed to be a man? My goodness, how could he not aim for the heavens?" Yu Yao paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. It was truly irresistible. A mere child, no larger than the palm of her hand, still nestled in his senior sister's embrace, boldly proclaimed himself a man, eager to engage in battle and aspire to greatness. He might as well reach for the sky. It wasn't just her. Even the composed Yuan, along with Xianji and Xianyu, nearly succumbed to laughter. "The crux of the matter is," he continued, "Xiao has discovered that one can progress more rapidly during combat. Look, I have already reached the 5th stage of innate ability." Luo Yuheng remarked, echoing Jun Xiaoyao's words verbatim. She was being deliberate. It wouldn't do for her to be the only one astonished. Since they were all taken aback, it was only fitting to share the surprise collectively. After all, this was not solely her disciple. Good fortune must be shared. "I'm sorry, but I cannot assist with that." "What? Innate stage 5? He questioned, astonished. Could it truly be? Was he fabricating this claim out of fear of punishment? The others stood in disbelief, convinced that Jun Xiaoyao was merely lying to avoid a beating. After all, who would credibly assert such a thing? It seemed like a trick to fool the gullible. Even Xianyu furrowed her brow, pondering the implications of dishonesty. A child must be properly educated in virtue and conduct. If not, he would be discarded. Yet, no, he genuinely achieved innate stage 5. Luo Yuheng shook her head, realizing that this young lad was not lying. He had indeed reached innate stage 5. It was true. How astonishing. Just yesterday, I embarked on the path of cultivation, and today I have already reached the 5th stage of innate mastery. What a prodigy. Senior sister, you cultivated at the fastest pace. Yet it took you 6 months to attain the innate level, did it not? On the first day, the boy reached the 8th stage, and by the second day, he achieved the 5th stage of innate mastery. Everyone was utterly astounded, for they knew that Luo Yuheng would not jest about such matters. Otherwise, she would not have reprimanded the little fellow. So, what kind of extraordinary being is this child? To attain the 5th stage of innate mastery within just 2 days of cultivation is truly unprecedented. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to the little boy in Luo Yuheng's embrace, filled with wonder and admiration. "Master, master uncle." At that moment, a small boy's tender voice echoed. Still wrapped in the remnants of sleep, his tone imbued with a hint of confusion. This sound drew the attention of Xuanji, Xianyu, and Yudi. Their gazes fixated upon the boy nestled in Luo Yuheng's embrace. Jun Xiaoyao slowly opened his eyes, still dazed, perceiving only blurred figures at first. The air was suffused with a delicate fragrance, and as he relished the softness and comfort surrounding him, he realized he had been sleeping in his master uncle's arms. Rubbing his small paws against his eyes, he finally discerned the identities of the figures before him, his 2 masters and 3 uncles. Master Xuanji, clad in Taoist robes, exuded an air of aloof majesty, resembling an ice-cold goddess. Master Xianyu, adorned in imperial attire, radiated unparalleled elegance and gentleness. Aunt Yuan possessed a flawless physique, strikingly beautiful, akin to a celestial maiden from the heavens. Aunt Yudi, with her otherworldly beauty, emanated a cool and ethereal presence, reminiscent of a divine sword master. Aunt Yao, with her white hair and delicate features, looked charming and youthful, like a lovely loli. Each of them was an epitome of beauty, captivating and extraordinary. Their figures tall and statuesque. Some were great emperors, while others stood at the cusp of emperorhood. Where was this place? Why were my masters and uncles gathered here? It felt as though I was the center of their attention. Master Uncle, Jun Xiaoyao hurriedly slipped down from the embrace of Master Uncle Yuheng. He bent down to pay his respects and greeted with a humble demeanor, lowering his head as if he had committed an error. His gaze was drawn to the long, graceful, and perfectly straight legs surrounding him, realizing that he had yet to reach the height of his master uncles and aunts. Very well. Your matters have already been conveyed to us by Master Yuheng. In this instance, you have indeed erred. Embarking on a journey of experience is commendable. Yet it is imperative to have an elder accompany you, or, at the very least, to inform your uncles and aunts. Otherwise, should you encounter peril, we would be oblivious and unable to assist you. Do you not agree with what your uncle has stated? Xianyu reached out, drawing Jun Xiaoyao closer to her. She crouched down to meet his gaze, speaking softly and tenderly. Feeling the concern of Master Xianyu, his points increased by 50, promptly credited. Master Uncle, I acknowledge my mistake, Jun Xiaoyao replied, gazing at the exquisite Xianyu, his revered master. From his perspective, he had committed no error. However, from the viewpoint of his masters and uncles, he had indeed faltered. After all, he was still quite young, and they could not help but worry for him. He inquired of his master, during your battles, did you face any dangers? Were you ever afraid? Furthermore, does one's realm and strength increase rapidly during combat? Is it more effective to cultivate or to engage in battle? Xianyu rose, taking Jun Xiaoyao by the hand, and seated herself upon a chair, gently lifting him to sit upon her lap. Her beautiful eyes gazed tenderly at the young boy in her embrace as she softly questioned him. Her words instilled a profound sense of relaxation in Jun Xiaoyao. Master, I did not encounter any danger. Initially, I felt afraid, but then I reflected that I am a man, and how could I allow myself to be frightened? Thus, I overcame my fear. I feel that during combat, my innate abilities operate more swiftly than during cultivation, Jun Xiaoyao earnestly declared, his voice still tender and childlike, evoking adoration from several uncles who regarded him with fondness. They could not help but chuckle upon hearing his words. Are you so resolute in your self-identity as a man? They teased. Indeed, you are a man. But that is a matter for many years hence. As for now, you are but a small boy. Ha ha, but we shall our men. We shall protect our masters and uncles in the future. Xianyu felt a wave of relief wash over her. He had not encountered any danger, which brought her comfort. She found solace in the fact that fear was a natural response. Yet it was truly commendable for someone of his tender age to possess the determination and willpower to conquer such fear. Indeed, henceforth, Xiangyao shall protect his esteemed master and uncle. Jun Xiaoyao nodded obediently, for it is only fitting that he safeguards his own master and uncle. Xiaoyao. The junior master uncle beckoned to you. At that moment, junior master uncle Yu Yao waved at Jun Xiaoyao and spoke. Go on, Xianyu gestured. Subsequently, Jun Xiaoyao descended from the lap of Master Xianyu and approached his young master, Yu Yao. Young Master Yu Yao extended his hand to pull Jun Xiaoyao, leading him out of the council hall. In no time, the silhouettes of the two, one large and one small, vanished beyond the threshold of the council hall. This little fellow, Xianyu remarked, withdrawing her gaze with a gentle smile. It seems, she pondered, that he cannot be treated like a mere flower. He must undergo trials. After a moment of reflection, Xuanji continued, initially, we intended to safeguard the little one, allowing him to cultivate without worry. Reassured by the presence of 2 senior uncles and 4 junior uncles for protection. With time, he would naturally grow stronger. However, it has become evident that this notion is flawed, for this little one is not one to remain complacent. Experiencing challenges is beneficial. Yet it must occur within the confines of the Biluo mountain range, with someone accompanying him. Xianyu remarked, this child is a prodigious talent. Since yesterday, He has not only comprehended the techniques, but has perfected the return to origin method and transformed the Biluo heavenly scripture into a flawless version. Such feats are simply extraordinary. I have witnessed those who cultivate defy the heavens, those with unparalleled strength, and those endowed with extraordinary gifts. Yet I have never encountered anyone with such an extraordinary understanding of techniques. Furthermore, it is not just his comprehension that is remarkable, his speed of cultivation is equally astonishing. He reached the 8th stage of postnatal within a single cycle and has directly attained the 5th stage of innate today. Who can achieve such rapid progress? Therefore, he must be nurtured with care. This prodigy requires only a modicum of guidance and insight. There is no need for rigid instruction. Little Master Uncle, she inquired, where shall we go to play? Guided by the hand of Master Yuyao, Jun Xiaoyao stepped out of the council chamber, her cherubic face tilted upwards. Gazing inquisitively at her little master uncle. With her white hair and delicate frame, one might easily mistake her for a charming young girl of merely 15 or 16. Her demeanor and appearance exude an innocent allure, reminiscent of a fragile beauty. However, to harbor such a misconception would be a grave error, for she is, after all, a formidable being on the cusp of becoming a great emperor. Leisurely, do you wish to visit the sacred city of Bailu? It is truly delightful there. Yue, with her slender waist gently bent, endeavored to meet your gaze with a playful curiosity. In her words, she subtly coaxed you along. To wander, Jun Xiaoyao answered without hesitation. The sacred city of Biluo is one of the 9 great sacred cities of Jiuzhou, encompassing an expanse of millions of miles. It is said to span 30,000 miles from east to west and 33,000 miles from north to south, with a permanent population reaching as high as 30 billion. This sacred city of Biluo serves as the stronghold of the Biluo heavenly sect, bustling and vibrant, although different from the cities of his previous life. It possesses an equally lively atmosphere, perhaps even more so. Since his rebirth, he had yet to visit a large city. After 3 months at the Biluo heavenly sect, he had not ventured beyond the ethereal peak. Naturally, he now yearned to explore. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, come. Carry you. Yuyao crouched before Jun Xiaoyao, offering to give him a ride on her back. Thank you, Master Uncle. Jun Xiaoyao reclined on Yuyao's back, his hands encircling her neck. With a swift motion, Yuyao grasped Jun Xiaoyao's petite legs. Her delicate figure transformed into a streak of light, vanishing in an instant as they soared towards the sacred city of Biluo, which lay 300 miles from the Biluo heavenly sect. For one at the threshold of the great emperor realm, it was but a fleeting moment. Young master. Hello. You smell delightful. Jun Xiaoyao rested upon the back of his master, Yuyao, her soft and delicate form emanating a subtle fragrance that captivated those around her. Is that true? Tickle. Tickle. Yuyao did not think too much, for after all, she was but a child. Moreover, she was naturally delightful. Little Master Uncle will take you to the sacred city of Biluo for some fun, and you will earn 100 points. If Little Master Uncle carries you, that's an additional 50 points, thus accumulating a total of 150 points. In no time, the two descended and found themselves in a corner of the bustling city. The sacred city of Biluo was indeed vast, vibrant, and teeming with life. Jun Xiaoyao could only feel an overwhelming sense of awe and wonder. He marveled at the grand world of Jiuzhou, a realm of fantasy that, contrary to the rudimentary depictions of ancient times in television dramas, was astonishingly advanced. Aside from the absence of high technology, everything in the sacred city was impeccably perfect, with an environment of unparalleled beauty, akin to a celestial paradise. Thankfully, the previous rotund traveler had not possessed the ability to utterly transform this Jiuzhou world. Otherwise, its exquisite essence would have been irrevocably marred. Little Master Uncle, I want more. Little Master Uncle, don't snatch mine. Little Master Uncle, you've dribbled on it. Little Master Uncle, hug me. On the streets, Yuyao held Jun Xiaoyao's hand as they wandered and indulged in various delicacies. At that moment, Jun Xiaoyao finally witnessed the true nature of his Little Master Uncle, who was merely a gluttonous little girl. In fact, Little Master Uncle even snatched his candied hawthorn, leaving her saliva on it. Nevertheless, Jun Xiaoyao did not harbor any disdain for her. As time passed, every fleeting second wore on. Jun Xiaoyao's short legs grew weary, and he felt quite stuffed. He gently tugged at Little Master Uncle's feathered skirt, yearning for her embrace. Very well, we shall return. By the way, she inquired, what do you think about sleeping with the young master this evening? Yu Yao glanced at the little boy tugging at her feathered skirt. As she spoke, she bent down and lifted the child into her arms. Indeed, Jun Xiaoyao nodded, contemplating. How wonderful it would be to retain such innocence in adulthood, nonetheless. I shall strive diligently. At the turn of the alley, Yu Yao embraced Jun Xiaoyao, her delicate figure flickering before vanishing entirely. In no time, the two returned to the ethereal peak. Sister, are you not resting yet? Upon returning to the ethereal peak of the Jade Wat Palace, Yu Yao, filled with curiosity, inquired of her senior sister, Luo Yuhong. In truth, she was well aware that her sister had come to fetch the young boy. How naive of you to think so. Tonight, I shall take Xiaoyao to bed, declared Master Yuhong, getting straight to the point. Sister, tonight, I will bring him along. Yu Yao instinctively tightened her embrace around Jun Xiaoyao, as if fearing that her sister might snatch the young boy away. Xiaoyao, Luo Yuhing inquired, casting a glance at Jun Xiaoyao. In the depths of her eyes lingered a hint of anticipation. Master uncle, the young disciple said, she is timid. Would it be all right for me to take care of her? Jun Xiaoyao spoke up. Cluck, cluck. Are you still taking care of her? Very well. It's time to rest. Do not indulge in play. Upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, Luo Yuhing chuckled lightly. She made no demands, even though she wished to take the young boy to Yuhing Palace. However, she understood the importance of not being selfish. After all, who could resist such an adorable child? Her junior sister held a special fondness for her nephew. Staying here was perfectly acceptable. Uncle Master, I understand. Jun Xiaoyao replied obediently, nodding his head. Subsequently, he waved farewell to Uncle Master Yuhong, watching her depart. Come. Let us bathe and prepare for sleep, Yu Wei said, cradling Jun Xiaoyao as they made their way towards the sleeping chambers. While little Master Uncle, he remarked, you are exceptionally beautiful. As he gazed upon her figure in the jade pool, Jun Xiaoyao felt a surge of electricity coursing through him. Her physique was exquisite. Her skin like jade, fair and radiant, a flawless and delicate masterpiece that left him at a loss for words. Certainly, Master Uncle Yuhing's form was equally perfect. The little rascal, Yu Yao cast a glance at Jun Xiaoyao, but she paid it no heed, for he was merely a child. However, she felt a sense of pride and joy upon hearing the compliment. The following day, as the small hand was withdrawn, Jun Xiaoyao awoke to the voice of his young master uncle. He opened his eyes, his expression one of confusion and bewilderment. What did this mean? His gaze turned towards the young master uncle who lay beside him. Little master uncle, Jun Xiaoyao called out. Little pause. Remove it. Yu Yao cast him a sidelong glance, her eyes silently conveying a message. Jun Xiaoyao followed the direction of his little master's gaze and realized the impropriety of his actions, his hand having inadvertently strayed onto her chest. Consequently, he hastily withdrew his hand, a look of embarrassment etched across his face. Rise and shine. After freshening up, she made her way to her esteemed Master Yuhong. A faint blush adorned Yu Yao's delicate features. She then rose from the bed and spoke to Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao obediently got out of bed, even feeling too shy to ask for milk despite his hunger. The bottle lay empty. Yu Yao assisted him in dressing and tidying up. She personally escorted Jun Xiaoyao to the Jade Balance Palace. Master Uncle. Ah, exclaimed Jun Xiaoyao upon encountering Master Yuhing, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards Master Yuhing's chest. When hunger strikes, one naturally thinks of their master. Wait. Luo Yuhing cast an exasperated glance at Jun Xiaoyao, followed by a similar look directed at Yu Yao. Her expression conveyed the unspoken question. Is it not possible for you to take Xiaoyao to procure the spirit beast milk? After a brief moment, Luo Yuhing returned with a large jade milk bottle, presenting it before Jun Xiaoyao. Master Uncle. Young master, I am about to embark on battle. Jun Xiaoyao grasped the bottle and took a hearty swig. After quenching his thirst, he cautiously spoke, his gaze scrutinizing Master Yuhing and Master Yu Yao, observing their reactions. Indeed, one must act within their limits and return early. Do you understand? Luo Yuheng did not oppose, but nodded instead, while offering her advice. Upon witnessing this, Jun Xiaoyao was filled with immense joy. It seemed that last night, his masters had deliberated and permitted him to venture forth to hunt demonic beasts. However, they would undoubtedly have measures in place to ensure his safety. The capabilities of the great emperor and those on the brink of becoming one are boundless. Protecting a child in the Biluoshan Mountains would be a task of utmost ease. Moreover, he was not foolish. He would naturally avoid courting danger. I comprehend. Farewell, Uncle Master. The young apprentice bid goodbye as Jun Xiaoyao, holding a milk bottle in his left hand, merrily hopped down the ladder leading from the Miaofeng Peak. He did not forget to take leave of his two masters. Soon, he departed from the Yuhing Palace and, employing his agile techniques, soared towards the rear of the Miaofeng Peak. After about half an hour of swift flight, Jun Xiaoyao arrived at the site of yesterday's battle. He suspected that his masters might employ their means to observe his combat, so he needed to adhere to conventional methods in battle, ensuring he did not cause them undue worry. Once they were at ease, they would not feel the need to watch over him incessantly. Of course, he understood that their concern stemmed from their affection for him. The clash of battle erupted with a cacophony of sounds as the myriad swords returned to their origin. Engaging in combat with a first-tier demonic beast, instant annihilation was inevitable. There was no alternative but to dispatch the foe swiftly. Moreover, as a fifth-tier innate practitioner, it was entirely reasonable for him to eliminate a first-tier demonic beast effortlessly. Even if it seemed unreasonable, it could easily be attributed to his prodigious talent. Furthermore, the stronger he became, the more reassured his masters would feel. Points increased by 10, spirit crystals by 10. Points increased by 10, spirit crystals by 10. As the battle commenced, both points and spirit crystals steadily accumulated. At the Miaofeng Peak, within the Yuhing Palace, Luo Yuheng and Yu Yao sat upon stools, their eyes gently closed. Indeed, both utilized their spiritual senses to observe the young boy, and upon seeing him energetically bouncing down the ladder with his short legs, they could not help but smile. This little boy was simply adorable. Witnessing Jun Xiaoyao, resembling a small pudding, flying in a wobbly manner, they nearly burst into laughter. However, upon witnessing his combat prowess, both were utterly astonished. A prodigy, this was indeed a prodigy. Gradually, their initial concerns began to dissipate. The royal physique was beyond measure. Yu Yao opened her eyes and remarked that it was not a matter of underestimating the royal physique. On the contrary, it was indeed remarkable. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao was extraordinarily exceptional, a level of talent that could not be gauged by the royal physique. Indeed, Luo Yuheng nodded, expressing her agreement with her junior sister's perspective. In the mountains, Jun Xiaoyao effortlessly dispatched first-tier demon beasts. 1, 2, 3, 4. Each beast fell before him in an instant. A notification echoed. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, innate 6th stage. Combat power increased by 50. 40 points have been credited. At that moment, a golden radiance enveloped Jun Xiaoyao, seamlessly merging into his being. Simultaneously, another notification resonated, heralding yet another advancement. He had ascended to the innate 6th stage, with his combat power rising once more by 50, bringing his total combat strength to an impressive 61,365 points. Today, Jun Xiaoyao murmured to himself, I must delve deeper, striving to ascend to the realm of the spirit sea. Upon achieving the innate stage, the points required for advancement escalate significantly, measured in hundreds. To attain the first level of the innate stage, one requires 100 points. For the second level, 200 points. For the third, 300 points, and so forth. As one progresses, the points demanded increase substantially. However, with each elevation in realm, one's combat prowess also intensifies, gaining an additional 50 points of strength with every level increase, a notion that is daunting indeed. With over 60,000 points of strength, he could effortlessly overpower all first, second, and third-tier beasts. In fact, even without the adornment of equipment, his augmented strength after leveling up renders him remarkably formidable. In the resounding echoes of the mountains, the roars of beasts reverberate amidst the hissing and howling. Jun Xiaoyao, a mere one, 2 meters tall, seems no larger than an ear of the beast he faces. Yet, each of his strikes effortlessly annihilates these creatures. His points continue to rise, and his spiritual crystals multiply. Upon hunting a second-tier beast, a white moth, he gained 50 points and 50 spiritual crystals, with a drop of a clear wind feather armor of human grade. At last, Jun Xiaoyao encountered a second-tier beast. This flying creature, among the beasts, is significantly superior to those that run on the ground, as aerial combat poses challenges for attacks and boasts heightened agility. However, when faced with Jun Xiaoyao, an overwhelming torrent of sword energy descended, obliterating all in its path. No matter the flight or even teleportation, it would meet its demise. The hunt for the second-tier beast yielded a direct reward of 50 points and an equal amount of spiritual crystals, proving far more advantageous than the first-tier hunts. With rewards quintupled, naturally, the strength of second-tier beasts surpasses that of their first-tier counterparts, averaging around 5,000 points. For martial artists of the acquired and innate stages, the disparity between first and second-tier beasts is monumental. Yet for Jun Xiaoyao, there exists no distinction between the two. Both are effortlessly dispatched. An equipment drop. Upon hearing the notification, Jun Xiaoyao finally obtained a piece of equipment. This particular item was notoriously difficult to acquire. Yesterday, after an entire day of effort, he had only managed to find a weapon and a ring. Yet, today, not long after beginning his endeavors, he had already acquired a piece of clothing, a fortunate occurrence indeed. Equipment signifies strength, but he chose not to don it just yet, as his combat power already exceeded 60,000, effortlessly dispatching beastly foes. Augmenting his power further seemed of little consequence. The battles continued relentlessly, with Jun Xiaoyao hunting down one beast after another. As he ventured deeper, the density of beasts increased, while first-tier beasts became increasingly scarce, yielding to the presence of second-tier ones. Each second-tier beast granted him 50 points, facilitating his swift ascent in levels. Buzz, congratulations. You have leveled up. Current level, innate 7th stage. Combat power increased by 50. In no time, Jun Xiaoyao's level surged once more, reaching the innate 7th stage. At this rate, achieving the Spirit Sea realm today appeared remarkably feasible, primarily because every second-tier beast yielded 50 points. Upon reaching the innate 7th stage, Jun Xiaoyao's combat power soared to 547 points. To be candid, gaining 50 points with each level up was nothing short of terrifying. Compared to other innate warriors, he was exponentially stronger. While others at the innate 7th stage boasted around 7,000 to 8,000 points, Jun Xiaoyao's prowess was a staggering tenfold greater. Hiss, hiss. Roar, points gained. 50, 50, 10. Buzz, congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, innate 8th stage. Combat power increased by 50. Buzz, congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, innate 9th stage. Combat power increased by 50. Buzz, congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, Spirit Sea 1st grade. Combat power increased by 100. Approximately an hour and a half later, Jun Xiaoyao's level ascended to the Spirit Sea 1st grade. Upon entering this realm, his foundational combat power doubled. However, advancing within the Spirit Sea realm now required points in the thousands. 1,000 points for the 1st to 2nd grade, 2,000 for the 2nd to 3rd, and so forth. It was evident that upon surpassing the Spirit Sea, the required points would escalate to 10,000. At present, Jun Xiaoyao's combat power had already exceeded 100,000. Innate 8th stage, 87, 547 by 150 13, 1321 points. Innate 9th stage, 131, 321 by 150 196, 981 points. Spirit Sea 1st grade, 196, 981 by 200 393, 963 points. With the addition of his weapon and ring, his combat power reached an impressive 396, 963 points, nearly 400,000. Yet, considering his standing within the Spirit Sea, this level of power felt entirely reasonable, merely 20 times greater than that of his peers. Gurgle, gurgle. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao paused his combat, swiftly seeking a concealed spot to rest, his stomach grumbling. He then retrieved a large jade bottle from his waist and began to drink heartily. Delicious. After a while, Jun Xiaoyao, having quenched his thirst, let out a satisfied burp. His petite face radiated contentment. The essence of spirit beast milk is simply exquisite. I'm so drowsy, he thought. If only Master Uncle were here. After quenching his thirst, he felt the urge to sleep. Yet, in such a place, slumber was not an option. Strangely, thoughts of Master Uncle filled his mind. How wonderful it would be if Master Uncle were present. He could then rest peacefully in her warm embrace. Her arms were the epitome of comfort. Alas, he resolved to ascend one more level before returning. Jun Xiaoyao rose, rubbing his eyes. He could not afford to rest any longer. Succumbing to sleep would be unwise. The sounds of battle resumed, hissing and crackling as beasts fell one by one. Second-tier beasts yielded 50 points each. To advance from the Spirit Sea 1st rank to the Spirit Sea 2nd rank, he required 2,000 points. This meant he needed to hunt down 40 second-tier beasts to level up, but given his current prowess, it would not take long. 10 minutes passed. Buzz, congratulations. You have leveled up. Current rank, Spirit Sea 2nd rank. Combat power increased by 20. Once again, he leveled up. However, this time, the increase in combat power was only 20, a far cry from the previous 50%. Now, Jun Xiaoyao's combat power reached an impressive 475, 755 points. Even with just a mere increment of 20, it was still quite formidable. Returning, Jun Xiaoyao's figure flickered as he soared towards the ethereal peak. After approximately half an hour, He arrived at the Celestial Balance Palace. From a distance, Jun Xiaoyao spotted his revered master, who was seated before the waterfall at the palace, eyes closed in meditation. The scene was picturesque, akin to a celestial realm, with the lady resembling an immortal. She had undeniably become a breathtaking sight. "Master uncle, I am tired," he murmured, gazing at the enchanting beauty in the distance. Jun Xiaoyao hurried towards her, his eyelids already drooping as if they were fishing. As he ran, he swayed unsteadily, resembling someone on the verge of collapsing at any moment. This child, in truth, Luo Yuheng had not been cultivating. She was merely waiting for Jun Xiaoyao. Although the hour was still early, her heart felt perpetually vacant, burdened by concern for the young boy. At that moment, she sensed the boy's presence and opened her eyes, only to see him wobbling toward her. As a being of half-step emperor status, she could easily discern his condition. He appeared drowsy, barely able to keep his eyes open. With a swift motion, just as the boy was about to tumble to the ground, she caught him in her arms. With a tender reprimand, she held him close, her heart brimming with joy. Subsequently, she cradled the boy and made her way toward the palace. Spirit Sea Realm. Cradling the young boy, she made her way towards the sleeping quarters. Suddenly, she sensed a faint yet pure spiritual pressure emanating from him. Warriors, through their training, can only refine their bodies and energies, but upon reaching the Spirit Sea Realm, they acquire spiritual pressure, an aura of presence and authority. While Jun Xiaoyao slept, he did not suppress his own level, thus allowing a trickle of spiritual pressure to escape. Luo Yuheng, perceptive as she was, detected this and was astounded to realize that Jun Xiaoyao had attained the Spirit Sea Realm. The Spirit Sea Realm, in the presence of a half-step emperor. It is akin to a myriad. Yet, she too had once emerged from such humble beginnings. It took her a year and a half to reach this level, while this young boy achieved it in a mere 3 days, perhaps even less. It was simply astonishing. Could it be that he would ascend to the Yuan Mansion tomorrow? Amidst her amazement, a trace of joy graced her exquisite features, for the little boy she had nurtured was growing at an extraordinary pace, filling her with a sense of accomplishment. However, she was aware that as one ascends through levels, the difficulty of advancement increases. Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao was still so young. Cultivating such virtues as temperament, comprehension, and perseverance was essential. Upon entering the sleeping quarters, she gently laid the boy down on the bed, tucking him in before taking a seat by his side, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed at the exquisitely sculpted child, finding him increasingly enchanting. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She retrieved a milk bottle from Jun Xiaoyao's waist and quietly exited the chamber to procure some spirit beast milk for him. Buzzing resonated through the Bai Luo Tian sect as a monumental bell tolled, its sound echoing across the entire sect. The bell rang 5 times, signaling that significant events were about to unfold or a grand ceremony was to take place, worthy of the entire sect's attention. Indeed, the time had come for the Bai Luo Tian sect's semi-centennial recruitment of disciples. Today, assessments would be conducted. Those who passed would gain entry into the sect, becoming its disciples. For those with exceptional talents, there lay the possibility of becoming true disciples, or even the Holy Maiden or Holy Son. However, the path to becoming a Holy Son or Holy Maiden was fraught with challenges. It required not only extraordinary talent, but also the successful completion of rigorous evaluations. Those who succeeded would ascend to the status of Holy Son or Holy Maiden, while failure, even for those of the sacred body, would preclude such elevation. This time, a staggering 3,923,019 individuals had registered. The sect would admit 100,000 outer disciples, 10,000 inner disciples, 100 true disciples, and 10 chief disciples. Those possessing extraordinary physiques would qualify for the assessments of the Holy Son and Holy Maiden. Beneath the mountain gate of the Bai Luo Tian sect lay a vast square, measuring 10 miles in length and width. At this moment, the square was teeming with people, some there to participate in the assessments, others accompanying their kin. Speaking was a great emperor from Bai Luo Peak, presiding over this session of external recruitment. The competition was fierce, with 3.9 million applicants vying for only 100,000 outer disciple positions and merely 10,000 inner disciple slots. To become an outer disciple would suffice for many, while securing a place among the inner disciples was a personal aspiration. Oh, how I desire to become the Holy Son of the Bai Luo Tian sect, one might muse. However, the true disciples of the sect held a status akin to that of imperial princes, and the chief disciples surpassed even the crown princes of dynasties. As for the Holy Son, That title represented the entire sect. The path to becoming the Holy Son was exceedingly arduous. It was said that achieving this status within the Bailuo Tian sect was even more challenging, requiring not only talent but also the passage through 3 rigorous assessments. Currently, the Bailuo Tian sect boasted only 3 holy sons and 4 holy maidens. The clamor of discussion surged like a tsunami, with fervent whispers predominantly centered around the son of the sacred. Everyone yearns to attain the exalted status of the son or daughter of the Belaotian sect, a position that can only be described as transcendent. However, is it truly so simple to become the son of the Belaotian sect? Certainly not. In fact, it is a challenge akin to scaling the heavens. The difficulty of achieving this honor is exponentially greater than that of becoming the son of any other celestial sect. Is it a celestial body? I, the Sacred One, aspire to become the holy maiden of the Belaotian celestial sect. Among the crowd, a girl of 11 or 12, her eyes sparkling with life, appeared almost ethereal. Gazing at the Belaotian celestial sect, she softly expressed her thoughts. Having traversed mountains and rivers to arrive on the final day of enrollment for disciples, her singular goal was to become the holy maiden of the Belaotian celestial sect, and in the future, to rise as its foremost holy maiden, surpassing even the great emperors. Her name is Taichu Jin. What is more significant is that she is a reincarnate, a sage reborn. Awakening from her slumber, she found it was already evening, and Jun Xiaoyao rubbed his eyes. Still feeling somewhat dazed, "Master Uncle," he called out, his gaze fixed upon Master Uncle Yuheng, who was looking at him intently. "Are you hungry?" Luo Yuheng inquired as she extended the milk bottle towards him. "Goo goo," he responded, though Jun Xiaoyao had yet to utter a word. His stomach grumbled audibly, affirming his hunger. After all, he was already 5 years old. Relying solely on milk throughout the day could hardly suffice. Fortunately, it was spirit beast milk. Otherwise, if it were breast milk, enduring hunger would be truly unbearable. He accepted the milk bottle and began to drink eagerly. "Xiaoyao," said Luo Yuheng, "do not go to battle tomorrow." She watched Jun Xiaoyao drink milk. "Master Uncle, why not?" Jun Xiaoyao, upon hearing this, grew somewhat anxious. He hastily released the milk bottle and, with a puzzled gaze directed at his master uncle, inquired, "Everything was fine. Why am I not allowed to partake in the battle?" The secret realm of Belaotian has opened ahead of schedule. Thus, the recruitment of disciples commenced 10 days earlier than anticipated. Once the assessment for selecting disciples concluded, the examination for the Holy Son would follow, leading to the entrance into the mystic realm of Belaotian. Should one attain the status of Holy Son within the Belaotian heavenly sect, it would be imperative to venture into that enigmatic domain. Luo Yuheng remarked. In truth, she harbored no concerns regarding Jun Xiaoyao's expedition to the mystic realm. From her perspective, it was virtually impossible for Jun Xiaoyao to be chosen as the Holy Son of the Belaotian heavenly sect, rendering any worries unnecessary. As for advising Jun Xiaoyao to refrain from combat the following day, it was merely to familiarize him with the crucial considerations for the Holy Son's assessment. Although the chances were slim, it was essential to make the requisite preparations, for effort is paramount in determining one's fate. Indeed, very well. Jun Xiaoyao could only nod in agreement. The assessment of the Holy Son. Is it difficult? Uncertain what the evaluations entail. Regardless, let it be a brief respite for 2 days. Carefree. Would you like your master uncle to find you a companion? One who is beautiful, perhaps? Someone who could also become your Tao partner in the future. Luo Yuheng gazed at the young boy, feeling an inexplicable urge to tease him. Do not. Master uncle. Would you consider allowing Xiaoyao to marry you when he grows up? Jun Xiaoyao was left in a state of confusion. What does that mean? I am only 5 years old. What do I need a playmate for? Moreover, haven't master and uncle treated me quite well? As for beauty, who could rival master and uncle's allure? Even if there are others as beautiful, who possesses their strength? With that, he resolutely declined. His gaze fell upon the enchanting Yuheng master uncle, and he timidly inquired, all the while subtly observing her reaction, for these were his true thoughts and intentions. Marry me when I grow up? Luo Yuheng was momentarily taken aback by Jun Xiaoyao's words, feeling an inkling of disbelief, her eyes fixed on him, as if trying to ascertain whether she had heard him correctly. Indeed, Jun Xiaoyao nodded, his expression exuding an air of innocence. Cluck, cluck. Hee, she chuckled. Don't forget when you grow up. By the way, how did you come to the idea of marrying me when you grow up? Upon hearing this, Luo Yuheng burst into laughter. This little boy is truly amusing. At just 5 years old, he boldly declares his intention to marry her in the future. It warms her heart, for at least this little fellow holds her in high regard, considering her the most important person in his life. Of course, she is aware that children speak innocently, having little understanding of the concept of marriage and what it entails. Curiosity piqued. She wonders what reason the little one has for wanting to marry her. Because my master is beautiful, Jun Xiaoyao replied without a hint of hesitation. Indeed, she is beautiful, with a figure that is nothing short of perfect, and she is even a half-step great emperor. Who could resist such a celestial beauty? Thus, your master and the other uncles are quite splendid as well. What should I do? Luo Yuheng chuckled, her laughter causing the flowers to sway in delight. Upon hearing Master Luo Heng's inquiry, Jun Xiaoyao pondered inwardly. I would marry them all. However, he dared not voice such a thought. Naturally, even if he did, Master would not take it to heart, for in her eyes, the utterances of a child are mere trifles, hardly worthy of serious consideration. Nevertheless, it would undoubtedly lead her to perceive him as a scoundrel. But it matters little. After all, I am merely a 5-year-old child, my thoughts not fully formed. He chuckled softly, displaying a rather conflicted expression. Should he rise or continue to slumber? Observing Jun Xiaoyao's dilemma, Luo Yuheng's amusement deepened. Oh, what is this? Aren't you quite the prodigy? Have you encountered a conundrum? With a playful tone, she added, if it were I would boldly declare, I would marry them all. Master Uncle, I cannot sleep. Jun Xiao shook his head. Sleep? I was merely drowsy at noon, but upon returning, I fell into slumber until evening. I have now had my fill of rest. Then Master Uncle shall teach you the sword technique, Luo Yuheng remarked as she lifted him up, assisting in adjusting his attire and securing the milk bottle to the jade belt around his waist. In the Yuheng Palace, the atmosphere was filled with the sounds of swishing and slicing. Luo Yuheng moved gracefully, as if she were a painting come to life. In her hand, a long sword danced elegantly. She did not focus on strength. Instead, she channeled sword light and a subtle sword aura, each strike embodying the profound truths of the universe, infused with the essence and momentum of the sword. Since she was teaching Jun Xiaoyao, her movements were deliberately slow, allowing him to perceive clearly. Once he mastered the supreme sword technique known as the return of 10,000 swords, he would naturally find it easier to comprehend other sword styles. Gradually, Jun Xiaoyao found himself immersed in a wondrous state, captivated by the display. Master Uncle is teaching you the sword technique. Points 100, chimed the notification. Yet it did not disturb him. Before long, as Luo Yuheng completed the demonstration of this sword technique, the system fully deciphered it. The technique of annihilation was successfully unlocked and merged with the host. After amalgamating with Jun Xiaoyao, he completely grasped this sword art. The technique was called Annihilation Sword Art, belonging to the imperial level. Perhaps due to Jun Xiaoyao's extraordinary comprehension of the techniques, Luo Yuheng, while instructing him, swiftly bypassed some lower-tier skills and directly initiated his training at the imperial level, aligning it with her own. Carefree, how is it? Have you comprehended it? If not, Master Uncle will demonstrate once more. After practicing the swordsmanship, Luo Yuheng paused, approached Jun Xiaoyao, her eyes shimmering with anticipation, and curiously inquired. A few days prior, she would have asked, Xiaoyao, how many moves have you remembered? But now, she simply asked, Xiaoyao, do you understand? Master Uncle, Jun Xiaoyao remarked, your swordplay is truly enchanting. His response, however, was somewhat tangential. The truth was, he was captivated not so much by the allure of the sword technique itself, but rather by the breathtaking grace of his master uncle's form during the performance. As for being drawn in by the intricacies of the swordplay, that notion was utterly preposterous. With the system's decryption capabilities at his disposal, there was no need for him to comprehend the complexities. Thus, he simply allowed himself to revel in the beauty of his master uncle's artistry. You, the old lady exclaimed. I intended to showcase my swordsmanship, not to have you observe me. Upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, Luo Yuheng was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a playful jab of her jade-like finger upon Jun Xiaoyao's forehead, she huffed, though her heart brimmed with delight. It is a universal truth that the desire for beauty resides within everyone. While her master uncle's swordplay was indeed captivating, her master uncle himself was even more so. Jun Xiaoyao spoke earnestly, his voice sweet and innocent, and as he uttered these words, he swayed his head as if emulating a scholar. Such words were music to his master uncle's ears. Come, speak a few more words, said Luo Yuheng, chuckling softly. This little boy truly is a bundle of joy. However, the beauty of my master cannot be described in words. What is the term I am searching for? Ah, yes, I find myself at a loss for words. Jun Xiaoyao stands there, utterly dazed, unsure of what to say. Master, you are quite vain, aren't you? Nevertheless, Master Yuheng is indeed stunning, even surpassing the celestial maidens of the nine heavens. Such vanity is justified when one possesses such allure. Without the means to back it up, vanity would simply be distasteful. You too are aware of being at a loss for words. Very well, the master uncle repeated the exercise once more, asserting that those who failed to memorize it would face a spanking. Luo Yuheng shot a glare at Jun Xiaoyao and spoke earnestly. As she spoke, her gaze flickered toward Jun Xiaoyao's backside, her delicate hand gently kneading, as if warming up. Master uncle, master uncle. Stop, stop, stop. I have comprehended it. The sight of Jun Xiaoyao confronting his master uncle, when the palm struck down, was indeed painful. Ah, exclaimed Luo Yuheng, her astonishment palpable. Although she was aware of Jun Xiaoyao's extraordinary talents, the depth of his understanding left her in disbelief. Mastering a sword technique was far more complex than merely grasping a martial art. One must not only observe its form but also comprehend its essence. Truly comprehending a sword technique required the accumulation of time and experience. Yet here was Jun Xiaoyao, claiming to have achieved such understanding. How could she not be amazed? Alongside her astonishment, a sense of anticipation blossomed within her. Perhaps this young prodigy had uncovered new insights into the annihilation sword technique. Indeed, he had. The annihilation sword technique, epitomizing destruction, was solely about offensive prowess. The exertion was exceedingly taxing. The further one progressed, the more demanding it became, rendering the technique a double-edged sword in combat. Jun Xiaoyao straightened, his gaze fixed intently on his master. He began to articulate his interpretation of the annihilation sword technique, not merely his own thoughts, but insights bestowed upon him by the system. As Luo Yuheng listened, her heart trembled with each utterance. Having devoted a century to mastering sword techniques, she had reached an unparalleled level with the annihilation sword technique. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao's interpretation surpassed her own, perfectly rectifying the flaws she had long accepted. Numerous quandaries regarding swordsmanship unraveled before her, revealing an enlightening clarity. So this was it. It could indeed be approached this way. Time passed, each second stretching into eternity. When Jun Xiaoyao concluded, Luo Yuheng was struck by a profound realization. Rising, she wielded her long sword, and in an instant, her annihilation sword technique ascended to an entirely new realm. She became one with her sword, one with the cosmos, transforming into a divine blade capable of obliterating the heavens as if to cleave through the very firmament. In that moment, the surrounding space shattered into fragments, engulfed by the overwhelming essence of destruction emanating from her sword intent. Suddenly, the night sky erupted with a cascade of electric arcs, thunderous roars resonating through the darkness. Witnessing this spectacle, Jun Xiaoyao felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. His master had perished in a similar manner while transcending to the realm of the great emperor. Now, his aunt was in the midst of her own transcendence. In a flash, Jun Xiaoyao sensed an unseen force enveloping him, lifting him effortlessly and casting him into the chambers of Luo Yuheng, where he landed softly upon the ground. The thunderclaps and electric arcs intertwined in the night sky, illuminating the world around them. At that moment, several ethereal figures approached from the Jade Balance Palace, maintaining their distance from Luo Yuheng. Aware that their proximity could intensify the impending tribulation, they regarded her as an ally of sorts. Is Sister Yuheng achieving this so soon? Yue questioned, her expression one of perplexity as she observed Luo Yuheng, cloaked in thunder. It was important to note that Sister Yuheng had only recently reached the threshold of a half-step great emperor, making it improbable for her to attain true transcendence within a decade. There had been no signs earlier in the day, so how could a heavenly tribulation arise now? As she spoke, her gaze shifted toward her elder sister, Xuanji, hoping for clarity. Xuanji, a true great emperor of formidable prowess, possessed insights far beyond Yue's comprehension. Luo Yuheng's mastery of the sword could lead her to enlightenment at any moment, a prospect that was both simple and daunting. Without the right opportunities, one might never achieve such a state. Clearly, Luo Yuheng's recent insights had propelled her toward enlightenment, summoning the tribulation for purification. Xuanji spoke calmly, though her curiosity piqued at her junior sister's unexpected epiphany. Unconsciously, her eyes drifted toward Jun Xiaoyao, standing at the entrance to Luo Yuheng's chambers. Could he be the catalyst for this moment? Alongside her, Qin Yuan, Yu Dai, and Yue all turned their attention to Jun Xiaoyao. Come hither, Xiaoyao, beckoned Jade Butterfly, her delicate hand fluttering gracefully, inviting Jun Xiaoyao to approach. Revered Master Jade Butterfly, Jun Xiaoyao said, approaching her with deference. He bowed slightly in salutation. Oh, Xiaoyao, did you and your esteemed Master Yuheng just engage in swordsmanship practice? Master Yudi crouched down, her gaze fixed upon Jun Xiaoyao, and inquired gently. Indeed, just now, Master Yuhing imparted to me the annihilation sword technique. Jun Xiaoyao nodded in acknowledgement and replied, I see. Do you have new insights regarding the annihilation sword technique? Master Yudai smiled, already aware of certain aspects in her heart. Yet, she wished to hear the boy articulate them himself, while simultaneously feeling a profound shock within. Indeed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted then. Jun Xiaoyao kept nodding, speaking in a soft and childlike voice. As the conversation progressed, his gaze turned to the Yuhing master, enveloped by the ominous thunder. Concern evident in his eyes, along with a hint of grievance on his face. Everything is fine. Your master Yuheng will be unharmed. He is merely making progress in his swordsmanship. Upon observing Jun Xiaoyao's expression, Master Yudi quickly comprehended the situation. This little fellow must be reminded of his master. Fearing that Master Yuheng might meet the same fate as his mentor. Thus, she gently pulled the boy into her embrace, offering soothing words of comfort. Indeed, Jun Xiaoyao leaned against the embrace of Master Yudi, nodding affirmatively. Beside them were Xuanji and Xianwei, along with Yu and Yuan. Upon hearing the exchange between Jun Xiaoyao and Yudi, they were profoundly astonished. Indeed, this little one is intricately linked to our fortunes. This little prodigy, truly, is our lucky star. The thunderous tribulation of the heavenly calamity rumbled incessantly, descending upon Luo Yuheng, who, amidst the onslaught, furrowed her brow, resisting the strikes of lightning while simultaneously comprehending the will of the heavens in the essence of the sword. Time slipped by moment. After an indeterminate duration, the thunder at last subsided. In the night sky, auspicious signs emerged, rendering the heavens within a 1,000-mile radius resplendent. Luo Yuheng swiftly absorbed the tribulation clouds. This was the benefit of her successful enlightenment. She was no longer merely a half-step into the realm of the emperor. She had ascended to the true status of an emperor. An unparalleled imperial might radiated from her, adorned with the aura of an emperor. Approximately half an hour later, once the tribulation clouds had been entirely assimilated, Luo Yuheng opened her eyes. At this moment, she was even more breathtakingly beautiful than before, her demeanor transcending all. Senior sister, junior sister. At that moment, Luo Yuheng arose and approached the boudoir. After exchanging greetings with her senior and junior sisters, she embraced Jun Xiaoyao with ardent affection, planting a tender kiss upon his cheek. Overwhelmed with elation, she rejoiced in her long-awaited ascension to the great emperor realm, an achievement primarily attributable to Jun Xiaoyao's transformative refinement of the annihilation sword play, which catalyzed her enlightenment. Her heart overflowed with affection for the young boy. Master Uncle, are you all right? Jun Xiaoyao felt the tender warmth and moisture on his cheek. It was quite pleasant. He wished to reciprocate the gesture but ultimately decided against it, considering that others were still present. It is nothing. Luo Yuheng felt a warmth enveloping her. The concern of this young boy touched her heart, and she understood that he had always been worried, fearing that she might meet the same fate as her master. Perhaps the passing of his master had cast a certain shadow upon his heart. Yuheng, congratulations. In the future, our Piaomiao Peak shall grow even stronger. Senior sister, congratulations to you. Senior sister, congratulations on your successful attainment of the Tao. Following this, Xuanji and Xianyu, along with their esteemed masters, extended their heartfelt congratulations to Luo Yuheng, their faces illuminated with genuine joy. This elation stemmed from their deep bond as sisters of the Piaomiao Peak, intricately connected in spirit and fate, sharing both honor and disgrace. Luo Yuheng's ascension to the status of emperor rendered Piaomiao Peak even more formidable, promising greater support in the face of adversaries. Upon achieving enlightenment through the sword, Luo Yuheng was rewarded with an impressive 500 points, marking the highest accumulation of points she had ever attained. Senior disciple, she began, addressing Luo Yuheng, dedicate this day to fortifying your cultivation. I shall escort Xiaoyao to the Jade Nymph Palace. As she spoke, she extended her arms, intending to embrace Jun Xiaoyao. Master Yuyao, he said, I do not wish to accompany you. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head, declining the offer. This refusal left everyone momentarily stunned, enveloped in a veil of confusion. Even Luo Yuheng could not fathom the situation, although the young lad had professed his intent to marry her upon growing up. Such declarations were merely the whimsical musings of childhood. Moreover, he harbored affections for other masters and uncles, making his rejection of Yu Yao all the more perplexing. Furthermore, Had he not spent the night at Yao's side? Why? Upon witnessing the little one's refusal, Yue felt somewhat bewildered. Were we not in good spirits last night? I am now offering to take you to my palace. Why do you not wish to come? This is quite embarrassing for me. In that moment, she felt a profound sense of grievance. The little boy seemed to have no affection for Yue. Little master uncle, he said. I am concerned for master uncle Yu Heng, so I must stay by his side today, Jun Xiaoyao said in a tender voice. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on master uncle Yu Heng. To others, this appeared to be a look of genuine concern. Upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, they all felt a jolt of understanding. It became clear that the little one was worried about master uncle Yu Heng and wanted to care for him, which is why he would not accompany his little master uncle. This demonstrated the boy's kind-hearted nature. Luo Yu Heng was momentarily taken aback, her spirit inexplicably stirred. Taking a deep breath, she gazed affectionately at the little boy in her arms, realizing that her efforts had not been in vain. She remained silent, holding him tightly. So this is how it is. Indeed, our Xiaoyao is a true gentleman. Yue too was deeply moved. Rather than feeling disheartened by the refusal, she found herself even more elated. If she were to face challenges, this little one would undoubtedly be just as caring towards her. Then we shall take our leave. Xuanqi and the others bid farewell to Luo Yu Heng as they exited Yu Heng Palace. In the blink of an eye, only Jun Xiaoyao and Luo Yu Heng remained within the palace. Carefree. Thank you, said Luo Yu Heng, gazing earnestly at the young boy, her voice imbued with tenderness. Jun Xiaoyao was perplexed as to why his master would express gratitude towards him. Was it for the annihilation sword technique, or perhaps out of concern for her well-being? Regardless, he sensed her embrace tightening around him, a warm yet slightly suffocating cocoon. That evening, Jun Xiaoyao found himself escorted by his master to the Yu pool for a bath. The blush-inducing scene rendered him unable to look, and he mused to himself, I am filled with longing yet powerless to act. After enduring the ordeal, he finally emerged from the bath, only to be cradled by his master and gently laid upon the bed, where he quickly succumbed to sleep nestled in her arms. The following day, Luo Yuheng did not permit him to indulge in playful activities. Instead, she aimed to enlighten him on the essential considerations for the Sacred Sun assessment. This assessment comprised 3 trials: the Billu Ocean Ladder, the Chaos Suppression Tower, and the 9 Tribulations Sacred Sword. The evaluations bore no relation to one's cultivation level, but were rather contingent upon innate talent. Over countless millennia, the Falling Sky sect had gleaned wisdom, concluding that one must possess a celestial body or higher to qualify for the trials. Those below this threshold had virtually no chance. Talent was categorized into grades: 1st, 2nd, and 9th rank. Beyond the 9th rank lay the spirit body, emperor body, celestial body, immortal body, sacred body, divine body, and Tao body. Jun Xiaoyao possessed the 9 Suns emperor body, undeniably a prodigy of the heavens. However, he still lacked the qualification for the assessment, a privilege that had been procured for him by his master. On the 3rd day, at dawn, Jun Xiaoyao woke and instinctively nestled closer into his master's embrace. The softness and fullness, imbued with a hint of milk's fragrance, evoked an overwhelming sense of nostalgia. Rise and shine. Luo Yuheng cast a glance at Jun Xiaoyao. This little rascal, truly exasperating. He possesses not the slightest notion of gender distinction. Otherwise, she would certainly hesitate to share a bed with him. Jun Xiaoyao rubbed his eyes, still somewhat dazed. He uttered a sound of reluctance, simply not wishing to rise from his slumber. Today, the assessment for the Holy Sun is to take place. Luo Yuheng observed Jun Xiaoyao remaining still and thus offered a gentle reminder. Simultaneously, she shifted her position, rose from the bed, and playfully pulled Jun Xiaoyao up, assisting him in dressing and guiding him to wash up. Once he completed his morning routine, Jun Xiaoyao began to awaken fully. He grasped a milk bottle and drank heartily, emitting a satisfied burp shortly thereafter. He tucked the bottle away, fastening it to the jade belt at his waist. At that moment, the system's notification chimed. System task released. Become the Holy Son of the Billuo Tianzong. Reward: Mysterious Treasure Chest 1. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Jun Xiaoyao felt an exhilarating rush of excitement. This was his inaugural task: to ascend as the Holy Son of the Billuo Tianzong, with the reward being a treasure chest of enigmatic allure. He held no apprehension regarding the contents of the chest, for he trusted that any creation from the system would undoubtedly be of exquisite quality. In his ears, a melodious and delightful sound resonated, while a fragrant breeze wafted pleasantly into his senses. Master Yudi, Junior Master. Jun Xiaoyao discovered that it was Master Yudai and Junior Master. The two approached him, and upon seeing his 2 elders, he felt a mix of confusion and curiosity. Today is your assessment, Saint Sun. We have come to offer you our support. Indeed. Master Yudai remarked, simply relax. Even if you cannot become the Holy Sun, you are still our pride of the heavens. As she spoke, she offered a gesture of encouragement to Jun Xiaoyao. Indeed, regardless of whether he is the chosen one, you are undeniably the most extraordinary. The young Master S. Jr. also offered him encouragement. In truth, they felt a blend of anticipation and concern, fearing that Jun Xiaoyao might suffer a setback. After all, the aspiration to become the chosen one is, in essence, nearly unattainable. Let us depart, declared Luo Yuheng, as she embraced Jun Xiaoyao and began their descent from the ethereal heights of Piaomiao Peak. They soared towards Piaomiao Peak, ultimately alighting at its base. This locale boasted a vast plaza, serving as the very heart of the Piaomiao heavenly sect. Along their journey, numerous prodigies and formidable figures bowed respectfully upon encountering Luo Yuheng and her companions, addressing them as revered ancestors. Their esteemed lineage and exalted status, either as emperors or those on the cusp of such greatness, commanded profound respect. However, curiosity sparked among the onlookers upon seeing the young boy in Luo Yuheng's arms. Could he be the descendant of the esteemed Yuheng? Before long, Luo Yuheng, along with Yudai and Yu Wang, ascended to the highest platform of the plaza. As half-step emperors and emperors of the Piaomiao heavenly sect, they held positions of significant importance at this gathering. The recruitment assessment for external disciples had reached its conclusion, revealing an impressive cohort: 100,000 outer disciples, 10,000 inner disciples, 100 true disciples, and 10 chief disciples, of which 62 were of the heavenly body and 4 were of the sacred body. Those of the heavenly body and sacred body would qualify for further evaluations to determine the holy sons and daughters. The one addressing the assembly was Emperor Qin Wentian of Piaomiao Peak, presiding over the recruitment proceedings. Noticing that all representatives were gathered, he commenced the announcement. The platform was occupied by representatives from the 9 peaks of the Piaomiao heavenly sect, all eager to select disciples. Notably, this cohort had produced an extraordinary 62 heavenly body prodigies and 4 sacred body prodigies, an unprecedented occurrence, as historically, only 1 or 2 heavenly bodies would emerge at a time. This wave of talent was a momentous occasion for the sect, particularly the 4 sacred bodies, who held the potential to ascend to the ranks of emperors or even become revered ancestors and leaders. The first assessment was the Piaomiao heavenly ladder. To succeed, one must reach the summit and strike the heavenly bell 5 times. Emperor Qin Wentian elucidated the rules of the assessment. As he spoke, the air quivered, and a black point materialized, erupting into a dazzling light. In its wake, a magnificent white jade staircase manifested at the center of the plaza. The staircase, 30 meters wide, comprised 999 steps, each standing 20 centimeters tall, ascending towards the heavens. At its apex, a colossal heavenly bell dangled, radiating a gentle luminescence. The staircase itself shimmered with an aura of brilliance, unmistakably extraordinary. Once the ladder stabilized, figures began to soar towards it, new disciples of the Piaomiao heavenly sect, comprising 62 heavenly bodies and 4 sacred bodies. In no time, all 66 individuals stood at the foot of the Piaomiao heavenly ladder, and with a resolute step, they ascended. Upon their first step, the ladder erupted with a mysterious radiance, enveloping the prodigies in a resplendent glow, as distinguished heavenly and sacred body talents. The initial step posed no challenge to them. "Master Uncle," she inquired, "shall I proceed now?" Atop the elevated platform, Luo Yuheng, with Jun Xiaoyao resting upon her lap, gazed at the azure sky ladder, and an exhilarating fervor surged within her. Witnessing the prodigies ascend the ladder, her heart brimmed with anticipation. "Very well, I shall escort you," she affirmed with a nod. Rising gracefully, she cradled Jun Xiaoyao and descended towards the square below. Amidst a multitude of awestruck gazes, she gently set Jun Xiaoyao down, gestured for him to proceed, and then elegantly returned to her seat on the elevated platform. Who is she? How enchanting. Divine maiden. Absolutely stunning. Is that little boy preparing to participate in the Holy Sun assessment? How diminutive. It seems he did not partake in the new disciple assessment. Such a beautiful senior sister. Do not speak carelessly. That is Master Yuheng of the Miao Peak, and the young boy we just saw is a disciple of the Peak's master. Such beauty. So she is indeed the revered ancestor of Miao Peak. In the square, countless newly initiated disciples were astonished by Luo Yuheng's exquisite beauty and grace, causing a stir among them. They began to discuss the small boy, only to later discover that Luo Yuheng was the revered ancestor of the Piaomiao Peak. While the boy was a disciple of the Peak's master, placing him in a significantly higher generation than themselves. Ignoring the gossip of others, Jun Xiaoyao strode confidently towards the Billuocean ladder, his small stature accentuated by the baby bottle hanging at his waist, which evoked laughter among the crowd, creating a rather amusing scene. Before long, Jun Xiaoyao arrived at the base of the Billuocean ladder. With his short legs, he stepped onto the first rung, which stood a mere 20 centimeters high, a height that was relatively accommodating for him. Had it been any taller, he would have faced considerable difficulty. As his small legs ascended the step, a radiant light enveloped him, exuding an aura of pressure. However, being merely the first step, the impact was minimal. After all, he was the prodigy of the nine-sun sovereign body. Although his innate talent did not match that of the celestial body or the sacred body, he was certainly not inferior to others. One could assert that his talent surpassed 99.9999999 of the population, placing him among the elite. Congratulations on stepping onto the Billuocean ladder. You have gained 10 points. A notification sounded. The Billuocean ladder contains celestial and sacred might. The system is currently deciphering it. Another notification followed. For each step ascended, you will receive 10 points. At that moment, the system's notification chimed, confirming the points had been credited. Furthermore, the system had means to resolve the intricacies of the Billuocean ladder, which was in the process of being deciphered. The prospect of accumulating 10 points for each step brought a smile to Jun Xiaoyao's face as he took another step upward, earning points once again. That little boy has such short legs, haha. I simply cannot contain my laughter. He must be the youngest disciple of the Billuocean sect. After 2 days of rigorous assessments, seeing that little one instantly brightened my mood. Haha. If that step were just 10 centimeters higher, he wouldn't be able to climb it. Keep your voice down. That little short leg you speak of is your ancestor. What do you mean he's your ancestor? Yes, he is also my little ancestor. Do not let his size fool you. He is the youngest grandmaster of our Billuocean sect, the sole disciple of the master of Piaomiao Peak. This. In the square, all the newly initiated disciples were unaware of the identity of the short-legged boy. It is not just the newcomers who are unfamiliar with him. Even the disciples of the Billuo heavenly sect rarely recognized Jun Xiaoyao. After all, Jun Xiaoyao had only arrived at the mysterious peaks 3 months prior. Only a handful of disciples from the mysterious peak were aware of his existence. As time elapsed, Jun Xiaoyao had ascended to the 58th step of the Billuo heavenly ladder, undoubtedly the last to arrive due to his short stature. The other prodigies, possessing celestial or sacred physiques, surpassed him in innate talent. Moreover, he was the last to embark on the ascent of the Billuo heavenly ladder. The higher one ascended, the more intense the oppressive force became. Jun Xiaoyao's speed diminished significantly, though the other prodigies fared considerably better, assured of reaching the summit. However, for Jun Xiaoyao, the challenge was formidable. Sister, Xiaoyao seems to be in a precarious situation, Yu Dai remarked softly, her eyes filled with concern as she gazed at the small boy. In truth, without her stating it, Luo Yuheng had already discerned the same. 999 steps. Do not mention the Billuocean ladder. Even a regular ladder proves to be quite a challenge for him. Perhaps it is good for him to realize that there are matters beyond his grasp, Lu Yuheng remarked. Though her words were lighthearted, a hint of obstruction lingered in her tone. She too yearned to witness Jun Xiaoyao reach the summit, or even strike the heavenly bell. Yet, that little boy was exceedingly young. Such trials were not kind to him. One cannot help but wonder if the little fellow might shed tears, Yu Yao said earnestly. After all, he is but 5 years old. The Billuocean ladder has been successfully deciphered. The host has disregarded the celestial and sacred might. A notification resonated within Jun Xiaoyao's mind. In that instant, the oppressive force dissipated, as if he were standing on level ground. A faint smile graced his face, the boy's expression radiant. He then paused to remove the milk bottle from his waist, drinking heartily to replenish his energy. This action elicited a chorus of laughter from the onlookers. Climbing the Billuocean ladder while clutching a milk bottle, surely a first for the Billuocean sect. To be honest, it was indeed their inaugural encounter with someone so young undertaking such an assessment. However, upon learning that the little one was a disciple of the master of Piaomiao Peak, many refrained from their previous levity. After all, he was of a lineage revered as their ancestral figure. Did they not see him being cradled by Master Yuheng? He was indeed the sole heir of Piaomiao Peak. After quenching his thirst, Jun Xiaoyao secured the milk bottle back at his waist and cast his gaze upon the Billuocean ladder. Master Uncle, he declared, I intend to dismantle this heavenly ladder. With its daunting 999 steps, it is quite a formidable challenge. The celestial might and sacred power above have already been disregarded by him. However, the height and sheer number of steps are rather unkind to a mere 5-year-old child. Nevertheless, I shall refrain from disparaging it for the sake of points. After all, each step grants a reward of 10 points, equivalent to the defeat of a first-tier demon beast. Upon reaching the summit of 999 steps, my score would soar to an impressive 990 points. Heh. With this thought, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled with fervor, and his steps grew increasingly nimble. Step by step, 100, 200, 300, 400, 500. He finally reached the 500th step. At this moment, he had caught up with the prodigies ahead, signifying that he was no longer the last. This situation astonished countless disciples and formidable beings, for Jun Xiaoyao's talent was considered the lowest among these disciples, and he was the youngest. To keep pace with such prodigies was indeed remarkable. The other youths, with their celestial and sacred physiques, found it quite strenuous. It was evident how arduous it must be for a 5-year-old with such short legs. Not good. That fellow. Luo Yuheng suddenly whispered from the high platform as she noticed Jun Xiaoyao's petite frame swaying slightly. It was not due to the divine might surrounding him, but rather the onset of drowsiness. Jun Xiaoyao's eyelids appeared to droop as if he were about to succumb to slumber at any moment. Could he possibly be contemplating sleep? Yudi also perceived the situation, her expression one of disbelief. At such an occasion, how could this little rascal entertain thoughts of sleep? It was not just the two of them. The disciples and formidable figures gathered in the square also recognized this amusing sight. Laughter erupted as they marveled at the audacity of the young prodigy, dozing off during the saint's assessment. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, they would scarcely have believed such an absurdity. This place is too hard. I need my uncle to hold me, Jun Xiaoyao muttered as he rubbed his eyes. What is wrong with me? Have I developed a habit of dozing off at the slightest opportunity? This is hardly a suitable place for a nap. Primarily because it is so unforgiving compared to the comfort of my uncle's embrace. I could easily tumble down from here, and if I did, I'd undoubtedly end up bruised and battered. With this thought, Jun Xiaoyao made a determined effort to rouse himself, even delivering a light slap to his own cheek. Taking a deep breath, he quickened his pace, moving upward with resolve. Indeed, he was running. While other talented individuals struggled with each step after reaching the 500 or 600th stair, he appeared unaffected, his short legs propelling him upward with the speed of a whirlwind. He aimed to collapse only upon reaching the summit. This. How is that possible? What is the matter? Could it be? This little darling, is she aiming for the heavens? My goodness, in her quest for slumber, she has taken to running up the celestial staircase. Surely, this little one's ultimate goal is merely to find rest. Oh my, how utterly adorable she is. Remarkable. Simply remarkable. The sight of Jun Xiaoyao left the multitude of disciples and powerful beings in the square utterly astounded, as if they had encountered a specter. In pursuit of slumber, the little ancestor exerted every effort. Yet, scaling the heights of the Bailuo Tian sect, reaching 500 or 600 steps, how could one possibly ascend? It appeared that the little ancestor, in his quest for rest, brazenly disregarded the celestial and sacred might of the heavenly staircase. In an instant, the entire square erupted in fervor. This child, Luo Yuheng sighed, a look of exasperation on her face. In pursuit of rest, he truly went all out. Beside her, Yu Yao could not help but laugh. This little apprentice was simply too adorable. In that moment, her worries dissipated. Whether he became a saint child or not mattered little, for she would always protect him. With his little short legs, the square brimmed with joy. Countless powerful beings marveled at the scene. It had been years since the disciples and strong ones of the Bailuotian sect had experienced such happiness. Jun Xiaoyao ascended rapidly, his footsteps echoing in a rhythmic cadence. Without the oppressive presence of celestial and saintly might, the heavenly ladder beneath him felt as ordinary as any common stairway. At the 600th rung, he had reached the 600th step. Behind him, a dozen individuals followed closely. At the 700th step, only a few were ahead of him. At the 800th rung, only a handful remained by his side. At the 900th step, he pulled ahead of everyone, with the nearest prodigy trailing several dozen steps behind. This spectacle left the disciples and strong beings in the square utterly astounded. Defying the heavens, he was truly remarkable. In the eyes of all, as long as the little short legs remained awake, no one could surpass him. The distinction of being the first to conquer the Bailuotian ladder was undoubtedly his alone. He ascended to the 910th, then the 920th, the 930th, all the way to the 997th, 998th, and finally the 999th step. At last, Jun Xiaoyao stood atop the pinnacle, the first to reach the summit of the Billuocean ladder. Before him lay a platform, upon which hung an ancient bronze heavenly bell, imbued with celestial and saintly might, radiating a mysterious aura that instilled a sense of profound pressure. Was this the heavenly bell? Jun Xiaoyao swayed, his eyelids growing heavy. Exhausted, he leaned against the platform and succumbed to slumber, even neglecting to ring the bell. Witnessing this, everyone was taken aback. Indeed, children could be so unreliable. All present covered their foreheads in disbelief, opting to awaken him to strike the heavenly bell once he roused. On the high platform, Qin Wenyan smiled, amused by the behavior of this disciple. After all, he was merely a child. The competition among the 9 peaks was fierce. Yet Jun Xiaoyao was a disciple of the Billuocean sect. Internal rivalries were to be expected, but when facing outsiders, they must unite. This habit of his required some adjustment. Luo Yuheng was exasperated beyond measure. Reflecting on it now, she recalled how the little fellow had ventured out to hunt beasts and returned home after noon, falling asleep even before reaching home. It was undoubtedly due to his overwhelming fatigue. Still so young, she remarked with a charming smile. Indeed, this young disciple was quite adorable, an enchanting prodigy, who could resist such a delightful apprentice. Time passed, minute by minute, until yet another disciple ascended to the pinnacle. The sound of buzzing filled the air, emanating from a girl of around 11 or 12, who was as ethereal as a sprite, exuding an extraordinary vitality. However, hidden deep within her eyes lay a glimmer of maturity and resolve. As she placed her palm against the celestial bell, it appeared as though she exerted no effort. Yet the bell erupted with a thunderous roar. 1 chime, 2 chimes, 3 chimes, resounding 6 times before the bell finally fell silent. The 6 chimes of the sacred body were indeed extraordinary. The last occurrence of the 6 chimes from the heavenly bell was 3 centuries ago. To surpass 3 chimes is no small feat, and yet she had achieved 6, a truly remarkable accomplishment, indicating a significant chance of becoming the Holy Maiden. How many chimes can the heavenly bell emit? The highest is 9 chimes, yet throughout history, no one has ever attained that mark. The maximum recorded is 8 chimes. An ordinary person might only manage a single chime, if at all, for common disciples lack even the qualification to strike the bell. It was unexpected that the first to ring the bell would produce 6 chimes. The resounding chimes of the celestial clock reverberated 6 times, igniting a fervor among the crowd in the square. Not only the newly initiated disciples, but even the formidable masters were left in a state of profound astonishment. 6 chimes, this matched the highest record set 3 centuries ago. How could one not be astounded by such an event? Particularly, the elders of the celestial clock sect were overwhelmed with excitement. For a disciple of such extraordinary talent, if taken under their wing, could become an unparalleled prodigy. Indeed, this disciple might even ascend to the status of a saint son or saint daughter. Naturally, such esteemed figures are typically mentored by emperors, and may even receive guidance from ancestral spirits or the palace leaders. Senior sister, this little girl is exceptionally beautiful. Whether it is talent or not, she mused. Should I bring her over to be Xiangyao's bride? Yu Yao gazed at the little girl beside Tianzhong, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. She whispered to Luo Yuan, a sacred physique and beauty, these 2 qualities are precisely what captivate me. Bringing her over to be Xiangyao's wife would be utterly perfect. Xiaoyao is still young. Luo Yuheng replied instinctively, feeling a sense of aversion. The child is so small, what need is there for a wife? Shouldn't cultivation take precedence? Yue was momentarily taken aback. What has happened to her senior sister? The rejection came so swiftly. However, she was too indifferent to ponder further, merely looking forward to the conclusion of the Billuocean ladder. When the time comes, she would awaken Jun Xiaoyao and complete the ringing of the heavenly bell. This little one truly does not make things easy. On the humming staircase, disciples ascended one after another. Yet, only half of them managed to achieve 3 chimes. The rest could only reach 2. Some could barely manage a single toll of the bell, demonstrating just how challenging it is to strike 3 chimes, let alone 6. Little ancestor, are you not awake yet? Goodness, please awaken soon. Haha, by the time the little ancestor stirs, it will likely be dark. Though the little ancestor is adorable, achieving 3 chimes is quite a formidable task. I pray that the little ancestor can attain 3 chimes. Otherwise, he may very well cry. Little ancestor, please wake up. Do not continue your slumber. Upon witnessing the ascent of all individuals, the crowd in the square erupted into laughter. The discourse was entirely centered around Jun Xiaoyao, whose identity as a revered figure had gradually embedded itself in the hearts of countless new disciples and formidable warriors. Regardless of his tender age, The weight of his status was unmistakable, exemplifying the formidable nature of his background. Little junior brother, it is time to awaken. A voice imbued with mirth reached the ears of the slumbering Jun Xiaoyao. Reluctant to rouse from his dreams, he nonetheless succumbed to consciousness. As he opened his eyes, a haze of confusion enveloped him. Rubbing his eyes, he gazed at the figure before him, a middle-aged man appearing to be in his 30s, who regarded him with an amiable smile. What is happening here? Oh, has it come to an end? Jun Xiaoyao found himself rather bewildered. After surveying his surroundings, he finally recalled that he was participating in the Holy Sun's assessment. He had fallen asleep upon reaching the summit, seemingly before the celestial bell had yet to toll. Junior disciple, the hour has yet to strike. Knock. I have been waiting solely for you. The middle-aged man, Lu Xingchen, is a disciple of the Piaomiao Peak. Despite his youthful appearance, he is a formidable celestial realm cultivator, merely a step away from the supreme level. In terms of seniority, he and Jun Xiaoyao belong to the same generation. Thus he addresses Jun Xiaoyao as his junior brother. Oh, Jun Xiaoyao nodded, rising to his feet. Instinctively, he retrieved a baby bottle from his waist and began to drink from it with a gurgling sound. Witnessing this scene, the other prodigies atop the celestial ladder were left speechless, each wearing a smile, intrigued by the young boy before them. They also understood that this little boy was of no ordinary lineage. After Jun Xiaoyao finished drinking, he shook the empty bottle, his little mouth pouting slightly, exuding an air of grievance. This amusing sight compelled the others to stifle their laughter, though they struggled to contain it. Senior brother, where's the hammer? Jun Xiaoyao approached the celestial clock, which stood a magnificent 10 meters tall, exuding an aura of divine authority and sanctity, imbued with enigmatic power that rendered one acutely aware of their own insignificance. At that moment, Jun Xiaoyao turned to the middle-aged man and inquired, "What's that about a hammer?" The middle-aged man furrowed his brow at Jun Xiaoyao's words, his mind swirling with questions. A hammer? What hammer? Yet, it didn't take long for him to comprehend the situation. Observing the earnest expression on his junior's face, he nearly lost his composure. Goodness, did he truly believe that ringing the celestial bell required a hammer? Haha, this is utterly hilarious. The little ancestor thinks one needs a hammer to strike the heavenly bell. How endearing. Should I fetch him a hammer? It's quite a feat for the fellow across from him to maintain his composure. To think of using a hammer for such a purpose, what was he even thinking? In the square, countless individuals were astonished upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words. Striking the heavenly bell with a hammer? How absurd. This little ancestor's innocence is truly endearing. He believed that one could ring the celestial bell with a hammer, yet he had failed to notice the absence of the hammer itself. Sigh, Luo Yuhing sighed, covering her forehead with one hand, utterly speechless. After a moment of reflection, she attributed the misunderstanding to herself, for she had failed to clarify that striking the celestial bell did not require a hammer, leading the young one to believe otherwise. Goodness, she exclaimed. Sister, did you not teach him? Yudi inquired, unable to suppress her laughter. Who could have anticipated that he would be the first to reach the summit? Who would have guessed he would sleep? Luo Yuheng replied. If only he had not secured first place, if only he had not succumbed to slumber. He would have surely witnessed others ringing the celestial bell. It is utterly embarrassing, Yue said, unable to bear the sight any longer. This is far too humiliating. Please refrain from calling me little Marshal uncle in the future. Junior brother, he said, striking the heavenly bell without the precedent of using a hammer. A simple tap with his hand would suffice. Lu Xingchen spoke to Jun Xiaoyao. Indeed. Jun Xiaoyao felt a touch of embarrassment as he scratched his head. He then approached the celestial bell, examining his own hand. He clenched his fist, only to release it moments later. He brought his palms together, then let them fall apart again, momentarily torn between whether to strike with his fist or his palm. A blow with his fist would undoubtedly sting. Indeed, it would be quite painful. It would be quite peculiar if those tender, delicate little fists did not hurt upon striking the bronze bell. Little master, you should still use your palm. Lu Xingchen could no longer bear to watch. This was primarily due to the fact that there were still 66 individuals observing from the pinnacle of the heavenly ladder, and they could no longer restrain themselves. Continuing to hold back like this might lead to internal injury, so he hastily offered a reminder. Very well, Jun Xiaoyao nodded, extending his hand. His small palm struck the heavenly clock, causing a sharp pain that nearly brought tears to his eyes. Nonetheless, his hand remained firmly on the clock. It was detected that the magical artifact was undergoing a process of deciphering, as if his palm had been magnetically drawn to the celestial device. In that moment, a notification chime resonated within his mind. This heavenly clock was indeed a magical treasure, and the system was engaged in deciphering the azure sky clock. In the blink of an eye, the system's notification shined once more. Simultaneously, Jun Xiaoyao noticed the unfolding of the secondary interface on his virtual screen. This secondary interface was designated for the placement of treasures, comprising a total of 36 slots. It was evident that the azure sky clock could occupy one of these 36 spaces. The clock emitted a resonant hum, filling the entire space with its vibrant sound. Upon its ringing, one could truly appreciate its ability to resonate. At the very least, it had ceased the child's tears. The sight of him contemplating whether to strike with his palm or fist was undeniably amusing. Such a diminutive figure, with such a petite hand, could still summon the sound of the heavenly clock. The clock, in turn, seemed rather accommodating. Even if it is just the first sound, countless voices fill the square. For that little short leg is simply delightful, undeniably adorable. Indeed, many are eagerly anticipating that this little ancestor will ring more heavenly bells. At the very least, it has rung. Yu Yao spoke, inexplicably relieved. Listen to the chime, said Yu Dai. It should not resound just once. The sound echoed, prolonged and rhythmic, indeed heralding a second toll. As anticipated, the second chime resonated. However, what took countless individuals by surprise was that the heavenly bell did not cease. A third chime followed, and then a fourth. In no time, the celestial bell chimed 4 times, leaving countless disciples and formidable beings in utter astonishment, their expressions a blend of incredulity. For chimes, this surpassed the achievements of the majority of prodigies. Even on the high platform, Luo Yuheng and Yu Dai Yue were taken aback. For chimes of the heavenly bell were indeed extraordinary. This little ancestor is remarkable. It is truly astonishing that such a diminutive figure could elicit 4 tolls from the heavenly bell. Indeed, talent knows no bounds of age. Could there be a 5th chime? Surely, that would be far-fetched. Shock. Turmoil. Such was the scene in the square, where everyone was engulfed in astonishment. At this moment, the astonishment even surpassed the 6 tolls of the Holy Body Maiden. The primary source of this visual impact was Jun Xiaoyao, a figure of short stature, a whimsical demeanor, a sleepy head, and a tiny being. All of this starkly contrasted with other prodigies, who could never associate him with such celestial excellence. Yet, he was exceptionally extraordinary, ringing the celestial bell 4 times. As the crowd remained in awe, or rather, as they speculated that 5 tolls were perhaps too ambitious, the Billowitian bell continued to resonate. The 5th toll. This was the 5th toll. The sound of the bell, resounding and reverberating throughout the heavens and earth, left the square in profound silence. Each individual stood in a state of stupefaction. For Jun Xiaoyao had tolled 5 times, securing his position as 5th in rank. Ahead of him were 4 holy bodies, which respectively rang 6 times, 6 times, 5 times, and 5 times. Thus, with Jun Xiaoyao achieving 5 tolls, he was, in essence, tied for 3rd place. Wonderful! Luo Yuheng could not contain her excitement as she stood up, brimming with joy. She was not alone in her elation. Both Yudi and Yuhua shared in her delight. They felt a profound sense of comfort, indeed. This little ancestor should be able to smile now, and they could rest easy knowing she could drink her milk. Haha. They genuinely felt happiness for this little one. As for Wu Xiang, he could only exclaim, "This little ancestor is truly remarkable." In the midst of silence, a surge of fervor reemerged. This time, there was a collective sigh of relief, devoid of any trace of jealousy. Simultaneously, everyone felt a wave of relaxation wash over them. Today's rigorous ascent in the heavenly ladder assessment had come to a close, paving the way for the next challenge. 5 chimes resonated. Undoubtedly marking the limit of the little prodigy, it seemed improbable to attain 6 chimes. Unless he were a saint body, yet even among 2 other saint bodies, only 5 chimes had been achieved. However, just as everyone believed the ordeal had concluded, the celestial bell rang out once more. At the sound, a momentary stillness enveloped the crowd, as they instinctively questioned whether they had misheard. Yet, seeing others share the same astonishment, they realized it was not an illusion. 6 chimes, the 6th chime, had echoed, equaling the achievements of the Saint Body Maiden and another Saint Body youth. The 6th chime, the little prodigy had reached this extraordinary milestone. What? Another 6th chime? Goodness, the heavenly bell had suddenly borne witness to 3 prodigious 6th chimes. It was truly astonishing, an unexpected revelation. This little one is indeed remarkable. At this moment, the square was utterly ablaze with excitement. Countless newly initiated disciples had already come to realize that this was a little prodigy. In an instant, the name Little Prodigy echoed throughout the square. The diminutive figure was both adorable and extraordinary, Who could possibly resist such a charming little being? The sixth toll signified what? It represented the emergence of an unparalleled genius among the new generation of the Biluo Tianzhou. In the future, he would be one of the guiding lights. However, this was not the end. The celestial bell continued to toll. The seventh chime resounded, and its clarity surpassed even the first, reverberating across hundreds of miles, stirring the hearts of countless individuals. That sound carried an immense celestial authority. At this moment, all beings trembled in reverence. The seventh toll, the seventh resonance. After 8 millennia, the seventh resonance has finally re-emerged. 8,000 years ago, the sovereign struck the seventh resonance. Oh heavens, could this truly be the ancestral figure? The seventh resonance. What an unexpected turn of events. The young ancestor is both endearing and extraordinary. Alas, could it be that an eighth resonance is on the horizon? To be candid, at this moment, I would consider it entirely plausible. For this young ancestor is indeed an anomaly. I cannot help but wonder if my suspicions may be correct. The seventh chime signified that Jun Xiaoyao had equaled the achievements of 8 millennia ago. 8 millennia passed. This seventh sound was struck by the Lord of the Biluo heavenly sect. Now, the Lord stands as the supreme being of Jiuzhou. A mere stamp of the foot sends tremors through the land. Thus, within the realm of the heavenly bell, Jun Xiaoyao is the foremost figure in 8,000 years. The eighth chime, this child, Luo Yuheng, was overcome with excitement, nearly yearning to embrace the young boy. Her gaze turned toward the pinnacle of the heavenly ladder, her eyes soft with warmth. Who could have anticipated it? Yue remarked. The seventh chime, who could have foreseen? Is he truly of the royal physique? Yan Dai began to harbor doubts about Jun Xiaoyao's potential. In truth, ever since Jun Xiaoyao comprehended the flawless level of the return to origin technique in the Biluo heavenly scripture, she had questioned whether this young lad's talent was confined to merely the royal physique. Might there be concealed gifts yet to be unveiled? Just as they were enveloped in astonishment, the heavenly bell resonated once more, the eighth chime. It echoed like thunder on a clear day, yet within its toll lay an overwhelming celestial might, shaking the hearts of all living beings. The square fell into silence. The high platform remained silent. At the summit of the heavenly ladder, silence reigned. This realm seemed as if time itself had frozen, devoid of any sound, save for the resounding bell that lingered in their ears. All eyes were wide with shock and disbelief. 8 chimes. The Biluo heavenly bell had resounded 8 times, marking the highest achievement in history, a feat not seen for countless millennia. Who could have imagined that after such an ancient era, the 8th chime would once again be heard? Just as everyone remained in a state of stunned silence, the bell tolled again, the 9th chime. Yes, the 9th chime. In that transcendent moment, all present felt their hearts tremble, pulses quickening as if under the influence of divine and sacred authority. Instinctively, they gazed skyward. They beheld the once ancient bell now erupting with billions of radiant beams, a kaleidoscope of colors enveloping the square. This brilliance unfurled rapidly, spanning hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, and even 100,000 miles. Centered upon the Biluo heavenly bell, a vast expanse of 10,000 miles was cloaked in vibrant light, bestowing numerous opportunities and auspicious omens upon this realm, with spiritual energy intensifying tenfold from before. Many prodigies and formidable beings appeared to sense an awakening within themselves. Suddenly, before all gazes, the bell transformed into a streak of light and vanished. In the haze, powerful individuals perceived that the luminous streak had descended upon Jun Xiaoyao, Luo Yuheng. As an emperor, along with Yan Dai and Yan Wan, who were half-step emperors, discerned the entirety of this occurrence. The disappearance of the bell was intrinsically linked to Jun Xiaoyao. More precisely, the bell had acknowledged him as its master. Where has the bell gone? What has transpired? The little ancestor has struck the bell 9 times. Oh no, the little ancestor has caused the bell to vanish. Huh, where has the bell gone? Good heavens. The spiritual energy is so pure and abundant. Can you feel it? I perceive that the spiritual energy is exponentially more concentrated and pure than before. After a prolonged silence, the tranquil square erupted with fervor. An increasing number of individuals stood in a state of bewilderment, utterly at a loss as to what had transpired. Here. On the high platform, Qin Wentian appeared utterly bewildered. After regaining his composure, he found himself at a loss for words. In the face of such a predicament, he was uncertain how to respond. The Biluotian bell was one of the 7 supreme treasures of the Biluotian sect. Even if this treasure could not be utilized, what was to be done now that it was lost? What is this? The heavenly clock was struck, and it was lost in the sound. I went to consult the ancestors. Luo Yuheng glanced at Qin Wentian. By seniority, They belonged to the same generation. And she would still have to address Qin when he and his senior brother. Indeed, Yuyo remarked, acknowledging the situation. At this moment, she naturally felt compelled to support her senior sister and assist Jun Xiaoyao, for they were indeed allies. The assessment of the Billow Ocean ladder had concluded. Those who struck the bell thrice would be deemed successful in this trial, and the subsequent challenge was about to commence. All should prepare accordingly. Qin Wentian refrained from further commentary. Since Luo Yuheng had personally sought the ancestress for clarification, it was best left to her to decide the course of action. Moreover, this was a prodigy who had rung the bell 9 times. Even the heavenly bell had acknowledged him as its master. What further resolution could the ancestress provide? Except to smile in disbelief? Subsequently, the conclusion of this assessment was announced. The talented individuals at the pinnacle of the ladder flickered and finally descended to the ground. While Jun Xiaoyao found himself landing in the embrace of Lu Xingqian. Although he possessed the ability to fly, the heights had instilled a slight fear of falling within him. Clinging onto her arm, he appeared rather diminutive. Lu Xingqian bore an expression of exasperation, while the others could hardly contain their amusement. The manner in which the little ancestress descended was indeed unexpected, suspended from another's arm. How delightful! In this era, some actions perpetually defy imagination. How endearing it was! The little ancestress who had rung the heavenly bell 9 times was simply irresistible. In this initial trial, the little ancestress emerged victorious. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, master uncle. However, what truly provokes laughter is that this little darling, upon completing the assessment, immediately declared his hunger. He even waved his milk bottle, resembling someone eagerly awaiting a meal with bowl and chopsticks. With his short little legs, he hurried towards his master, calling out excitedly. Perhaps from the very moment Jun Xiaoyao appeared in the plaza, he became the center of attention for everyone, primarily due to his adorable short legs. Gradually, he evolved into the focal point, with every gesture and movement captivating the gazes of those around him. It was as if he were bound by a spotlight, drawing all eyes upon him wherever he went. Drink, drink, drink. All he knows is to drink in a single day. Come, let me take you to retrieve it. Luo Yuheng was momentarily at a loss for words, covering her forehead with one hand. This little brat truly leaves one speechless. Yet, there was nothing she could do about it. As she spoke, she cradled him in her arms and, amidst the gazes of countless onlookers, departed from the square, soaring towards the direction of the mysterious peak. Master Uncle, Jun Xiaoyao inquired with sparkling eyes, curiosity evident in his expression. What shall we do now that the clock is struck? Today has proven to be remarkably fruitful. Not only has he received 9,990 points, but he has also acquired a magical artifact, the Celestial Bell. It has already acknowledged you as its master, hasn't it? Luo Yuheng cast a sidelong glance at the boy. What has been struck? Perhaps you could deceive others, but you cannot conceal it from my discerning eyes, Master Uncle. It was not by my will. It sought to recognize me as its master. Jun Xiaoyao pouted slightly. In Luo Yuheng's view, this was somewhat prideful. However, he spoke the truth. He merely struck the celestial bell. Who could have anticipated that it would toll 9 times and ultimately recognize its master? Such is the case. Speak less. He will surely be punished, Luo Yuheng remarked with a sidelong glance at the young boy in her arms, her tone nonchalant. Punish him? Who would dare? It would indeed be strange if this emperor did not eradicate the offender's lineage for generations to come. Master Uncle, he said, I must retire early this evening to avoid dozing off during the day. This habit is quite detrimental. Jun Xiaoyao pondered over a matter. Every day by noon, he found himself utterly fatigued. Are you aware that this habit is indeed harmful? Ha ha. Luo Yuheng listened to Jun Xiaoyao's words and couldn't help but roll her eyes. This was originally what she wanted to say to him, yet he turned it back on her, implying that he was blaming her. By the way, Master Uncle, the Holy Son inquired, what should I pay attention to for the second assessment? I must be cautious. Otherwise, what if I embarrass myself? We cannot afford any more disgrace. Jun Xiaoyao recalled the situation at the summit of the heavenly ladder, asking for a hammer, and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. However, children are untroubled by shame. It matters not. In a little while, I shall forget it, and so shall everyone else. Embarrassed? You too feel ashamed, but remember, it is your disgrace, not mine. Do not conflate the two. Luo Yuheng glanced at the little boy in her arms. How eloquently he speaks. So now you comprehend the notion of embarrassment? Nevertheless, it is indeed your embarrassment. Do not involve me in it. Master Uncle, Jun Xiaoyao inquired, Are we not comrades? How embarrassing. Surely, we are in this together. Indeed, Luo Yuheng was momentarily taken aback. Are we in cahoots? I am the esteemed emperor, your master's uncle. Yet, when you phrase it this way, it evokes a sense of complicity between us. However, upon reflection, the truth was undeniable. This young lad had merely chosen his words poorly. After all, we are indeed together. If Scaelu falters, the master uncle can escape, and all eyes are upon us as a united front. Jun Xiaoyao articulated his thoughts with such conviction that Luo Yuheng found herself at a loss for a retort, momentarily rendered speechless. Soon enough, Luo Yuheng led Jun Xiaoyao to the Spirit Beast Pavilion on the mysterious peak. It is said that a celestial-grade spirit beast resides here, serving as the guardian beast of Mysterious Peak. The milk consumed by Jun Xiaoyao originates from this very spirit beast. Miss Yuheng. Upon arriving at the Spirit Beast Pavilion, Jun Xiaoyao encountered a strikingly beautiful woman. She appeared to be in her late 20s, possessing exquisite features and a perfectly alluring figure. Particularly captivating were her majestic curves, which drew Jun Xiaoyao's gaze with undeniable allure. The woman greeted Luo Yuheng with a warm salutation. Celestial spirit, I have come to fetch some milk. Luo Yuheng smiled graciously, her words imbued with politeness. As she spoke, she gently retrieved the milk bottle from Jun Xiaoyao's waist and handed it to the enchanting lady. The woman nodded thoughtfully. Accepting the milk bottle, she glanced at Jun Xiaoyao, cradled in Luo Yuheng's arms. Without delay, she made her way into the pavilion. Moments later, she emerged, presenting the milk bottle to Luo Yuheng. We shall take our leave now, Luo Yuheng said, waving her hand as she departed from the Spirit Beast Pavilion. Holding Jun Xiaoyao close. Master uncle, where are the spirit beasts? I have yet to encounter any. Departing from the Spirit Beast Pavilion, Jun Xiaoyao wore an expression of confusion and curiosity. Unable to contain himself, he inquired of his esteemed uncle. Cluck, cluck, you shall soon understand. Drink your milk. Luo Yuheng gazed at Jun Xiaoyao and could not help but chuckle. Even this requires a tease. Jun Xiaoyao pouted slightly, accepting the milk bottle and gulping it down. Since being with his master uncle, he had gradually become more relaxed, for he understood his uncle's character was not one of strictness. Of course, this was merely an illusion fostered by his uncle, for in the eyes of others, he appeared as a cold and proud goddess, a lofty emperor. To say he was not strict applied only to Jun Xiaoyao. The Biluotian Belle resided amidst the Biluotian Mountains, which spanned an astonishing 90 million miles. The stronghold comprised 9 principal peaks, namely, Biluofeng, Tianyufeng, Binglingfeng, Lionfeng, Piaomiao, Longyin Peak, Tianhuang Peak, Aojin Peak, and Yuming Peak, each towering at 3,333 zhang. Centered around Biluofeng, there lay countless subsidiary peaks. At this moment, at the foot of Longyin Peak, a vast plaza brimmed with numerous new disciples, former students, and countless formidable individuals. For the second phase of the Holy Sun assessment was to be held here. At the center of the plaza, a colossal pagoda materialized from thin air. The pagoda measured approximately 10 zhang in diameter and soared to a height of 100 zhang. Its entire structure cloaked in deep black, emanating an aura of mystery. Wow, is this the Chaos Town Tower? It is said that the assessment within this tower is even more challenging than that of the Tianzhou. I wonder if that holds true. The Chaos Town Tower consists of 9 levels, with the historical highest achievement being the 7th level. In this regard, it indeed seems more formidable than the Tianzhou. Is the town tower also a treasure? The Chaos Town Tower is one of the 7 supreme treasures of the Biluotian sect. The Biluotian sect recruits disciples externally every 50 years, and in the last 4 sessions, which spans the last 2 centuries, no one has reached the 6th level. The best achievement remains at the 5th level. Attaining the 3rd level is sufficient to pass the Holy Sun assessment. The emergence of the Chaos Town Sky Tower instantly ignited a fervor among the masses, transforming the already bustling square into a scene of even greater excitement. In fact, the crowd here had swelled beyond that of the previous gathering. The headquarters of the Blue Lot Sky sect boasted numerous squares, with the main square featuring 9, each situated at the foot of a peak. Before long, the higher-ups of the Sky sect took their seats upon the platform, eagerly anticipating the commencement of the second assessment for the Holy Sun. However, as time drifted on, the second evaluation had yet to begin. It was common knowledge that one of the younger ancestors had temporarily stepped away for nourishment, necessitating their return. Despite the waiting, no one voiced any complaints, primarily due to the undeniable cuteness of the young ancestor. Could anyone truly be vexed while awaiting such an adorable and extraordinary child? At that moment, a figure descended from the heavens, landing gracefully upon the platform. It was Luo Yuheng, cradling the delightful young ancestor in her arms. Upon seeing her arrival, Qin Wendian nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded to announce the rules. In the first assessment of the Holy Sun, the Blue Lot Sky Ladder, a total of 39 individuals had successfully passed. Now, they were to embark upon the second assessment, the Chaos Town Sky Tower. To pass this stage, one must reach the third level. The evaluation within the Sky Tower would be conducted individually, in accordance with the order of talent. Qin Wantian's resounding voice echoed throughout the square, swiftly conveying the entirety of the rules for the second assessment. As with the previous stage, 3 chimes of the sky bell signified success. Reaching the third level of the Sky Tower also constituted a successful pass. It was evident that the challenges posed by the Sky Tower were considerably more formidable, leaving many to wonder how many prodigies would falter at this juncture. Subsequently, the participants were arranged according to their talents, and to the astonishment of many, Jun Xiaoyao was revealed to possess the lowest talent. This revelation sparked an uproar among the onlookers, each face reflecting disbelief. What? The young ancestor has the lowest talent? Surely not. The first 4 are the sacred bodies, while the others are the celestial bodies, and the little ancestor ranks last. Does this not imply that the little ancestor is merely a celestial body, if not even that? It feels amiss. The little ancestor is simply an imperial body. Just an imperial body? That seems implausible. The sacred bodies rang the heavenly bell 6 and 5 times. Yet the little ancestor rang it 9 times. Who are they trying to deceive? Could it be that they wish for the little ancestor to rest a little longer? The atmosphere was charged with excitement and disbelief, faces reflecting sheer incredulity. It was particularly hard to accept the fact that Jun Xiaoyao had struck the heavenly bell 9 times. Even breaking it in the process, this could only signify a saintly body of immense caliber. As countless individuals stood in shock, the second assessment commenced. The individual hailed as the most gifted was known as Taichu Jin, a premier saintly body. Upon her entrance into the Chaos Town Tower, a magnificent radiance erupted, illuminating the first level of the tower. The tower, shrouded in darkness, boasted 9 levels in total, and at this moment, the first level gleamed brightly. This served as proof that Taichu Jin had successfully passed the initial examination with remarkable swiftness, clearly determined to demonstrate that she was not inferior to the little ancestor. The little ancestor was merely an exception. A top-tier saintly body was inherently extraordinary. Witnessing Taichu Jin's rapid progression through the first level elicited minimal astonishment, for her talent was self-evident. The real question now was how far she could ascend. Would she reach the 5th level or perhaps the 6th? Notably, she had been the first to strike the heavenly bell, achieving 6 chimes, although she was subsequently surpassed by Jun Xiaoyao. In a mere moment, the tower shone once more, indicating that Taichu Jin had also conquered the 2nd level. As time passed, she ultimately triumphed at the 7th level, only to falter at the 8th. The Chaos Town Tower had witnessed someone reach the 7th level for the first time in 10 millennia, a testament to Taichu Jin's extraordinary talent. Could the little ancestor match this feat? While I held hope for the little ancestor, I still deemed it improbable. It was truly unexpected that Taichu Jin had reached the 7th level. Upon her emergence from the chaotic town Sky Tower, it became evident that Taichu Jin's assessment had concluded, and the dust had settled. A profound astonishment enveloped all present. The 7th level, an unprecedented achievement, standing shoulder to shoulder with the highest record of the past 100 millennia. The leadership of the Biluo Tian sect was enveloped in exhilaration, for it appeared that the sect was on the brink of resurgence, poised to ascend to magnificent heights. The 7th layer. Can you surpass this, Emperor? Taichu Jin, upon stepping out of the chaotic town Sky Tower, instinctively glanced at the young boy on the high platform. A hint of provocation gleaming in her eyes as she silently mused. What do you possess to transcend my achievements? Moreover, this emperor still has reserves. Should I unleash my full potential, I would possess a 70% chance of conquering the 8th layer. However, as Taichu Jin directed her gaze towards the boy, he seemed to sense her attention, turning to look at her. Simultaneously, he raised the bottle in his hand, appearing to inquire if she desired a taste. Boom, boom. Following that, other prodigies continued to enter the chaotic town Sky Tower. The second prodigy, also of the sacred body, reached the 6th layer of the tower. The third prodigy, a young girl, similarly possessed the sacred body and achieved the 6th layer as well. The fourth prodigy, also of the sacred body, managed to reach only the 5th layer. As the selections progressed, the talents diminished, though this was merely relative to the elite gathered for this assessment. Even the lesser talents were still extraordinary beings. 38 individuals took nearly 2 hours, among whom 21 succeeded in the evaluation, while the remaining 17 were eliminated. Little ancestor, it is your turn now. Please do not weep. May you be blessed to pass the 3rd layer. There is hope for reaching the 3rd layer. Dare I wonder if the little ancestor might even ascend to the 9th layer? In truth, I ponder how we might ascertain if the little ancestor has fallen asleep within the sky tower. Once the assessments of the other 38 individuals were completed, countless gazes instinctively turned towards the elevated platform. There, on the platform, the young boy rested in the embrace of his esteemed uncle. Master uncle, I have gone to the Tower of Tranquility. Do not concern yourself with me. Jun Xiaoyao descended from the leg of his master, Yu Hong, addressing Luo Yuan. Upon finishing his words, he waved his tiny hand and made his way down the high platform. Meanwhile, Luo Yuheng covered her forehead with one hand, utterly speechless. You are merely visiting the Tower of Tranquility, which requires little time, does it not? Those unaware might think you are embarking on a grand adventure. This little disciple is quite amusing. Qin Wentian could no longer contain his laughter, his face adorned with a smile. Do not harbor any intentions towards him. Luo Yuheng spoke coldly, wary of her senior brother. Should Xiao become the Holy Son, it is indeed plausible that her brother might entertain designs on him. In truth, prior to Jun Xiaoyao's ascent of the heavenly ladder, she held no hope that he could become the Holy Son. However, after reaching the pinnacle, a glimmer of hope ignited within her, and as he struck the heavenly bell 9 times, that hope intensified. What of the royal physique? There is no decree stating that one of royal lineage cannot ascend to become the Holy Son. Little ancestor, press on. Little short ancestor, persevere. Reaching the summit. As Jun Xiaoyao descended from the high platform and arrived at the center of the square, an uproar of excitement erupted around him. Gradually, it transformed into an enthusiastic chant of support for the little ancestor. Just when countless onlookers anticipated that this little ancestor would be intimidated, the small figure, arms behind its back, strode confidently towards the town-subduing tower with a swagger that seemed to disregard all. Upon reaching the entrance of the tower, a tiny hand was raised with nonchalant elegance. The gesture appeared remarkably poised. How delightful it was. How adorable. How is it possible for such a charming little being to exist? I long to embrace this delightful little one, my enchanting little darling. The antics of that little short-legged figure elicit peals of laughter from countless onlookers, and even many beautiful female disciples are tempted to embrace this adorable little ancestor. The tense atmosphere transforms into one of levity and joy at the very moment the short-legged one makes an appearance. A young boy has seemingly become the embodiment of merriment. Upon entering the chaotic town's celestial tower, Jun Xiaoyao perceives an overwhelming chaos surrounding him, rendering everything indistinct, and he finds himself utterly immobilized, unable even to move a finger, signifying that he is powerless to act. Simultaneously, the interior of the tower is suffused with an enigmatic energy, the nature of which Jun Xiaoyao cannot discern, nor can he fathom how to navigate the forthcoming trials. Just then, a prompt reverberates within the tower. Absorb and refine the power of consciousness. Meet the standard to pass the trial. Upon hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao comprehends that the trial pertains to consciousness, encompassing both the soul and spirit. Instinctively, he begins to absorb the power of consciousness present in this realm. A notification emerges, indicating that the treasure system is undergoing a process of decryption. Jun Xiaoyao delights in the sound of the system's alerts. A trial? With the system's assistance. How could he possibly falter? Seconds tick by, and approximately 10 seconds later, the first layer is decrypted. The notification chimes once more, signifying that the system has successfully navigated the first layer. It appears that only by overcoming 9 layers can he extract the chaotic town's celestial tower. The celestial bell currently resides in his system space, awaiting placement upon the treasure panel. Upon the decryption of the first layer, Jun Xiaoyao's form is enveloped by a mysterious radiance, vanishing from sight. Before his departure, the first layer illuminates in brilliance. After every individual's trial concludes within the chaotic town's celestial tower, the initially glowing tower returns to darkness. Now, the first layer has once again lit up, indicating that Jun Xiaoyao has successfully passed this initial trial. The little ancestor has triumphed in the first layer. Though the pace is not swift, it seems the little ancestor should be capable of overcoming the third layer. A prayer is silently cast for his success in this endeavor. Each time, he stands as the bulwark. Ever since he shattered the celestial bell, I have felt an urge for him to dismantle the chaotic town's celestial tower as well. Such thoughts are ill-fated, mirroring my own contemplations. The matter concerning Jun Xiao has sparked fervent discussions among countless individuals. upon witnessing his passage through the first layer. The square once again became lively and animated. She scoffed, feeling somewhat displeased. Tai Chu Jin was not fond of this little boy who consistently overshadowed her. In truth, she harbored no desire for the limelight. Rather, she sought to cultivate her talents discreetly and ascend to the pinnacle, even surpassing her former life's zenith. Yet, witnessing the disciples' admiration for this boy stirred a hint of jealousy within her. However, she was determined not to reveal her feelings, especially considering that this boy had several formidable mentors, including a grandmaster of emperors. Just as she pouted, the Chaos Town Tower illuminated once more, signaling that Jun Xiaoyao had successfully passed the second level of the trials. Among the 39 participants, Jun Xiaoyao's talents were the least remarkable, compounded by his diminutive stature. Nonetheless, achieving such a swift progression to the second level was indeed astonishing. The disciples and powerful figures in the plaza were filled with anticipation. Boom. The third level. Boom. The fourth level. Boom. The fifth level. In less than a minute, the Chaos Town Tower shone brightly at the fifth level, indicating that Jun Xiaoyao had ascended to the sixth level, a feat accomplished far more swiftly than Tai Chu Jin herself. In an instant, the crowd erupted with excitement. 5 levels. Could it be that the little ancestor would truly reach the summit of the tower, as everyone hoped? Senior sister, could Xiaoyao actually reach the top? Yu Dai exclaimed, utterly astonished. She lamented not having reached the 5th level herself, having only attained the 3rd level, which ultimately barred her from becoming a saintess. Knowing just how challenging the tower was, witnessing Jun Xiaoyao's rapid ascent to the 5th level left her in a state of disbelief. There is indeed a possibility, Yue remarked, her heart brimming with anticipation. I sincerely hope this little fellow can reach the 9th level. If that were the case, even if he cannot pass the 9 tribulation sacred swords trials, he may still become a holy son. After all, after the 9th chime of the heavenly bell, the Chaos Town Tower has 9 levels remaining. This is a crucial moment. Even if we entertain the notion that Xiaoyao cannot become a holy son, can his extraordinary talent be overlooked? Such a prodigy, his future is boundless. Boom. The 6th level lit up swiftly, confirming that Jun Xiaoyao had successfully passed this stage as well. A peculiar scene unfolded in the plaza upon his achievement of the 6th level. Instead of the anticipated uproar and chatter, an eerie silence prevailed, broken only by the sounds of deep breaths and racing hearts. Everyone collectively held their breath in anticipation. Would this little ancestor reach the 7th level? Should he succeed, he would outshine even the sacred body, equaling the highest historical record. The hearts of all present throbbed in unison with the trials of Jun Xiaoyao, a phenomenon unprecedented. Boom. The 7th level illuminated, its sound resonating deeply within the souls of everyone gathered. Good. Reach the 7th level. My little ancestor has ascended to the 7th tier. Nyonyo has already reached the 7th level. How far is the 8th? Ascend to the summit, dear child. The 9th level of the Tower of Heaven awaits you, little one. Adorable little one, keep striving. After a moment of silence, the roar erupted like a tsunami. The 7th level had matched Tai Chu Jin, equaling the historical record. Furthermore, there remained a possibility of reaching even greater heights, for he had yet to emerge from the chaotic town sky pacifying tower. Following the brief tumult, tranquility once again enveloped the square, as all gazes were fixated upon the tower. The 7th level, how could that be? Only 7 layers. If I were to reveal my trump card, I should be able to reach the 8th layer. Little one, you are still too young. Tai Chu Jin gazed at the Chaos Town Tower, her heart inexplicably quivering. However, she remained stubborn, unwilling to accept this reality. The thunderous sound was akin to a slap in her face. At that moment, a commotion emanated from the top of the Chaos Town Tower, and simultaneously, the 8th layer illuminated. Yet, the radiance was golden, completely distinct from the previous white light. The golden gleam was even more dazzling, radiating like the sun's brilliance, casting countless beams that enveloped the plaza beneath Longyin Peak. Oh my, a record has been shattered. The young ancestor has broken the record. How adorable, the young ancestor. The 8th layer has indeed passed the assessment. It's over. This town tower is bound to be lost again. This is bad. The young ancestor is about to lose another treasured artifact. Young ancestor, you might be facing a wall. The atmosphere was ablaze, utterly ablaze. Initially, it was merely a gathering of novice disciples cheering for Jun Xiaoyao. Yet now, whether they were former disciples or formidable warriors, everyone was engulfed in fervor. This little prodigy might ascend to the pinnacle once more. Should he achieve the summit twice, the title of Holy Son would surely be his. Even if he were not officially bestowed the title, countless individuals would regard him as the Holy Son, not due to his charm, but owing to his extraordinary talent. Xiaoyao had reached the 8th level. Senior sister, senior sister. Yu Yao exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, tugging at her senior sister's feathered robe. I have seen it, replied Luo Yuan, casting a glance at Bai Weiying, as if to say, how could I have missed it? My eyes and heart are entirely fixated on the Zhentian Tower, which stands at 8 stories high. Oh, what an extraordinary turn of events. Our little boy is indeed remarkable. The brilliance in his jade-like eye sparkles with a myriad of colors. Such exhilaration, akin to reaching the 8th level of the Celestial Tower, feels even more thrilling than a half-step to the Emperor's path. The newly initiated disciples ponder, can he reach the pinnacle? The seasoned disciples wonder, will he ascend to the top? The high-ranking members of the heavenly sect inquire, is he capable of conquering it? Tai Chu Jin muses, could it be that he intends to scale the summit? At this very moment, the entire square fell into an unexpected silence. All gazes were fixed upon the chaotic celestial tower, with 4 words echoing in their hearts. Can he reach the top? Even Tai Chu Jin began to harbor doubts regarding his own unfortunate luck, having encountered such an unparalleled prodigy. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, a thunderous sound erupted. This was the moment everyone had been eagerly awaiting. As the sound reverberated, the highest tier of the chaotic celestial tower ignited with a kaleidoscope of colors, radiating brilliance akin to the blazing sun, emanating countless beams of light. From the center of the square, the luminous aura swiftly expanded outward, 10 miles, 100 miles, 1,000 miles, 10,000 miles, 100,000 miles, 1,000,000 miles, 10 million miles. Within mere seconds, billions of colorful rays enveloped an expanse of 90 million miles, shrouding the entire Bailuo heavenly sect and the surrounding mountains. Where the light touched, the spiritual energy surged, doubling, tripling, and then soaring to 10-fold, 20-fold, 30-fold, 40-fold, 50-fold. The spiritual energy, now 50 times more refined and potent than before, transformed the Bailuo heavenly sect into an even more exceptional sanctuary for cultivation. In such an environment, even a mere pig could grow stronger over time. Within the embrace of this radiant light, every person's cells seemed to awaken, as if they were luxuriating in a soothing hot spring. I have broken through. I have truly surpassed my limits. The purity and richness of the spiritual energy astound me. Is this the power of a treasured artifact? Our little ancestor has reached the summit once more. The celestial tower still stands. Oh no, the chaotic celestial tower is shrinking. But alas, our little ancestor has emerged. Oh no, the celestial tower has vanished. After Jun Xiaoyao successfully passed the 9th level of the assessment, the pure spiritual energy allowed countless individuals to transcend their realms or break through their limitations. Amidst the astonishment, the square erupted once more in fervor. However, the colossal chaos suppression tower was swiftly diminishing in size. Fortunately, during its contraction, those short legs appeared in midair and swiftly descended to the ground. Subsequently, the chaos suppression tower transformed into a streak of light and vanished from sight. On that elevated platform, Qin Huatian's concerns materialized. The previous heavenly clock had been lost due to Jun Xiaoyao's actions, and now the heavenly tower had also been taken. In a single assessment of the Holy Sun, 2 treasures of immense value had been rendered unavailable. He found himself at a loss for words. Yet, as an emperor, he understood that these 2 treasures had found their masters. Treasures, while magnificent, become nearly worthless if one cannot wield them. Only those who possess these treasures can truly unleash their potential. Jun Xiaoyao, as a disciple of the Bailuo heavenly sect, had indeed been fortunate to claim both treasures as his own. However, with both treasures now under his control, he was genuinely uncertain about how to proceed. Brother Qin, Luo Yuheng began, urging Qin Wentian to proceed with the next task. At that moment, she was positively brimming with excitement. Her young companion had excelled in both assessments and acquired 2 treasured artifacts. How could she possibly contain her exhilaration? Very well, Qin Wentian nodded. There was no alternative. He had to proceed to the next assessment. At this moment, he was quite apprehensive that Jun Xiaoyao might also master the 9 Calamity Sacred Sword. Subsequently, Qin Wentian announced the results of the evaluation. Out of 39 participants, only 18 succeeded in this round. Thus these 18 would advance to the final assessment of the 9 Calamity Sacred Sword. The venue for this assessment was not at Longyan Peak, but rather at Aojian Peak, specifically at the Sacred Sword Tomb. This location, akin to the forbidden grounds of the Bailuo Tian sect, was inaccessible to anyone outside of the participants and the higher echelons of the sect. A group of prodigies, under Qin Wentian's leadership, soared towards Aversion Peak, while Jun Xiaoyao was cradled in the arms of Master Yu Wei. "Young master, how drowsy I am." Jun Xiaoyao leaned against his little master uncle's embrace, feeling plump and soft, utterly comfortable, lulling him into a state of slumber. "Sleep after the assessment," Master Yu Yao remarked, casting him a sidelong glance. She was well aware that Jun Xiaoyao was nestled against her bosom, yet she paid it no mind. What ill intentions could a mere child possess? "Very well," Jun Xiaoyao said, pursing his lips. In truth, he was not overly fatigued, or rather, he could still endure a little longer. He needed to hold on until the third assessment. Today had been immensely rewarding. He had acquired 2 treasures and a staggering 990 points. If he could become the holy son of the Biluo Tianzong, he would fulfill the system's task, which promised a mysterious treasure chest as a reward. His heart brimmed with anticipation. What could possibly be inside that chest? Soon, the group arrived at the summit of the Aversion Peak. The sacred sword tomb lay before them. For the third assessment of the Holy Sun, one must gain the recognition of 6 sacred swords and obtain a heavenly tier weapon to pass. Each participant would have a quarter of an hour for their evaluation, proceeding in order of talent. "Let us begin," Qin Wentian addressed the 18 candidates. With that, he signaled the formidable guardian of the sacred sword tomb to open the entrance. Taichu Jin was the first to step into the sacred sword tomb, while the others awaited outside. Venerable uncle," she exclaimed. "How about this? I shall take a brief slumber, and when it is my turn, kindly awaken me." Jun Xiaoyao, upon hearing the rules, addressed his esteemed master, Yu Yao. Each individual's assessment has a time limit of a quarter of an hour, and his turn would not arrive for several hours. What purpose would there be in staying awake during these hours? Sleep well. Yu Yao felt at a loss for words in response to Jun Xiaoyao's suggestion. Initially, she believed the assessments would proceed in order of merit. Hence, she allowed Jun Xiaoyao to complete his evaluation before resting. However, the sequence had changed, and now Jun Xiaoyao was the last to be assessed, which meant he had ample time to slumber. Before long, the tranquil sound of his steady breathing filled the air. The young boy, oblivious to the pressures around him, had fallen into a deep and peaceful sleep in that soft space. What was happening with the assessments, she wondered. At Miaofeng in the council chamber, Xuanji and Xianyu were primarily engaged in their cultivation. Yet today, neither had the inclination to practice. They struggled to find their focus. After all, it was the day of the little one's assessment, and although they harbored no expectations, how could the parents not feel anxious and concerned for their child as participation? The son's assessment. The little one stands little chance. How about? I shall take a look, Xinyu remarked. The innate talent of the royal body was, in fact, insufficient to qualify for the Sacred Sun assessment. Jun Xiaoyao's participation in the Sacred Sun examination was entirely attributed to the influence of his master. Even if he were to partake in the assessment, the likelihood of becoming a Sacred Sun was negligible. After all, it was rumored that this year's cohort had witnessed the emergence of numerous celestial bodies, including 4 sacred bodies. Let it be, she sighed, dismissing any hope. In truth, even if this little one cannot become the Saint Sun, given his comprehension of the techniques and his pace of cultivation, he is unlikely to be inferior to the Saint Sun. His future remains promising. Xuanji spoke, her demeanor as proud and aloof as an iceberg. Just then, a jade talisman adorned with mysterious patterns materialized, transcending space to appear in the conference hall. Upon seeing the jade talisman, Xuanji reached out to grasp it. Immediately, the talisman dissolved into nothingness, giving rise to a voice that commanded, "Come to the holy temple." Urgent. The voice belonged to a man, delivered with an unyielding tone that commanded respect and left no room for dissent. Upon hearing this voice, Xuanji furrowed her brows, and Xianyu mirrored her expression. The speaker was none other than the Lord of Biluo Peak, who also held the esteemed title of the current sect master of Biluo Tianzong. A being of half a step into the sacred realm, undeniably one of the top 5 formidable figures within the sect. I shall go and see, Xinyu remarked. Instantly, the 2 sisters vanished from their original spot, only to reappear at Biluo Peak. Upon their arrival, they noticed that other emperors from different peaks were also hastening towards this location. Observing this scene, both Xuanji and Xianyu were puzzled. Was something significant unfolding? In truth, the activity surrounding Biluo Tianzong was quite pronounced. Their unawareness stemmed from their confinement within the council chamber, where they had erected a barrier that shielded them from the happenings outside. As they entered the holy hall, they found a gathering of over a dozen powerful beings, hailing from several main peaks, alongside members of Piaomiao Peak. Upon sighting the sect master seated in the principal position, all present slightly bowed in respectful acknowledgement. "Please take a seat," said the sect leader, Shangguan Wudi, a name that echoed his invincible nature, for he had lived a life unparalleled in strength. Casting a glance at the arriving disciples, Shangguan Wudi spoke with a calm demeanor. "I wonder why you have been summoned here. What is the matter?" Xianyu noticed that everyone was looking at her and her senior sister, momentarily perplexed. It seemed as though they all knew what had transpired, while the two of them remained in the dark. Thus, she inquired of Shangguan Wudi, "Xianyu, your Piaomiao Peak is truly remarkable. It has given rise to an extraordinary prodigy," Shangguan Wudi remarked, offering praise. As the sect leader, he had set aside personal interests, for his actions were aimed at the welfare of the entire sect rather than merely for the benefit of the Piaomiao Peak. The emergence of a prodigy from Piaomiao Peak was, after all, a boon for the Piaomiao heavenly sect. "Senior brother, what do you mean by that?" Xuanji furrowed her brow, perplexed. However, she understood her senior brother's character. He would never mock others or jest. The son's assessment. Jun Xiaoyao was the first to ascend the heavenly ladder. Although he fell asleep, he was the last to ring the heavenly bell. Nonetheless, his prowess was undeniable, as he struck the bell 9 times, causing it to shatter. This was the perception of others, but the bell had already acknowledged him as its master. In the Chaos Town Tower, he completed his final assessment and reached the pinnacle, leading to the tower's disappearance. However, the spiritual energy within the heavenly sect surged, reaching approximately 50 times its previous levels. Shangguan Wudi was rarely seen in such high spirits, his demeanor less solemn, and a rare smile graced his face. He was undoubtedly elated, for this heralded a momentous omen, a true, peerless prodigy. What? As the clock struck 9, it acknowledged him as its master. The Chaos Town Sky Tower had also reached its pinnacle. "No wonder I feel the spiritual energy is so pure and abundant." Su Nu Zhezi and Su Nyu. Upon hearing Shangguan Wudi's words, instinctively paused, for this had transcended the realm of mere astonishment, or rather, it completely surpassed their understanding. When they regained their composure, both sisters wore expressions of shock, gazing earnestly at Shangguan Wudi, confirming that he was not jesting. Instantly, their hearts trembled with unease. The Chaos Town Sky Tower was not spared from this revelation. "I even suspect that the 9 Calamity Sacred Sword would not escape unscathed," Shangguan Wudi proclaimed. "Such defiance of the heavens, regardless of any extraordinary events that may arise, I am willing to believe. This child, I truly did not anticipate this." After a long interval, Xuanji took a deep breath, rendered speechless. To be honest, even now, she remains unwilling to believe it, as it is simply too astonishing. "I have summoned you here primarily to discuss how best to nurture him. Should we entrust this responsibility to the palace master, or shall it be passed on to the ancestral elder? Alternatively, I shall take on the role of instructor." Shangguan Wudi cast a sweeping glance over the assembly before speaking. He summoned the senior members of the 9 peaks for this very purpose. Ordinarily, even the Holy Sun would not possess the authority to call upon all the high-ranking officials. Yet, this little prodigy was undeniably extraordinary. What was most striking was his tender age of merely 5 years, and his astonishing prowess. What wonders might the future hold for him? There remained one lingering concern, the possibility of imparting misguided teachings. There is no need for discussion on this matter. Jun Xiaoyao belongs to my Piaomiao Peak, and Piaomiao Peak belongs to the Piaomiao Tianzong. He is still young and has been following us. Leaving would render him uncomfortable. Moreover, the decision regarding who will guide him should rest with him alone. Here, I feel it necessary to propose a suggestion. Let him explore his cultivation independently, while we merely provide all the necessary resources. Once Shangguan Wudi concluded his statement, Xuanji interjected, not allowing anyone a moment to respond. Her intention was clear. She did not wish for the young one to be taught by others, regardless of whether he is an unparalleled prodigy or a genius. He is a member of Piaomiao Peak. Sister Xuanji, your suggestion is unfeasible. Cultivating through self-exploration, is that not a path to self-destruction? Spoke an emperor from the Lian Peak. He too sought to draw this talent to Lian Peak, and even if that were not possible, he opposed the notion of a self-destructive training method. Indeed, the suggestion from junior sister Xuanji is not feasible. This proposal is unworkable. Other emperors also opposed Su Nu Zhezi's proposal. This suggestion is truly lacking in merit. Even Su Nu Zhezi himself is suspected of undermining this extraordinary marvel. The celestial sphere, he remarked. Surely there must be a rationale behind this suggestion. Shangguan Wudi fixed his gaze upon the celestial sphere. Providing abundant resources was a standard practice. Any holy son could access formidable assets for cultivation. Moreover, for such an extraordinary individual, allowing them to explore their own path of cultivation seemed rather uninspired, bordering on a misguided notion. Allow me to present 2 items. Celestial sphere said with a nod. There must be a reason. With a swift motion of the whisk in his hand, a radiant brilliance erupted, revealing a constellation of mystical characters, resplendent and enigmatic. The presence of esteemed emperors in attendance allowed them to decipher these characters at a glance. They were, in fact, a form of martial art. The return to origin technique? The Biluotian Sutra? It pertains to the return to origin technique and the Biluotian Sutra. No, that is incorrect. It is the perfect return to origin technique. The perfect Biluotian Sutra. How could this be possible? Where did this come from? A technique of such perfection, it seems implausible. A multitude of great emperors gazed upon the Guiyuan formula and the Biluotian scripture, instantly recognizing them. After all, the Guiyuan formula served as their foundational technique, and they were currently cultivating the Biluotian scripture. Their familiarity with these 2 methods was profound, having accompanied them for hundreds, even thousands of years. Initially, they were intrigued by Su New Jersey's intention to present these 2 techniques. However, it did not take long for them to sense something amiss. The Guiyuan formula and the Biluotian scripture bore a striking 90% similarity to their own practices, yet there remained an element of divergence. Subsequently, they discerned the crucial difference, and a wave of astonishment washed over them, as if they had encountered phantoms. This is my reasoning, because this technique was imparted to him by Yu Heng for the first time. Upon receiving the teachings, he immediately remarked that the technique was incomplete and articulated his own comprehension of it. The technique before him was indeed a reflection of his understanding. The same holds true for the Biluotian scriptures. Moreover, after grasping the Biluotian scriptures, he ascended to the 8th level of the acquired stage in just 1 cycle. Su New Jersey spoke earnestly. Although the words flowed from her lips, she remained astounded. If not for the evidence laid before her, she would scarcely believe it. This technique was conceived through the insights of that young prodigy. Indeed, it is extraordinary. Let us inquire that little fellow shortly and discern his thoughts. Subsequently, I shall report this matter to our esteemed ancestors and the sect leader. Shangguan Wudi, having regained his composure from the initial shock, reflected deeply before speaking. Some prodigies do not require guidance. Those who are cultivated into strength are often bound by convention and unable to transcend the ordinary. Very well, Xuanji nodded. It was the only course of action. However, even if the ancestor were to personally instruct the young one, should the child be reluctant, she would advocate on their behalf. Is it my turn? At Piaomiao Peak, at the entrance of the sacred sword tomb, Jun Xiaoyao was abruptly roused from a delightful dream. As he opened his eyes, his small hands instinctively rubbed them, revealing a hint of confusion. He lifted his head to inquire of his junior master. Almost there, Yu Yao remarked. With only 1 person remaining ahead of her, she took the initiative to awaken Jun Xiaoyao, ensuring that the young boy would not be in a daze when they reached the sacred sword tomb. Little master uncle, he whispered softly into Yu Yao's ear. What shall I do if I misplace the treasures within? A faint fragrance wafted through the air, the delicate scent of Yu Yao, his master uncle. Yu Yao's earlobes were a lovely shade of pink. It's nothing. If our ancestors punish you, I shall help you escape. Yu Yu smiled softly and replied in hushed tones, as if they were sharing a secret. Wouldn't that amount to eloping? Jun Xiao responded. That won't do. Unless Master Xuanji, Master Xian Yu, and Uncle Yu Heng, along with Aunt Yuan and Aunt Yu Dai, all elope together, it would be better to refrain from such escapades. Elopement? Cluck cluck. Thus it shall be. Upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, Master Yu Yao couldn't help but chuckle. Where did this little boy acquire such expressions? He even mentioned eloping. Nevertheless, she paid it little mind. The eloping he referred to was likely just a whimsical notion of running away. At that moment, at the entrance of the sacred sword tomb, a figure emerged, a youth. As the boy stepped forth, a look of regret and a faint smile graced his face. He had failed. He had only garnered the approval of a single sacred sword. In truth, it wasn't just him. The other celestial beings had also met with failure. Only 4 sacred bodies had passed the assessment, each securing a weapon. Tai Chu Jin, in particular, had acquired a sacred artifact, transcending the heavenly tier. Carefree, your turn has come, Elder Yu Heng declared, gesturing for Jun Xiaoyao to enter the sacred sword tomb. Little master uncle, I entered. Jun Xiaoyao descended from Yu Yao's lap, waved his hand, and made his way toward the entrance of the sacred sword tomb. His small figure soon vanished within. As Jun Xiaoyao entered the sacred sword tomb, he was taken aback by the scene before him. He had anticipated a modest space. Merely a few hundred square meters filled with numerous swords, just like those depicted in television dramas. However, upon witnessing the reality of the sacred sword tomb, he comprehended how superficial those portrayals truly were. This place was an independent realm, teeming with long swords, where sword energy surged and flickered. The essence of the sword permeated the entire sacred sword tomb, and he felt the oppressive force bearing down upon him, with the sword intent continuously battering against him. Xuanji cultivated the perfect level of the Billuocean Sutra, gaining 1,000 points. Xianyu cultivated the perfect level of the Billuocean Sutra, gaining 1,000 points. Yudai cultivated the perfect level of the Billuocean Sutra, gaining 1,000 points. Yuan cultivated the perfect level of the Billuocean Sutra, gaining 1,000 points. Yu Yao cultivated the perfect level of the Billuocean Sutra, gaining 1,000 points. Zhong Tianyun cultivated the perfect level of the Billuocean Sutra, gaining 1,000 points. Wang Teng cultivated the perfect level of the Billuocean Sutra, gaining 1,000 points. Qiming cultivated the perfect level of the Billuocean Sutra. Jun Xiaoyao took measured steps toward the center of the sacred sword tomb, where the 9 tribulations sacred sword resided. He awaited the system's prompt, knowing it required system verification. At that moment, the anticipated system notification chimed, yet Jun Xiaoyao was momentarily taken aback. What was this? Was the system lagging? Why was such a notification emerging now? Points were well and good, but at this moment, he yearned for the 9 tribulations sacred sword. Additionally, how could the perfect level of the Billuocean Sutra be cultivated by others? Was it possible that his uncle had permitted the sect members to cultivate it? Considering this, it seemed reasonable. Detection of a magical weapon. The system is currently deciphering. After the points notification concluded, the sound he longed to hear finally rang out. This was precisely what he desired, the 9 tribulations sacred sword. It was a magical artifact, and with the system deciphering it, he need not seek the sword's recognition. With his short legs moving slowly under the oppressive sword intent, it took him nearly 5 minutes to reach the sword platform. Fortunately, the entrance was a miniature teleportation array that directly transported individuals to the central area. Otherwise, traversing such a vast sacred sword tomb would have consumed far too much time. Upon the sword platform, 9 magnificent longswords floated in a circle, imbued with destructive sword intent and brilliance, slowly rotating and forming a mysterious sword formation. This belongs to me, Jun Xiaoyao mused as he circled the sword platform. Obtaining the sword's recognition? What a joke. It is you who should seek my acknowledgement. The deciphering of the 9 tribulations sacred sword was successful and merging commenced. Moments later, the system's notification echoed again, confirming the successful deciphering and ongoing fusion. With a whoosh, one of the sacred swords shot into the sky, leaving the sword platform and approaching Jun Xiaoyao, their mysterious sword intent intertwining. At that moment, he felt an increasing familiarity and resonance with the long sword. After about 20 seconds, this sacred sword fully merged with him. Whoosh! The second sacred sword departed from the sword platform and appeared before Jun Xiaoyao. Whoosh! The third, the fourth, and the fifth followed suit. As time ticked by, all 9 sacred swords synergized with Jun Xiaoyao. The 9 swords spun rapidly around him, emanating terrifying sword intent and energy. Jun Xiaoyao stood like a sword deity, proud amidst the heavens and the earth, albeit rather diminutive in stature. The fusion of the 9 tribulations sacred sword was complete. Name: 9 tribulations sacred sword. Level: Saint grade. Upgradable. The notification indicated that all 9 sacred swords had merged, with a special note that they could be upgraded, currently classified as sacred artifacts. Jun Xiaoyao willed the 9 swords to transform into streaks of light, vanishing into his brow. Yet, he was acutely aware that the 9 tribulations sacred sword resided within his system space. He would later place them on the treasure panel, perhaps to serve as weapons. After completing his tasks, he began his journey toward the exit. Meanwhile, outside the sacred sword tomb on the proud sword peak, Yu Yao appeared calm. Yet anxiety churned within her. The sacred sword tomb was not akin to the heavenly ladder or the heaven-suppressing tower. It posed a certain degree of danger. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, even an emperor might struggle to emerge unscathed. As time passed, her worry only intensified. "It is nothing," said Luo Yuan, as if to console Yuing while simultaneously offering solace to herself. Nearby, the higher-ups from other peaks of Tianzong observed with curiosity, uncertain whether this little one would succeed. After all, Taichu Jin had failed. Nevertheless, Taichu Jin was still able to ascend to the status of a saintess. As time passed, a faint sound emerged at the entrance of the sacred sword tomb, and a figure appeared, though to call it a figure would be an exaggeration, for it was merely a small child. The appearance of this little one instantly captivated the attention of all present, filled with anticipation and inquiry. May you wander freely. How is it? Qin Wentian inquired. Among the 3 assessments, the 9 calamities sacred sword would not emit any sound or signal. Thus, even he was unaware of the results. The only criterion for evaluation was the weapon obtained. The finer the weapon, the better the outcome. Securing recognition from a single sacred sword warranted a corresponding weapon. Gaining acknowledgement from 2 sacred swords granted another weapon, and so forth. Jun Xiaoyao remained silent. With a thought, the 9 calamities sacred sword materialized before him. Swiftly spinning in the air, the very fabric of space began to distort in the presence of the sword. The terrifying sword aura and intent instilled a sense of trepidation. The 9 calamities sacred sword had emerged. Could it be that it had acknowledged its master? Success. The 9 tribulations sacred sword has acknowledged me and accepted me as its master. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone was utterly astonished. Although they were aware that this little one had a penchant for creating miracles, they never anticipated that he would earn the recognition of the 9 calamities sacred sword. For a moment, they were left in a state of numbness. The other disciples nearby were filled with envy, each one more envious than the last. At the very beginning, there was brilliance. Left Tianxiao, Nalan Ruoxue, Xinming Qingxi. Congratulations to you all for becoming the holy son and holy daughter. Now, follow me to the holy temple. Qin Wentian cast a glance at everyone before proclaiming, the 5 individuals mentioned by name shall ascend to the esteemed ranks of the holy son and holy daughter. The others, however, have regrettably failed the assessment. Nevertheless, despite their shortcomings, they are still prodigies of the celestial realm and are eligible to become true disciples, or even secure a position as one of the top 10 chief disciples, albeit a notch below the holy son and holy daughter. He personally led the 5 to the holy temple, entrusting the remaining individuals to another emperor responsible for overseeing the recruitment of disciples. With a flurry of motion, figures departed from Aversion Peak, soaring towards the holy temple on Piaomiao Peak. Junior Master, inquired Jun Xiaoyao, cradled in the embrace of Master Yu Yao. What of masters you hang and you die? Do they not venture to the sacred temple? They are tasked with selecting a few disciples, replied Yu Yao. Each time the heavenly sect recruits new disciples, the competition among the 9 peaks is fierce, each striving to secure the most talented individuals for their own peak. The same is true for the Misty Peak. Though it may seem that the elders and masters do not take on disciples, the strength and brilliance of those under their tutelage are quite considerable. In fact, one could argue that the Misty Peak stands on equal footing with the other 8 peaks. Is that so? In truth, Jun Xiaoyao had long been under the illusion that the presence of people on Piaomiao Peak was sparse. The primary reason for this misconception was his position at a height of 3,000 zhong, not far from the summit, and the fact that he had only been at Tianzong for 3 months, never having ventured below Piaomiao Peak. He was unaware that many talented individuals and formidable warriors resided below. Furthermore, his interactions were limited to a few uncles and senior disciples. Swiftly, a group descended upon Piaomiao Peak, where a grand sanctuary known as the Piaomiao Sanctuary stood. It was said that this sanctuary was a treasured relic, the very foundation of Piaomiao Tianzong. Upon landing, the group made their way toward the sanctuary, with only Jun Xiaoyao being carried. What a magnificent sanctuary! Could I possibly take it with me? As Jun Xiaoyao entered the sanctuary, its vastness struck him, stirring a longing within. He quietly inquired of his master, Yu Yao. To him, his voice was soft, but among the assembly of emperors, it resonated clearly, drawing the attention of all present, infused with a hint of astonishment. Goodness! Is this the little fellow? How audacious! To even entertain the thought of seizing the sanctuary. Honestly, none of us would dare to entertain such notions. They mused. Considering his petite frame, could he truly move the sanctuary? Yet, reflecting on how this little one had managed to dismantle the heavenly bell and the chaotic heavenly tower, perhaps the sanctuary could indeed be within his grasp. Alarmed, they pondered whether this young lad might genuinely attempt to lay hands on the sanctuary, the very cornerstone of Piaomiao Tianzong. Instantly, all the emperors shifted their vigilant gazes toward Jun Xiaoyao. Greetings, esteemed uncles and masters. Sensing the multitude of eyes upon him, Jun Xiaoyao gracefully descended from Yu Yao's embrace. He then slightly bowed, performing the customary greeting with a semblance of decorum, despite his small stature. Indeed, Shangwan Wudi nodded, acknowledging the response. The others also withdrew their gazes. Senior brother, the Holy Sun's assessment has concluded. A total of 5 individuals have successfully passed the evaluation. Taichu Jin, Zhuotian Xiao, Nalan Ruoxue, Xianming Qingji, and Jun Xiaoyao. This is the outcome of the assessment. Esteemed brothers and sisters, please take note. Qin Wentian stepped forward and addressed Shangwan Wudi. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a luminous screen appeared, displaying the details and results of the 5 candidates' evaluations. Undoubtedly, Jun Xiaoyao shone the brightest among them. Although they were already aware of the assessment results, witnessing it before them elicited involuntary gasps of astonishment. In the 3 categories of the Holy Sun's assessment, Jun Xiaoyao emerged at the pinnacle. According to the results, Jun Xiaoyao is designated the first Holy Sun, Taichu Jin the first Holy Maiden, Zhuotian Xiao the second Holy Sun, Nalan Ruoxue the second Holy Maiden, and Xianming Qingji the third Holy Maiden. After reviewing the assessment details, Shangwan Wudi began to announce that Jun Xiaoyao is the first Holy Sun. In this cohort, Jun Xiaoyao shall be revered. Upon the completion of Shangwan Wudi's declaration, the 4 Holy Sons and Holy Maidens present in the temple approached Jun Xiaoyao, offering a slight bow and respectfully calling him senior brother, their expressions serious yet betraying an urge to stifle laughter. Indeed, they had all ascended to the ranks of Holy Sons and Holy Maidens, yet found themselves addressing a 5-year-old child as senior brother. This title, how endearing it is. However, Taichu Jin harbored great dissatisfaction within. The dignified saint reborn, reduced to addressing a 5-year-old as senior brother, who could one possibly appeal to for redress? Please. No need for formalities. After Jun Xiaoyao and a few others completed their salutations, he waved his hand dismissively, indicating that formalities were unnecessary. At that moment, he felt no inclination to linger here. Rather, he yearned to return and examine the treasures he had acquired, along with the substantial collection of points that could be utilized to enhance his realm and talents. With this surge, his combat prowess and strength would soar dramatically. Who would wish to remain here to serve as a senior brother? Moreover, I have the rewards from the system tasks awaiting me. Xiaoyao, there is something I wish to inquire of you, master. Would you be willing to cultivate alongside me? Shangwan Wudi gazed at Jun Xiaoyao. This little one is indeed charming, and his talent is exceptionally extraordinary. If nurtured properly, it is likely that the Biluo Tianzong will gain another sage. Master uncle, she replied timidly. I am still young and cannot part from master. Jun Xiaoyao's voice was weak. This sect leader is not to be offended. However, she was resolutely unwilling to cultivate alongside him. Were it not for the system, she might have considered it, albeit only as a fleeting thought. After all, how delightful it would be to cultivate alongside her master uncles. Very well, sighed Shangwan Wudi, a hint of disappointment in his voice. It was disheartening that such a promising talent would not be under his guidance. Nevertheless, at least this little one belonged to the Biluotian sect. Young master. Oh. Jun Xiaoyao gently tugged at the hand of his junior master, softly speaking. As he spoke, he did not forget to shake his large jade milk bottle, indicating that it was empty. Then I shall take you back, Yu Yao replied, promptly bidding farewell to Shangwan Wudi and the others. Embracing Jun Xiaoyao, she departed from the sacred hall. With a swift motion, Yu Yao cradled Jun Xiaoyao and soared towards the Yu Yao palace. Master uncle, Jun Xiaoyao inquired, what are the benefits of becoming a holy son? The holy son of the heavenly sect stands in stark contrast to the crown prince of an empire, as the latter's position is merely a matter of power and status. In contrast, the holy son embodies innate talent and formidable strength. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Furthermore, the heavenly sect possesses far greater might than any empire. Of course, exceptions do exist. The holy son represents the future of the heavenly sect, endowed with access to all resources. Apart from the emperor, all others are compelled to pay their respects upon meeting him. Yu Qiao remarked, the title of Holy Son is a profoundly transcendent existence. Even I have not ascended to the rank of Holy Maiden due to my failure to pass the assessments. I am but a celestial body, having faltered in the trials. That little master uncle, he said, you have not yet ascended to the status of an emperor, have you? Jun Xiaoyao lifted his head, exuding an air of arrogance and a touch of self-satisfaction. His gaze seemed to convey, master uncle, would you care to pay your respects to me? What does it mean? Clap, how outrageous of you. Yu Yao could easily discern the meaning behind Jun Xiaoyao's gaze. She paused momentarily, then with her delicate, fair hand, playfully swatted Jun Xiaoyao on the backside. Master uncle, that hurts. Jun Xiaoyao exclaimed, feigning distress as he rubbed his rear. In truth, Yu Yao had not struck him with any real force. It was merely a symbolic gesture. If she had exerted her strength, even a formidable half-step emperor would have been reduced to nothing more than a mere speck. So you do know what pain feels like. Remember, the master said, a mentor will always remain a mentor. Yue chuckled softly. What was this young boy thinking? Did he truly believe that becoming the chosen one warranted my reverence? Indeed, one must endure the harshness of reality to truly understand. Yue then cradled Jun Xiaoyao and went to fetch the essence of spirit beast milk. Upon returning to Yue Palace, Jun Xiaoyao gurgled contentedly in her embrace, savoring the nourishment, until finally, he let out a satisfied burp. It was time for a brief respite. Take a shower later. By the way, I have prepared a place for your cultivation. As long as you do not encounter any issues during your practice, you must dedicate yourself earnestly, and I shall not intrude. If any difficulties arise in your cultivation, feel free to consult me. During the night, your uncle will accompany you. Put Jun Xiaoyao down, said Yue. Her surname is Nangong. Upon arriving at the Biluo Tianzong, she adopted the name Nangong Yue. After speaking, she went to assist Jun Xiaoyao in tidying up the cultivation room. As the Holy Son, it is only natural to have a designated space for personal cultivation. Moreover, it is imperative that no one disturbs you during your practice. Furthermore, she too requires time for her cultivation, and thus, it is only fitting that they do not practice together. Understood. Jun Xiaoyao gazed at the silhouette of his junior martial uncle, languidly reclining in his chair. Suddenly, a notification from the system resonated. System task completed. Rewards have been dispensed. Please check within the Yuan realm. At that moment, the system's alert tone echoed. The rewards had been granted. However, Jun Xiaoyao felt no urgency to inspect them, opting instead to take a leisurely bath before gradually perusing the details. Although others were oblivious to his virtual interface, the presence of anyone nearby, even an exquisitely beautiful senior uncle, made him uneasy. After all, the system constituted his greatest trump card and secret. Approximately half an hour later, Nangong Yuhong appeared before Jun Xiaoyao. Very well. First, let us take a bath. He extended his hand, leading Jun Xiaoyao towards her chambers. Upon entering the jade pool at the back of the quarters, he swiftly undressed Jun Xiaoyao and cast her into the shimmering waters of the jade pool. Little master, isn't that rather harsh? Jun Xiaoyao felt aggrieved, a mere child, with eyes that sparkled like the stars gazing up at his master. You are no ordinary child. Is this truly harsh? Nangong Yueying remarked. Harsh? In what way am I being harsh? Does removing a piece of clothing require an elaborate process? As she spoke, she unfastened her veil, completely disregarding Jun Xiaoyao. Little did she know, the sight of her flawless figure inflicted an overwhelming visual impact and pressure upon him. A burden that a child of his age should not have to bear. His spirit was already mature, while his body remained that of a child. Who could possibly understand this? After what felt like an eternity, Nangong Yueying finally dressed Jun Xiaoyao, only then attending to her own attire, leaving him on the brink of despair. Subsequently, she took Jun Xiaoyao by the hand, leading him towards another direction of the sleeping quarters, swiftly arriving at a pavilion she had chosen as his training ground, which was shielded by a mysterious barrier. This barrier was simple, serving to prevent prying eyes and ensure sound isolation. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted indeed. From now on, whenever you come to your little master uncle's place, you shall cultivate here. Nagong Yuang nodded. She too wished for this young boy to reside in Yuang Palace. However, that was certainly unfeasible. The senior sisters would become quite agitated and then whisk him away. Thank you, little master uncle. Jun Xiaoyao performed a gesture of respect with great poise. You may commence your cultivation now. Today's gains have been quite satisfactory. Master it well, said Nangong Yueying. After that, she departed, closing the door behind her as she retreated to her own chamber, where she intended to cultivate further. Once the little master uncle had left, Jun Xiaoyao blinked, and instantly, a virtual screen materialized before him, measuring 2 feet in length and width, imbued with a sci-fi ambience. On the display, a notification indicated the completion of a system task. Subsequently, Jun Xiaoyao's consciousness entered the elemental realm. Indeed, within this realm floated a mysterious treasure chest. Gazing at the enigmatic chest filled him with anticipation. He wondered what treasures lay within. As the mysterious chest began to open, A radiant glow erupted from it, illuminating the surroundings with its brilliance. Soon, the chest was fully opened, and he received the following rewards: a dragon egg 1, divine blood 99, alchemical divine techniques 1, and a void divine cauldron 1. The names of these items exuded grandeur. First came the dragon egg. Although it was merely an egg, the presence of the word dragon suggested its extraordinary nature. It was likely to be a combat companion or a pet, proving that the system was indeed reliable, offering only the finest products. Without wishing to waste any time, he examined the first item: name, dragon egg category, mount rank, divine details. Though it is an egg, once hatched, its juvenile form rivals that of an emperor, feeding on the spiritual essence of heaven and earth to enhance itself, ultimately evolving into a divine dragon, comparable to peak deities. Upon reading this, it was evident that his expectations were not only met but exceeded. A juvenile form that could rival an emperor was indeed remarkable. This meant that upon hatching, he would possess a mount with strength akin to an emperor. Next, he turned his attention to the second item: name, divine blood category, divine rank, divine details, the essence of primordial deities from the Chaos Sea. Each drop possesses the power to annihilate worlds, capable of enhancing the physique and innate talents of beings below the divine realm. Each individual may utilize a maximum of 3 drops. This divine blood was indeed precious, able to augment innate talents and physiques, with him possessing a total of 99 drops. Then, he examined the third item: name, alchemical divine techniques category, auxiliary rank, divine details. By merging with these techniques, one becomes a child of alchemy, mastering the methods of crafting 90,000 varieties of spiritual, immortal, and divine elixirs. Any recipe can be concocted, and any formula can be deduced, with a 30 chance of attracting alchemical tribulations during the process. This was related to alchemy. Upon merging with these techniques, one would ascend to the status of an alchemy prodigy, mastering a vast array of elixirs and methods, ensuring a swift rise in the field of alchemy. Lastly, he looked at the fourth item: name, void divine cauldron category, auxiliary rank, divine details, a sacred cauldron specifically for alchemical concoctions, containing heavenly fire, earthly fire, and 3 true flames, capable of merging divine fire. This item complements the alchemical divine techniques and serves no other purpose. Of all the rewards from the mysterious treasure chest, the most practical was undoubtedly the dragon egg. Jun Xiaoyao contemplated the 4 items. Indeed, the dragon egg was the most advantageous. The divine blood was also commendable. As for the alchemical divine techniques in the void divine cauldron, they seemed of limited utility to him. It was impractical to rely on elixirs for personal use when he could elevate his level through points instead. With that thought, Jun Xiaoyao's consciousness withdrew from the elemental realm, softly murmuring to himself. At present, his available points had reached 31,255. Most of these points were accrued from the Billow-Ocean Cannon. As others cultivated the perfected version he had comprehended, he earned 20,000 points. Additionally, he garnered 990 points from the Billow-Ocean ladder, combined with his previous totals. His points had reached an impressive 31,255. These points could significantly elevate his realm, requiring 2,000 points to advance from the first to the second tier of the spiritual sea realm, 3,000 points for the third tier, and 4,000 points for the fourth tier. A few thousand points were trivial for Jun Xiaoyao. Upgrade: Jun Xiaoyao commanded the system, initiating the elevation of his realm. With a consumption of 3,000 points, your realm ascends from the second tier of the Spirit Sea to the third tier. Current status: Spirit Sea, third tier. Combat power increased by 20, now totaling 570, 306. With an expenditure of 4,000 points. Your realm advances from the third tier of the Spirit Sea to the fourth tier. Current status: Spirit Sea, fourth tier. Combat power increased by 20, now totaling 683, 786. With a further consumption of 7,000 points, your realm progresses from the sixth tier of the Spirit Sea to the seventh tier. Current status: Spirit Sea, seventh tier. Combat power increased by 20, now totaling 179, 367. A total of 25,000 points has been expended. Your realm has been elevated to the seventh tier of the Spirit Sea, with 6,985 points remaining. However, it is insufficient for another upgrade. as ascending from the 7th to the 8th tier requires 8,000 points. How advantageous it is to possess a system. From the 2nd tier to the 7th tier of the Spirit Sea, it took less than a minute. For other prodigies, it would have taken a year. As for ordinary martial artists, there is no need to elaborate. Presently, with the elevation of levels, combat power has surpassed 1 million, reaching 179,000. It is time to consider magical artifacts. Hiki. A smile, incongruous with his age, graced Jun Xiaoyao's face, revealing his unrestrained delight, primarily driven by curiosity. He had acquired 3 treasures during the Holy Sun's assessment: the Billow Ocean Bell, the Chaos Suppression Tower, and the 9 Calamity Sacred Sword. These treasures constituted 3 out of the 7 paramount relics of the Billow Ocean sect. This implied that he held dominion over 3/7 of the sect's most prized possessions. As his consciousness delved into the primordial realm, the Billow Ocean Bell, the Suppression Tower, and the Sacred Sword floated within that space. Upon gazing at them, the details of these 3 treasures materialized before his eyes. Name: Billow Ocean Bell. Rank: Sacred Artifact. Detail 1. Capable of unleashing destructive sound wave assaults. Detail 2. When activated in battle, it can temporarily amplify the user's strength by 100-fold. Duration: 15 minutes. This was the essence of the Billow Ocean Bell, its ability to release sound wave attacks, and to significantly augment one's power for a brief period was nothing short of miraculous. Indeed, as a sacred artifact, it was exceptionally formidable. Name: Chaos Suppression Tower. Rank: Sacred Artifact. Detail 1. Embodies gravitational laws, capable of suppressing all, with 100-fold gravity. Detail 2. Embodies defensive laws, providing invincible protection. Name: 9 Calamity Sacred Sword. Rank: Sacred Artifact. Detail 1. Enhances swordsmanship attacks by 10,000. Detail 2. Contains the 9/9 Annihilation Sword Formation. These 3 treasures were undeniably impressive. After perusing their capabilities, Jun Xiaoyao was left astounded, realizing that the individuals of the Billow Ocean sect were oblivious to the true power of these artifacts, relegating them merely as tools for assessing disciples. Now, having gained mastery over them, he felt as though he could soar to new heights. Subsequently, Jun Xiaoyao placed the 3 treasures onto the artifact panel. The Billow Ocean Bell activated, adding 99,999 to his combat power. The Chaos Suppression Tower activated, also adding 99,999 to his combat power. The 9 Calamity Sacred Sword activated, contributing yet another 99,999 to his combat prowess. With the activation of all 3 treasures, their functions were now in effect, significantly enhancing his combat capabilities. Each artifact had increased his power by 99,999, a discrepancy between the combat power and the artifact's actual utility, yet Jun Xiaoyao paid no heed. For him, the true value lay in their functionalities rather than mere strength. Upon the placement of the 3 treasures, Jun Xiaoyao distinctly sensed a transformative shift within his being. Although still a child, he felt an overwhelming might coursing through him, a testament to the treasure's enhancements. After all, his combat power exceeding 1,000,000 was no trivial matter. Moreover, he was now at the 7th tier of the Spirit Sea realm. System: how does one incubate the dragon god's egg? Surely, it cannot require me to hatch an egg. Jun Xiaoyao inquired of the system. An unsightly image flashed through his mind, prompting him to hastily shake his head. To hatch, one must use divine blood and the host's life essence. A drop of divine blood and a drop of life essence, the system responded to Jun Xiaoyao, seemingly anxious to remind him once more, as if fearing he might bleed. Is that so? Is there any movement? Jun Xiaoyao sighed in relief. A drop of his vital blood was indeed painful, yet it was preferable to hatching the dragon egg. There is movement, the system responded. Upon hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao abandoned the idea of immediately hatching the dragon egg, as he wished to avoid causing too much commotion. He decided to wait until tomorrow when he would hunt magical beasts before hatching the egg, especially since he felt somewhat fatigued. His gaze fell upon the virtual screen before him, a satisfied expression gracing his face. System: Version 1. 0 Name: Jun Xiaoyao. Age: 5 Talent: 9 Sun Emperor. Body: Enhanced. Realm: Spirit Sea Realm. 7th Rank: 08000 points. Combat Power: 1, 479, 364. Base Combat Power: 1, 176. 367. Points: 6, 985. Wealth: 2, 910. Skills: 10,000. Swords. Return to origin: Domain of celestial stars. This was the protagonist's profile. At just 5 years old, how could he possess such strength? No, I am not powerful. I yearn for my master's embrace. He closed the virtual screen and stood up, nearly stumbling as his legs felt somewhat numb from sitting cross-legged. Little master uncle, I have completed my cultivation. Departing from the pavilion, Jun Xiaoyao exclaimed loudly, believing his voice to be quite resounding. However, in reality, it was rather soft and childlike. Yet, as a being on the cusp of becoming a great emperor, Nangong Yueying naturally heard him. At that moment, she was engrossed in her training, and upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's voice, a smile graced her lips. She promptly concluded her practice. Soon, she observed the young boy entering her chamber, seated upon her bed, his star-like eyes fixed intently upon her. What are you looking at? Nangong Yueying opened her eyes and shot a glance at the little boy before inquiring. Have you mastered it? Little master uncle is beautiful. Jun Xiaoyao replied as he gazed at his little master uncle. Indeed, she is stunning. With her white hair and delicate white silk, she is my favorite. Moreover, she appears to be a lovely young girl of about 15 or 16, with a rather sweet demeanor. By the way, shall we elope? Upon hearing the boy's compliment, Nangong Yueying's face illuminated with a joyful smile. She rose and approached the boy, embracing him tenderly, and inquired with a gentle laugh. Elopement? Little master uncle, what troubles you? Is your family pressuring you into marriage? Who is the intended? Would you like me to give him a good thrashing, or I could serve as your shield? Jun Xiaoyao was left utterly astonished. Elopement? What on earth is happening? The unexpected declaration from little master uncle left him quite bewildered. Thus, he hastily proposed two rather foolish ideas. A shield? You? Who dares to force me into marriage? She exclaimed, I am but a step away from becoming an emperor, destined to achieve the status of a saint. Did you not mention eloping? Coincidentally, a secret realm is about to open. I merely inquired if you wished to accompany me. Nangong Yueying gazed in astonishment at the young boy in her arms. What was he thinking? How could he possibly believe that she was being coerced into marriage by her family, prompting her to elope with him? What on earth? In that moment, Nangong Yueying erupted into a fit of laughter, her joy causing her to tremble like a flower in the wind. This left Jun Xiaoyao momentarily stunned. Secret realm. Very well. Upon hearing about the secret realm, Jun Xiaoyao was immediately invigorated. As a man, who wouldn't yearn for the thrill of adventure and treasure hunting? Even though he was not in want of riches, the secret realm was teeming with countless magical beasts, providing an unrestrained opportunity to hunt and slay these creatures. By doing so, he could amass more points, thereby advancing his own level. With enough points, wouldn't he be able to elevate his realm? All right, tomorrow I shall take you on a journey of training, dear junior uncle. Retiring for the night, Nangong Yueyao spoke, already commencing to undress the young boy with swiftness. Before proceeding to disrobe herself with similar haste, a notification echoed within Jun Xiaoyao's mind. You have consented to partake in trials alongside Nangong Yueyao, accruing 10,000 points. At that moment, he nestled into his junior master's embrace, prepared for slumber. The subsequent day, Jun Xiaoyao and Nangong Yueyao arose, donned their garments, performed their ablutions, imbibed milk, and then departed from Yueyao Palace, making their way towards the Spirit Beast Pavilion. Their purpose was twofold: to procure a greater quantity of Spirit Beast milk and to seek out Martial Aunt Xuanji. As the newly appointed sacred child, Jun Xiaoyao was entitled to a token symbolizing his status, along with sundry benefits, all of which Martial Aunt Xuanji had already secured for him. He was now tasked with retrieving these items from her. Soon after, Nangong Yueyao, cradling Jun Xiaoyao, arrived at the Spirit Beast Pavilion, where they once again encountered the comely maiden. His gaze was primarily drawn to her ample bosom and slender waist, evoking in his mind the imagery of a delicate branch laden with bountiful fruit. Celestial spirit, Nangong Yueyang greeted the woman, who nodded in acknowledgement before taking the milk bottle and walking towards the back of the pavilion. Observing this interaction, Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity. The last time he accompanied Master Yu Hang, he noted the respectful demeanor with which his junior disciple treated this woman, akin to that of peers. Who then could she be? Was she perhaps another great emperor? Or possibly someone of the same generation as his masters? Nevertheless, he refrained from inquiring further, as he had already posed questions to Master Yu Hang the previous day, only to receive no answers. Before long, the woman returned with the milk bottle, handing it to Nangong Yueyang, who smiled in response. Subsequently, she cradled Jun Xiaoyao and departed. Swiftly, they arrived at the conference hall, where Nangong Yueyang entered without hesitation. Sister, Xuanji and Xian you had been diligently cultivating in this place. thus they were always present. This was the realm of Xiaoyao. A spatial ring, 1,000,000 spirit crystals, and a token were at hand. This token was forged by the ancestral master, imbued with his powerful essence. In times of peril, it could activate the seals within, summoning the ancestral master's avatar instantaneously, though its use was limited to 3 occasions. Caution was advised. Xuanji handed an ancient ring to Jun Xiaoyao. This ring was a spatial artifact, exceedingly precious. However, as the holy son of the Biluo sect, possessing such a spatial ring was hardly excessive. Jun Xiaoyao, as the foremost holy son, had access to all resources of the Biluo sect. In truth, the most invaluable item was the token, personally crafted by the ancestral master, bestowed with his formidable essence. It could be activated in moments of danger, bringing forth the ancestral master's avatar. It must be noted that the ancestral master was a sage. Even his avatar could annihilate any being beneath the sage level, though its usage was restricted to 3 times. It was more than sufficient. Uncle Master, I understand, Jun Xiaoyao replied, accepting the spatial ring and nodding obediently. In truth, he did not covet the spatial ring, for he possessed the Yuan realm, an entirely independent world. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, secret realm? Xuanji glanced at Nagong Weiying and inquired. Indeed, the ancient realm of the Holy King. Nagong Weiying nodded. This ancient realm of the Holy King is one of the 9 great secret realms of the Jiuzhou. It is said to open once every 10,000 years. And each time it opens, countless prodigies and powerful beings enter, with the sole restriction being that one must be under 100 years of age. Fortunately, Nagong Weiying is not yet a century old. This could be considered a stroke of luck. In the vast world of the 9 continents, age holds little significance for the mighty. For once a certain level of cultivation is attained, one's lifespan is extended. Emperors can even live for 2,000 years. Although Nagong Weiying is not a saintess, her extraordinary talent is unparalleled, having reached the threshold of a half-step emperor before turning 100. Her presence in that secret realm would render her nearly invincible. After all, not everyone can achieve the status of a half-step emperor before reaching the age of 100. Even the likes of the myriad manifestations and celestial beings may struggle to reach such heights. Thus, I advise you to exercise caution. This time, the secret realm may harbor ominous signs, prompting numerous sects and families to meticulously cultivate formidable warriors to venture into the ancient realm of the Sacred King. Although you are on the cusp of becoming an emperor, you will inevitably face certain restrictions once you enter. Thus, one must not be complacent. Xuanji pondered for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. Ultimately, her gaze shifted towards Jun Xiaoyao, primarily driven by her concern for him, given his tender age. Senior sister. I understand. We are leaving now. Nagong Weiying pouted her lips and, after responding, took hold of Jun Xiaoyao, leading him out of the council chamber. Although she was a half-step emperor, in the eyes of her senior sisters, she remained merely a child. Farewell, master. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand. The 2 figures, one large and one small, gradually faded from view outside the conference hall. Sister, is this appropriate? After a moment of silence, Xianyu turned her gaze back and inquired of Xianji. The 2 individuals in question were a half-step emperor of the Biluo heavenly sect, a peerless prodigy, and the foremost holy son of the same sect, a phenomenon without equal. Yet, neither of them could instill a sense of reassurance. Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao had only recently ascended to the position of holy son within the Biluo heavenly sect, and they both required further honing of their skills. Although Yu Yao was indeed a half-step emperor, she had not yet reached the age of 100. The future. It is highly probable that the young one will attain enlightenment. The little fellow is under our protection daily, which is not a trivial matter. Only through early encounters with bloodshed can one solidify their resolve, and only strength is paramount. Xuanji spoke, articulating her thoughts. The Sacred King ancient realm, though perilous, is home to Yu Yao, who is exceptionally formidable. Despite being the youngest disciple, she does not pale in comparison to her elder sister. A half-step emperor can rival an emperor, perhaps even surpassing the average emperor in might. Though the little one is merely 5 years old, he has already mastered 3 of the supreme treasures of the Biluo sect, not to mention the Sacred Sun token. Together, they complement each other. With a swish, Nagong Weiying swiftly left the council chamber, lifting Jun Xiaoyao into her arms, and then, with a graceful motion, she soared towards the base of the mysterious peak, as if fleeing. Before long, they had exited the Bailuo Tian sect. Finally, the opportunity to venture forth had arrived. The young lady was in exceptionally high spirits. As Nangong Yuyao set Jun Xiaoyao down, she felt as if she were a bird released from its cage, utterly elated, akin to a weary bird returning to its forest. Little master uncle, how much suffering has the heavenly sect endured? Jun Xiaoyao gazed at the joyful expression of his little master uncle, feeling perplexed. Joyful as he was, could it truly be to such an extent? Surely not. One would not know. It was assumed that the heavenly sect had endured the bitterness of Biluotian for far too long. Are you aware, my dear junior apprentice? I have ventured beyond the sacred city of Biluo on but a handful of occasions. Is it not a cause for joy to embark on this journey of experience? Nangong Weiying cast a glance at the young lad. You little one, do not comprehend my sentiments. Having lived for several decades, the times I have departed from the sacred city of Biluo are indeed few, which is rather astonishing, wouldn't you agree? Little master uncle, you surely cannot be merely a sheltered flower, can you? Do not deceive me. Upon hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself, good heavens, little master uncle, you have seldom left the sacred city of Biluo, and after departing from the heavenly sect, you cannot possibly be a novice in the martial world, can you? I am merely a child. Please do not lead me astray. In that moment, Jun Xiaoyao could not shake off the feeling that little master uncle was rather unreliable. Rest assured, I will not lose you. Let us depart, Nangong Weiying remarked, observing Jun Xiaoyao's vigilant gaze, unable to suppress a scoff. Who, if not you, is the sheltered flower? You are the very embodiment of a sheltered blossom, as is your entire family. Little master, Jun Xiaoyao inquired, his gaze fixed upon the exquisite figure of the young girl, the little master. With her snowy white hair and stockings, she appeared utterly enchanting, her long legs offering a sense of comfort. Yet, at this moment, he found no desire to embrace her graceful limbs, as he had to consider his own safety. The entrance to the Sacred King's ancient realm lies in the Tianluan mountain range. We must first proceed to the sacred city of Tianluan, but time is of the essence. We cannot afford any delays along the way. Nangong Weiying regarded the young boy with a look that seemed to express a desire to chastise him, wishing to give him 2 smacks for doubting even the little master. Very well. Jun Xiaoyao withdrew his gaze, momentarily unable to discern the reliability of his junior master. He decided to place his trust in her for the time being. Tianluan Sacred City, one of the 9 great sacred cities of Jiuzhou, is akin to Biluo Sacred City, both under the jurisdiction of the heavenly sect. The Tianluan ancient sect reigns supreme over Tianluan Sacred City. With the entrance to the Sacred King ancient realm located within the Tianluan mountain range, an influx of formidable figures and prodigies has surged into Tianluan Sacred City recently. Indeed, it has been noted that the flow of people began to swell significantly a year or 2 prior, all awaiting entry into the Sacred King ancient realm. The Sacred King ancient realm, this young master, have arrived. On this day, outside Tianluan Sacred City, a war chariot soared swiftly through the air. Harnessed to the chariot were 4 powerful flying celestial beasts. Upon the chariot stood a strikingly handsome young man, appearing to be in his 20s. He exuded an air of elegance and confidence, a smile gracing his face. Beside him were 4 exquisite young maidens, their beauty captivating. He is none other than the illustrious young master Wen Tianqing, one of the 9 young masters of Qingzhou. His talent is unparalleled, and his abilities astonishing. It is said that he achieved the heavenly realm at 5, the innate realm at 8, the spirit sea at 10, and the origin palace at 12, becoming a half-step emperor in less than a century, wielding a treasured artifact. Even an ordinary emperor would find himself no match for him. Little master, the man. On the official road, a young boy was being led by an exquisitely beautiful girl with white hair and silken attire, strolling leisurely towards the gates of the celestial summit sacred city. Observing the war chariot slowly descending from the sky, the boy, with innocent candor, spoke to his little master uncle, revealing a touch of childish folly. We must be understanding, he remarked. Nangong Weiying nodded in full agreement, her face alight with approval. The 2 of them harmonized splendidly, their playful banter flowing effortlessly. Throughout their journey, the child embodied the spirit of an adult while the adult embraced the essence of a child. Despite their initial intention to hurry and not dawdle, they indulged in feasting and merriment, almost forgetting their destination to the Sacred King ancient realm. However, realizing the urgency of time, Nangong Weiying finally invoked her secret arts. Traversing through space with tireless effort, until they eventually arrived at the celestial summit sacred city. Little master uncle, he seems to be gazing at your legs. Still peeking. Are we? Should I gouge out his lecherous eyes? Jun Xiaoyao discovered that the handsome youth was observing them, and his gaze was fixated on his little master's leg. Thus, he spoke up to remind him. This fool even had the audacity to refer to himself as this young master. He dares to secretly gaze at my little master's leg. A truly despicable man. Unlike me, I gaze openly and unashamedly. If I wish to touch, I shall touch. If I wish to embrace, I shall embrace. One should not engage in such furtive behavior, understand? Just do not emulate his conduct. Nangong Yiya cast a sharp glance at the youth on the chariot not far away. She gently ruffled Jun Xiaoyao's hair, offering a word of caution to her young disciple. Indeed, I shall not indulge in furtive glances. Jun Xiaoyao nodded, exhibiting an endearing demeanor that naturally endeared him to others. Unbeknownst to him, his small hand gently embraced the long, slender leg of his little master uncle. An obedient gesture that evoked profound sentiment. Not far off, when Tianqing observed the exchange between Jun Xiaoyao and Nangong Yueying, nearly choking on his own frustration. Particularly, that young boy left him utterly speechless, for he had indeed stolen a glance at Nangong Yueying's exquisite legs. Yet, one could hardly fault him. The beauty of Nangong Yueying was simply captivating. However, he was taken aback when the boy brazenly exposed his secret, igniting a mix of embarrassment and indignation within him. Yet, he was determined to maintain his composure in front of the enchanting goddess, for he was, after all, one of the illustrious young masters of Jiuzhou. He mused. You may claim to be virtuous and above such distractions, but how is it that you clutch her legs so affectionately? Xiaoyao was truly well behaved. Nangong Yueying affectionately ruffled the boy's hair, praising him as she strolled leisurely towards the city gates. My dear lady, do not misconstrue my intentions. I am merely awestruck by your beauty, not a lewd individual. May I inquire your name? I am Wen Tianqing, often referred to as the illustrious young master Tianqing. Perhaps you have heard of me? At that moment, when Tianqing descended from his war chariot, gracefully waving his folding fan, causing the chariot to vanish as if it were but a fleeting illusion. His movements exuded elegance, and as he approached Nangong Yueying and Jun Xiaoyao, he offered a slight bow, addressing Nangong Yueying. In his mind, he thought, as the esteemed young master Tianqing, distinguished and extraordinary. How could you not be dazzled by my presence? Surely, upon hearing my name, your eyes will sparkle, and you will seek an opportunity to draw near. And at that moment, I shall play with you at my leisure. The allure of white silk and white hair. This young master finds it most enchanting. How I long to tear apart those silken threads. Do you know him? Nangong Yueying casually inquired of the young boy, without even glancing at Wen Tianqing. I do not recognize. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head and remarked. Who in the world knows such a nobleman? I have never heard of him, Nangong Yueying commented. However, her words were directed not at Wen Tianqing but at Jun Xiaoyao, as the two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, completely disregarding Wen Tianqing's presence. Meanwhile, Wen Tianqing's face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. Damn it, I am on the verge of exploding. He was not foolish. He understood that the two were toying with him. Internally, he was seething with rage, yet he maintained a smile, determined not to lose the grace befitting a gentleman. I say, he remarked, don't stand there with such shameless audacity. Is it not apparent that you covet my junior master's attention? Have you no sense of dignity? I implore you. Jun Xiaoyao clasped his hands behind his back, raising his gaze towards the nearby Wen Tianqing. Damn it, why are you so tall? Can't you endure a little discomfort? You indeed. What you are contemplating, do you think I am oblivious? It is clear that you wish to pursue my junior master. But you have miscalculated, for I shall not grant you your desire. My junior master belongs to me. Young lady, he is your child. Wen Tianqing wore a smile, yet her expression bore an unsettling distortion. This is truly perplexing. The tongue of a child is venomous, and even if I see through it, must I expose the truth? How am I to maintain my facade and composure? Get lost. Nangong Yueying coldly reprimanded. How dare you have designs on me? Take a good look in the mirror. What does it matter if you are tall? You cannot compare to the charm of my beloved Xiaodao. As she spoke, a formidable imperial aura erupted from her, instantly locking on to Wen Tianqing. With a young boy by her side, she would not take any risks. If she were to strike, she would ensure his complete destruction. She would not grant her opponent the slightest opportunity. Even if it meant eliminating other holy sons of the heavenly sect, the consequences could be dealt with later. By then, the heavenly sect would take care of it. A sudden change flickered across Wen Tinqing's face. Her body swiftly retreated, imbued with a sense of vigilance as a palpable threat of death loomed over her. When she cast a glance at Nangong Yueying, the gaze that once resembled that of a wolf eyeing a little rabbit transformed into that of a tender lamb gazing upon a ferocious tiger. For she had realized that this exquisitely beautiful girl, adorned in silken white, was in fact a being of extraordinary terror, equally formidable, if not more so, than herself. Next time, when she graces our sight again. Death, Nangong Yueying spoke coldly. In that fleeting moment, her gaze softened, even carrying a hint of a smile. For she did not wish for Jun Xiaoyao to perceive her chill and murderous intent. Grasping Jun Xiaoyao's hand, she stepped into the sacred city of Tianluan. Who is she? When Tianqing gazed at the silhouettes of two figures, one large and one small, his expression darkened, revealing a flicker of bloodthirsty cruelty. He turned to the four stunning young women beside him, as he recalled that no such person existed in his memory of Jiuzhou. Soon, a smile graced his lips. The girl with white hair and silken threads was, after all, a formidable character. Conquering such a beauty would indeed provide a sense of accomplishment. Once I grow weary of the game, I shall exact my revenge, teaching her the consequences of underestimating me. There are no records of her among the prominent sects and families. She must rarely venture into the world. This exquisite maiden held a jade tablet in her hand, inscribed with information about the powerful figures and prodigies of Jiuzhou, as well as details on enchanting women. Yet, curiously, there was no mention of this white-haired beauty. Let us venture into the city. They too are bound for the ancient realm of the Holy King. With a slight huff, when Tianqing strode into the Heavenly Peak Holy City. Master Uncle, this Heavenly Peak Holy City has an air of mystery about it, doesn't it? It feels rather peculiar. Upon entering the city, Jun Xiaoyao glanced around, scrutinizing the surroundings of the Holy City. Although it was also a holy city, Heavenly Peak was significantly inferior to the blissful sky Holy City, akin to the disparity between a first-tier city and a fifth-tier city in the past. The size was comparable to blissful sky, yet Jun Xiaoyao sensed an oddity within this holy city. Many individuals donned black robes, and suddenly, he recalled the leader of the moon worship sect from a television drama. The black robes worn by these people resembled his attire closely. This Heavenly Peak Holy City was indeed under the dominion of the ancient Heavenly Sect. It is said that the Tianluan ancient sect has existed for tens of millions of years, a history even more ancient than that of our Bailuo Tian sect. Their methods of cultivation and approach to affairs differ significantly from those of most celestial sections. By the way, it appears that they venerate the totem of the moon goddess. For a fleeting moment, an unnatural expression crossed Nangong Yueying's face, revealing a glimmer of apprehension and animosity, along with profound disdain and aversion. However, she concealed it with remarkable poise, yet it was still perceptibly captured by Jun Xiaoyao. Indeed, Jun Xiaoyao realized with a sudden clarity, his curiosity piqued. It appeared that his junior master held a profound aversion towards the Tianluan ancient sect. Could it be that there existed an adversary within its ranks? Yet, he reminded himself that he was merely a child and should not pry into the affairs of adults. The two did not wander through the holy city. Instead, Nangong Yueying chose a relatively secluded inn for their stay, an isolated courtyard that cost 1,000 spirit crystals per day. 1,000 spirit crystals. The ordinary disciples of the Biluo Tian sect earned merely 10 spirit crystals a month. However, for Jun Xiaoyao, this sum was inconsequential. He possessed a staggering 100,000 spirit crystals. Moreover, his hunts of demonic beasts yielded both points and spirit crystals, leaving him little to worry about. Furthermore, his junior master, as a half-step emperor, was hardly in want of spirit crystals. You wash first. Nangong Yueying playfully tossed Jun Xiaoyao into the bathtub. Then, she assisted him in his bathing. Her delicate, porcelain-like fingers flicked with mischief, and she couldn't help but burst into a fit of giggles. This left Jun Xiaoyao wishing fervently to find a crack in the ground to hide within, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and shame. Both his junior master and Master Yuheng seemed to relish in treating him this way, leaving him utterly perplexed. Was it simply because he appeared small and endearing? It was beyond his comprehension. In that moment, he felt an unprecedented desire to grow up immediately. Little Master Uncle, do you think this is acceptable? I am a man. After all, this is Jun Xiaoyao's final defiance, his ultimate struggle. Yet he understands that he cannot escape the lethal grasp of Little Master Uncle. Man, is it really you? Nangong Yueying chuckled at Jun Xiaoyao's words, her laughter blooming like flowers, as if she had just heard the most delightful joke in the world. A little one. A man. No less. Who granted you such confidence? At the age of 5, she had never heard of a 5-year-old boy being considered a man. Humph. Just wait until I grow up. Then we'll see if you dare. Jun Xiaoyao scoffed in indignation, filled with immense fury. This is the greatest humiliation for a man. Little master uncle, you have truly provoked my ire. What difference will it make when you grow up? Hee hee. My little master uncle, I can easily handle this too. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's sulky expression, Nangong Weiying found him irresistibly adorable. Coupled with his childlike voice, she felt an overwhelming urge to nibble on him. Grown up? What of it? I can still manage you just the same. As she spoke, her delicate fingers made a playful gesture of pinching, and her eyes provocatively swept over Jun Xiaoyao. Ultimately, with a flick of her fingers, the outcome took Jun Xiaoyao completely by surprise. Speechless, utterly speechless. Just wait. Just you wait. I am 5 years old now. Give me 10 more years. In 10 years. Hee hee, little master uncle. I am weary. I shall forego washing and retire for the night. I can only concede defeat. A gentleman may take his time for vengeance. Indeed, 10 years is not too late. However, I must still seize the small advantage, considering it as interest. Hee hee, Nangong Weiying certainly understood the implications behind Jun Xiaoyao's demeanor. Are you fatigued? Is it merely a fear of falling victim to my lethal touch? Little boy, before this humble master, you remain rather inexperienced. However, Nangong Weiying chose not to tease him further. She meticulously washed his entire body, gently lifted him to dry off the droplets, and then dressed him in clean garments before carrying him to bed. Subsequently, she began her own bathing and changing of attire. Master uncle, the 9th young master inquired, is he quite renowned? On the bed, Jun Xiaoyao found himself rather bored and turned to ask his young master uncle. He is somewhat well known, I suppose. In Jiuzhou, you must remember, the 9 holy sons, the 9 holy daughters, the 9 peerless beings, and the 9 young masters. Except for a select few among the young masters, the rest are unparalleled prodigies. Shortly, I shall inscribe the information of these individuals onto a jade tablet for your perusal at your leisure. Of course, there are many hidden prodigies, some even more formidable than these. Those known to the public can only be deemed as peerless, frequently making their presence known. However, the unknown do not necessarily signify weakness. From the direction of the bathroom, the sound of water can be heard, accompanied by the voice of Nangong Weiying, who is conversing with Jun Xiaoyao while bathing. Little master uncle, as for the 9 sacred sons and 9 sacred daughters, I am well aware of their significance, but what exactly are the 9 peerless? Jun Xiaoyao felt a twinge of curiosity. Since he had nothing better to do, engaging in conversation with little master uncle seemed quite pleasant. The 9 unparalleled beauties refers to 9 exceptionally beautiful women, whose elegance and charm are truly unparalleled and unmatched. In the future, you shall bring them all back to me. To strengthen the misty peak, Nangong Yuhuan said with a playful smile. They must be quite beautiful. However, I am certain that my junior master uncle is far more beautiful. Jun Xiaoyao felt immense pressure regarding his junior master uncle's suggestion. Nevertheless, in order to live up to his junior master uncle's expectations, he could only strive with all his might. He was acutely aware that as a man, one must never praise the beauty of other women in the presence of a woman. The consequences could be profoundly severe, far beyond one's imagination. Therefore, he would not commit such a foolish mistake. Her words are as sweet as honey. I find it delightful, she remarked. Indeed. Upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's lack of denial regarding the beauty of other women, Nangong Weiying's countenance turned frosty. This ingrate dared to acknowledge the allure of others. How vexing. However, after hearing the subsequent remark, the chill upon her face transformed into warmth, and she quickly brightened. In no time, a vigorous splashing sound echoed. In a daze, Jun Xiaoyao gazed through the window and beheld his little master uncle's exquisite and delicate figure emerging from the bath, subsequently draping herself in a feathered veil. Before gracefully approaching him moments later, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. What about the jade tablet? Are you not going to carve it? Jun Xiaoyao was taken aback. Hadn't it been mentioned earlier that the information of those individuals would be inscribed onto the jade slip for her to peruse? How could it have vanished while bathing? This young lady is weary. Let us discuss it later. As she prepared to sleep, she drew closer, seeking comfort in an embrace. Nangong Weiying rubbed her eyes, appearing somewhat drowsy. Was this sudden wave of sleepiness truly upon her? API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, little master uncle, he inquired. What prompts you to rise so early? Jun Xiaoyao still bore a hint of morning irritability, yet he dared not express it too overtly, fearing a reprimand from his younger companion. After all, little master uncle possessed the temperament of a child. Had he been aware of little master uncle's nature beforehand, he would have refrained from accompanying him on this endeavor. Instead, he would have ventured to the Tianwan mountain range. Today, the portal to the sacred king ancient realm is about to manifest. Arriving late would render us unable to catch the opportunity. If your master and her companions discover that we missed it due to our late awakening, it would be nothing short of mortifying. Negong Weiying dragged Jun Xiaoyao as they made their way towards the courtyard entrance. A delicate beauty adorned in white silks and a charming young boy with exquisite features formed a striking pair. Such a combination inevitably drew curious glances from passers-by. However, the two simply regarded those stares as if they were nothing but air. Junior Master, may I inquire about something, if you don't mind? Jun Xiaoyao was led out of the inn by Negong Weiying. What is the matter? Ask away, she whispered, but keep your voice down, or I might be compelled to strike you. Negong Weiying responded softly. What could this young boy possibly want to inquire about? Surely it isn't about her personal matters. Being questioned about such embarrassing topics in public would be quite mortifying. However, if you lower your voice enough for others not to overhear, I wouldn't mind. After all, what malicious intentions could a child possess? Do I not have a masteress wife? Why is it that after my masteress passing, I have yet to see her? Jun Xiaoyao asked quietly, careful not to raise his voice for fear of punishment. Although a beating wouldn't be too painful, the embarrassment of being spanked would be quite shameful. As for this matter, your master. The relationship between your master and his wife is rather strained, or rather, devoid of genuine affection. Their marriage is one forged out of mutual interests, a familial alliance, as you understand. Your master's wife is the empress of the Taishan dynasty, exceptionally beautiful. Negong Weiying listened attentively, ever ready to cover the boy's mouth, genuinely concerned that he might pose some awkward or embarrassing questions. However, she never anticipated that Jun Xiaoyao would inquire about his master's wife. The response came swiftly, without a moment's pause. After a brief hesitation, he finally divulged the details regarding the relationship between his master and his wife. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, let us depart. At that moment, Nangong Yuhuan extended her hand, cradling Jun Xiaoyao in her embrace. With a graceful movement, she soared into the air, heading towards the outskirts of Tianwan's sacred city. Others swiftly followed suit. All exceptional talents and formidable warriors, evidently en route to the Tianwan mountain range, preparing to enter the sacred king's ancient realm. In terms of flight, who could possibly compare to a half-step emperor? In the blink of an eye, Nangong Yuhuan, with Jun Xiaoyao held securely, left the Tianwan sacred city behind. Soaring towards the horizon, the sky was teeming with people, some flying on swords, others riding mystical beasts, and many aboard flying vessels. The myriad modes of transportation left Jun Xiaoyao in awe, and at that moment, his first impression was, goodness, there are so many people. Xiaoyao, inside the secret realm. Aside from my esteemed uncle, all attacks are indiscriminate. Do not show mercy or trust anyone else. Your cultivation level is low. Just unleash your treasures. If you cannot win, summon our ancestors, Nangong Yuhuan advised as they flew. In the secret realm, random teleportation was a rarity, which was why she dared to bring Jun Xiaoyao along. However, there was always a chance of separation, hence her serious counsel to him. In truth, her willingness to bring Jun Xiaoyao along with Xian Yuan and the others' support, was grounded in confidence. Confidence stemming from the Holy Sun token and the 3 treasures in Jun Xiaoyao's possession. To be recognized by 3 treasures simultaneously, was that not extraordinary? Such an incredible young man could not be treated as an ordinary prodigy. Understood, Jun Xiaoyao nodded obediently. It was a jest, within the secret realm. Aside from his little master uncle, he would not show leniency. His strikes would surely annihilate, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, he silently prayed for random teleportation during the transfer, which would allow him to act independently. He was not in a hurry, he could fly. Moreover, he needed to hatch the divine dragon egg and become a dragon-riding warrior, zealously hunting beasts to earn points and elevate his rank. After a few minutes, they entered the continuous mountain range. Ultimately, The two arrived at the heart of the Tianwan mountain range, where a vast lake lay nestled like a gemstone amid the mountains. The water was crystal clear, and gentle breezes stirred delicate ripples across the surface, although the lake was devoid of fish or shrimp. Surrounding the lake were countless strong warriors and prodigies, youths and maidens, elders and crones, the ugly and the beautiful, a spectrum of malicious individuals, yet conspicuously absent were any children. A white-haired boy with delicate features caught the attention of many. But at that moment, no one wished to provoke trouble, so they merely stole a glance and moved on. "Little master uncle," he inquired in a soft voice, "how many people are there?" The gathering was vast, and the atmosphere was undeniably lively. By the millions. In the past, there were always 2 to 3 million prodigies and formidable beings entering the ancient realm of the sacred king. This time, the number may be even greater. After all, this is the ancient realm of the sacred king, one of the 9 secret realms of Jiuzhou, which opens only once every 10,000 years. Nangong replied, her gaze sweeping around, quickly recognizing several familiar faces. However, while she was acquainted with others, they did not recognize her, for she seldom descended the mountain and rarely ventured beyond the sacred city of Biluo. "Jade Maiden, long time no see." At that moment, a voice echoed through the air. Jun Xiaoyao and Nangong turned their gazes towards the source of the sound, where they beheld a young man clad in splendid robes, gracefully descending from the heavens while holding a jade fan. Following closely behind him were a dozen or so figures shrouded in black cloaks, their identities obscured by the darkness that enveloped them. Their gender and age remained indiscernible, yet they exuded an aura of mystery. An overwhelming and terrifying presence radiated from them, instilling a sense of unease akin to being under the watchful gaze of a venomous serpent. "Humph." Nangong averted her gaze, her expression frigid. Her eyes were filled with an icy disdain. It was the first time Jun Xiaoyao had encountered such a demeanor, one even more distasteful than when he first met that so-called young master Tianqing. This also indicated that his little master uncle was acquainted with this young man. "Who is this young master?" Jun Xiaoyao inquired curiously, tugging at the hem of the young man's feathered garment. Simultaneously, he sensed an air of menace emanating from this youth. If the cloaked figures could be likened to venomous serpents, then this young man was undoubtedly their king. This unsettling feeling left Jun Xiaoyao quite displeased. "The holy son of the Tianwan ancient sect, one of the 9 holy sons. Be wary of him, like a poisonous snake," Nangong remarked, expressing her disdain for this holy son. The root of her aversion lay in the fact that this holy son was betrothed to her. However, she harbored a deep resentment toward this engagement, which prompted her to remain secluded within the Biluo heavenly sect, using cultivation as an excuse to delay any confrontation. She had intended to discreetly avoid this individual, but to her dismay, he had noticed her. "Young master, I understand now," Jun Xiaoyao whispered into Nangong's ear, maintaining a vigilant gaze upon the youth. "No, I must devise a plan to eliminate him. Yes, he must be dealt with. Yet, I am but a child, and my cultivation is merely at the spirit sea realm. It seems I must strive to elevate my realm. Otherwise, I shall suffer the consequences of my inadequacy. Consider him a shield," Nangong softly advised Jun Xiaoyao. "What? Be a shield? Master uncle, did I hear that correctly? I am but a child. This shield is far too small and blatantly fabricated. Unless the other party is a fool, how am I supposed to serve as a shield?" In this instance, Jun Xiaoyao was truly bewildered. "A shield? How does one become one? Little master uncle, have you perhaps made an error? Think for yourself." Nangong glanced at the little one in her arms and spoke softly. In truth, she understood that this posed a dilemma for Jun Xiaoyao. Such a tiny being. What could it possibly serve as a shield for? Not only him, even she herself was at a loss as to what role to assign to Jun Xiaoyao. Nevertheless, it mattered little. After all, who could blame you for being so small? "Oh my heavens! Having such a master uncle like you is truly unfortunate for me." Jun Xiaoyao covered his forehead with his palm, displaying an expression of utter disbelief. The sorrow of a heart that has succumbed to despair is unparalleled. Can I still keep this little master uncle of mine? Yet at this moment, I can only hastily devise a solution, even though I am younger than her. Yuyo. At that moment, the young man in splendid attire approached Nangong with a smile, gently swaying the jade fan in his hand, feeling quite dashing. "Could you kindly be silent? She clearly has no desire to converse with you. Can't you see that?" Jun Xiaoyao retorted dismissively. "Damn it, I shall express my disdain first. Surely you cannot expect me to engage with you as if you were merely a child. What of the 9 holy sons? Are we not all sons of the sacred? Furthermore, I am the foremost holy son of the Biluo heavenly sect. Yuyo, who is this? Upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, the young man in splendid attire felt a flicker of anger rise within, as the distinguished holy son of the Tianluan ancient sect, being disregarded while attempting to greet his fiancée and then insulted by a mere child placed him in an awkward position. After all, Negong Yuyo truly did not wish to acknowledge him. Nevertheless, as the holy son of the Tianluan ancient sect, he had to maintain his composure. Moreover, he could not afford to lose face in front of his beautiful fiancée. My son, Negong Yueying spoke coldly. The words slipped from her lips, and she was taken aback by her own utterance. Not only was she astonished, but Jun Xiaoyao was equally bewildered. Little master uncle, this is rather unorthodox. Were we not good brothers? Were we not friends? How could you take such liberties, leaving me to ponder how to approach you in the future? The shock extended to the young man clad in fine garments, the holy son of the Tianluan ancient sect. Son, Negong Yueying's son? How is that even conceivable? When did Negong Yueying bear a child? Moreover, as her betrothed, he was completely unaware of this revelation. Did she perhaps have an affair while at the Biluo heavenly sect? Suddenly, the world around him seemed to turn a vivid shade of green. Mother, I am hungry. Desiring milk, Jun Xiaoyao clung to Negong Yuyo's neck. His gaze fixated on his little master's bosom. He spoke in a soft, childish tone, exuding an air of casualness that suggested this was a frequent manner of expression for him. Wait, we shall drink only upon entering the sacred king ancient realm. Negong Yueying cast a sidelong glance at Jun Xiaoyao. It was uncertain whether this little one was merely taking advantage of her or genuinely hungry for milk. By the way, was the bottle tied to your waist? Surely, there remains some within. However, at this moment, one must address the holy son of the Tianluan ancient sect. Hence the response must remain ambiguous. Jun Xiaoyao nodded obediently, nestled within that gentle embrace. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. What does this mean? The young man in splendid attire observed the exchange between Jun Xiaoyao and Negong Yueying, along with the sight of Negong Yueying embracing Jun Xiaoyao. It was entirely reminiscent of a mother and son. In that instant, he nearly spat blood. Good heavens, he had always been the one to deceive others, never anticipating that one day he would find himself in such a predicament. At this moment, he truly comprehended the anguish of betrayal. His entire being was on the verge of eruption. Mother, who is he? Grandfather has spoken, he instructed. Let me gaze upon you. Do not converse with other men. Say for myself. Jun Xiaoyao commenced his subtle strikes, insidious yet excruciatingly painful. He, alas, was unknown to her. Do not speak carelessly to your grandfather. Negong Yueying was astonished. Such a remarkable little one. Your acting is so superb that it is truly undetectable. Is that so? I shall not inform my father that someone calls you Yuyo. Jun Xiaoyao murmured to himself, his curious gaze scrutinizing the young man clad in splendid attire. I must admit, the youth possessed an exceptionally handsome visage. As he assessed the young man, the latter reciprocated the scrutiny. He glanced at Jun Xiaoyao, then turned his gaze to Negong Yueyao. Strangely enough, this exquisitely crafted young boy bore a certain resemblance to Negong Yueyao, and both were undeniably striking in appearance. In that moment, the youth felt an increasing pang of heartache. How could my betrothed, with her silvery hair and ethereal presence, be so cruelly taken from me? The anguish is unbearable. Negong Yueying, you truly deserve to perish. The young man in splendid attire was on the verge of spewing blood. The more exquisite Negong Yueying appeared, the more anguish he endured. The thought of such a stunning fiancée engaging with other men tormented him, as vivid images involuntarily flooded his mind. His mind was indeed troubled. Lin Tiandu, is a confrontation to be expected here? Negong Yueying's gaze was icy. If looks could kill, the young man in the splendid attire would have perished already. It turns out that this youth is Lin Tiandu, the foremost holy son of the Tianluan ancient sect, recognized as one of the 9 holy sons by the Jiuzhou Tianji Pavilion. Both his talent and strength are exceedingly formidable. Mother, please refrain from fighting. To be a lady. I remarked, do you not feel sufficiently embarrassed? My mother disapproves of you. Are you not aware of the reasons? Allow me to elucidate. First, your appearance leaves much to be desired. Had you possessed even half of my good looks, the situation would not be so dire. Second, your looks resemble those of a venomous serpent. Had you possessed even a modicum of my discernment, it would not have come to this. Third, your foolish demeanor. flailing a tattered fan as if it were an embodiment of grace. Do you truly believe that is charming? At that moment, Jun Xiaoyao was exhilarated at the prospect of a confrontation with my junior master. The battle of a half-step emperor would undoubtedly be riveting. However, it was evident that a clash was not imminent, so the opportunity to witness such a grand spectacle was lost. Instead, let us relish in mocking this fool. How could our own delicate white-haired beauty be subject to the advances of other men? The sound of my somewhat childish voice was not insignificant and instantly attracted the attention of numerous nearby prodigies and formidable beings. They turned their gazes toward us, their expressions a tapestry of amusement and restraint as they struggled to suppress their laughter. In that fleeting moment, Ling Tiandu's countenance turned a shade of green. How absurd! Were you intent on broadcasting to the world that Ling Tiandu, one of the 9 saints, had been cuckolded? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, mother. He coughed up blood. Indeed, he coughed up blood. Look, he possesses self-awareness, having tucked away that fan. Jun Xiaoyao wore an expression of innocence, revealing a look of astonishment. He shook Nangong Yuyao's neck and pointed at Ling Tiandu as he spoke. Cluck. You certainly have a way with words. Nangong Yueying couldn't help but chuckle at Jun Xiaoyao's remark. This little boy is infuriating yet amusing. The illustrious Ling Tiandu, one of the 9 holy sons, was actually driven to the brink of bloodshed by his provocations. Mother, he exclaimed, once again retrieving the fan. Jun Xiaoyao gazed at Ling Tiandu, his expression one of genuine astonishment, exuding an adorable innocence. To be candid, this time his surprise was not feigned, it was authentic. He had not anticipated that after Ling Tiandu had put the fan away, a single remark would prompt him to brandish it once more. How amusing. This fellow certainly does not possess a sharp intellect. At this moment, Ling Tiandu was consumed by a murderous rage. The jade fan in his hand felt like a scalding hot potato. He was at a loss whether to stow it away or to keep holding it. This insolent wretch had truly crossed the line with their words. Unable to contain himself any longer, the terrifying might of his imperial aura erupted forth. He yearned to shatter Nagong weighing into 1,000 pieces, to reduce this insolent scoundrel to ashes. Mother, he intends to strike me. Upon hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao felt invigorated. However, he was convinced that his junior uncle could not defeat him. To prevent his junior uncle from suffering a loss, he promptly unveiled the Bai Luo Tianzhong, compelling it to hover above them, emanating an unparalleled sanctity, causing the essence of heaven and earth to tremble and distort in that very moment. He dares not. Put it away. Nagong Weiying observed that Jun Xiaoyao had brought forth the Bai Luo Tianzhong, and her heart filled with joy, knowing that the young boy was concerned about her well-being. Indeed, Jun Xiaoyao nodded in affirmation. The bell of Biluo vanished without a trace. As anticipated, Ling Tiandu harbored no intention of engaging, but instead gazed at him in astonishment. The bell of Biluo instilled in him a profound sense of oppression, and he recognized it as the supreme treasure of the Biluo heavenly sect. What was happening? Someone from the Biluo heavenly sect had mastered this treasure, and it was a mere child. How could he have been unaware of this? Ling Tian, do what thoughts occupy your mind. You know, and I know, that you are not my type, nor am I yours. While we have yet to become adversaries, it is prudent to refrain from harboring any other notions. Should you dare to entertain such thoughts again, I would not hesitate to see the Tianluan ancient sect lose a saint. Nangong Yuyao stated coldly. She was astutely intelligent and fully aware of Ling Tiandu's intentions, which were merely to possess her physically. Moreover, her unique constitution offered tremendous advantages to men. Yet she has always loathed this engagement. To put it plainly, Ling Tiandu is not the type that appealed to her. Nangong Yuyao, he warned. You shall come to regret this. Ling Tiandu's complexion turned ashen. It became evident that his betrothed, with her silvery hair and delicate features, was no mere innocent. However, he had already deemed her his possession. Should she dare to alter his fate, she would pay a steep price, leaving her in a state of despair, unable to seek salvation or embrace death. With that, he turned on his heel and departed, taking his companions with him. Little master, how is it? Jun Xiaoyao observed as Ling Tiandu departed. Leaning close to her little master's ear, she inquired softly. Her little master exuded a delightful fragrance. A whiff, and then another. Indeed, this young lady was quite pleased. Nagong Weiying's exquisite and enchanting visage nestled against Jun Xiaoyao's cheek as she cheerfully proclaimed her triumph in driving Ling Tiandu away. Of course, this also meant she had thoroughly offended him, but what of it? Suddenly, the previously clear sky was pierced by ominous rumbles of thunder. The atmosphere shifted rapidly, turning dark as menacing clouds gathered, thick and blood-red, evoking a sense of foreboding, as if the apocalypse were nigh. Gradually, arcs of lightning began to weave through the dense clouds. Do not fear. The teleportation of the Sacred King Ancient Realm was about to commence. Observing Jun Xiaoyao's somewhat fearful demeanor, Nangong Yueying held him tightly, offering gentle reassurance. Little Master Uncle, if we find ourselves separated upon entering the ancient realm of the Holy King, you must ensure to seek me out. Nevertheless, he continued, there is no need for you to rush or worry. I possess 3 treasured items, along with the Sacred Sun's token, ensuring our safety. My primary concern is for your well-being. You must take care of yourself. Do you understand? Jun Xiaoyao nodded obediently, reminding himself of his little master uncle. As the conversation progressed, the tone gradually shifted, transforming into words of comfort directed at Nangong Yueying. To her ears, his words were profoundly moving, and she felt an overwhelming warmth from this young boy. In that moment, Nangong Yueying almost found herself on the verge of tears, deeply touched by his kindness. Rest assured, the young lady declared, for she was a half-step emperor. Nangong Yuhua's voice wavered, leaving her at a loss for words. Her rosy lips brushed against Jun Xiaoyao's cheek. The thunderclaps grew louder, the arcs of electricity more intense. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged towards them. And the once tranquil and clear lake erupted in a kaleidoscope of colors, its brilliance starkly contrasting with the dimness enveloping the world. Gradually, the waters of the lake began to churn, revealing an altar emerging from its depths, rising slowly into the air. In the void above, the arcs of electricity tore through the dense clouds, beams of light cascading down towards the ground, targeting the altar within the lake. At that moment, Jun Xiaoyao beheld the altar, its diameter an impressive 100 meters. The surface was adorned with countless mysterious runes that appeared to come alive, intertwining with the celestial radiance above. The sky brightened, and the entire Tianluan mountain range transformed into a breathtaking spectacle. A resounding sound echoed, though whether it emanated from the sky or the altar was uncertain. As the sound resonated, the beams connecting to the altar formed a colossal teleportation passage measuring 100 meters in diameter, extending into the depths of space until it vanished from sight. The ancient sacred realm is now open, limited to those under 100 years of age. The duration of the trial is 1 month. The teleportation passage will close in 1 hour. At this moment, an ethereal voice rang out, resounding throughout the Tianluan mountain range, clear to all the prodigies and powerful beings present. As the voice faded, a multitude of talented individuals and formidable warriors surged towards the teleportation passage, ultimately venturing into the vastness of space. Let us depart, murmured Nangong Yueying as she embraced Jun Xiaoyao, offering a gentle reminder. In the next instant, her delicate form flickered and she soared towards the teleportation passage, swiftly vanishing within its confines. An undercurrent of anxiety coursed through her. The fear of being separated loomed large in her heart. Fortunately, they remained together. With Jun Xiaoyao in her arms, her body involuntarily propelled into the vastness of deep space. Gradually, an enigmatic force of spatial energy enveloped her, and soon, a look of astonishment crossed Nangong Yueying's face. Before this overwhelming spatial force, she found herself utterly immobilized. The small boy nestled in her arms was suddenly torn away from her grasp. Little Master Uncle, you must take care, she thought, her heart racing with shock. Yet, before she could utter a word to Jun Xiaoyao, she heard his soothing voice offer her comfort, nearly bringing her to tears. Her emotions were a tumult of gratitude and concern. How could such a young child possibly navigate the ancient realm of the Sacred Kings? Careful now, Nangong Yueying said, her eyes reddening as she watched the little boy drift away from her. Before she could finish her sentence, the small figure vanished, and the people around her disappeared as well. They had been randomly separated. Within the serpentine transport passage, even a half-step emperor could not move an inch, let alone an emperor, unless they were a sage, who had begun to grasp a portion of spatial power. Only those under 100 years of age could enter the ancient realm of the Holy King, thus it was impossible for a sage to pass through here. The random teleportation was beyond anyone's control. The diminutive form of Jun Xiaoyao floated like a leaf in the transport passage, growing increasingly distant from his small master, until he became a mere blur and ultimately faded away completely. The surroundings also vanished as if they had never existed. After an indeterminate duration, Jun Xiaoyao's vision brightened. He emerged from the transport passage, only to feel himself plummeting rapidly. Startled by the sudden shift, He swiftly employed his techniques to suspend himself in midair, surveying his surroundings. He found himself aloft, utterly alone. Not a single soul was in sight, not even a bird. Below lay a desolate prairie, beyond which stretched an untamed forest, starkly different from the Tianluan mountain range. This indicated that he had been teleported into the ancient realm of the Holy King, entering an entirely different world. He landed lightly on the ground, snapping a dry twig beneath his feet. Immediately, Jun Xiaoyao sought refuge in a more concealed spot. Thankfully, his small stature allowed him to hide effectively, and he masked his presence as well. Though it was his first venture into such a secret realm, he possessed considerable knowledge of wilderness survival. As time ticked by, approximately a minute later, a melodious yet resounding voice echoed from the heavens, reminiscent of the sounds from the Tianluan mountain range. Welcome to the ancient realm of the Holy King. I am the spirit of this realm. You shall spend 1 month here, provided you survive. However, you have not truly entered the ancient realm yet. You are merely in the first outer layer. You must undergo trials to gain entrance to the true realm. In the first outer layer, countless demonic beasts await. Slaying these beasts will earn you slaughter points, as will defeating enemies. Accumulate 1 million slaughter points to qualify for entry into the second inner layer. A slaughter leaderboard will be established, recording only the top 10,000. After 10 days, the second inner layer shall open. The ethereal voice resonated both near and far. Jun Xiaoyao listened attentively. As the voice faded, a beam of light descended from the sky, landing precisely before him. The radiance fused with his being, and before him appeared an information panel, akin to his virtual screen, but smaller in size. It displayed his information: name, Jun Xiaoyao; age, 5 realm, spirit C realm; slaughter points, 0 slaughter board, none cultivation board, none talent board, none holy intent board, none. The information panel contained only basic details, primarily concerning the ancient realm of the Holy King. Is the spirit truly this extraordinary? Jun Xiaoyao marveled at the information, astonished that he could not escape scrutiny upon entering this realm. After all, how else could they possess such precise knowledge of him? Silence enveloped him. Observing the sky, he noted it was midday, akin to the time in the Tianluan mountain range. After a brief wait, the spirit's voice did not return. Jun Xiaoyao began to contemplate, piecing together insights from the spirit's words. 1. The duration of training in the ancient realm of the Holy King is 1 month. 2. According to the spirit, this is merely the first outer layer. He must earn 1 million slaughter points to gain entry into the second inner layer. 3. The leaderboard for slaughter points will only list the top 10,000. 4. Slaughter points can be acquired by hunting demonic beasts and seizing them from enemies. 5. In addition to these, there are also cultivation boards, talent boards, and even holy intent boards, though those would likely pertain to the second inner layer. First, he would hunt demonic beasts to accumulate slaughter points while simultaneously earning points through his endeavors. After contemplating for a moment, he charted a course and took flight, darting towards the distance. With the 9 calamities' holy sword levitating behind him, he resembled a diminutive sword deity standing proudly between heaven and earth. Before long, Jun Xiaoyao heard the roars of demonic beasts. Rather than faltering, he quickened his pace. Within moments, he encountered a second-tier demonic beast, with a strength of approximately 5,000. It was far too feeble for Jun Xiaoyao, whose power exceeded 1 million, bolstered by 3 treasures. With a flick of his finger, he employed the annihilation sword technique, opting not to waste the 9 calamities' holy sword on such a trivial foe. Using his fingertip as a sword was simply exquisite. The second-tier beast, the rampaging bull, fell swiftly, and the system chimed. Points 50, spirit crystals 50. Simultaneously, the information panel updated with a notification: slaughter points 0. 5. Jun Xiaoyao found the amount of slaughter points amusing. Had the spirit lost its mind? Killing a second-tier beast yielded only 0. 5 slaughter points. However, he soon grasped the mechanics from the information panel. Note: slaying beasts equal to one's own realm grants 1 slaughter point. Defeating foes 1 realm higher yields 2 points. 2 realms higher grants 4 points, and 3 realms higher bestows 8 points. Note: killing beasts below one's realm results in only 0. 5 slaughter points. Note: defeating enemies will yield all their slaughter points. Upon understanding this, Jun Xiaoyao finally comprehended the fairness of the system. Otherwise, if half-step emperors like his small master could easily gain substantial slaughter points from weaker beasts, it would be unjust for lower-tier warriors. This new design, however, established a sense of equity. It appears, he mused, I shall first accumulate points rather than elevate my level. for a higher level does not equate to greater advantage. Upon discerning a flaw in the system, Jun Xiaoyao realized that, despite his lower realm, his combat prowess was formidable. He could still earn standard slaughter points by hunting beasts. Unless his strength faltered, there was no need to hasten his ascension. How absurd, he thought. Who claims that children are foolish? I am quite astute. A smile spread across Jun Xiaoyao's face, his combat strength reaching 1,000,000, complemented by 3 extraordinary treasures. While he could not confidently assert he could easily vanquish beasts of the 6th or 7th tier, he felt assured in his ability to handle those of the lower tiers with ease. Swiftly, he moved, seeking out the beasts, preparing for an exhilarating hunt. Before long, he encountered a congregation of beasts ranging from 1st to 5th tier. The sight of these creatures nearly made Jun Xiaoyao's face blossom with joy. The sacred sword of 9 catastrophes. All swords return to their origin. The 9 tribulations sacred sword erupted with a cataclysmic sword energy and sword intent, transforming into 9 colossal sacred swords. In that moment, Jun Xiaoyao unleashed the technique of all swords return to their origin. Instantly, the flora and fauna of the world morphed into sword energy and sword intent, along with beams of sword light and brilliance, overwhelming the demonic beasts ahead. The slaughter points surged 0, 5, 1, 0, 5, 2, 8. All swords returned to their origin belongs to the category of area attacks, complemented by immense combat power and the 9 tribulation sacred sword. What demonic beast could withstand such force? It was utterly impossible. In an instant, the realm seemed on the verge of annihilation, as countless demonic beasts fell in droves. Jun Xiaoyao's slaughter points escalated frantically. Beyond the slaughter points, there were also points in spiritual crystals. Points increased by 10, 50, 100, 500. Spiritual crystals surged by 10, 50, 100. In the system, fairness was a mere illusion. As long as it benefited the host, nothing else mattered. Regardless of realm, the points and spiritual crystals acquired from hunting demonic beasts remained unchanged. This sensation allowed him to relive the exhilarating experience of a mage's area attack in his previous life. The numbers representing experience and gold coins floated endlessly. At this moment, it was an intoxicating feeling. What of a half-step emperor? In due time, my name shall surely grace the slaughter leaderboard. Only then will my junior martial uncle see my name and know I am alive, alleviating her worries. Congratulations, you've entered the top 10,000 of the slaughter leaderboard. Current slaughter points, 194. Please continue to strive. A notification sound emerged in the information panel. This sound did not belong to the system's alerts, but rather to the information panel or the artifact spirit's notifications, indicating his entry into the top 10,000 of the slaughter leaderboard with 194 slaughter points. This was entirely reasonable, as he and Nangong Weiying were among the first to enter the teleportation passage, thus becoming part of the initial group to enter the Sacred King Ancient Realm. Amidst the mass slaughter, acquiring 194 slaughter points in an instant was perfectly logical. Moreover, at the onset of the leaderboard, all participants received relatively low slaughter points. Hence, achieving the 10,000th position was quite normal. It has only just begun. A harmless smile graced Jun Xiaoyao's youthful face. This was merely the prelude to his actions. With a single move, he ascended into the ranks of the top 10,000. Soon enough, his position would rise even higher. True strength manifests over time, with disparities growing ever more pronounced. Killing points increased, 2, 8, 16, and 4. Upon the execution of the 10,000 swords returned to the origin, the surrounding flora, trees, and even the very air transformed into a torrent of sword energy and brilliance, surging forth with overwhelming force. With the formidable 9 calamities holy sword as his ally, no beast could withstand his might. It was akin to slicing through tofu with ease. However, the 9 calamities holy sword did not fly away. Instead, it orbited around Jun Xiaoyao, creating a marvelous and intricate spectacle, dazzling in its presentation. This was the grand display Jun Xiaoyao cherished most. After all, what man does not yearn to traverse the world wielding a sword? Who does not dream of a myriad of swords returning to their origin? Congratulations, you have entered the killing leaderboard at 9,001. Current killing points, 300. Please continue to strive. The notification chimed. A promotion in rank occurred every 100 positions. Before long, Jun Xiaoyao's rank had soared to 9,001. He cast a casual glance at the first place holder. Their killing points amounted to merely 2,097. It seemed they too had encountered a horde of beasts. Yet one could hardly assert that they were on par with an emperor or supreme being. Perhaps they belonged to the realms of yin-yang or myriad phenomena. For high cultivation does not necessarily equate to abundant killing points. Today, I shall not rest until I secure a position within the top 10, Jun Xiaoyao murmured to himself. Having ventured into the secret realm, he deemed it a waste to leave without amassing a substantial number of points. For him, this was akin to a game. In his past life, he often encountered affluent players and those who relied on external assistance, rendering him unable to compete. Now, it felt as though he was alone in a ghostly server, the sole player in this vast expanse. If he were to feel disheartened under such circumstances, what was the point of his rebirth? What he desired was to claim every first place. Regardless of the challenge, he aimed to be the best. Upon slaying a fourth-tier beast, the Earth Dragon, he earned 500 points and 500 spiritual crystals, along with the drop, a moonlight bracelet of Xian grade. At last, he had acquired his first piece of equipment since entering the ancient realm of the Holy King, and it was of a commendable grade. The sound of its emergence brought a delighted smile to Jun Xiaoyao's face. The better the equipment, the greater the combat power. And while the initial pieces were merely of low grade and offered limited strength, as he progressed, the potency of the gear would become formidable. In that moment, Jun Xiaoyao did not pause. Instead, he continued to hunt down the beasts. It was less a hunt and more a massacre, an unrelenting slaughter. For the beasts, encountering Jun Xiaoyao was akin to facing a calamity. Time passed inexorably, and he found himself entrenched in the den of the beasts, surrounded by a throng of foes. Endless in number, with each advancing step revealing creatures of increasingly higher tiers. His own cultivation remained unchanged, yet the higher the tier of the beast he faced, the more slaughter points he would accrued. The tiers were as follows. First tier, approximately 1,000 in strength, yielding 0.5 points. Second tier, approximately 5,000 in strength, yielding 1 point. Third tier, approximately 10,000 in strength, yielding 2 points. Fourth tier, approximately 50,000 in strength, yielding 4 points. Fifth tier, approximately 100,000 in strength, yielding 8 points. Sixth tier, approximately 500,000 in strength, yielding 18 points. Seventh tier, approximately 1 million in strength, yielding 36 points. Currently, Jun Xiaoyao was cautious, limiting his encounters to beasts of the 7th tier or lower. The strength of a 7th tier beast was around 1 million, while his own combat power exceeded 1 million. With the techniques of 10,000 swords returning to 1 and the 9 calamities holy sword, he could dispatch them in an instant, offering no chance for the beasts to retaliate. The primary reason for his caution was his youth. He could not afford to take unnecessary risks. However, with his formidable abilities, even an 8th tier beast could be defeated, though it would present a considerable risk. As the minutes ticked by, his ranking soared from 800 to 700, then to 6,000, and further down to 1,000, 900, and finally 800. In less than half an hour, Jun Xiaoyao had surged into the top 100, achieving the 87th position with a staggering 19,802 slaughter points. At present, the leading contender boasted 24,365 points. At this rate, Jun Xiaoyao was on the cusp of overtaking him. In the first layer of the outer realm of the ancient realm of the Holy King, a stunning young maiden drifted gracefully through the air. She appeared to be no more than 15 or 16 years old, with white hair and silken strands that accentuated her ethereal beauty. This enchanting figure was Nangong Weiying, who, while seemingly strolling, moved with astonishing speed, covering vast distances with each step. Presently, her mind was elsewhere, her exquisitely beautiful face marred by an expression of melancholy. Her eyes filled with worry and longing. When the young boy had been by her side, she had felt no such emptiness. However, now, apart from him, she sensed an overwhelming void. In this secret realm, she could only wonder about the boy's fate. What if something had befallen him? What to do? Nangong Yao found herself devoid of the motivation to hunt magical beasts. As a dignified half-step emperor, the preceding assessments felt akin to child's play to her. Time passed, second by second. With a flutter of her eyelashes, a notification panel materialized before her. This panel not only contained her personal information, but also displayed a leaderboard of kills. By chance, her gaze fell upon the leaderboard, and upon viewing it, an expression of incredulity flickered in her eyes, soon replaced by excitement and joy. How is that even possible? That fellow, Nangong Weiying, gazed at the kill rankings, her eyes reflecting an incredulous expression. Her delicate visage underwent a myriad of transformations: shock, excitement, and joy intertwined within her, and it was only after a prolonged moment that she truly comprehended the situation. There, among the top 100 names on the kill rankings, appeared the name Jun Xiaoyao. That name was one she had long been concerned about. She had not anticipated it to manifest within the upper echelons of the rankings. And moreover, the points were surging at an astonishing rate, one that left her in awe, so rapid, so unparalleled. It seemed to embody a stance of transcending all. Was this the terrifying power of wielding a treasured artifact? Too formidable, by expressed, her heart momentarily burdened with concern. Nangong Duiying, resembling a young girl, found solace upon seeing Jun Xiaoyao's name on the leaderboard, confirming his safety. At that moment, her mood transformed from overcast to radiant, as clear as a cloudless sky. In fact, she nearly leapt with joy. Her little disciple had grown so powerful. As her junior, the pressure was immense. Yet she felt compelled to impart a crucial truth. Her status as his junior would remain unchallenged for years to come. Observing the fluctuating numbers, Nangong Yueying felt her own fervor ignited. She resolved not to let this young boy underestimate her. Speaking to herself, she began to choose her direction, preparing for an ambitious endeavor. With each increment of slaughter points, 4, 2, 1, 0, 5, 4, Jun Xiaoyao, though merely a short figure standing at 1 meter 20, wielded the terrifying 9 Tribulations sacred sword. The overwhelming sword aura and intent annihilated everything in its path, rendering destruction wherever it traversed. He was a veritable force of violence, reaping significant rewards every moment. As his slaughter points surged, his rank ascended: 72, 66, 53, 37, 8, 4, 3, 2, and finally, 1, unbeknownst to him. He had claimed the pinnacle of the slaughter leaderboard. Presently, his slaughter points had reached an astonishing 49, 329, all within the span of a mere hour. Such a feat, acquiring nearly 50,000 slaughter points in just 1 hour, suggested that by nightfall, reaching 300,000 would be within reach. This implied that in just 2 days, he could amass 1,000,000 points, thereby securing his qualification for entry into the second inner circle. A bounty of slaughter points indicated a plethora of hunted demonic beasts. An abundance of kills would naturally yield more points and spirit crystals, resulting in a significant increase in equipment drops, including even Imperial-grade gear. This revelation astonished him. It was unexpected for 7th-tier demonic beasts to drop such high-tier equipment. However, reflecting on the nature of 7th-tier beasts, it made sense. These creatures posed a challenge to other martial artists, yet for him, they were easily vanquished. Who was this Jun Xiaoyao, exhibiting such strength? The previous holder of the top rank, Shun Hanxing, was the young master of the Jiuzhou Divine Sword Manor. The Divine Sword Manor was one of the 9 great celestial sects, uniquely developed through a familial model. To become a disciple, one required not only exceptional swordsmanship, but also to wed into the Shun family, binding oneself to them entirely. Gradually, every disciple and prodigy within the Divine Sword Manor shared Shun blood, with even newly inducted disciples becoming part of the family. As Shun Hanxing observed the slaughter leaderboard, astonishment spread across his face. Born for the sword, his prodigious talent and swordsmanship had allowed him to reach the threshold of a great emperor before the age of 100, surpassing many emperors in strength due to the unmatched offensive capabilities of sword cultivators. Mastering the Shun family's premier sword technique, the Haotian sword method, which included sword formations and excelled in group attacks, he had become the only prodigy to cultivate this technique in a millennium. Upon arriving in the Sacred King ancient realm, he fortuitously encountered hordes of demonic beasts, allowing his group attack swordsmanship to secure his position at the top of the leaderboard. However, 1 hour later, he found himself surpassed. Who was Jun Xiaoyao? Was there such a figure in Jiuzhou? He had never heard of him before. This individual was extraordinarily powerful, while he himself had only accumulated 10 slaughter points. The first place boasted an astounding 50,000. How was this even possible? Obtaining slaughter points was notoriously difficult. Achieving 1,000,000 points would effectively eliminate 90% of competitors. Wasn't Jun Xiaoyao the saint of their sect? Had this little ancestor also ventured into the Sacred King ancient realm? As time elapses, the exceptional individuals and formidable warriors destined to enter the ancient realm of the Sacred King have all arrived. Each one has come to grasp the established rules. Gazing upon the rankings displayed on the slaughter leaderboard, countless onlookers are filled with astonishment. After all, accumulating slaughter points is no trivial feat yet. The individual in first place boasts a staggering 50,000 points, prompting widespread incredulity and self-doubt among many. Could they truly be so inept? Furthermore, who is this Jun Xiaoyao? A name unfamiliar to the majority, with 90% of the crowd having never heard of him. Nevertheless, a select few among them hail from the Belaotian sect. Upon seeing this name, they are engulfed in suspicion. Could it be a case of shared names? After all, their young ancestor is merely 5 years old. Could such a tiny being truly traverse to the ancient realm of the sacred king? With the roar of battle echoing, time passes swiftly. Unbeknownst to many, the sky gradually darkens. Following the defeat of a 7th-tier demon beast, Jun Xiaoyao ceases combat, retracting the 9 Tribulations sacred sword, which vanishes from sight. The slaughter points amassed are astounding. The leaderboard reveals him in first place, with points exceeding his initial estimations. Having only spent half a day in the ancient realm of the sacred king, he has already accrued nearly 400,000 points. Tomorrow, reaching 1 million seems inevitable, though fortune will dictate the outcome. If luck favors him with encounters of swarming demon beasts, success is assured. However, should fortune be unkind, and he faces only a scarce few, even his strength may prove futile. Conclude the practice. "I'm so hungry," exclaimed the little one with short legs. With a swift twist of his body, he soared towards the horizon. During the course of his journey, he keenly observed his surroundings and discovered a perfect resting place for the night. Prior to his arrival at the Tianwan mountain range, his esteemed master had imparted a wealth of knowledge regarding survival in the wilderness and hidden realms. Within his spatial ring, countless provisions had been stockpiled by his master. There was no fear of starvation, even over the span of a month, let alone a decade or more. Finally, just as dusk began to settle, Jun Xiaoyao arrived at the base of a sheer cliff. In a flash, he manifested in the midst of the precipice, where a cave awaited him. Although modest in size, measuring only 5 or 6 square meters, it was dry and suitable for habitation, with an entrance that was quite concealed. Upon entering, Jun Xiaoyao retrieved a jade slip and activated the formation within, obscuring the cave's entrance. This jade slip was prepared by his master, and there were plenty more within his spatial ring, each with various functions. Curious about his earnings for the day, he set about assessing his gains. After tidying up the cave, the petite figure nestled into a cozy bed, extracting food from the spatial ring to satisfy his hunger. As he munched on his provisions, he blinked, and a virtual screen unfurled before him. On this screen, he beheld his accumulated points and spirit crystals, and he could not help but feel a surge of astonishment. Indeed, hunting beasts in the hidden realm was exhilarating. Had it not been for the need for slaughter points, his current score would have propelled him to new heights. System, version 1. 0 name, Jun Xiaoyao. Age, 5 years. Talent, 9 Young Emperor. Body, enhanced. Realm, Spirit Sea Realm. 7th grade, 08000 points. Combat power, 1, 479, 364. Base combat power, 1, 176, 367. Points, 898, 510. Wealth, 1, 923, 510. Skills, 10,000 swords. Returned to origin sacred. Starry domain god goodness. His points had accumulated to 898, 510, nearing 900,000. Should he choose to elevate his realm, he would undoubtedly ascend to the celestial realm. However, it was prudent to refrain from such an elevation for the moment, as it would adversely affect his slaughter points. Better to amass points for now, with sufficient points. Ascending realms would be a mere matter of moments. He also aspired to enhance his talent, but upon noticing the talent leaderboard on the information panel, he decided to wait and assess the situation further. In one day, he had earned 890,000 points and an equal amount of spirit crystals. 10 days' time, he thought, and I could acquire 9 million points and 9 million spirit crystals. This is promising indeed. Jun Xiaoyao gazed at the virtual screen, brimming with excitement. While spirit crystals held little value for him since he lacked any pressing needs, points were his lifeblood. The more, the better. With a rumble in his stomach, Jun Xiaoyao consumed a morsel of food and quenched his thirst with a sip of water, lamenting the absence of milk. The sustenance was hardly satisfying, merely serving to stave off hunger. After all, he was but a 5-year-old child with a sensitive stomach, unable to digest anything too tough, relegated to soft rice and milk. Yet, his young master was not around. Even if she were, she was currently absent from his side. Recalling a prior occasion when he desperately craved milk, he had inquired with her and, in a moment of mischief, reached to touch her. She had scolded him, stating she was merely a girl without what he sought, and admonished him not to behave in such a manner in public. Jun Xiaoyao understood that had they been in private, he likely would not have faced her wrath. Suddenly, a thought struck him, the dragon egg. Yes, the dragon egg had yet to hatch. With a flicker of intention, a spherical egg, the size of a bowl, materialized before him, adorned with enigmatic golden inscriptions and runes that exuded an aura of mystery. Unfortunately, Jun Xiaoyao was not versed in the art of formations and could not decipher these symbols, yet this did not deter him from initiating the hatching process. Taking a deep breath, he activated the Bai Luo Tianjing, drawing forth a drop of his primal blood. This vital essence radiated immense power, imbued with the essence of his life itself. Every martial artist possessed only 9 drops of primal blood. All other blood was not of the same caliber. Once his primal blood appeared, Jun Xiaoyao retrieved a jade vial from the Yuan realm. Upon opening it, a wave of destructive energy surged forth. Fortunately, the vial bore a seal, for the sheer force of destruction contained within was beyond what he could withstand. This vial contained a drop of divine blood, the primal essence of a deity from the chaotic cosmos, not to be trifled with. With a series of hissing sounds, Jun Xiaoyao let his primal blood fall onto the dragon egg, simultaneously allowing the divine blood to trickle down as well. To his astonishment, the divine blood did not unleash devastation. Rather, it was absorbed by the dragon egg. A subtle sound emanated from the egg, as if the inscriptions and runes were activated. It was a spectacle of wonder and brilliance, one that he could hardly articulate, for he had never witnessed anything like it before. His anticipation grew stronger, for this was to be his steed. Once it hatched, he would become a man who rode a dragon, a battle companion at his side. As time passed, the primal blood and divine essence were completely absorbed by the dragon egg, which then emitted a cracking sound. The egg shattered, revealing a small creature resembling a lizard, nestled within a half-shell. This creature was entirely silver, its scales glimmering with mysterious powers and inscriptions, exuding an aura of profound enigma. Gradually, as it encountered the air, the small being began to grow, first palm-sized, then a foot long, and finally reaching a meter in length. Alarmed, Jun Xiaoyao hastily dismantled the formation and cradled the growing creature, eager to escape the confines of the cave before it could burst through them. Once outside, the little creature opened its eyes and gazed at Jun Xiaoyao, as if seeking confirmation of something. In a heartbeat, it nuzzled affectionately against him, for they were bound by blood. Though it was not his flesh and blood, the essence within the creature flowed with Jun Xiaoyao's own. Suddenly, the creature let out a resonant roar and broke free from his embrace. Its growth accelerated dramatically, 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, and finally, 100 meters. In less than a minute, it transformed into a colossal being, yet remained utterly feeble, akin to a newborn. This rapid growth stemmed from the power contained within the inscriptions and runes. The silver-scaled being let out a roar that reverberated through the heavens, drawing forth a torrent of spiritual energy from the surrounding realms, 10 miles, 100 miles, 1,000 miles, and beyond. Within 10 minutes, the spiritual energy within a 1,000,000-mile radius surged towards the little creature, which seemed to devour it like an insatiable abyss. The more energy it absorbed, the more solid and powerful it became, its scales gleaming with an imposing dragon's might. Witnessing this, Jun Xiaoyao was unreserved. With a thought, he retrieved another jade vial, opened it, and poured out a drop of divine blood. The divine essence flowed into the little creature alongside the influx of spiritual energy, visibly enhancing its strength. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops, and up to 10 drops. Jun Xiaoyao had expended 10 drops of divine blood, all of which were consumed by the little creature. The flow of spiritual energy in the surrounding realm slowed significantly, and the creature appeared satiated. He continued to utilize divine blood, for he had observed the creature's data. Each drop of divine essence significantly augmented its growth and strength. Now, the creature had stabilized completely. If it had been akin to a newborn at the moment of hatching, it now stood comparable in size to Jun Xiaoyao. Yet it was far more formidable. Name: Young Dragon Type, Dragon Clan Rank, Chaotic Divine Dragon Stage, Youth Power, 10 million Battle Strength Abilities, Roar of the Heavens, Breath of Annihilation, Supreme Truth of Heaven and Earth, Guardian Light Shield. Details: This is a young chaotic divine dragon, currently possessing the battle strength of a top-tier emperor, with the potential to rival deities at its peak maturity. Before Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, the little creature's information was laid bare. Initially, it had only a few thousand battle strength at birth, but after absorbing spiritual energy, it grew to 100,000, following the consumption of divine blood. Its strength soared to 10 million. The roar of the dragon resonated high and mighty, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. The 100-meter-long silver dragon soared through the air, exuding sheer joy. Regardless, it remained in its youthful stage, similar in age to Jun Xiaoyao. After reveling in its newfound form, the silver dragon approached Jun Xiaoyao and affectionately nudged him with its head. "Can you understand my words?" Jun Xiaoyao spoke, inquiring of the small creature before him. The diminutive being emitted a soft dragon's roar, its voice considerably subdued at this moment, responding to Jun Xiaoyao. It comprehended his words, and simultaneously, their bloodline connection allowed him to understand the creature's replies. However, it could not articulate speech, yet it communicated effortlessly with Jun Xiaoyao. "What name shall I bestow upon you?" He pondered. Given your silvery form, I shall call you Little Silver." After a moment's thought, he settled on this name, which suited the creature perfectly. Little Silver, filled with joy at its new appellation, responded with a cheerful sound. "Can you shrink in size?" Jun Xiaoyao inquired. "Being this large is somewhat inconvenient. Of course, I can be contained within the Yuan realm, which is vast enough. However, this would complicate matters should I require you to guard here, allowing me a peaceful slumber." Little Silver responded with a delighted sound, and in an instant, its 100-meter-long dragon form transformed into a streak of light, swirling in the air. Within 3 seconds, it appeared before Jun Xiaoyao, now reduced to a mere 2 meters in length. "Ah, this is quite satisfactory." Jun Xiaoyao nodded in approval, before entering a cave. Little Silver followed him inside, coiling protectively at the entrance, while Jun Xiaoyao reclined comfortably on a simple bedding. He felt at ease with Little Silver's presence. For at the moment when the dragon hatchling absorbed his vital essence, it had already acknowledged him as its master, bolstered by the binding of the system, leaving him with no worries. Meanwhile, in another cave nestled within a canyon, Nangong Yueying sat on her makeshift bedding, her arms wrapped around her knees, resting her chin upon them. She had yet to eat, and as a half-step emperor, she could easily endure days or months without nourishment. Her current lack of appetite stemmed from a lack of mood, as her thoughts were consumed with the little boy. Her heart was heavy with longing and concern, for he was only 5 years old. Other children of that age were still cradled in their mother's arms, having their every need catered to, even being breastfed, with little to do but follow their elders in cultivation. Yet her little boy had accompanied her to the ancient realm of the 9 great secret lands. Now, they were separated. Where could he be? Had he found a place to rest? Was he injured? Had he eaten? Was he accustomed to food without milk? Her mind was filled with thoughts of the little boy, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washing over her. In that moment, she felt akin to a mother worrying for her child who was far away, especially because Jun Xiaoyao was so young, embarking on his first journey, his first foray into the secret realm. Alas, she resolved to let go of her worries for now. This little demon, wasn't he ranked first on the slaughter leaderboard? When the time comes, I must refrain from mentioning the leaderboard. After a prolonged silence, Nangong Yueying sighed, feigning indifference. Why should I care about him? After all, this little fellow stands tall at the pinnacle of the slaughter leaderboard, firmly securing the first position with an astounding 390,000 slaughter points. His ferocity is unmatched, surpassing the second place by a staggering 220,000 points. As for her, she has only just entered the top 100. It is not that she lacks strength, but rather that he is overwhelmingly powerful at a level so elevated that encounters with high-ranking demon beasts are scarce. Thus, her accumulation of slaughter points is limited. If it weren't for the competition with this little fellow, she would struggle to even break into the top 100. To claim indifference is merely a self-deception. How could she possibly disregard him or not think of him? On the second day in the Sacred King's ancient realm, dawn arrived. Jun Xiaoyao awoke naturally. And though it was not late, the sky was just beginning to lighten. Why did he awaken naturally? Because he had enjoyed a sufficient amount of sleep. In the past, when sharing a bed with his little martial uncle and Master Yuhing, it often took a long time to drift off. However, in the cave, shrouded in darkness, there was simply nothing to do but sleep. Rising early and retiring early meant that he naturally awoke at dawn. How hungry I am! Jun Xiaoyao exclaimed as he opened his eyes. Rubbing them gently, he rose to his feet and noticed that Xiao Yin was still peacefully slumbering at the cave's entrance, utterly unfazed. As a member of the Dragon Clan, particularly the formidable Chaos Divine Dragon lineage, Xiao Yin possessed a remarkable sense of awareness, capable of detecting even the slightest hint of danger. With a majestic roar, Xiao Yin opened his dragon eyes and greeted Jun Xiaoyao. Would you care for this? Jun Xiaoyao inquired, retrieving some spirit beast jerky and provisions from his spatial ring and presenting them to Xiaoyin. Nodding his dragon head, Xiaoyin eagerly began to feast. Jun Xiaoyao then dispelled the formation, attended to a brief wash, and also consumed a modest repast. Remember this place. If there is nowhere else to stay, return here. For I am not particularly adept at navigation, Jun Xiaoyao advised Xiaoyin. Xiaoyin responded in kind. Let us proceed. The work begins. Jun Xiaoyao's figure flickered as he departed from the cave. Today's objective, 1 million slaughter points, 1 million points, and 1 million spirit crystals. With a roar that echoed through the heavens, Little Silver soared into the sky, transforming into a 10-meter-long silver dragon. Jun Xiaoyao descended onto the back of Little Silver. The silver dragon let out a mighty roar and took flight towards the horizon. The dragon clan inherently possesses the power to manipulate space, allowing for an astonishingly swift flight and the ability to traverse through dimensions. By the way, can you transform? He has finally become the man who rides the dragon. Perched upon the dragon's back, a sense of superiority over the world naturally arises within him, as if he has the power to trample the very earth beneath his feet. This sensation can only be truly understood through personal experience. The magnificent silver dragon responds to Jun Xiaoyao. I can only take human form after maturing. Are you male or female? Jun Xiaoyao inquires. The silver dragon replies, it's a secret. Upon hearing the dragon's response, Jun Xiaoyao pouts. How coy. Just like my little master uncle, keeping secrets for no good reason. Nevertheless, he refrains from dwelling on the matter, for they have arrived at the site of yesterday's battle. A veritable den of monsters, teeming with beasts. No longer does he fight alone. He now has a formidable companion. The roar of the dragon reverberates through the heavens. Imbued with unparalleled dragon majesty, this might emanates far and wide, instilling fear in the beasts within a 10-mile radius. They tremble, for the dragon clan inherently exerts absolute dominance over lesser creatures. In the face of such might, all beasts quiver in trepidation. In that moment, Jun Xiaoyao unleashes his myriad swords, a grand display of skill. The silver dragon is equally engaged, diving down with ferocity. Wherever it passes, the destructive force of the dragon rends the fabric of space, reducing countless beasts to mere blood mist. The ferocity of this assault, the swiftness of their strikes, is indeed astonishing. The pace of hunting these creatures has accelerated dramatically. Slaughter points increase by 4, then by 18, and again by 2. In this instant, the tally of slaughter points explodes, soaring beyond measure. Not only the slaughter points, but also the points and spiritual crystals experience a similar surge. When he set out, his goals were conservatively defined, yet witnessing the current situation, it appears that, barring any misfortune, his ambitions may have been too modest. Perhaps he could even double his gains, or triple them, which is not beyond the realm of possibility. In the depths of the canyon, Nangong Yueying emerged from the cave, her expression one of bewilderment as she stifled a yawn, still not fully awake. Her thoughts were consumed by the absence of the little boy, a presence she had grown accustomed to. Consequently, she had tossed and turned throughout the night, unable to find solace in sleep, even when slumber claimed her. Her dreams were haunted by visions of the child. He wept for his little master uncle, cried for milk, and wandered in search of a safe haven, all while being pursued by monstrous beasts. The night was fraught with distress, leading to her repeated awakenings. Though merely a dream, the fear lingered in her heart. What if it were true? After all, Jun Xiaoyao was but a tender 5 years of age. After washing up, Nangong Yueying opened the information panel. The only way to observe Jun Xiaoyao's activities was through this panel. As long as his name remained on the slaughter leaderboard, it indicated that he was safe. If his name were absent, it would suggest otherwise. Upon glancing at the leaderboard, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The name at the top position had not changed. It was still Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao steadfastly held the first place on the slaughter leaderboard. However, what astonished Nangong Yueying was the rapidly fluctuating number next to his name, signifying that Jun Xiaoyao was swiftly hunting down beasts, causing his slaughter points to soar. The child, Nangong Yueying, gazed at the list, feeling a pang of concern. Early in the morning, as dawn broke, he was already hunting demon beasts, and she couldn't help but wonder how long he had been awake. It was evident that the little fellow was not accustomed to sleeping without her beside him, which explained his early rise. Otherwise, he would not have embarked on such a venture at this hour. Cursed be the Sacred King's ancient realm for its random teleportation. It had separated her from Xiaoyao and left her without someone to care for her. Last night, did he fear the dark? The mere thought troubled her further. intensifying her worry for the young boy. At that moment, she wished time would hasten, allowing her to enter the second inner layer, where perhaps she might encounter the boy again. He truly needed someone to look after him. Sister, where are Xiaoyao and Yueying? In the early morning, Luo Yuhing arrived at the council hall and posed her question to Xuanji. For the past few days, she had been engrossed in her cultivation. After finishing her practice yesterday, she had visited the palaces of Yudi and Yuan, but had not seen Jun Xiaoyao. She then went to Yueying's palace, where she found neither Jun Xiaoyao nor Yueying. She thought nothing of it, assuming Yueying had taken Jun Xiaoyao to the sacred city of Biluo for some leisure. This morning, missing the little boy terribly, she returned to Yueying's palace, yet still found no sign of either of them. Sensing something amiss, she hurried to the council hall to inquire with her sister if there was any news of Jun Xiaoyao and Yueying. If Yueying planned to venture out for training, she should at least inform her sister to alleviate everyone's concerns. A few days ago, Yaya took Xiaoyao out for some training. Xianji opened her eyes and responded, her tone calm and unperturbed, as if nothing could disturb her emotional tranquility, exuding an air of icy pride and aloofness. Training? Could it possibly be the ancient realm of the Holy King? Luo Yuhing was taken aback. Training? What could one possibly train for? Xiaoyao is merely 5 years old. What experience could he gain? Moreover, Yueying still possesses a child's temperament. Would it even be feasible for her to take Xiaoyao along? Suddenly, a thought struck her. Could it be the ancient realm of the Holy King? Instantly, her heart quivered. She fervently hoped it was not that place. For recently, the ancient realm of the Holy King, one of the 9 great secret realms of Jiuzhou, had been opened. Surely, Yueying would not take Xiaoyao to the ancient realm of the Holy King, would she? The mere thought was terrifying. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. What? Yu Yao truly took Xiaoyao to the ancient realm of the Holy King. Sister, how could you let them behave so recklessly? Upon seeing her sister's response, it confirmed her innermost fears, a result she most dreaded. In that moment, she felt as though she might leap up in despair. Sister, how could you allow this? Yue and Xiaoyao are being reckless, and yet you permit such behavior. At that instant, Luo Yuheng was beside herself, utterly at a loss. Desperate to intervene, but rendered powerless. The time for the Sacred King's ancient realm to open was fleeting. Once it closed, re-entry would be impossible. Even if they managed to enter, the vastness of the Sacred King's ancient realm would make it nearly impossible to locate them. Xiaoyao possessed 3 supreme treasures and the Sacred Sun's token. His talent was extraordinary, and he had his own fortunes. Although Yue was younger and had the temperament of a child, this would serve as an opportunity for her growth. Together, they complemented each other beautifully. I have already foreseen their fortunes, auspicious, prosperous, and filled with good omens. Seeing her junior sister in such a state, Xuanji bore no ill will. After all, her sister was merely concerned for Jun Xiaoyao and Nangong Yue. Moreover, their sisterly bond had always been thus. She then spoke calmly, revealing that even before Jun Xiaoyao and Nangong Yue departed from the Biluotian sect, she had already foreseen their destinies. The omens were favorable, prosperous, and promising. Even if Nangong Yue had not mentioned her desire for training, Xuanji would have encouraged her to bring Jun Xiaoyao along to explore the Sacred King's ancient realm. Very well, Luo Yuheng responded upon hearing her senior sister's words, finding herself at a loss for further remarks. After all, her senior sister's divination skills had reached unparalleled heights, and she had faith in her judgment. Yet, despite this trust, a lingering worry for the young boy gnawed at her heart. Xiaoyin, your ability to absorb the essence and blood of the demon beasts is rapidly enhancing your strength. In a place resembling a den of demon beasts, Jun Xiaoyao and Xiaoyin reveled in their slaughter, akin to a high-level account entering a novice map, where every demon beast fell as easily as cutting through vegetables. While hunting the demon beasts, Jun Xiaoyao observed Xiaoyin's capacity to absorb their essence. After devouring, Xiaoyin's combat prowess surged. The weaker demon beasts contributed a modest increase, while the stronger ones yielded substantial gains. In just a short span, Xiaoyin's strength had escalated by 1,000 points. If this continued, the implications were staggering. Nevertheless, the might of the dragon lineage was something he could accept. Proudly, Xiaoyin raised its regal dragon head, exuding an air of self-satisfaction and a hint of arrogance. Alas, sighed Jun Xiaoyao, I am too young to master the art of barbecuing. Otherwise, feasting upon a few ethereal rabbits would be a delight. I am indeed too young. and lacking the skills to grill. In such an environment, roasting a few spirit rabbits would be an exquisite pleasure. Other transmigrators and reincarnators seem to indulge in fishing and barbecuing, yet I am not among them. The points accumulated soared. 10 points, 100 points, 10 spirit crystals, 500 spirit crystals. The magical beasts fell in droves, and the points surged dramatically. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao paid little heed, for he was focused on the outcome. As dusk approached, he began to count the day as harvest, savoring that moment as the most gratifying. At other times, it was far more prudent to channel his energy into hunting magical beasts. Oh, how he longed for his little martial uncle. The thought of dozing off in his gentle embrace brought him joy, especially considering his uncle's soft, fragrant presence, adorned in white silks and fur. On the slaughter leaderboard, Jun Xiaoyao consistently held the top position, 510, 985 points, then 545, 563, followed by 591, 231, and finally 918, 235 points. By midday, his slaughter points had reached 910, 000, drawing tantalizingly close to the million mark. The other prodigies and formidable beings, stationed in the first outer ring, gazed upon Jun Xiaoyao as staggering points with disbelief and despair. How could this be? They had toiled from yesterday until now, yet their points had barely crossed 1,000. The accumulation of slaughter points seemed insurmountable. It appeared that they had been eliminated from the first outer ring, unable to advance into the second inner circle. The sacred king ancient realm was indeed unlike the legends foretold. How could Jun Xiaoyao's points escalate so swiftly? Who was this Jun Xiaoyao? The little ancestor indeed. That diminutive prodigy continued to astound. Who would have guessed that my little ancestor was merely a 5-year-old child? With such prowess, would he not achieve 2 million slaughter points today? In the outer periphery of the sacred king ancient realm, millions of prodigies and formidable beings congregate. While acquiring slaughter points may not be a daunting task, witnessing a dramatic surge in these points is akin to a mere fantasy. The threshold of 1 million slaughter points looms as an insurmountable chasm, ensuring that many shall never penetrate the inner sanctum. However, upon observing the astonishing ascent of Jun Xiaoyao's slaughter points, doubts about their own existence began to plague them. Are they truly on the same wavelength as Jun Xiaoyao? Among those who have entered the sacred king ancient realm, countless powerful disciples of the Bailuo Tian sect recognize the name Jun Xiaoyao, firmly believing him to be their esteemed ancestor, with vivid memories of his short stature. After all, it was he who had once mislaid 3 treasured artifacts. Indeed, the little ancestor remains as extraordinary as ever. Seated on the lawn, Jun Xiaoyao and his dragon companion, Xiaoyin, indulged in their meal. An oddly harmonious pairing despite its eccentricity. Following their repast, Jun Xiaoyao reclined with his head resting on Xiaoyin, preparing to take a moment's respite. Suddenly, the sound of rushing air pierced the tranquility, reaching Jun Xiaoyao's ears. He lifted his gaze to find several figures soaring towards him. 5 in total, 2 in the lead and 3 trailing behind. It was evident they were not allies but were fleeing from a dire pursuit. And yet they were heading straight for Jun Xiaoyao, leaving him exasperated. Could they not allow him a moment of peace? Sister, there are people over there, Mu Xinyu exclaimed, her figure darting with urgency. Having entered the sacred king ancient realm, she had encountered her senior sister, and together they faced trials. However, formidable adversaries had set their sights on them, 3 powerful beings at the manifestation realm. Unable to contend with such strength, they could only flee, embarking on a harrowing escape spanning thousands of miles, yet they were unable to shake off their relentless pursuers. Injured and increasingly despondent, the 2 resolved that if escape proved impossible, they would choose death over the humiliation of falling into their enemy's hands. In the event of an unforeseen circumstance, forget it. Jun Qianma hesitated for a moment. If the other party had also set their sights on the 2 of them, it would undoubtedly be even more perilous. After all, both of them possessed striking beauty and considerable talent. In such a secret realm, they became the targets of predatory gazes. That fleeting moment of hesitation gave way to urgency as she observed the approaching formidable foes. She could only take a gamble, hoping that those ahead would offer them assistance, or at the very least, refrain from joining the chase. Swiftly, the 2 young women maneuvered their delicate forms, propelling themselves forward with greater speed. Soon, they discerned the figures ahead, only to be met with profound disappointment, for before them stood a small boy accompanied by an unknown beast. Oh, the little ancestor, indeed. In a moment of disappointment, Mu Xinyu suddenly found the little boy strikingly familiar. Soon, an image surfaced in her mind, a small figure with short legs climbing the celestial ladder and inadvertently striking the heavenly bell. In that instant, she recalled, this was none other than my own little ancestor. Little ancestor? What little ancestor? Jun Xiaoyao observed the astonished expression on his junior sister's face, feeling somewhat perplexed. He reached out and grasped his junior sister, intending to continue their flight. She had been out honing her skills for some time, and was thus unaware of the events that had transpired in the heavenly sect. Senior sister, he is indeed our heavenly sect's esteemed progeny, a disciple of the master of the misty peak, and the foremost saint son of the present era. Mu Xinyu spoke with uncontainable excitement. Upon finishing her words, she hurriedly advanced, approaching Jun Xiaoyao within a few meters. Disciple Mu Xinyu bows respectfully, paying her respects to the esteemed progeny. Are you on the run? Jun Xiaoyao leaned against Xiao Yin, casting a glance at Mu Xinyu and Jun Xiaoyao, inquiring with a gentle tone. Indeed, Mu Xinyu replied awkwardly, her words stumbling. She was undeniably on the run. Are you not ashamed? Jun Xiaoyao sat up, speaking in a cold tone. However, to Mu Xinyu, his childish voice only rendered him more endearing. At this moment, she could only lower her head, too timid to utter a word. Suddenly, 3 formidable adversaries pursued them, landing on the ground. They were 3 men, 2 young and 1 middle-aged, gazing at Mu Xinyu and Jun Xiaoyao with lewd smiles upon their faces. Flee. Yet, why do they not escape? Hiki. Then let us indulge ourselves thoroughly, and subsequently, take your points for slaughter. One of the young men, with a lecherous expression, cast his gaze back and forth between Mu Xinyu and Jun Xiaoyao, even swallowing hard in anticipation. Senior brother. It had been a long time since they had indulged in such exquisite pleasures. They decided to savor the moment a little longer before the inevitable demise. Another young man spoke up. In their eyes, the 2 exceptional women were nothing more than lambs awaiting slaughter. In their quest for fresh enjoyment, they refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Otherwise, both Mu Xinyu and her companion would have long since met their end. Only know how to play, she remarked. Their unique physiques rendered them suitable to serve as vessels. I desire the one with ample bosom, the other one can be yours. Among the trio, the middle-aged man coldly declared, gesturing towards Mu Xinyu, indicating that the one with the generous bosom was indeed Mu Xinyu. He understood her extraordinary constitution. Engaging in dual cultivation with her would lead to rapid advancements in one's cultivation. The 2 young men hesitated for a moment, yet they swiftly acquiesced. In this scenario, the 3 completely regarded Mu Xinyu and Jun Xiaoyao as their own possessions. As for Jun Xiaoyao, he was utterly disregarded. The diminutive figure beside him, Xiao Yin, also became inconspicuous after shrinking. Are you 2 truly so fragrant? Jun Xiaoyao inquired, glancing at Mu Xinyu and Jun Xiaoyao, as he approached them and took a whiff. His actions appeared frivolous. However, given his small stature, there was nothing inappropriate about it. Rather, it exuded a certain charm. The disciple is of no use. They sought to humiliate the disciple. Mu Xinyu lowered her head, understanding the implications behind the words of the little ancestor. Oh, murmured Jun Xiaoyao, his gaze shifting to the 3 individuals across from him, his eyes chilling as he spoke. In an instant, an aura of destruction erupted from his being. The 9 calamities' sacred sword manifested abruptly, and in this moment, the entire space seemed to shatter. The sword, imbued with the power of annihilation, slashed towards the trio, its lethal energy and brilliance appearing and vanishing like lightning, only for the realm to revert to its original state as if nothing had transpired. Yet, soon after, a faint sound emerged. The 3 formidable beings of the manifestation realm were cleaved in 2, utterly deceased. In their eyes lingered terror and resentment. Clearly astonished that such a seemingly insignificant figure could wield such terrifying power, yet it was too late for regret. Witnessing this scene, Mu Xinyu and Jun Xiaoyao were left in disbelief. This was overwhelmingly powerful. It must be noted that these 3 were peak experts of the manifestation realm. While they too belonged to the same realm, yet the disparity was immense. Otherwise, they would not have pursued relentlessly. To think that such a powerful trio could be dispatched in an instant by the young scion without lifting a finger was beyond their imagination. Initially, they had not anticipated Jun Xiaoyao to vanquish them. They merely hoped to rely on the young scion's hidden strengths to intimidate the trio. Yet, the outcome was that 3 peak experts of the manifestation realm were obliterated, and it could be said that the young scion had not truly exerted himself. The 9 calamities' sacred sword had appeared autonomously. Do not disturb my slumber, Jun Xiaoyao remarked nonchalantly, before resting his head upon the small silver creature. Before long, the sound of steady breathing could be heard, indicating he had indeed fallen asleep. Observing this, Jun Xiaoyao was even more astonished. Since Mu Xinyu had revealed Jun Xiaoyao's identity to her, she had been enveloped in disbelief and shock. Now, with the demonstration of his power in dispatching 3 peak experts of the manifestation realm, her astonishment deepened. How could such a diminutive figure be the cherished scion of countless disciples in the heavenly sect? The disciple of the peak master? The foremost holy son of the Biluo heavenly sect? Moreover, could such a delicately sculpted boy truly be sent to the ancient realm of the holy king by the sect? And was the little scion not overly audacious? To have slain 3 peak experts of the manifestation realm here, only to drift off to sleep moments later, was indeed audacious beyond measure. Come here, Jun Xiaoyao gently tugged at Mu Xinyu, leading her to the side. Sister apprentice, what is it? Mu Xinyu inquired softly after she and Jun Xiaoyao had walked several dozen meters away from Jun Xiaoyao. Could he truly be the disciple of the peak master? The foremost holy son of the Tianzone? He appeared far from it, primarily due to his diminutive stature. Jun Xiaoyao cast a glance at the young boy in the distance. His face, usually so composed, now filled with astonishment. It was hard to believe. Who would dare to speak such things lightly? Did you not witness it? The little ancestral figure had just slain 3 beings at the Wanxiang realm, wielding the 9 tribulations holy sword. Mu Xinyu wore a look of incredulity. Such matters were not to be trifled with, especially considering he was the holy son of the Tianzong and the foremost among them. Nevertheless, she empathized with her senior sister. After all, the little ancestral figure was indeed exceptionally young. To proclaim him as the first holy son of the Biluo Tianzong seemed implausible to anyone. Yet, this was the undeniable truth. The 9 calamity sacred sword. Indeed, it is the 9 calamity sacred sword. What? He has mastered the 9 calamity sacred sword. Jun Xiaoyao nodded. Yet, by the time she processed the information, her expression was one of utter astonishment. The 9 calamity sacred sword is one of the 7 supreme treasures of the Biluotian sect. It is the 3rd trial for the holy son. However, no one has ever received recognition for more than 6 sacred swords. Yet, this young boy has actually mastered the 9 calamity sacred sword. How is this possible? This is inconceivable. Ha ha, do not mention the 9 calamity sacred sword. Even the heavenly clock is under control, as is the town subduing tower. While the majority may believe that the little ancestor has rendered the heavenly clock obsolete and mislaid the town subduing tower, those with a discerning eye understand that these treasures have merely recognized their master and were taken by the little ancestor. Upon witnessing her senior sister's astonishment, Mu Xinyu felt an unusual joy. The typically aloof senior sister also displayed a moment of uncharacteristic disarray. After all, shock is something to be shared. Listening to Mu Xinyu's words, Jun Xiaoyao was left in a state of utter disbelief, her mind swirling with exclamation marks. Everything before her exceeded the bounds of her understanding, rendering her utterly perplexed. No wonder such a small figure is the first holy son. No wonder they possess such formidable strength. Jun Xiaoyao awoke after a brief slumber. In truth, he yearned to continue sleeping, yet the fear of oversleeping loomed over him, for today he needed to hunt beasts to earn his points in slaughter. Thus, he had set a timer with the system to sleep for just 1 hour, after which it would rouse him. As the time elapsed, he stifled a yawn and rubbed his eyes, still feeling somewhat lethargic. Are you still here? Jun Xiaoyao inquired, noticing 2 stunningly beautiful women flanking him. It dawned on him that they were disciples of the Piaomiao Peak, whom he had previously saved. He had assumed they had departed. To his surprise, they remained by his side. The disciples await the commands of the little ancestor. Mu Xinyu softly spoke, unsure of how to respond directly. Dispatch? This is a secret realm. What could you possibly dispatch me for? At this moment, I yearn for a glass of milk. Do you have any? Jun Xiaoyao rose to his feet, brushing off the remnants of grass from his attire, and spoke with a hint of irritation. After all, who among us has not experienced a morning grumpiness? This is a mystical realm, and what authority do you possess to command us? Moreover, given your meager abilities, I perceive you as more of a burden. Very well. I shall assign you a task. At present, I have a craving for milk. Do you have any? However, as he spoke, his gaze instinctively drifted towards Mu Xinyu and Jun Xiaoyao. He had just overheard the middle-aged man express a preference for ample bosoms, and his curiosity piqued. Just how ample could they be? Upon closer inspection, he indeed found them to be quite substantial and prominent. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, I do not. Upon hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao was taken aback. Is this little rascal so frivolous? However, she dared not voice her thoughts. merely shaking her head, for she truly had none to offer. When responding, her gaze fell upon Mu Xinyu. I also have none. Mu Xinyu hurriedly shook her head, overwhelmed with embarrassment. Even though the one before her was merely a 5-year-old child, how could a young girl not feel ashamed when such words were uttered so brazenly? Forget it. I shall embark on the hunt for the demon beasts. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at the empty milk bottle at his waist and, after speaking, strode forward, with Xiaoyin following closely beside him. It turned out to be spirit beast milk. When Mu Xinyu and Jun Qianma noticed the milk bottle at Jun Xiaoyao's waist, realization dawned upon them. They understood that the milk the little ancestor referred to was indeed spirit beast milk. Mu Xinyu envisioned a scene from that day when the little ancestor, during the assessment, had been drinking milk while climbing the heavenly ladder. In retrospect, they had misinterpreted the situation. The little ancestor was merely 5 years old. What ill intentions could a child possibly harbor? How foolish of me to have regarded the little ancestor as a frivolous person. Moreover, even if the little ancestor were to exhibit frivolity, what of it? After all, he was the foremost saint of the Biluo heavenly sect, the future of the sect. To be favored by him would indeed be a stroke of fortune. Chuckling with a playful giggle, the two sisters exchanged a glance, overwhelmed by an awkwardness that was almost palpable. They soon burst into laughter, using their mirth to mask the discomfort. However, the subsequent scene left them utterly spellbound. In the near distance, an awe-inspiring surge of sword energy erupted, radiating an ethereal brilliance that transformed the flora and fauna into mere extensions of the blade. It was as though they were ensconced in a realm entirely governed by swords. At the epicenter of this sword-dominated universe stood Jun Xiaoyao, resembling an unparalleled sword deity, masterfully commanding the overwhelming expanse of this martial domain. Wherever the essence of the sword traversed, annihilation followed in its wake. The ferocious beasts, in the presence of such power, found themselves utterly defenseless. No wonder. Indeed, the sisters, witnessing the commotion from afar, were filled with emotion after a prolonged moment. It was no wonder that the little ancestor maintained her position as the top killer. The terror she wielded was palpable. The sounds of beasts collapsing and being obliterated echoed around them. After the demise of these creatures, Xiaoyin would voraciously consume their essence, thereby augmenting her strength and becoming even more formidable. Killing points increased by 1, then 4, followed by 2, and finally 8. Points surged by 10, 50. And spirit crystals by 10, then 50. Jun Xiaoyao's gains were twofold, one from the Ancient Realm S information panel and the other from the System S virtual interface. Points, spirit crystals, and killing points, not to mention the equipment and Xiaoyin's growth. Gradually, Jun Xiaoyao's morning lethargy dissipated as he entered a state of transcendence. His mind consumed solely by thoughts of slaughter and combat, while his agility and fighting skills continuously evolved. Time passed, second by second. He observed that the ample-chested girl and the cool-headed woman were also engaged in battle not far away, evidently reluctant to stray too far, finding security in their proximity to him. As evening approached, Jun Xiaoyao and Xiaoyin ceased their combat. At that moment, his killing points had soared to an astonishing 2.76 million, a staggering figure, surpassing the second place by 2.29 million, who possessed a mere 470,000 killing points, barely a fraction of his total. In fact, his killing points eclipsed the combined total of the 2nd to 10th places. In addition to the remarkable increase in killing points, Jun Xiaoyao's most significant rewards were the points and spirit crystals. Today, he had amassed over 3 million in total, with spirit crystals reflecting a similar bounty. Presently, his points reached 4,193,510, while his spirit crystals totaled 5,280,310. Gazing at these figures, he felt an immense thrill coursing through him. I'm so tired. Jun Xiaoyao fell to the ground, stretching out his hand. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. No matter how powerful he may be, he is, after all, merely a 5-year-old child. Enduring such intense battles for an extended period is indeed exhausting. Little ancestor, I shall massage your shoulders. Mu Xinyu approached Jun Xiaoyao's side, delicately assisting him with the gentle kneading of his shoulders. Her attentiveness was palpable, and she appeared exceedingly docile. This scene unfolded in a rather peculiar manner. For Jun Xiaoyao was merely a small child, while Mu Xinyu found herself obliged to lower her gaze in his presence. The massage was indeed soothing, and Jun Xiaoyao felt quite pleased. Consequently, he decided to sit upon Mu Xinyu's lap, finding even greater comfort. Little ancestor, perhaps we should first find a place to rest. Jun Xiaoyao, still a child, was somewhat unaccustomed to the situation. After all, she was an adult. Known for her cool demeanor, famously referred to as the ice goddess in the Bai Luo Tian sect, it felt rather incongruous to address a small boy as little ancestor. Yet she was utterly astounded by his formidable strength, a power that sent shivers through her. Moreover, this little ancestor rode upon a dragon, and the scene of battle was nothing short of magnificent. At this moment, glancing at the sky, she realized it was getting late and they needed to find a suitable place to settle down. However, she felt reluctant to take charge, as she was the junior in this situation, and thus, it was essential to consider the wishes of the little ancestor. "Go find her," said Jun Xiaoyao. "Xiaoyin, stay close to her. I cannot afford to lose face again." He nodded, yet he showed no intention of seeking a place to settle. "Since she is your little ancestor, she must comport herself with the dignity befitting her status. Must I, as the little ancestor, personally intervene in such matters? If that were the case, what purpose would you all serve?" As he concluded, he called out to Xiaoyin, instructing her to follow closely. Indeed, upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, Jun Xiaoyao nearly spat blood in disbelief. Stumbling slightly, she thought to herself how excessively forthright this little ancestor was. Merely palm-sized, yet so audacious in demeanor. Offending him was not an option, for he was the little ancestor. Provoking him was equally futile, as she could never overpower him. Moreover, should he burst into tears, she would be obliged to console him, an endeavor she was utterly inept at. As Little Silver observed Jun Xiaoyao's reluctance to depart, he let out a couple of proud roars, inquiring why she lingered. Did he expect her to carry him? Surely, he must be mistaken. Indeed, Jun Xiaoyao harbored aspirations of riding the dragon, yet the creature showed her no regard, refusing to allow her to mount. Very well then. Even the steed of this little ancestor was so haughty, untouchable, and unavoidable, she could only resign herself to toil. Meanwhile, Mu Xinyu was gently massaging Jun Xiaoyao's shoulders. Gradually, she noticed that the little ancestor, nestled on her lap, had leaned into her embrace, and soon a rhythmic breathing indicated he had succumbed to slumber. This sight left Mu Xinyu momentarily stunned. However, gazing at the exquisitely delicate boy in her arms, she found him increasingly endearing. She had never imagined such a charming boy existed in this world. Indeed, despite his formidable prowess, the little ancestor remained but a child. Overwhelmed by maternal affection, she cradled him tenderly, careful not to stir him. Before long, Jun Xiaoyao and Little Silver returned. Upon witnessing the scene before her, Jun Xiaoyao could only shake her head in exasperation. This little ancestor truly embodied the essence of a cherished progeny. Thus, Mu Xinyu cradled Jun Xiaoyao as they followed Jun Xiaoyao and Little Silver into the distance. In the warmth of that soft embrace, Jun Xiaoyao enjoyed an exceptionally sweet slumber, particularly comforted by the lingering scent of milk that enveloped him. This little fellow. Such diligence. At last, it has come to a halt. The same world, the same sky. The battle of Nangong Yueying has also ceased. Upon witnessing the slaughter points of the first place, Jun Xiaoyao, remaining unchanged, it became evident that the young lad had ceased fighting, especially since night had fallen. A staggering 76 million slaughter points. Truly commendable. He commenced at the break of dawn, taking a brief respite of about half an hour, and continued battling until darkness enveloped the land. How was such a feat accomplished? This disparity is, for me, both a disgrace and a provocation. Shen Hanqing's expression darkened considerably. Yesterday, he exerted great effort. Today, he fought with fervor, striving to reclaim his rightful first place. Yet, he discovered that the gap between him and the opponent only widened, evoking a sensation akin to an ant racing against a rabbit. There was simply no comparison. Who, exactly, is Jun Xiaoyao? Could it possibly be that little fellow? I shall annihilate him. When Tianxing, gazing at the slaughter leaderboard, felt a surge of displeasure. As one of the 9 young masters, he would have accepted it if Shen Hanqing surpassed him. However, the fact that an unknown individual possesses such strength irritated him greatly. Suddenly, a memory flashed in his mind. At the entrance of Tianluan Holy City, he encountered a stunning young girl with white hair and silk, and he was captivated. Yet, that exquisite maiden was disrupted by a little creature beside her, whom she seemed to refer to as Xiaoyao. Could it be that this little creature is Jun Xiaoyao? Surely not. Perhaps they share the same name. It must be a coincidence, for how could a child ascend to the pinnacle of the slaughter leaderboard? Nevertheless, it would be best for you not to cross my path, lest I make your existence a living hell. And that white-haired maiden, Jun Xiaoyao, Nangong Yueying. You both deserve to perish. Ling Tiandu's gaze was filled with malice, his expression twisted in rage. Over the past 2 days, he had grown increasingly irritable, haunted by imagined scenes of the white-haired maiden entwined with other men, bearing that little bastard. The esteemed son of the Tianluan ancient sect, utterly cuckolded. Who would believe such a tale? Yet, many had already become aware of this matter. How would he face the world thereafter? As for the first place, luck was on his side. Regarding strength, it exists, albeit in limited quantities. Everything within the Saint King ancient realm belongs to me. Dare to compete with me, and I shall obliterate you. In a desolate expanse, a youth with blood-red eye strolled leisurely. Amidst the night, warriors chose to rest. For the darkness belonged to the demonic beasts. Yet he, indifferent to the night, moved like a sprite in the shadows, albeit shrouded in an aura of malevolence. Beneath a sheer cliff, Jun Xiaoyao woke, discovering himself nestled within a warm embrace, a sensation so comforting that it evoked a sense of nostalgia. Nevertheless, he extricated himself. Fearing suffocation. How long have I been asleep? Jun Xiaoyao inquired, rising from Musinyu's side. Little ancestor, you have been asleep for nearly 2 hours. Musinyu replied, a faint smile gracing her lips, though she dared not laugh. Yet, the sight of the little ancestor was simply irresistible. Despite being merely a tiny being, he insisted on assuming the demeanor of an elder. Not to mention, he had just drooled in her embrace, leaving her clothing dampened, much to her embarrassment. What was particularly exasperating was that the little ancestor's small hand had ventured to an inappropriate place, all while her senior sister observed from across the way. I'm hungry, he exclaimed. Why didn't you wake me up sooner? At that moment, Jun Xiaoyao heard a series of rumbling sounds, which made him feel somewhat embarrassed. However, with his thick skin, he maintained a stern expression and reproached Musinyu and Jun Xianma, saying, you are quite inconsiderate. Couldn't you have awakened me a bit earlier? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You asked me to treat you. Jun Xianma felt utterly speechless. Oh, little ancestor, dare I awaken you? What if I rouse you? And you respond, did you not see that I am quite fatigued and in need of slumber? Then to whom shall I seek reason? Nevertheless, despite her bewilderment, she could not retort, for before her stood a genuine little ancestor. As she spoke, she meticulously sliced the roasted spirit rabbit meat into minuscule pieces with a small knife, then presented them before Jun Xiaoyao. The service was simply impeccable. It was evident that this spirit rabbit meat had been prepared well in advance, merely awaiting his awakening. Furthermore, their surroundings were the great outdoors, with a fire crackling beside the spirit rabbit meat, and she held him close by the fire, fearful that he might catch a chill. Indeed, exhibited commendable performance. I am quite satisfied, Jun Xiaoyao nodded, and then began to eat slowly. At the tender age of 5, he was still too young. His pace of eating was leisurely. Fortunately, the rabbit meat was exceptionally tender and flavorful. Otherwise, he might have struggled. Thank you for the compliment, young master. It is an honor for your disciple to alleviate your worries. Indeed, indeed. Upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, the two were instantly filled with joy. At last, they had heard a human utterance from the young master, or rather, a kind word. Rewards await. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly, a flicker of awareness coursing through him. In the next moment, 2 jade vials materialized before him, soaring towards Musinyu and Jun Xianma. Upon hearing the young master mention rewards, both individuals brimmed with anticipation. Although the young master was but a child, he was the foremost saint of the heavenly sect, and thus, the rewards promised were unlikely to be of little value. Yet, what could they be? Upon seeing the jade vials, curiosity danced upon their faces, and in unison, they inquired, instinctively grasping the vials in their hands. Don't open them. Oh dear, Jun Xiaoyao murmured, savoring the golden brown roasted spirit rabbit meat. He intended to caution them against opening the vials, but with his mouth full, he was unable to voice his warning in time. Alas, the two restless and enchanting beings had already hastened to uncork the vials. At the moment the vials were opened, the very fabric of space seemed to erupt, suffused with an aura of annihilation. Divine blood, an entity potent enough to bring about cataclysmic destruction. Now that the vials had been uncorked, there was no possibility of containment. They could only be used. The overwhelming force of devastation surged through the space, causing Musinyu and Jun Xianma to tremble before its might, their faces paling in response. Divine blood? Divine blood. Gazing upon the 2 droplets, imbued with unparalleled divine power, they were momentarily rendered speechless. The little ancestor had bestowed upon them the essence of divinity. Oh my, it was indeed divine blood. Yet, they were far from prepared to refine it. What were they to do now? At this very moment, both felt a profound sense of regret, lamenting their own impulsiveness. Could they not have waited just a moment longer? And why? Dear ancestor, could you not have mentioned that even a tiny drop would suffice? Let us refine it here. If they could not even manage this droplet of divine blood, how utterly incompetent they would be. Jun Xiaoyao savored the meat of the spiritual rabbit. The bones expertly removed and cut into small pieces by Mu Xinyu. Observing the astonished expressions of the two, he could not help but reveal an expression of disappointment. As he spoke in a calm and unhurried manner, indeed, Mu Xinyu nodded, appearing obedient and docile. However, Jun Xianmo remained speechless, for this little ancestor's words were rather harsh. Regardless of how one might argue, they were spiritual entities, not to be dismissed as worthless. They were, in fact, remarkable talents. Yet, in your words, they had been reduced to mere refuse. Alas, it seems it would be prudent to avoid provoking you. She could only acquiesce with a nod and began to channel her energy to refine and absorb the divine blood, a supreme treasure capable of altering one's constitution, enhancing innate abilities, and possibly granting divine powers if fortune allowed. The acquisition of such powers would depend on personal destiny and whether the divine essence contained any remnants of such gifts. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Their faces flushed crimson, soon drenched in sweat. The exquisite and delicate form of Mu Xinyu was laid bare before Jun Xiaoyao's gaze. Upon witnessing this, Jun Xiaoyao covered his forehead. No, he should shield his eyes, for it was most inappropriate for the young. Primarily, he was grappling with burdens unsuitable for one of his age. If he were a few years older, it would have been a different story altogether. Yet, even as it stood, the sight was captivating. It was quite grand indeed. Previously obscured by sheer garments, now the fabric clung to her figure, rendering it almost translucent. After a while, Jun Xiaoyao shifted his position, redirecting his gaze. Good heavens! He could not continue to gaze. Further indulgence would lead to dire consequences. How could he be reduced to the status of a mere child? Thunder rumbled ominously in the heavens, with arcs of lightning crisscrossing the sky. The two seemed to be undergoing a tribulation, leaving Jun Xiaoyao utterly speechless. Was it merely the refining of divine blood that warranted such a spectacle? Time slipped by, minute by minute. After approximately an hour, Mu Xinyu and Jun Xianmo had fully refined and absorbed the divine blood. A faint luminescence enveloped them, and Jun Xiaoyao discerned a significant enhancement in their innate abilities. A holy body. Remarkably, a single drop of divine blood had transformed them into holy entities, inciting a tinge of jealousy within Jun Xiaoyao. After all, he was merely an imperial body, while they had ascended to the status of holy bodies. How could he not feel urgency? Ah, merely talent, he mused to himself. Just a holy body. He reassured himself that he possessed points to enhance his own abilities in due time, or perhaps refine a drop of divine blood himself. Mu Xinyu and Jun Qianma opened their eyes, brimming with exhilaration, nearly leaping in joy as they hurried to Jun Xiaoyao's side, kneeling before him in gratitude. This was a profound gesture of respect, for warriors typically kneel only to their parents or masters, never to heaven or earth, as they defy the very heavens. Their kneeling before Jun Xiaoyao underscored the depth of their appreciation. Are you sending me away? Jun Xiaoyao remarked, casting a glance at Mu Xinyu and Jun Qianma. This is too much. Just look at yourselves. What have you become? Quickly, go bathe and change your clothes. I cannot bear this. Not at all. Disciples dare not. Upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, Mu Xinyu and Jun Qianma quickly shook their heads in explanation. This little ancestor is truly a handful. However, having such a little ancestor is indeed a blessing. After all, the spirit has transformed into a sacred body, soaring to greatness in the future. Standing shoulder to shoulder with those holy sons and daughters, and perhaps even surpassing them. After all, they are all sacred bodies. I am preparing to rest, Jun Xiaoyao stated. His meaning clear, it was time for the two of them to get ready. Little ancestor, I must retire early. Please wait a moment, little ancestor, Mu Xinyu replied, her smile radiant as a blooming flower. With that, she and Jun Qianma departed to bathe and change clothes by a nearby stream. You have bestowed upon Mu Xinyu Divine Blood 1, receiving Chaotic Divine Blood 5, and earning 100,000 points. You have bestowed upon Jun Qianma Divine Blood 1, receiving Chaotic Divine Blood 5, and earning 100,000 points. At that moment, a notification sound echoed in Jun Xiaoyao's mind. Surprised. He had not anticipated that giving gifts to others could also yield points, and quite a substantial amount at that. After all, this was 100,000, of course. It paled in comparison to the points accrued from hunting beasts over the past 2 days. Yet beyond the points, there was also chaotic divine blood. Evidently of a higher grade than divine blood, with a 5-fold return. Does the system also possess a return function? About 20 minutes later, Mu Xinyu and Jun Xiaoyao returned, both clad in fresh garments. Women do take their time bathing. If it were a man, taking more than 3 minutes would be a disservice to the very essence of manhood. Is this what you call a brief wait? Jun Xiaoyao complained. 20 minutes for a bath? Is this truly a mere wait? However, the two women did not retort, merely offering an awkward smile. After all, one cannot reason with a little ancestor. The little ancestor is the very embodiment of reason. Any slight defiance against the little ancestor would be deemed a disrespect. Thus, the two hurriedly entered the cave on the cliff to tidy up. Little ancestor, do you need your disciple to assist you with your bath? The aloof expression on Jun Xiaoyao's face momentarily softened into a smile. It was evident that this smile bore little warmth. Rather, it seemed to hint at a desire to witness Jun Xiaoyao's predicament. Should she offer her assistance, it would provide an opportunity for her to tease the petite figure. If she refrained, it would imply shyness. I shall not bathe today, Jun Xiaoyao replied coldly, swiftly retreating into the cave. Upon entering the cave, which measured around 20 square meters, he found it dry and suitable for habitation. A simple bedding had already been laid out within, and Jun Xiaoyao casually chose one. Lying down upon it, inhaling the delightful fragrance that enveloped him. What do you intend to do? He suddenly exclaimed, sitting up with a start, his eyes wary as they fixed upon Mu Xinyu. Sleep, Mu Xinyu replied, her words devoid of any flaw. Indeed, it was simply about slumber. However, her desire was to share this repose with Jun Xiaoyao, and the expression on her face conveyed an air of entitlement. Why do you wish to sleep here? Jun Xiaoyao inquired. Is it not absurd? Do you not recognize the distinction between men and women? This is utterly ridiculous. It must be put to a stop. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted, otherwise. Upon returning to the heavenly sect, my master and the others would surely flay me alive. You wouldn't want them to do that to me, would you? It is well known that the little ancestor possesses a kind heart and would naturally be averse to witnessing such cruelty. Mu Xinyu spoke with a tone of deep grievance, her demeanor suggesting that she had suffered an immense injustice. Sleep now, murmured Jun Xiaoyao, rendered speechless. Primarily, it was due to my benevolent nature, coupled with the fact that this young lady's embrace was remarkably warm and comforting, allowing me to slumber more soundly. With a restful night, I would awaken invigorated, ready to hunt the monstrous beasts that roamed the land. Alas, what choice did I have? My yearning for strength was insatiable. With such diligence invested, if not I, then who would possess the strength? With that thought, I reclined once more, drawing the blanket over myself. Mu Xinyu nodded, resembling a well-behaved child. What are you up to this time? Jun Xiaoyao's irritation escalated more than before. Goodness, if you intend to sleep, why are you removing my clothes? Oh, my dear ancestor, Mu Xinyu said earnestly, despite her hands not ceasing their movement. In just a few deft motions, Jun Xiaoyao found himself divested of his outer garments, fortunately still clad in his undergarments. Otherwise, he might have been driven to the brink of fury. At this moment, he finally comprehended a profound truth. Boys must take care to protect themselves while out in the world. At last, he settled into bed, ready to embrace slumber. He tossed and turned, seeking a comfortable position, and ultimately discovered that the most soothing repose was nestled within Mu Xinyu's embrace. Thus, he nestled into her arms and soon drifted off to sleep. Cluck, cluck, this little rascal. Upon seeing Jun Xiaoyao soundly asleep, Mu Xinyu could no longer contain her laughter. Despite his earlier fierce resistance, he ultimately ended up embracing her in slumber. However, this brought her a sense of embarrassment, for she was still a girl. Yet, considering that this little rascal was merely a 5-year-old boy, she soon dismissed her modesty and felt a twinge of compassion for him. At the tender age of 5, he was all alone in the secret realm. It was only natural for his parents to feel a deep sense of sorrow for him. I didn't expect that. This little darling is quite adorable. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at Jun Xiaoyao and spoke softly. What a pity, the little girl remarked with a smile. How so? Did you expect him to be an adult? Junior sister, have you perhaps succumbed to youthful infatuation? Jun Xiaoyao cast a cold glance at Mu Xinyu, utterly astonished. Your words imply you wish for him to possess the maturity of an adult. What are you thinking? By the way, could it be that you are indeed experiencing a crush? At your age, it is only natural to seek companionship. What are you saying, senior sister? Mu Xinyu's face flushed crimson, unable to suppress her thoughts. She couldn't help but imagine how mortifying it would be if this little ancestor were truly an adult. In the Sacred King's ancient realm, on the third day, Jun Xiaoyao's points reached 692, 510, with spirit crystals totaling 780, 310. And his slaughter points amounting to 111, 245. On the fourth day, his points escalated to 120, 000, spirit crystals to 210, 000, and slaughter points to 980, 000. By the fifth day, his points had surged to 340, 000, spirit crystals to 430, 000, and slaughter points to 520, 000. The sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, and 10th days passed in a blur. As evening descended, Jun Xiaoyao halted his battles. His current points stood at 28, 930, 000. Spirit crystals at 32, 020, 000, and slaughter points at 23, 170, 000. All of this was acquired through his relentless combat against beastly foes. Yet, he had also vanquished numerous formidable adversaries. However, these opponents were merely impoverished souls, lacking spirit crystals and slaughter points, yet they persistently sought to provoke him. With no other recourse, he could only eliminate them with ease. I am utterly disappointed. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at Mu Xinyu and Jun Xianma, shaking his head. With a sigh, he expressed his frustration, embodying a sentiment of wishing for better. Indeed, the little ancestor delivered a lesson. Mu Xinyu and Jun Xianma gracefully bowed and accepted Jun Xiaoyao's admonishment. Over the past few days, they had been subjected to this reprimand 3 or 4 times daily, being told how they had disappointed him. Gradually, they had grown accustomed to it, for in comparison to the little ancestor, they truly felt inadequate. However, fortunately, under Jun Xiaoyao's vigilant oversight, they had managed to accumulate a staggering total of over 1 million kills. Smile, smile, smile. Big breasts, no brains. Jun Xiaoyao observed Mu Xinyu's smile, clearly indicating that this disciple had become as stubborn as an old rubber. When speaking, he glanced at her ample bosom and indeed, it confirmed the saying, "Isn't the little ancestor fond of it?" Mu Xinyu murmured softly. In truth, she was not mocking Jun Xiaoyao for reprimanding her. Rather, it was the familiar routine after each lesson when he would embrace her in slumber, and upon waking, his small hand would invariably rest upon her chest. She had grown accustomed to it. "What are you whispering about?" Jun Xiaoyao cast a glance at Jun Xianma, who was also chuckling softly. Caught red-handed by Jun Xiaoyao, she feigned shock. "I wasn't whispering at all," Jun Xianma protested, her delicate fingers pointing at herself, as if to confirm whether the little ancestor was indeed referring to her. It was evident that she was. "Little ancestor, is there something wrong with your ears?" It was clearly Mu Xinyu who was murmuring. "Yet you have leveled your accusations at me? It feels as though I am being unjustly implicated. I assert that you were whispering." "You were indeed whispering," Jun Xiaoyao stated coldly. "Indeed, the disciple acknowledges the error." Jun Xianmo wore an expression of utter exasperation, yet found himself unable to refute. Engaging in rational discourse with this adorable little ancestor would inevitably lead to his unraveling. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that this charming little being is, in truth, a demon, a sweetly endearing demon. It is not that he possesses an inherent wickedness, rather, his irresistible charm renders one unable to oppose him. The mere thought of him shedding tears is enough to compel one to soothe him. Nevertheless, it is this very little ancestor who has elevated her to the status of a sacred being. In a mere span of days, she has ascended 3 realms, a feat that surpasses the limits of her imagination. One must understand that she is a being of the myriad manifestations. After reaching this state, the pursuit of even the slightest elevation in rank typically spans years, with the possibility of several years passing before one can achieve even a minor advancement. Even those esteemed sons and daughters of the sacred realm require months to attain a single small realm. Yet, she has managed to ascend 3 small realms in the briefest of time. Mu Xinyu has experienced a similar transformation. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted indeed. Jun Xianma nodded, presenting an obedient demeanor as she approached Jun Xiaoyao, gently massaging his legs. The once aloof and icy goddess now resembled a devoted pet in his presence. In a mere quarter of an hour, the second tier of the Sacred King Ancient Realm would commence. Those whose kill points reached 1 million were urged to prepare for teleportation, while those who had not met this threshold were advised to make their final struggles. The rewards for the first tier of the Sacred King Ancient Realms Outer Circle were about to be announced. Those listed would be able to exchange their kill points for spirit crystals at a rate of 1 to 5, 1 kill point for 5 spirit crystals. The top 10 would receive additional generous rewards, the details of which were to be inquired privately. The voice of the artifact spirit echoed through the skies of the Sacred King Ancient Realm, resonating throughout the entire Outer Circle, reaching the ears of all surviving martial artists. To countless warriors, the voice of the artifact spirit sounded akin to a sinister melody. For when it was heard, it signified the conclusion of the first outer tier. And many were far from achieving the 1 million kill points required. This indicated that they were on the brink of elimination. What? Those on the leaderboard can exchange their kill points for spirit crystals. A ratio of 1 to 5. Those listed possess kill points exceeding 1 million, meaning each of them would receive at least 5 million spirit crystals. This is astonishing. The first place alone boasts over 20 million kill points, translating to 100 million spirit crystals. How is such a feat possible? What terrifying rewards await the top 10? Only they are privy to this knowledge. The second tier of the Sacred King Ancient Realm is about to begin. How exhilarating. Surely, I shall see the little boy again. How I long for him. In the first tier of the Sacred King's Ancient Realm, an assembly of countless living warriors erupted into fervent discussions upon hearing the announcement from the spirit of the artifact. Each individual was engulfed in a profound sense of shock, while others felt a pang of envy. As the voice of the artifact spirit faded, a radiant light descended from the void above Jun Xiaoyao, materializing before him in an instant, a spatial ring. Jun Xiaoyao extended his hand and grasped the ring, which served as his reward for securing the first place. He did not hasten to inspect its contents, for he believed that once in his possession, it could not possibly vanish. Mu Xinyu and Jun Qianma gazed at the spatial ring in Jun Xiaoyao's grasp, filled with envy. After all, this was the reward bestowed upon the victor. Their young ancestor, merely 5 years of age, had managed to dominate countless formidable warriors and prodigies in Jiuzhou, even overpowering the likes of the extraordinary talents Shen Hanqing and Ling Tiandu. After the reward was redeemed, what should be done? Do you need me to guide you? Jun Xiaoyao nodded, accepting their congratulations. However, I, the little ancestor, will supervise you, ensuring that you also make it onto the list. After redeeming the rewards, what should be done? Do you require my instruction? Be more considerate. Do not make me remind you, my little ancestors. The disciple understands. The two nodded, inwardly expressing that this little ancestor was beyond their reach, even implying that they should present him with gifts. As the little ancestor, is this behavior truly appropriate? Very well, I shall feign ignorance when the time comes. Time trickled by, each second stretching into eternity. Half an hour passed, which felt no more than 15 minutes. Golden rays of light appeared in the sky, descending upon Jun Xiaoyao and her companions as though they were the focus of a celestial targeting. The radiant luminescence enveloped them with pinpoint accuracy. Following this, the golden light engulfed the trio and propelled them into the void. Within the shimmering embrace, Jun Xiaoyao and her companions found themselves utterly immobilized. However, they thought little of it, recognizing it as a teleportation to the second inner realm of the Holy King Ancient World. The duration of the teleportation was brief, lasting merely 20 seconds. Upon its conclusion, the three emerged in an ancient city, previously uninhabited prior to their arrival. Despite its antiquity, the city was not dilapidated. Rather, it exuded a sense of timelessness and profound serenity, suffused with an abundance of pure spiritual energy. Welcome to the second level of the Holy King Ancient World. The number of visitors to this level is 49,201 individuals. Fighting is strictly prohibited within the ancient city. Violators will be eradicated. This ancient city serves as your resting place and can also facilitate your cultivation. The duration of your stay in the second phase of the Holy King Ancient World is 10 days. You must diligently cultivate, as a cultivation ranking will be established during this phase. The more you enhance your cultivation, the higher your rank will be. The top 1,000 on the cultivation leaderboard will gain access to the core of the third level of the Holy King Ancient World. The voice of the spirit artifact resonated once more, announcing the rules for the second phase. In this stage, the primary focus is on cultivation. The faster one progresses, the higher their rank. Clearly, this system favors those with lower cultivation levels, while proving rather unkind to those of higher realms. What kind of rule is this? It's utterly absurd. For the celestial and supreme realms, they might as well be eliminated outright. And for those at the half-step emperor level, their situation is even more dire. Low cultivation unexpectedly becomes an advantage. To be honest, I cannot comprehend the essence of this rule. What exactly must we do? However, even if one is at the celestial or supreme level, while they may not break through their realms, as long as they have not reached their pinnacle, swift cultivation might still afford them a chance at entering the top 1,000. In this world, filled with uncertainty and change, opportunities are indeed enigmatic. As a half-step emperor, though I may not attain enlightenment, my cultivation speed remains commendable. When the spirit of the instrument spoke, countless formidable beings were left in utter bewilderment. This rule, without a doubt, was designed to exclude them. After reaching the myriad phenomena, to ascend even a minor realm could require years, if not decades. What could one possibly achieve in a mere 10 days? However, for those with lesser cultivation, this indeed proved to be a boon. What an absurd rule this is. Forget it, she murmured, pouting. I shall first seek out Xiaoyao. Nangong Yueying was ranked 5th on the slaughter list, which was already her utmost limit. Furthermore, a substantial 90% of her efforts were merely a contest against the young boy. The outcome? Best left unmentioned. Now, upon hearing the rules announced by the instrument spirit, it was evident they were tailored to target a peerless powerhouse like herself. That wretched instrument spirit truly deserves condemnation. Enough of such thoughts. If elimination is to be, then so be it. First, I must locate that little fellow. It has been 10 days since I last saw him. How I miss him. I wonder how he is faring. Does he think of his little master uncle? With a graceful flicker, she began to soar towards the heart of the ancient city. There lies a square, a common gathering place in unfamiliar surroundings, where individuals instinctively converge for ease of communication. Little ancestor, what shall we do now? In the ancient city, Musinyu inquired of Jun Xiaoyao, her demeanor that of a devoted acolyte. In all matters, one must first consult with their little ancestor, placing them at the very center of importance. It is you. Do not count on me. Now that we have reached the inner circle, it is time to cultivate our own skills. Alas, you are all grown up. Must you always keep me worrying? I need to seek out my young master. Jun Xiaoyao cast a glance at Musinyu. What does this mean? Do you still wish to follow? Just because your figure is alluring does not mean I am enamored. Although, I must admit, it is indeed pleasant to touch. Yet, you are all mature individuals now. You must learn to cultivate your own abilities. Having said that, he strode towards the center of the ancient city, disregarding both Musinyu and Jun Xiaoyao. Sigh, it truly is a source of concern. This observing the diminutive figure, merely 1 meter and 20 centimeters tall, with hands clasped behind and taking small strides, Musinyu and Jun Xiaoyao had grown accustomed to this little ancestor. Yet, at this moment, they still felt a tinge of astonishment. The smaller the person, the more prone they were to feigning maturity. As Jun Xiaoyao continued on, he arrived at the corner of the palace, his tiny form darting away towards the horizon. He hoped to avoid the troublesome duo and hasten to find his little master uncle. Oh, how he longed for his little master uncle. Swiftly navigating the not-so-large ancient city, Jun Xiaoyao soon reached its heart. There lay a vast square, adorned with towering columns. Upon entering the square, Jun Xiaoyao scanned the surroundings. Before long, an exquisite figure graced his line of sight. Amidst the square, she stood as a picturesque sight, her white hair cascading elegantly, her beauty unparalleled. She gazed around with captivating eyes, seemingly in search of something. Her scrutiny was meticulous, as what she sought was a tiny being, easily obscured by a stone bench if one was not attentive. In an instant, she found what she was looking for, and her eyes sparkled with joy. A radiant smile illuminated her exquisitely delicate face. Little master, the one with the diminutive stature of 1 meter 20, simultaneously spotted her. Exclaiming joyfully, she rushed over, her short legs moving in an endearing manner. Where have you been, my dear child? How could you do this to me? Nangong Yueying gazed at the little boy rushing towards her, who promptly leaped into her embrace. In that moment, she was overwhelmed with joy and excitement, experiencing a profound sense of something lost being regained. Her delicate hand rose, poised to deliver a playful slap, while her lips murmured complaints, revealing the depth of her worry over the past few days, a state that had consumed her thoughts. Little Shirshu, what are you doing? Can you blame me for the random teleportation? Jun Xiaoyao relished the warmth of his little Shirshu's soft embrace, a sensation he found nostalgically comforting. Just as he was indulging in this blissful moment, he suddenly noticed her fair, delicate hand raised, aimed at his rear, accompanied by her bewildering words. This was intolerable. He could not suffer an unjust punishment. I haven't done much. I merely wish to see my beloved Xiaoyao and check if he has lost weight. Nangong Yueying raised her delicate hand, only to let it fall in disappointment. It gently rested on Jun Xiaoyao's back, caressing him softly. Indeed, Jun Xiaoyao could easily discern the intentions of his junior disciple. Fortunately, he intervened in time. Otherwise, he would have faced a painful slap on his rear once more. Indeed. You think so? All right, let us first find a place to settle down. Nangong Weiying cast a sidelong glance at Jun Xiaoyao. While speaking, she embraced him, her exquisite and beautiful visage nuzzling against his cheek. She had missed this young boy dearly, and fortunately, he was safe and sound, thriving with an otherworldly charm that overshadowed many exceptional prodigies and formidable beings. In her moments of concern, she felt an overwhelming sense of pride. At this moment, she wished to say little, especially regarding matters of the sacred king ancient realm, particularly concerning the slaughter rankings. Let us pretend the slaughter rankings do not exist. Little Master Uncle, he remarked, glancing at those on the leaderboard of slaughter, feeling they were rather unremarkable. Please, do not look at me that way. I am not referring to you, except for you. Jun Xiaoyao proclaimed with pride. Little Master Uncle is not a stranger. At that moment, upon seeing Little Master Uncle, he felt an immense joy in his heart. It seemed entirely natural and reasonable to share his delight at securing the top position on the slaughter leaderboard. The prodigies and strong figures on the leaderboard appeared rather lackluster. Suddenly, he sensed a chill in Little Master Uncle's gaze, and he instantly felt he had misspoken. Oh no! Could he be in for a beating? The matter of the slaughter leaderboard is indeed a matter of luck. As a martial artist, Nangong Weiying said coolly, casting a frosty gaze upon the small boy cradled in her arms. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to impart a proper lesson to him. However, she understood that this little one, despite his diminutive stature, was not easily deceived. A clever excuse was essential. Understood, Master Uncle. I shall never mention the kill list again. Jun Xiao replied obediently, nodding his head. A child who cries receives milk. A compliant child also enjoys the same fortune. Thus, he aimed to possess both advantages. Tonight, you shall stand while you sleep, Nangong Weiying declared, taking a deep breath and speaking in a chilling tone. The white-haired, white silk figure felt a twinge of annoyance. Yet, Jun Xiaoyao found his little master uncle's anger to be rather charming. As they conversed, the two made their way towards the square's exit. This wretched woman, the wretched spawn, I shall make your existence a living hell. At the edge of the square, Ling Tiandu cast a malevolent gaze upon the figure of the girl clad in white hair and white silk. At that moment, he yearned to flay her and the boy she cradled, wishing to render them unable to live or die. Your Highness, shall we fetch her? Behind Ling Tiandu stood 8 individuals clad in black robes. Those who accompanied Ling Tiandu were undoubtedly formidable and extraordinary beings. They successfully advanced into the second inner circle. No need. Fighting is prohibited within the ancient city. Once they exit the city, we will capture them, ensuring they are both taken alive. Ling Tiandu spoke ominously, his gums bleeding from the strain of clenching his teeth. Yes, replied the figure in the black robe, bowing. This little ancestor is simply adorable. Not far away, Mu Xinyu and Jun Xianmao watched as Jun Xiaoyao was carried away by his great-grandmaster, unable to contain their laughter. Especially at the sight of their little ancestor soaring away upon reaching the corner, utterly charming. Along the way, the two quietly followed. Although the little ancestor possessed greater strength than both of them and was accompanied by a true dragon, Little Silver, his tender age made them uneasy. The Empress. The Empire of Qingyang, the Southern Ming Dynasty, the Eastern Yu Kingdom, and the Zhushang Dynasty have formed an alliance, now gathering at the borders of our Taixin Dynasty, intent on partitioning our realm. The Taixin Dynasty, one of the 36 imperial dynasties of Jiuzhou, boasts a population of hundreds of billions. Its borders span 390 million miles from east to west and 330 million miles from north to south. The reigning sovereign is the current empress, the first female ruler of the Taixin Dynasty. It is said that she possesses unparalleled beauty, captivating nations and cities alike. And she is a formidable emperor-level powerhouse, known for her icy demeanor and decisive ruthlessness in battle. Rather than merely being called an empress, she might more aptly be termed a female tyrant. It is precisely due to her iron-fisted governance that she stabilizes the borders of the Taixin Dynasty. The solitary one has come to understand. The empress, known as Shangwan Jinxian, sat majestically upon her imperial throne, resembling a deity surveying the mortals below. She wielded the power of the Taixin Dynasty with unparalleled authority. Her gaze swept across the courtiers in the hall, and wherever her eyes fell, heads bowed in reverence, none daring to meet her gaze. To lock eyes with the empress was tantamount to a challenge. In the hearts of the courtiers, She was indeed a ruler of extraordinary talent and vision, yet her methods were often excessively ruthless, cold as ice, and seemingly devoid of compassion. Her decisive actions had claimed the lives of millions, both soldiers and formidable warriors falling beneath her hand. "Your Majesty, how shall we respond?" inquired an elder, the grand tutor of the Taishan dynasty. "The chancellor is engaged in state affairs in the court. I shall lead the campaign against the four nations myself. Proclaim my imperial edict. The armies must assemble within 5 days," the empress replied, casting a fleeting glance at the grand tutor before her gaze settled thoughtfully upon the chancellor. After a moment of contemplation, she declared, "Since the four nations dare to conspire against the Taishan dynasty, they shall be swallowed whole. I am aware that their true aim is not the dynasty per se, but rather the Blue Lot Heaven sect that resides within our borders. After all, the Blue Lot Heaven sect stands as the greatest pillar of support for the Taishan dynasty. If they wish to challenge us, they must first contend with the sect. However, the open alliance of the four nations against the Taishan dynasty surely indicates they possess some form of backing. As for the matters concerning the sects, they shall resolve those amongst themselves. The affairs of the imperial dynasty I shall handle personally. Your Majesty, this is unwise. Do not lead the expedition in person." The grand tutor hastily intervened upon hearing that the empress intended to take to the battlefield herself. Generally speaking, a sovereign would refrain from such an endeavor unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, as the grand tutor, he was backed by a formidable family and was a powerful figure in his own right. How could he possibly be oblivious to the motives behind the coalition of four nations? Did the empress truly fail to comprehend the situation? It was merely 4 countries. He could easily subdue them. With the grand tutor and the chancellor managing the affairs of state, he felt assured. "Very well," she declared, concluding the matter without further discussion. With a graceful wave of her hand, Shangguan Jinxian silenced the Grand Master, stood from the imperial throne, and announced the adjournment of court. In the ethereal realm of the Blue Sky sect, atop the mist-laden peak, a stunning figure emerged. Clad in imperial robes and adorned with a crown, the woman descended gracefully, advancing steadily towards the council chamber. Her presence exuded formidable authority. "Sister." Upon entering the council chamber, she glanced at Xuanji and Xianyu, who were engrossed in their cultivation, and offered a greeting. Then, she gracefully settled into a chair, her movements fluid as water. "What brings you here?" Xuanji inquired, her tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation. In truth, she harbored little fondness for Shangguan Jinxian. Her indifference was only deepened by the latter's absence during the recent passing of her junior brother, which further fueled her disdain. "Sister, you still regard me with disfavor, do you? There are matters you do not comprehend. This time, I have come to the mysterious peak for 2 matters. First, the nations of Qingyang, Nanming, Dongyue, and Zhushang have formed an alliance, intending to divide the Taishan Empire among themselves. You can ponder the reasons behind this. Second, I wish to see Xianyao. In a few days, I shall embark on an expedition, and there are those who wish for my return to be thwarted. I may not return at all." Shangguan Jinxian spoke, revealing her intentions. Although she could not sway the will of the Biluo heavenly sect, it was imperative to inform them of the four-nation alliance. Perhaps they were already aware. After all, the Biluo heavenly sect has stood resilient on Jiuzhou for countless years, its foundation profoundly formidable, beyond the comprehension of others. Besides this matter, she also came to visit Jun Xiaoyao, whom she holds in great affection, the exquisitely delicate young boy. However, she had only glimpsed him from afar, and he had never seen her. Regardless, that boy is her disciple and must address her as Shermu. "Hiki, your master owes a debt to me, and it shall be you who compensates. The matter of the four-nation alliance is already known to the heavenly sect. This is not something your empire can meddle in. Tend to your own affairs." Jun Xiaoyao is not at the heavenly sect. He has gone to the ancient realm of the Holy King, Xuanji remarked with indifference. "What? He is going to the ancient realm of the Holy King? Did he sneak away, or was it with your permission?" Upon hearing this, Shangguan Jinxian abruptly rose to her feet. What kind of joke is this? Such a young child, sent to the ancient realm of the Holy King. He has likely not even begun to engage in cultivation yet. Did he run away secretly? Or was it sanctioned by you? "I permit it," Xuanji replied coldly. She did not feel anger in response to Shangguan Jinxuan's inquiry, for nothing could disturb her emotional equilibrium. "Senior sister," he said, "are you truly oblivious to the significance of the sacred king's ancient realm? It is a perilous place, and to send a mere 5-year-old child like Xiaoyao there is tantamount to inviting death. That realm, often referred to as the Tomb of Saints, holds a grim reputation. Even those of great cultivation may meet their demise within its confines. Shangguan Jinxian cast a cold glance at Xuanji, murmuring to herself as she drifted towards the council chamber's exit, ultimately vanishing into the night. "Little martial uncle, are we to reside here?" Jun Xiaoyao inquired, gazing at the modest palace before him. Though small, it exuded an atmosphere of tranquility, and the spiritual energy in this locale was palpably rich. "And where would you prefer to stay?" Nangong Yue retorted with a disapproving look at the boy in her arms. She was still irked. This little rascal had a knack for bringing up the slaughter rankings, and she felt an overwhelming urge to discipline him. Yet, she understood that should she scold him to tears, she would then have to comfort him, which seemed rather counterproductive. Thus, she resolved to bide her time until he matured enough for a proper lesson. "But will residing here require spirit crystals?" Jun Xiaoyao queried. "Of course not," she replied dismissively. "Do you truly think he would lack spirit crystals? He has exchanged his slaughter points for over 100 million spirit crystals. Why would he concern himself with such trivial matters? To him, spirit crystals are merely a numerical figure. Do you lack spirit crystals? Over 100 million. Shouldn't you show a little filial piety towards your humble master?" Nangong Yueying truly wished to slap him. "You are the top scorer, with over 20 million points of slaughter, exchanging for more than 100 million spirit crystals. Are you truly in need of spirit crystals?" "I am still young," he remarked. "I will show my respect to my little master uncle when I grow up." Jun Xiaoyao promptly shook his head. "Do not harbor any thoughts of taking my spiritual crystal. I shall safeguard it for you until you are older." Nangong Yueying spoke earnestly, her demeanor reflecting profound sincerity. This scene evoked in Jun Xiaoyao memories of his previous life, reminiscent of how adults would bestow red envelopes and New Year's money upon children. It seems that regardless of the time or place, the nature of adults remains unchanged. "Thank you, little master uncle." "Not necessary," he asserted. "I can manage myself." Jun Xiao shook his head. He could concede to everything else. But this spirit crystal was something he genuinely could not part with. Of course, he recognized that his playful little master was merely teasing him. A formidable figure at the threshold of becoming a great emperor would hardly be in one of a trivial amount of spirit crystals. Nevertheless, the sum of over 100 million was certainly not negligible. Sighing, Nangong Yuang ceased her conversation with Jun Xiaoyao and made her way toward the palace entrance. As she approached the grand doors, a subtle sound reverberated in the air, akin to the fabric of space being torn asunder. Jun Xiaoyao understood that this was a formation. Every palace was protected by such barriers, designed for simple functions, to prevent prying eyes, to muffle sound, and to ward off disturbances. Congratulations on selecting Palace 101. Each individual is required to pay 100,000 spirit crystals daily, intoned the voice of the artifact spirit. To his astonishment, 100,000 spirit crystals were immediately deducted from Jun Xiaoyao's information panel. These spirit crystals had been exchanged. Yet they would not be distributed to each individual until they departed from the Sacred King Ancient Realm. They existed solely within the confines of the information panel. 100,000 spirit crystals daily. Why not just rob a bank? At the moment the deduction was made, both Jun Xiaoyao and Nangong Yuang exclaimed in unison. While the amount was not particularly significant for either of them, the price was indeed shocking. They exchanged glances and simultaneously sighed. With the spirit crystals deducted, they had no choice but to stay. It was hardly feasible to sleep on the streets of the ancient city. Consequently, Nangong Yuang embraced Jun Xiaoyao and led him into the palace. Once inside, they discovered that this was no ordinary palace. It housed a colossal spirit-gathering array. The spiritual energy within far surpassing that of the outside world by 1,000-fold, immense and pure. Even before entering the array, every cell in their bodies began to awaken, yearning to dive into the cultivation process immediately. "This expenditure of spirit crystals is worthwhile," Nangong Yuang remarked as she set Jun Xiaoyao down. She did not rush into cultivation. However, instead, she headed toward a chamber within the palace, intending to take a refreshing bath and change into fresh garments before embarking on her cultivation. After all, there were still 10 days ahead. "Junior Master, I will do it myself." Jun Xiaoyao observed his junior uncle's intention to strip him of his garments and promptly interjected. His junior uncle's approach was rather forceful, unbearable indeed. It seemed he had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, little master uncle, he complained. You cannot be so rough. One must embody a sense of grace. Must you truly cast me down? What does it mean to be a lady? Nangong Weiying chuckled softly. A lady? What a joke. Do I still need to act like a lady in front of you, my little master uncle? Besides, let me remind you, I possess an unparalleled beauty and an exquisite figure, far surpassing that of the 9 beauties. Never mind. Bathing, sighed Jun Xiaoyao, reflecting on his little junior uncle. With her white hair and silken strands, she was a beautiful maiden. Everything about her was delightful, save for her tendency to disregard reason. Well, as long as she was pretty, that sufficed. With a light-hearted chuckle, Nangong Weiying beheld Jun Xiaoyao's demeanor. Then, she began to loosen her garments, revealing her exquisitely enticing figure to Jun Xiaoyao's gaze. This form was what Jun Xiaoyao cherished most, yet after their abrupt separation 10 days prior due to random teleportation, he had not encountered it again. Now, there was a distinct sense of longing that surpassed mere absence. During their bathing session, Jun Xiaoyao could not help but succumb to a flurry of playful touches. Naturally, he too indulged in a myriad of caresses and embraces. Approximately half an hour later, after their bath, Nangong Weiying dressed Jun Xiaoyao in fresh attire, urging him to rest upon the bed, while she herself remained submerged in the bath, showing no intention of rising. On the bed, Jun Xiaoyao blinked as a virtual interface materialized before him. In the 10 days spent in the sacred king ancient realm, he had hunted countless beasts, ranging from 1st to 8th tier, acquiring a plethora of equipment. However, believing his combat strength sufficient, he had refrained from donning any of it. Thus, all the gear lay in the Yuan realm, and now, with leisure at hand, it was the perfect opportunity to equip himself fully. Though the imperial-grade equipment did not boast remarkably high combat power, Jun Xiaoyao perused through the inventory. Unfortunately, upon examining the attributes of the imperial-grade gear, disappointment washed over him. The combat power was not as formidable as he had anticipated. Imperial-grade weapons provided a combat power of 100,000, while other imperial-grade items offered 50,000. Nevertheless, even the smallest of mosquitoes is still meat. Adorning himself with the equipment raised his combat power by 350,000, culminating in a total combat strength of 1,829. 364 points. Tomorrow, he resolved to commence his cultivation, elevating his realm. At that juncture, his combat power would surge significantly. Jun Xiaoyao mused that although the imperial-grade equipment was lacking, he could not rely solely on it. Only by advancing his level could he accelerate the growth of his strength. With an abundance of points at his disposal, he planned to elevate his level directly, securing the top position on the cultivation leaderboard without a doubt. Leisurely. Have you seen the reward for the first place? At that moment, Nangong Weiying approached, her bare feet gracefully gliding over the ground. Her feet were round and delicate, with toes resembling adorable silkworms, glistening like white jade, akin to tender green buds, radiating unparalleled beauty. She was adorned solely in a sheer veil, the garments beneath subtly visible. Little master, Jun Xiaoyao remarked, I haven't seen it yet. If the little master had not prompted him, he would have truly forgotten. I have not seen it either. Sleep? Nangong Weiying said. Tomorrow, I will rise early to practice. As she spoke, she shifted slightly, settling on the bed before reclining. Jun Xiaoyao, as was his custom, nestled closer to his little master uncle, and soon succumbed to slumber. Indeed, there was a profound sense of tranquility in sleeping within the embrace of his little master uncle. Observing the young boy in her arms, Nangong Weiying smiled gently. In the sacred king ancient realm, there exists an ancient mountain. In truth, the entire sacred king ancient realm is merely a small fragment of this ancient mountain, which is known as the Sacred King Ancient Mountain. At the opposite end of this mountain, a tempest of demonic energy surges forth, akin to a realm of darkness, teeming with a multitude of demon tribes. At its center lies an altar. Beneath this altar, a young boy is sealed, adorned with a peculiar flower mark upon his brow, exuding an almost otherworldly allure. Despite being imprisoned, he emanates a destructive aura, reminiscent of a slumbering demon god. The humble humans have sealed the demon sovereign for 90 million years. Truly believing they can forever suppress such a being? The day the human trials conclude will herald the awakening of the demon sovereign, at which time the lifeblood of countless humans will aid in his liberation. Surrounding the altar are a dozen formidable ritualists, all powerful beings of the demon race. The high priest. I have heard that in this generation of humanity, there are numerous formidable individuals and sacred bodies. Should we select a few to serve as puppets for the demon sovereign, and choose several furnace bodies to assist in enhancing the sacred demonic form? Among these ritualists, one has stepped forward to offer a suggestion. No need. You first instruct the clan to prepare, and when the humans have completed their trials, sever their means of transportation, preventing their escape. Let them remain on the ancient mountain, allowing the sacred king's ancient mountain to be drenched in their essence, forming a sea of blood. Once the demon lord is revived and liberated, he shall lead us back to Jiuzhou, unifying the vast world of the 9 continents. The grand priest shook his head. The sacred king's ancient realm, the 11th day. Morning. Jun Xiaoyao was awakened by the call of Nangong Yueying. Young master, what is it? Jun Xiaoyao, still in a deep slumber, groggily inquired after being roused from his sleep. The art of cultivation, Nangong Yueying exclaimed, as she abruptly seized Jun Xiaoyao and began to drag him toward the bathroom. Is it truly necessary to be in such haste for cultivation? Jun Xiaoyao murmured, still groggy from sleep. You cultivate swiftly, yet that is merely the initial realm. As one progresses, the journey of cultivation becomes increasingly arduous, often leading to obstacles and stagnation. Many prodigious talents soar at the outset, only to find themselves unable to advance as they delve deeper. Hurry up, do not linger outside. Come in, called Nangong Yue. Her gaze fixed on Jun Xiaoyao, who stood at the entrance. As she spoke, her long, graceful leg extended, and with a deft motion, she pulled Jun Xiaoyao inside. After a brief moment of splashing water, Jun Xiaoyao emerged, refreshed and fully awake, joining Nangong Yue as they stepped out together to partake in a meal. Once they had finished eating, the two made their way to the spirit-gathering array. Young master, I hold you in high regard. This may prove beneficial to you. Jun Xiaoyao did not immediately proceed to the spirit-gathering array. Instead, he took out a jade vial and presented it before Nangong Yueying. To honor my parents? Indeed, she mused, reflecting on the affection she had bestowed upon him. Nangong Yueying was intently observing the spirit-gathering array when she suddenly felt a gentle touch on her leg, paying it little mind. She dismissed it as merely the playful gesture of a small boy. However, upon hearing his words about offering her something in reverence, her heart swelled with joy. Regardless of what trinket the child presented, it would bring her delight, for it was a token of his sincere intentions. She lowered her gaze to the little boy beside her, bending her knees to crouch down and graciously accepted the jade vial he proffered, planting a tender kiss upon his cherubic face. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. In fact, this item can be utilized immediately. Jun Xiaoyao felt the gentle warmth against his cheek, an exquisite comfort. Noticing that his junior disciple intended to put away the jade vial, he spoke up to remind him. Oh, is that so? Nangong Yueying was taken aback, gazing intently at the young boy. She then brought the jade vial closer, scrutinizing it carefully without the intention of opening it immediately. As a half-step emperor, her spiritual sense was unparalleled. Although the vial was sealed, it could not obstruct her perception. When her spiritual sense brushed against the vial, the serene beauty of her face underwent a transformation. Divine blood. It was indeed divine blood. Ah, my dear Xiaoyao, exclaimed Nangong Yueying, brimming with excitement. You are truly a treasure to me, my little master uncle. You are aware that the jade vial contains divine blood. As a half-step emperor, I possess a profound understanding of the power and wonder of divine blood, yet it is exceedingly rare, existing only in legends. This divine blood is the true essence of a deity's life force, and in the vast realm of Jiuzhou, deities are but a myth. Hence, the question arises, where would one procure divine blood? This rarity is precisely what renders it so invaluable. Moreover, even if deities did inhabit the Jiuzhou world, they would never part with their life essence. For a half-step emperor, such a drop of divine blood is of utmost significance. Not only can it purify one's innate talent and physique, but it can also shatter the barriers of stagnation. That young master, he said, you may utilize this divine blood for your cultivation. I shall wait for a moment. Jun Xiaoyao felt the gentle caress of Nangong Yueying as she playfully squeezed his face. Only after she released her grip did he find the opportunity to speak. Very well. Nangong Yueying did not decline. The path to becoming an emperor requires an immense amount of spiritual energy. The presence of other beings nearby could complicate her ascension and even endanger them. As for Jun Xiaoyao, this little one would simply vanish before the tribulation. Swiftly, Jun Xiaoyao darted away from the spirit-gathering array, positioning himself by the door of the palace, where he fetched a small stone stool to sit upon and observe the unfolding spectacle. Taking a deep breath, Nangong Yueying stepped into the heart of the spirit-gathering array. The array, approximately 10 meters in diameter, activated, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy akin to a whirlwind cascading from the void above. The oppressive aura weighed heavily upon her. One step at a time, she advanced inward, finally settling at the very center. Her eyes gently closed as she sought tranquility. It took a full quarter of an hour for her emotions to stabilize. For the divine blood she possessed was exceedingly rare and precious, a single drop gifted to her by the young boy, the origin of which remained a mystery. With this divine blood, she could shatter her shackles and smoothly ascend to the realm of the emperor, thus becoming the fourth emperor of the Piaomiao Peak. Following her senior sister, Yuheng. Though both a half-step emperor and an emperor bore the same title, a half-step emperor was merely the pinnacle of supremacy, separated from the genuine emperor by an insurmountable chasm. After calming her emotions, Nangong Yuing began to channel the Bai Luo heavenly scripture, executing her cultivation technique with flawless precision. Subsequently, she opened the jade vial, from which erupted a formidable divine power. A single drop of divine blood, radiating with iridescent brilliance, floated forth from the vial, causing the surrounding space to fracture. The terrifying potency of the divine blood exerted immense pressure upon Nangong Yuing, yet her countenance betrayed her excitement. For this was precisely the effect she sought. In a flurry of activity, Nangong Yuing swiftly refined the divine blood, elevating her cultivation to its zenith before unleashing the power of the divine blood to break through to the emperor realm. Time slipped away, and being a half-step emperor, her speed in refining the divine blood surpassed that of two small pups by several folds. Before long, the divine blood was completely refined. Yet Nangong Yuing did not rush to merge with it, as she intended to utilize this divine blood to challenge the emperor realm. As minutes passed, the sky above the ancient city darkened with ominous clouds, reminiscent of an impending storm, accompanied by resounding thunder and crackling arcs of electricity, stirring curiosity among countless powerful beings and prodigies. Finally, a bolt of heavenly tribulation descended, aimed directly at Nangong Yuing. She neither evaded nor resisted. Instead, she welcomed the tribulation with her very being, understanding that only by enduring the heavenly tribulation could she attain the status of emperor. Failing to withstand it could lead to severe injury or, worse, madness, an outcome reminiscent of Jun Xiaoyao's master. With a series of resounding crashes, the tribulation struck Nangong Yuing, gradually tearing her garments asunder. Her delicate veils were shredded, leaving her entirely bare. Jun Xiaoyao, witnessing this, was rendered momentarily speechless, never expecting the tribulation to be so fearsome as to obliterate his little master's attire. Yet, in all honesty, he could not help but admire her exquisite figure and flawless skin, having experienced their softness firsthand. Thankfully, the palace was protected by a concealment array, ensuring that even as the heavenly tribulation fell, it would not breach the formation. Otherwise, he would have been concerned for his little master's modesty, fearing a significant loss. Unfazed by the presence of an onlooker, Nangong Yuing was aware of the gaze upon her but paid it no mind, reassured that it belonged to the young boy. What malice could such a child harbor? Furthermore, even if he did harbor ill intentions, what harm could it cause? At this pivotal moment, she merged the refined divine blood with her essence. In that instant, a mysterious radiance enveloped her, rendering her even more ethereal as her comprehension ascended and her realm transformed, embodying a profound metamorphosis. As the final bolt of tribulation descended, the dark clouds above gradually dispersed, revealing auspicious clouds and signs of good fortune. With eyes like lightning, Nangong Yuing gazed upon the celestial wonders, which swiftly descended towards her. Seizing the opportunity, she absorbed the energies with fervor. As time progressed, her realm stabilized further, and she successfully reached the emperor realm. However, the influx of spiritual energy could not keep pace with her voracious consumption, a touch of regret flickering across her stunning visage. For the spiritual energy present was insufficient to complete her ascension to the pinnacle of the first heaven emperor. Missing this opportunity could mean years, or even decades, of waiting to achieve such perfection. How fortunate it would be to possess yet another drop of divine blood. Young master, Jun Xiaoyao called out. Nangong Yuing uttered softly, her gaze directed towards Jun Xiaoyao. Before her, a droplet of vibrant, multicolored essence surged forth. Upon witnessing this droplet, Nangong Yuing momentarily froze, only to be overtaken by a wave of astonishment and exhilaration. For she had discerned that this was no mere colorful droplet. It was a drop of divine blood far more potent than the previous one. This divine blood had transformed into a spectrum of colors, a testament to its immense power. Compared to the earlier divine blood, it was magnitudes more formidable, existing at a significantly higher echelon. If the previous divine blood represented the innate realm, then this droplet was emblematic of the imperial realm. At that moment, her excitement and elation swiftly calmed, giving way to a plethora of questions. Yet time was of the essence. Without a hint of hesitation, she extended her delicate hand, and the multicolored divine blood manifested before her. With each passing moment, she refined, integrated, and solidified her state of being. Gradually, Nangong Weiying transcended into a state of self-forgetfulness. Was that the heavenly tribulation? Could it be that someone was striving to attain the imperial path? It was inconceivable. She recognized all the half-step emperors who had entered this realm, and they were far from achieving such a monumental feat. This was the heavenly tribulation associated with the ascension of an emperor. Who could possibly be on the verge of becoming an emperor? Observing the heavenly tribulation, it appeared that someone had successfully withstood it. Indeed, someone had attained the status of an emperor. In the ancient city, countless prodigies and powerful beings were acutely aware of the existence of the heavenly tribulation, leaving them in a state of profound shock. Beyond their astonishment, envy and jealousy surged within them. Yet, none could discern the identity of the one who was on the path to becoming a great emperor. Nevertheless, this uncertainty did not hinder their rising sense of apprehension. As they feared encountering this newly ascended emperor, dreading the possibility of provoking someone whose power could lead to their untimely demise, leaving them bewildered about the cause of their end. Ling Tiandu, Wen Tianqing, and Shun Hanxing, these extraordinary figures on the cusp of imperial ascent, were consumed with envy, wishing fervently that the one attaining enlightenment was among them. Ding! You have bestowed divine blood upon Nangong Yuang, gaining 5 drops of chaos divine blood and 100,000 points. You have conferred chaos divine blood upon Nangong Yuang, acquiring 10 drops of chaos divine blood and 500,000 points. Within the palace, Jun Xiaoyao sat upon a small stool, admiring the physique of his junior master. Indeed, every inch was flawless, devoid of any imperfections, rendering him utterly entranced. At that moment, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Bestowing divine blood upon Nangong Yuang had granted him 5 drops of chaos divine blood and 100,000 points. Conferring chaos divine blood had yielded 10 drops and 500,000 points. As a result, his collection of divine blood and chaos divine blood was steadily increasing. Ding! System task issued. Hunt the Demon Lord. Duration: 20 days. Reward: Mysterious Treasure Chest X1. The system had finally issued another task, albeit this one seemed rather daunting, requiring him to hunt the Demon Lord within a limited time frame of 20 days. The sheer strength of the Demon Lord was formidable, and the location of such a being was shrouded in mystery, causing Jun Xiaoyao to feel a sense of frustration. With no clues or leads, and being situated in the Sacred King Ancient Realm, where he had approximately 20 days remaining, he questioned how he could possibly seek out the Demon Lord. Could it be that the Demon Lord resided within this very realm? Suddenly, the possibility struck him. The timeline of the task's issuance coincided with the Sacred King Ancient Realm, compelling him to ponder whether the Demon Lord lurked within. If so, the Sacred King Ancient Realm could be fraught with peril. But what was the Demon Lord's realm and strength? He was utterly in the dark. Regardless, he resolved to take it one step at a time. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Beautiful. Jun Xiaoyao instinctively replied. Have you seen enough? Nangong Yuang inquired once more. I haven't seen it. Junior Master, please dress yourself first. It is rather improper to act this way. Jun Xiaoyao instinctively replied. However, upon finishing his response, he realized the predicament he had placed himself in. Goodness, hadn't he just sealed his own fate? Moreover, Junior Master, you should also be mindful of your image. Would it not be better to put on your clothes before striking me? Humph, Nangong Yueying snorted softly. Her delicate figure flashed as she gracefully entered the sleeping palace, unadorned. Soon, the sound of water reached her ears. It was evident she was undoubtedly preparing for a bath. Sure enough, a short while later, Nangong Weiying emerged, clothed in pristine silks. At this moment, she appeared even more enchanting than before, exuding an ethereal beauty that set her apart from the ordinary. After all, she had ascended to become an empress. Come here. After Nangong Weiying emerged, her gaze fell upon Jun Xiaoyao. With her delicate, fair hand, she gestured for him to approach. Timidly, Jun Xiaoyao made his way over. Little Master Uncle, you must be gentle. I am your own beloved disciple. Am I not adorable? Surely, you could not bear to harm me. If you were to do so, you would lose such a well-behaved and understanding disciple. As Jun Xiaoyao reached his little master uncle, Nangong Yueying enveloped him in her embrace. The faint fragrance and softness enveloped him in unparalleled comfort. Yet, he remained vigilant, eyeing his little master uncle. Are you concerned that you might strike too hard and inadvertently cause my demise? Is this your way of giving me a final embrace, just in case? Jun Xiaoyao inquired earnestly, gazing at the exquisite sight before him, her silken white hair cascading like a gentle waterfall. Cluck, cluck indeed. What are you thinking? Sigh. Have I truly ever struck you? It seems I appear so fearsome in your eyes. Very well, I, your humble master, assure you that I shall never lay a hand on you again. My embrace stems from sheer joy. Upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, Nangong Yuhong was momentarily taken aback. Simultaneously, she began to ponder whether she had indeed been so fierce with this young boy. It does not seem so. Are we not good friends? Are we not close companions? Furthermore, I do not recall ever having struck you. After sharing a laugh, she earnestly assured Jun Xiaoyao that regardless of the past, she would never harm him in the future. Indeed, little master uncle, have you successfully attained the status of a great emperor? Jun Xiaoyao suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment. Upon reflection, it seemed that little master uncle had never laid a hand on him. Perhaps it was merely the result of being caught red-handed. Openly gazing at little master uncle's figure, that instilled a sense of fear within him, leading to the thought that little master uncle might retaliate. By the way, since little master uncle has given his assurance, does this mean I can act with greater freedom in the future? Little master uncle, you must not break your promise. After all, I was originally a sacred body. At this moment, my physique and innate talents have undergone a remarkable transformation, evolving into the chaos Ling Long sacred body. Furthermore, I have ascended to the fourth heavenly emperor realm, surpassing even Sister Yuhong in cultivation. Nangong Yuang embraced Jun Xiaoyao tightly, as if wishing to meld into one. She whispered tenderly, and it was no wonder she radiated such joy. Those 2 drops of divine blood represented a pivotal turning point in her destiny, altering the course of her fate. To progress to the realm of the emperor, one typically faces a mere 1 in 10,000 chance. Moreover, the earlier one attains enlightenment, the greater the likelihood of success. The probabilities diminish significantly as time advances. Initially, although Nangong Yuang possessed a sacred body, it was not of the highest caliber, merely an average one. However, now her sacred body has transformed into an existence of the utmost excellence, verging on the divine. This is truly splendid. In the future, I will be able to strike others at will, and when I find myself outmatched, my little master uncle will come to my aid. Upon hearing about Nangong Weiying's current circumstances, Jun Xiaoyao was utterly astonished. However, upon reflection, it is quite understandable. For this is indeed the product of divine blood combined with chaotic divine blood. Hee, she laughed. In the future, who would dare to provoke you? I, your little master uncle, shall assist you in dealing with them. Nangong Yueying chuckled lightly. Children are indeed children, innocent and untainted, their hearts pure and clear, akin to sparkling crystal. Young master, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, haha API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, eternity. Jun Xiaoyao nodded, sealing a pact with his junior martial uncle. After their bond was established, he proceeded into the heart of the spirit-gathering array. Upon witnessing Jun Xiaoyao's entrance into the center of the array, Nangong Weiying felt a wave of relief. After observing for a while to ensure all was well, she returned to her palace to consolidate her realm. Upon entering the center of the spirit-gathering array, Jun Xiaoyao found himself enveloped by spiritual energy, akin to being immersed in a liquid essence. In such an environment, one's cultivation could progress at an astonishing pace. He settled into a meditative position, activating the Azure Sky scripture to commence his practice. Of course, this was merely a fade, nonetheless. Even this pretense allowed for rapid advancement, given that he was within the spirit-gathering array and employing the Azure Sky scripture. After approximately half an hour, having confirmed that his junior martial uncle was diligently cultivating, Jun Xiaoyao engaged in dialogue with the system. Consume 8,000 points to elevate your level from the 7th rank of the Spirit Sea Realm to the 8th rank. Current status, 8th rank of the Spirit Sea Realm. Combat power increased by 20. Consume 9,000 points to elevate your level from the 8th rank of the Spirit Sea Realm to the 9th rank. Current status, 9th rank of the Spirit Sea Realm. Combat power increased by 20. Consume 10,000 points to elevate your level from the 9th rank of the Spirit Sea Realm to the 1st rank of the Yuan Mansion Realm. Current status, 1st rank of the Yuan Mansion Realm. Combat power increased by 50. With ample points at his disposal, his ascension was swift. In about 10 seconds, he achieved the Yuan Mansion Realm, becoming a 1st-rank warrior. Upon reaching this realm, his combat power surged by 50, equating to a multiplication of his foundational strength by 150. In the eyes of 90% of warriors, attaining the Yuan Mansion Realm marked one as a formidable force, for it represented the 4th tier of cultivation. Continue to elevate. Jun Xiaoyao observed the system coming to a halt and instructed once more. This was to be expected, as he had just ascended to a significant realm. It was not the kind that allows for incessant elevation. With a consumption of 20,000 points, your level ascends from the 1st rank of the Yuanfu Realm to the 2nd rank of the Yuanfu Realm. Current status, 2nd rank of the Yuanfu Realm. With combat power increased by 10. This is merely a small elevation. During a major ascension, the increase would be 50. With a consumption of 30,000 points, your level ascends from the 2nd rank of the Yuanfu Realm to the 3rd rank of the Yuanfu Realm. Current status, 3rd rank of the Yuanfu Realm. With combat power increased by 10. With a consumption of 40,000 points, your level ascends from the 3rd rank of the Yuanfu Realm to the 4th rank of the Yuanfu Realm. Current status, 4th rank of the Yuanfu Realm. With combat power increased by 10. With a consumption of 100,000 points, your level ascends from the 9th rank of the Yuanfu Realm to the 1st rank of the Tiangang Realm. Current status, 1st rank of the Tiangang Realm. With combat power increased by 20. In no time, his level had risen to the Tiangang Realm. Upon reaching the Tiangang Realm, the increase in combat power was limited to 20. All in all, Jun Xiaoyao had elevated himself through 11 realms. However, he had no intention of halting. He was determined to continue his ascent to secure his position as the foremost cultivator on the leaderboard. Seizing this opportunity, he aimed for a substantial elevation of his level. When his junior and senior disciples inquired, he would attribute it to the gathering spirit array. Such an opportunity was not one to be missed. Jun Xiaoyao once again instructed the system, having long understood its tendencies to pause after a major elevation. With a consumption of 200,000 points, your level ascends from the 1st rank of the Tiangang Realm to the 2nd rank of the Tiangang Realm. Current status, 2nd rank of the Tiangang Realm. With combat power increased by 10. With a consumption of 1,000,000 points, your level ascends from the 9th rank of the Tiangang Realm to the 1st layer of the Yinyang Realm. Current status, 1st layer of the Yinyang Realm. With combat power increased by 20. He had now entered the Yinyang Realm. Today, Jun Xiaoyao stood as a formidable being of the Yinyang Realm. For countless martial artists, the Yinyang Realm represented a formidable barrier, akin to an insurmountable chasm. Further augmentation, Jun Xiaoyao declared. Today, he would indulge in a moment of extravagance, a surge of caprice. Expending 2 million points, his cultivation ascended from the 1st to the 2nd level of the Yinyang Realm. Current level, Yinyang Realm, 2nd level. Combat prowess increased by 10. Consuming 3 million points, his cultivation advanced from the 2nd to the 3rd level of the Yinyang Realm. Current level, Yinyang Realm. 3rd level. Combat prowess increased by 10. Sacrificing 4 million points, his cultivation progressed from the 3rd to the 4th level of the Yinyang Realm. Current level, Yinyang Realm, 4th level. Combat prowess increased by 10. Devouring 5 million points, his cultivation burgeoned from the 4th to the 5th level of the Yinyang Realm. Current level, Yinyang Realm, 5th level. Combat prowess increased by 10. At this juncture, Jun Xiaoyao paused, acutely aware of the rapid depletion of his points. The higher the level, the more exorbitant the cost. Merely ascending from the 1st to the 5th level of the Yinyang Realm had devoured a staggering 14 million points. With a little over 10 million points remaining, he resolved to conserve them for future exigencies. After all, the Sacred King Ancient Realm was only in its 2nd inner perimeter. The talent ranking and sacred intent ranking might require points. Furthermore, his talents also needed enhancement. Reaching the 5th level of the Yinyang Realm was already defying the heavens. In such a brief span, he had elevated himself by 25 minor realms, traversing the 4 major realms of Spirit Sea, Yuan Mansion, Tiangang, and Yinyang. During the elevation of the Spirit Sea Realm, Each minor realm granted an increase of 20 in combat prowess. Upon reaching the Yuan Mansion realm, the increase was 50. Elevating through the Yuan Mansion realm bestowed an increase of 10 in combat prowess for each minor realm. Upon reaching the Tiangang realm, the increase was 20. Elevating through the Tiangang realm bestowed an increase of 10 in combat prowess for each minor realm. Upon reaching the Yin-Yang realm, the increase was 20. Elevating through the Yin-Yang realm bestowed an increase of 10 in combat prowess for each minor realm. Currently, Jun Xiaoyao's combat prowess had reached a staggering 24,615. 383 points. This terrifying combat prowess sent shivers down Jun Xiaoyao's spine. During the elevation of his realms, his entire being and constitution had undergone earth-shattering transformations. 24,615,000 combat prowess points in the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. System, is this combat prowess not excessively exaggerated? Jun Xiaoyao scrutinized his combat prowess, somewhat dazed. Thus, he communicated with the system through his consciousness. Responding to the host, this combat prowess is not exaggerated. It is merely comparable to that of a great emperor. This combat prowess is insufficient to slay a saint. Please continue to strive for improvement. The system responded to Jun Xiaoyao. Indeed, the power of a great emperor was approximately 10 million. Now, his combat prowess was 61 million. Far surpassing that of an ordinary great emperor, yet still incomparable to a saint. However, it was crucial to remember that he was only in the Yin-Yang realm. The Yin-Yang realm was separated from the great emperor realm by the myriad realms of manifestation, celestial, human, supreme, and half-step great emperor. Above the half-step great emperor was the great emperor. He was still so many realms away from the great emperor. Yet his combat prowess was already far superior to that of an ordinary great emperor. Moreover, this did not account for the utilization of martial techniques, divine abilities, and treasures. If he were to employ martial techniques, divine abilities, or treasures, the power he could unleash, while not necessarily cataclysmic, would likely be more than a saint could withstand. Rumbling sounds reverberated through the sky, like muffled thunder. Hearing this sound, Nangong Yuyao was immensely astonished. Immediately afterward, her heart tightened. For the muffled thunder originated not far from her. In that instant, she thought of Jun Xiaoyao, who was cultivating within the spirit-gathering array. With that thought, she swiftly ceased her cultivation. Her live form flashed, and she arrived outside the spirit-gathering array. This look, Nangong Yuying gazed at the spirit-gathering array, which at that moment appeared to be in a frenzy. Terrifying spiritual energy surged toward this place from all directions, more fearsome than during her own breakthrough in cultivation. Simultaneously, she discovered that Jun Xiaoyao's realm had ascended to the Yin-Yang stage. The Yin-Yang stage. Hadn't he previously been at the Spirit Sea stage? How could he have so swiftly transcended 4 major realms? How was this possible? However, the young boy had already ceased his cultivation, a weariness evident upon his face. Xiaoyu. Nangong Yuyao approached Jun Xiaoyao and called out softly. Little master uncle. Jun Xiaoyao opened his eyes, gazing at his young master uncle with a look of confusion. He offered a reply, though, in truth, he had been aware of his arrival from the very beginning, hence his feigned weariness. A silent sigh escaped his heart, lamenting the arduous effort of concealment and the necessity of pretense. What just transpired? Nangong Yuying inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she looked intently at Jun Xiaoyao, eager to uncover the truth. Little master uncle, I am unsure. Just a moment ago, while I was cultivating, it felt as if I had suddenly entered a wondrous realm. A realm so exquisite and profound, it is beyond description. What is the matter? Jun Xiaoyao shook his head, reflecting for a moment before speaking. Of course, this is nonsense. The scene I described feels akin to an epiphany. Yes, indeed, an epiphany. Heavens, you have attained an epiphany? No wonder your progress is so rapid. Have you experienced such a sensation before? At this moment, Nangong Yuying had already attained the status of a great emperor. Naturally, she understood that this state of being is known as an epiphany in the realm of cultivation. However, such instances are exceedingly rare, almost mythical. It is astonishing that this young boy has actually encountered an epiphany. So, with your swift advancement, have you previously experienced an epiphany? Little master uncle, I have had 2 such instances in the past. Moreover, I have discovered that as long as I am in good spirits, I find it easier to enter this state during cultivation. There are no bottlenecks or shackles as you mentioned. Just now, I entered that state. Albeit for a longer duration than before, Jun Xiaoyao spoke in a soft, childlike voice. His eyes were clear, reminiscent of stars, and his delicately sculpted face appeared remarkably youthful, radiating an innocence akin to a sparkling crystal. Marvelous. Truly remarkable, Nangong Yuying mused, her heart brimming with anticipation. The phenomenon of enlightenment is something one might encounter only once in a lifetime. If at all, it may very well be a figment of imagination. Or if it does occur, it is surely by mere chance. Her inquiry stemmed primarily from the astonishingly rapid progress of Jun Xiaoyao. Could there possibly be a miracle at play? Yet upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, she found herself utterly bewildered. In the past, such enlightenment had indeed manifested, and he nonchalantly remarked that a good mood could facilitate entering such a state. Was he jesting? In other words, one could simply will themselves to achieve enlightenment at will? Was this profound experience tailored specifically for him? At that moment, Nangong Weiying found herself at a loss for words, left only with the sentiment of wonder. For the extraordinary had surpassed what was once deemed impossible for Jun Xiaoyao. "Young master, I feel a bit drowsy," Jun Xiaoyao murmured softly. He reached out, signaling his desire for a comforting embrace from his junior uncle. "Then let us take a short rest." Nangong Weiying lifted Jun Xiaoyao into her arms, her face radiating sheer delight. This little fellow was truly remarkable. She had stumbled upon an extraordinary treasure. This young boy was indeed a rare gem, capable not only of assisting her, but also of inspiring profound insights at any moment. Every aspect of this child was filled with wonder, as if he were capable of anything. Jun Xiaoyao responded with a soft murmur. Subsequently, he nestled his head into the warm and ample embrace of his little master-uncle, selecting a comfortable position. By the time Nangong Weiying carried him out of the gathering spirit array, he had already succumbed to slumber. Gazing at the sleeping boy in her arms, Nangong Weiying smiled tenderly, for he was but a child. He could fall asleep at any moment, and she paid no mind to his actions, having grown accustomed to them. Upon returning to the chamber designated for rest, she observed the peaceful slumber of Jun Xiaoyao. She hesitated to place him upon the bed, fearing that she might disturb his repose. Moreover, it was simply more comfortable for him to sleep in her embrace, as the young boy cherished such moments. What in the world? The first and second ranks of the cultivation leaderboard seemed to be mistaken. The first-ranked individual ascended by 25 minor realms, transitioning from the Spirit Sea realm through the Yuanfu realm and Tianshan realm, directly achieving the Yin-Yang realm. How is this possible? It has barely begun. I am at the Yuanfu realm and have not advanced even a minor realm since yesterday. As for the second rank, he surged from a half-step emperor to the fourth layer of the emperor realm. Goodness, is the cultivation in the ancient city truly so extraordinary? No. Our progress is swift too, yet compared to them, it feels as though we inhabit entirely different worlds. The first rank belongs to Jun Xiaoyao. Indeed. Prior to his arrival in the ancient city, he was merely at the 7th tier of the Spirit Sea realm. So how did he acquire over 20 million slaughter points? In the ancient realm of the Sacred King, within the second inner circle, fewer than 50,000 souls had arrived at the ancient city. Yet, the majority of them remained unlisted on the rankings. Consequently, their points from slaughter could not be exchanged for spiritual crystals. Residing within the palace for a single day demanded 100,000 spiritual crystals, a sum that 90% of the populace could not afford. This was the rationale behind their choice to cultivate in the square. Despite their aspirations to ascend the rankings through their relatively lower realms, the reality was stark. Countless individuals dedicated themselves to rigorous training throughout the night. In the rich aura of the ancient city, their progress was remarkably accelerated. Each individual reaped substantial rewards, with that single night of cultivation equating to months, if not years, of gains outside. However, when they checked the information panel and saw that the top ranker had inexplicably ascended 25 realms, disbelief washed over them. They questioned whether they had misread the information or if there was an error in the cultivation rankings. The notion of someone achieving such a leap in a single night was beyond their comprehension. This revelation spread rapidly through the square, igniting a flurry of discussions. Gradually, they uncovered astonishing truths. The individual who topped both the cultivation and slaughter rankings was the same person. Even more shocking was the fact that prior to arriving at the ancient city, he had only been at the 7th tier of the Spirit Sea realm. This raised an intriguing question. How had someone at the 7th tier accumulated over 20 million slaughter points? Beyond the first place, there was another figure of incredibility. The second ranker had advanced 4 realms. Yet, this paled in comparison to the unprecedented 25 realms achieved by the first ranker. Interestingly, the second ranker had transitioned from the half-step emperor stage to become a full emperor, specifically a 4th-tier emperor. The name of this 4th-tier emperor, Nangong Weiying, seemed impossible. Even if she had become an emperor, he believed he could still contend with her. This artifact, he mused, could challenge even a half-saint. Ling Tian looked at the cultivation rankings with a sense of madness creeping in. He could hardly fathom that Nangong Weiying had outpaced him in her ascension to emperor, let alone to a fourth-tier emperor. How could this be? Yet, it was a bitter truth. The more she flaunted her superiority, the more he yearned to conquer her, to see her kneel before him, begging for his favor. What was an emperor to him? He remained steadfast in his belief that he could still prevail against her. Meanwhile, Wen Tianqing's cold gaze sparkled with malice and lust. His mind was consumed with images of the beautiful girl with white hair and silken white threads, and the more unattainable she was, the more he desired to possess her. During this time, his thoughts were filled with fantasies of her submission, crawling before him in desperation. Now, discovering that she had become an emperor, and a fourth-tier one at that, only intensified his shock, jealousy, and resentment. I, Shun Hanxing, have been bested on the slaughter rankings by a mere spirit sea realm. Now I must also yield on the cultivation rankings, a disgrace, a true humiliation. At this moment, Shun Hanxing was devoid of spirit. For one who pursued the sword path, this was the most dreadful predicament. Despite his unparalleled talent, repeated blows had left him reeling. Yet, upon realizing that she was merely at the spirit sea realm, he felt utterly defeated. A half-step emperor like Shun Hanxing had lost to someone of the spirit sea realm, even if he kept this to himself. The shame weighed heavily upon him. In truth, he was not alone. Many other prodigies and supreme beings, along with half-step emperors, found themselves in a similar predicament, an entire multitude of exceptional talents unable to surpass a mere spirit sea realm. Who could they turn to for justification? The slaughter rankings were lost, the cultivation rankings were lost. However, there was no cause for despair. The talent rankings and the holy will rankings awaited them, two categories tailor-made for their kind, especially the holy will rankings, accessible only to prodigies, supreme beings, and half-step emperors. Patience was key. They would take their time and see how things unfolded. Little master uncle, he called out at noon, after waking from his slumber. Jun Xiaoyao opened his eyes, rubbing them gently to dispel the lingering haze. Upon seeing his beloved little master uncle, a wave of joy surged within him as he realized he was nestled in his embrace, rather than being laid upon the bed. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Thank you, dear master uncle. How can you hold me while I sleep? Isn't that tiring for you? Your hand must be weary. Allow me to massage it for you. Jun Xiaoyao wriggled free from his master uncle's embrace, speaking in a tender, childlike voice. As he spoke, he reached out to knead his master uncle's arm. His master uncle, however, felt no fatigue. Our little boy is truly considerate. Listening to the child's words, Nangong Weiying felt a profound joy in her heart. At such a young age, he already understands how to be thoughtful. How could that not bring happiness to others? Little master uncle, he inquired, are you feeling fatigued? Jun Xiaoyao gently massaged his arms before approaching his little master uncle. He extended his hand, intending to assist in soothing her chest. Considering he had slumbered in her embrace for 2 to 3 hours, pondering whether it might have caused her undue strain. Yet, he felt it prudent to inquire about her state. After all, when he had been massaging her arms, he too had experienced some weariness. Should she respond that she was not tired, he would feel a sense of relief. Conversely, if she confessed to feeling fatigued, he would merely offer a gentle massage. For he was, without doubt, a considerate and dutiful child. Not tiring. With a light-hearted chuckle, the young master conveyed an important lesson. There exists a distinction between the genders. And one must not indiscriminately touch the body of a girl, nor should a girl venture to touch you. In due time, he would impart these teachings. Little did Nangong Weiying anticipate such a scene. She stood transfixed, utterly astonished as if struck by lightning. Had her counterpart been a youth or older, she might have wished for their swift reincarnation. However, he was merely a 5-year-old boy, and she found herself inexplicably tolerant of him. Thus, she dismissed her initial shock, quickly assuring him that she was not weary, fearing he might overthink the situation. The last thing she desired was for the young lad to approach her too closely. How embarrassing that would be. After all, she was still just a girl. No. Even as a woman, one should not be so casually touched. In that moment, she found herself laughing heartily. The boy's innocence and simplistic understanding of gender distinctions were endearing. After a brief moment of mirth, she earnestly began to instruct the young boy before her. His eyes sparkled like stars, clear as crystal, and even then, he seemed somewhat bewildered by the entire exchange. Is that so? Then, he pondered, does this mean I cannot share a bed with my junior martial uncle and the others, due to the distinctions between genders? Jun Xiaoyao appeared enlightened. nodding his head in an endearing manner. Subsequently, he earnestly addressed his junior martial uncle. Indeed, I can share a bed with you and the others, for our relationship is unlike any other. Moreover, Nan Gongwei sighed, you are still so young. This adorable little boy, one she held with utmost care, as if he might vanish or melt away. How regrettable it would be if he were not to sleep alongside her. After all, he is so small, it is our duty to look after him. What I mean is, he simply cannot be with other girls. Young master. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, let us calculate the time. The Sacred King Ancient Realm has been open for 12 days. The life beads of Yu Yao and Xiaoyao remain intact. At the ethereal peak, within the council chamber. Xin Yu cast a glance at the life beads representing Jun Xiaoyao and Nangong Yuyao. Both beads were unblemished, and they grew increasingly luminous, radiating a subtle yet palpable vitality. This signifies that the owners of the life beads are experiencing an enhancement in both fortune and life force. Upon the completion of this trial, their growth shall accelerate even further. This is indeed a positive development. By the way, have you seen the token of our junior brother Yuntian? Xuanji spoke in a calm tone. As long as Nangong Yuhong and Jun Xiaoyao return safely, regardless of whether they attain fortune or opportunity this time, they will have returned with great fulfillment. For their true gain lies in the experiences garnered during this trial. As she concluded, Xuanji turned her gaze towards Xin Yu. During this period, she had overlooked a significant matter, the token belonging to junior brother Yutian. This token symbolizes the master of Piaomiao Peak and is a precious fragment. Unlike the tokens of other peak masters, which were crafted by ancestors or passed down over millennia, the token in junior brother Yuntian's possession was acquired by chance, sealed within a jade plate, and thus became the emblem of Piaomiao Peak, representing its master. With junior brother Yuntian's unsuccessful attainment of the Tao leading to his demise, it was only now that she recalled that token. Senior sister, he said, the token is not with me. Before his ascension, junior brother summoned Xiaoyao to the chamber, and in the end, he transcended, presumably passing the token to Xiaoyao. When Xiaoyao returns, we can inquire about it. My only concern is that the child might misplace the token. Senior sister, what exactly is the significance of the fragments within that token? Junior brother guarded it so fiercely, as if it were more precious than his own life. Had he not been so intent on protecting that token, he might not have met his untimely end. Xin Yu asked with curiosity. She had been part of the Biluotian sect for nearly 5 centuries and had known junior brother for over 400 years. In truth, junior brother was quite carefree and generous, freely giving away spirit crystals and treasures, as well as sharing techniques and martial skills. Yet, that token was off limits to all, treated with the utmost reverence, akin to a lifeline. Remarkably, even during the final heavenly tribulation of his enlightenment, when the last bolt targeted the token, he resolutely chose to sacrifice his own life to shield it. It is worth noting that had he not devoted himself to protecting the token, he could have easily withstood the final tribulation. Therefore, what secrets lie within junior brother's token? I am not entirely certain. However, that token is of great significance to him, containing secrets pertaining to himself and the vast world of Jiuzhou. If the token is in the possession of Shiyao, it indicates that he has transferred it to him, and only Shiyao is privy to the secrets held within. Xuanji remarked, possessing the ability to decipher celestial mysteries. She understands that the token harbors the secrets of her junior brother and is intertwined with the grand tapestry of Jiuzhou. The specifics remain elusive to her. The pace of cultivation is excruciatingly slow. In the spirit gathering array, both Jun Xiaoyao and Nangong Weiying spoke in unison. After their exchange, they shared a joyful glance. It turned out that after Jun Xiaoyao had enjoyed a restful slumber, Nangong Weiying had brought him to the spirit gathering array for joint cultivation. However, they found the progress disappointingly sluggish. In truth, their advancement was anything but slow. It was astonishingly rapid, akin to a meteoric rise in this realm. Yet it paled in comparison to their previous experiences. Transitioning from modesty to opulence is a simple endeavor, yet the reverse is fraught with difficulty. This current situation exemplifies that very truth. Forget it, Jun Xiaoyao said. As he spoke, his gaze rested upon his young junior uncle. All right, we shall cease our cultivation. Let us venture forth. Nangguang Yuyao nodded in agreement with Jun Xiaoyao's suggestion. This elicited a sense of astonishment from Jun Xiaoyao, as it was quite unexpected for his little master uncle to concur with his notion. It was well known that while she could tolerate many things, she was particularly stringent regarding cultivation, believing that the young ones must not squander their potential on frivolities. Initially, he had merely voiced a casual remark, yet to his surprise, his little master uncle had acquiesced. How could he not be astonished? Where shall we go for our escapade? Jun Xiaoyao inquired with curiosity. Is there anything of interest beyond this ancient city? After departing from the ancient city, Jun Xiaoyao and Nanguang Yuyao soared towards the horizon. It turned out that when Nanguang Yuyao spoke of seeking fun, she did not mean within the confines of the ancient city, but rather intended to lead Jun Xiaoyao outside to gain experience and hone their skills. After all, as long as they returned within 10 days, it was permissible. Furthermore, the cultivation ranking merely assessed one's pace and achievements, irrespective of the location of one's training, considering they could not escape the second inner perimeter. Indeed, the world beyond the city proved to be far more engaging. Master Uncle, there are even greater amusements awaiting us, Jun Xiaoyao remarked after flying for a while, feeling somewhat out of place. What could be more entertaining? Nanguang Yuyao inquired. With a mere thought, Jun Xiaoyao activated the primordial realm. Instantly, the space quivered slightly, and a magnificent silver dragon materialized in the air before the two individuals. The dragon spiraled gracefully, causing the fabric of space to fracture intermittently, its majestic presence reverberating through the atmosphere. Even Nanguang Weiying felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the dragon. However, given her current prowess, she was far from intimidated by the silver beast. In fact, she could easily subdue it, for she was a fourth-tier emperor, possessing strength that, while superior, was not overwhelmingly so compared to the dragon. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted indeed. Jun Xiaoyao nodded. As he spoke, his small hand clasped the delicate hand of his junior apprentice. With a swift motion, he ascended into the air, ultimately landing gracefully upon the back of the little silver creature. You have obtained your slaughter points through this, Nanguang Weiying suddenly realized. No wonder Jun Xiaoyao's slaughter points were so high. It was because of this true dragon, possessing the strength of an emperor. Upon this revelation, she felt an immense sense of comfort, for the little fellow had an ally. Otherwise, how could he possibly contend with her or dominate her? In that moment, Nanguang Weiying took a deep breath, her face lighting up with a joyful smile. Not entirely, he replied. 1/3 comes from it, while 2/3 are my own. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head and then nodded. In other words, 2/3 of the kill points are earned by you, approximately 15 million. Upon hearing this, Nanguang Yuang was momentarily taken aback. Instinctively, she began to calculate. Initially, the figure seemed manageable, but upon further contemplation, it became troubling. For 15 million kill points could indeed secure the top position. This meant that even without the aid of the silver dragon, he would still confidently claim first place. Subsequently, Jun Xiaoyao and Nanguang Yuang ventured outside the ancient city for their training, finding it remarkably effortless. Days passed by seamlessly. On the 10th day, the pair finally returned. It is quite lively here, remarked Jun Xiaoyao, as he was embraced by Nanguang Yue, both of them making their way to the square. The square was filled with prodigies and formidable beings. Here, brawls were strictly prohibited, and the tranquility of others' cultivation was to be respected, allowing everyone to practice their skills in peace. The reason they did not reside within the palace was not due to a lack of spirit crystals. Had they possessed spirit crystals, they would have opted for the comforts of the palace. Thus, it was just the two of them enjoying their time outside. Nanguang Yue expressed. Little Master Uncle, you have been pushed out of the top 10, now ranked 33rd, reminded Jun Xiaoyao. Little Master Uncle has ascended 4 minor realms on the cultivation rankings, placing him at 33rd. Jun Xiaoyao holds the first position, a rank as steadfast as a rock, unshakable by any contender. The second place has achieved 11 minor realms, an individual of the Yuanfu realm, which explains their rapid advancement. 33rd is simply 33rd, sighed Nanguang Weiying, with a carefree smile. Her greatest achievement in this endeavor is the potential to attain the title of emperor. Following this, the two did not return to the palace but chose to wait here, for today marks the final day of the cultivation rankings. After this, they shall be transported to the 3rd level of the Sacred King Ancient Realm. Time passed by. Minute by minute. Evening approached swiftly. Alas, I never managed to break into the top 1,000, remaining stagnant within the 2nd level's inner circle. Finally, I have entered within the top 1,000. In just 10 days, I have broken through a minor realm. Am I truly so inadequate? I fail to comprehend how the first place ascended 25 minor realms in a single day and then ceased further cultivation. Such arrogance. Yet, He possesses the capability and qualification to be so. If I could ascend 25 realms in a day, I would also be insufferably proud. The dual first place, what kind of spectacle must that be? Who exactly is Jun Xiaoyao? I have never heard of him before. In the square, countless individuals have surrendered. The second tier houses nearly 50,000, yet only 1,000 are likely to ascend to the third tier, namely, the top 1,000 on the cultivation leaderboard. Presently, the square is abuzz with excitement. As the conversation unfolds, the topic inevitably shifts to Jun Xiaoyao, the unrivaled champion of both rankings, although his true identity remains a mystery. In the Sacred King Ancient Realm, the core of the third tier is set to open in a mere 15 minutes. Those listed on the cultivation leaderboard will gain access to this core, and even those at the threshold of the Great Emperor can enter. Participants whose cultivation level has increased by 1 or more will be rewarded correspondingly. The top 10 will receive substantial rewards, the details of which can be inquired about independently. As time progresses, the voice of the artifact spirit of the Sacred King Ancient Realm resonates as expected. With the emergence of this voice, the cultivation leaderboard officially concludes, heralding the imminent opening of the third tier's core, which will transport participants in 15 minutes. Following the established rules, only the 1,000 listed individuals will be eligible for this transport. However, those at the half-step Great Emperor level, even if unlisted, can still qualify. A considerate gesture indeed. What excites the crowd the most are the rewards. Astonishingly, the rewards pertain to cultivation levels. For every level cultivated, a corresponding level is granted as a reward. Cultivating 2 levels yields 2 rewards, allowing for a direct ascension. Moreover, the top 10 will receive even greater rewards, a boon to their cultivation. The prospect of directly elevating 1's level is exhilarating. Alas, I find myself bereft of such fortunes. It is evident that the strong continue to thrive. Jun Xiaoyao is poised to soar to new heights. With the addition of 25 levels, he will ascend to the supreme realm. Oh, how I envy him. Truly, the little ancestor is exceptionally formidable. At this moment, the square erupted into a fervor. No one had anticipated the magnitude of the rewards for their cultivation realms. The more one elevated their status, the greater the reward. It was utterly extraordinary, beyond comprehension. At this very instant, countless individuals were consumed with envy, their eyes gleaming with a fiery intensity. I am filled with such resentment, Nangong Yueying lamented, on the verge of tears. With her pace of cultivation, she believed that after 10 days of diligent practice, she could ascend to the 5th layer of the Emperor realm. This implied that her level of advancement would be 5, rather than 4. If she achieved 5, she would be able to attain an additional 5 realms. The 5th layer Emperor, coupled with 5 additional levels, would propel her towards becoming a half-saint, and perhaps even a saint. Alas, no one anticipated that the reward would unfold in such a manner. Young master, do not weep. Embrace. Jun Xiaoyao gazed at his petite white-haired, white-silk junior disciple, a smile almost escaping his lips. However, he restrained himself, wrapping his arms around her long, delicate legs. He offered her solace. Who is crying? Who is crying? You've just cried. Moreover, is comforting someone merely about clinging to their legs? Nangong Yueying, who was on the verge of tears from regret, felt her spirits lift upon hearing that childish voice. She looked down to see a small boy hugging her legs, his cherubic face pressed against them. The sight was so endearing that she nearly burst into laughter. Is it customary to comfort someone by embracing their legs? A delicate, elongated, and perfectly straight leg bore the weight of a dainty boy, making it nearly impossible not to smile. Little master uncle, he lamented, I'm only this tall. With a face full of grievance, Jun Xiao exclaimed, I am merely 5 years old. How tall can I possibly be? Only you, with your long legs, tower above me. My head barely reaches your thigh. If I cannot embrace your legs, what else can I hold on to? At that moment, mystical beams of light descended from the void of the ancient city, enveloping a select few prodigies and powerful beings. Jun Xiaoyao and Nangong Yueying were also shrouded in this radiant glow. Unlike Nangong Yueying, Jun Xiaoyao was bestowed with a spatial ring. The light signified the rewards for their elevated realms, while the spatial ring was a prize reserved for the top 10. In truth, Jun Xiaoyao, having secured the top spot on both leaderboards, was entitled to the first-place rewards. He had yet to inspect them. At this moment, all the prodigies and strong individuals who received rewards entered a state of transcendence, cocooned in light, forming an independent microcosm that could not be disturbed by others. Congratulations. You have leveled up. Current level, 6th layer of Yin-Yang realm. Combat power increased by 10. Congratulations. You have leveled up. Current level, 7th layer of Yin-Yang realm. Combat power increased by 10. Congratulations. You have leveled up. Current level, 1st layer of Myriad Phenomena realm. Combat power increased by 20. Jun Xiaoyao experienced the same fate. As the champion, he ascended 25 minor realms, thus receiving an elevation of 25 minor realms as a reward. In all honesty, he felt a twinge of regret for not pushing himself to achieve even higher realms. Although his points were running low, ascending 2 more minor realms was feasible. Yet, who could have anticipated that the reward would grant him direct elevation? Of course, in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. Soon, his realm was directly elevated to the 1st layer of Myriad Phenomena realm, whereupon reaching this stage, his combat power surged by 20. While his other minor realms each contributed an increase of 10. This pattern would likely continue to dictate his combat power in the future. Nevertheless, even so, it was an astonishing and formidable ascent. Congratulations! You have leveled up. Current level, 2nd layer of Myriad Phenomena realm. Combat power increased by 10. Congratulations! You have leveled up. Current level, 3rd layer of Myriad Phenomena realm. Combat power increased by 10. Congratulations! You have leveled up. Current level, 4th layer of Myriad Phenomena realm. Combat power increased by 10. Congratulations! You have leveled up. Current level, 1st layer of Celestial realm. Combat power increased by 20. He had now ascended to the ranks of Celestial realm warriors. This realm is so rare among martial artists that only 1 in a million can attain it, typically after decades or even centuries of cultivation. Yet, at merely 5 years of age, Jun Xiaoyao had already reached the Celestial realm. Undoubtedly, this was not the endpoint. His level was destined to soar even higher. Congratulations. You have leveled up. Current level, 2nd layer of Celestial realm. Combat power increased by 10. Congratulations. You have leveled up. Current level, 3rd layer of Celestial realm. Combat power increased by 10. Congratulations. You have leveled up. Current level, 4th layer of Celestial realm. Combat power increased by 10. Congratulations. You have leveled up. Current level, 1st layer of Supreme realm. Combat power increased by 20. The rewards were simply too enticing. In no time, his realm reached the Supreme realm. Standing atop the myriad beings, he had become a veritable powerhouse. With his ascension to the Supreme realm, his lifespan surged dramatically, granting him the potential to live for 1,000 years. His strength became even more terrifying, allowing him to access the mysterious domain of existence. Congratulations! You have leveled up. Current level, 2nd layer of Supreme realm. Combat power increased by 10. Congratulations! You have leveled up. Current level, 3rd layer of Supreme realm. Combat power increased by 10. At last, he had received all 25 minor realm rewards. Jun Xiaoyao's level now stood at the 3rd layer of Supreme realm, signifying a pinnacle in his journey. His combat power reached an astonishing 34,617,000. This figure was indeed 346. 17 million, a might capable of overwhelming even the sage level. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao was suffused with a cataclysmic force, feeling as though a single punch could obliterate the ancient sage realm. It is worth noting that even an emperor possesses merely 10 million in strength. Yet here he was, with a combat power of 346 million at the 3rd layer of Supreme realm, a figure more than 30 times that of an emperor. Splendid. At this moment, Ne Gong Weiying had completed her realm rewards, ascending to the status of the 8th heaven emperor. Compared to Ling Tiandu and the others, she stood significantly above them, to the extent that they were no longer on the same plane of existence. Congratulations, little martial ant. Jun Xiaoyao expressed his joy, reflecting, little martial ant. Despite your elevation to the 8th heaven emperor, you remain no match for me. One punch from me, and I would make you weep. Xiaoyao, dear little martial nephew. I sense a hint of arrogance in your demeanor. She chuckled, noting that he had gained a remarkable reward of 25 minor realms, now achieving the supreme state. Yet, it seems your congratulations lack sincerity. Nangong Yueying cast a playful glance at her beloved little martial nephew, her smile radiant. This young boy had surged forward, transcending 25 minor realms and 3 major realms to become a supreme being at the tender age of 5. The very notion is astonishing. Anyone who still perceived him as merely a 5-year-old would be gravely mistaken. Reflecting on it, Jun Xiaoyao had only been practicing for a month since initiating his cultivation journey. In just a month, he had transformed from a novice into a supreme being. Who would believe such a tale? Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would have deemed it utterly implausible. Moreover, due to this remarkable boy, she herself had ascended to the 4th heaven of the emperor rank. becoming a chaos-ling long sacred body. Without Jun Xiaoyao, she might have remained merely on the brink of becoming an emperor, unable to ascend to the 8th heaven emperor rank. No matter how many realms one might acquire, it would not surpass that of little martial uncle. Jun Xiaoyao replied, without the system, in terms of realm attainment, my 25 minor realms would pale in comparison to your 4 minor realms, for your 4 realms are those of an emperor. It is said that even Master Xuanji is merely a 7th heaven emperor. Thus, it stands to reason that you, little martial ant, are the highest in realm among the disciples of the Misty Peak. Your words are truly sweet. I am delighted, Nangong Yueying exclaimed with a joyful smile. This little boy truly was her source of happiness, her lucky star. The two of them then awaited the arrival of the teleportation, which would transport them to the 3rd core of the Holy King Ancient Realm. Presumably, the talent ranking awaited them there. Though they were uncertain about the assessment criteria for it, Jun Xiaoyao still had over 15 million points at stake. In a mere quarter hour, time swiftly passed. Enigmatic beams of light illuminated the sky, and everyone recognized it as the light of teleportation. Nearly 50,000 individuals gathered in the square. Yet only 1,000 could enter the 3rd core of the Holy King Ancient Realm, along with a handful of extraordinary talents at the half-step emperor level. The radiant glow enveloped Jun Xiaoyao and his companions. This teleportation was not random, it was a fixed-point transfer. The location was predetermined. And as Nangong Weiying clasped Jun Xiaoyao's hand, the two were swept away by the light, vanishing into the void. When they reappeared, they found themselves in a majestic city that seemed to float in the heavens. The first thought that struck Jun Xiaoyao was that it resembled the heavenly court. Indeed, the scene before them bore a striking similarity to the celestial palace, magnificent palaces, ethereal spiritual energy, and stars encircling them. This vista was akin to a paradise above the 9 heavens, evoking feelings of joy, tension, and anticipation. After all, they were within the 3rd core of the Holy King Ancient Realm. Welcome to the 3rd core of the Holy King Ancient Realm. Here, your talents will be assessed. However, there are some distinctions from previous assessments. 1. All individuals will enter the realm of creation to undergo a transformative cleansing. The greater the enhancement of one's talent during this process, the higher the ranking achieved. A talent ranking will be established, and the top 100 will gain access to the 4th level, the Tomb of the Holy King. 2. Within the realm of creation, for secondary roles will emerge. The top 3 in these roles will also qualify for entry to the 4th level, and the top 10 will receive substantial rewards. You have a mere 5 days for this phase, so please strive diligently. As the last of the teleportation concluded, the voice of the artifact spirit resonated, announcing the rules of this stage. The talent ranking was anticipated, yet the introduction of secondary roles was an unexpected twist. The possibility of gaining a secondary role within the realm of creation, and the qualification to enter the 4th level by ranking among the top 3 in those roles, added another layer of intrigue to their journey. Little Master Uncle, he inquired, what are the 4 major deputy positions? Jun Xiaoyao gently shook Nangong Yu's hand as he posed the question. In truth, he had already formed a conjecture, yet he remained uncertain. The 4 major auxiliary disciplines are alchemy, formation, talismans, and artifacts, Nangong Yue replied. It was evident that she currently lacked the inclination to elaborate on or instruct him in detail. Master Uncle asked Jun Xiaoyao, what secondary skills do you excel in? Generally speaking, every formidable individual possesses a secondary skill, though it is not an absolute requirement. I am proficient in alchemy and have some knowledge of talismans. If, during this journey in the realm of creation, you do not acquire skills in alchemy or talismans, I shall impart my knowledge to you. However, mastering a secondary skill can be quite challenging, replied Nangong Weiying, contemplating inwardly. It was unfortunate, she mused, that the talent ranking assessed one's innate potential. Clearly, she had already reached the pinnacle of the sacred body and could not enhance her abilities through this process. If only the 7-colored divine blood could be utilized here, she was certain she would rank among the top 100, perhaps even claim the coveted 1st position. Yet, such hypothetical scenarios were but illusions in this world. Furthermore, without the divine blood during the cultivation ranking, one could not attain enlightenment, nor could one become the chaotic Ling Long sacred body, let alone the current 8th heaven emperor. In other words, even if one were to use divine blood to secure the top rank in the talent ranking, it would not guarantee ascension to the throne of an emperor. After much contemplation, she concluded that elevating her realm was the most prudent course of action. Suddenly, the sky erupted with a series of thunderous roars. Accompanying the thunder was a cascade of radiant light. The spiritual energy, auspicious signs, opportunities, and transformations of heaven and earth swiftly converged in this space. Gradually, at the heart of this ethereal city, a realm of creation materialized, encompassing an area akin to that of a grand plaza. "Let us proceed," Nangang Wing said, grasping Jun Xiaoyao's hand as they made their way towards the realm of creation. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. It is still you whom I cherish the most. Standing before the luminous barrier of creation, which radiates with a spectrum of colors, encompassing boundless opportunities and possibilities. At this moment, with a flicker of consciousness, Jun Xiaoyao retrieves a jade vial from the primordial realm and hands it to Nangang Wing, while letting out a heartfelt sigh. Indeed, it is my beloved Xiaoyao who cherishes me the most. Nangang Wing gazed at the jade bottle, taking it into her possession with a sigh. Throughout her life, her senior brothers and sisters, along with her revered master, had been rather stern with her. Never had she anticipated that one day she would be adored by a young boy. The sensation was simply exquisite, filling her with unparalleled joy. Swiftly, the two entered the realm of creation, a space akin to an independent little world. Upon their entrance, Jun Xiaoyao and Nangang Wing found themselves separated, shielded from the presence of others, a protective measure to prevent disturbances. Jun Xiaoyao felt no trepidation. He sought a tranquil spot and sat cross-legged. At last, it was time to enhance his innate talents. Although the 9-young emperor body was indeed a prodigious gift, it hardly befitted his esteemed status as the foremost holy son of the Billow-Ocean sect. Moreover, his 2 loyal companions had already attained the holy body, while he remained merely an emperor's physique. Such a disparity was difficult to voice. Where are my 2 loyal companions? They should have ascended to the 3rd core level of the ancient holy realm on the cultivation leaderboard. One adorned in white silk, the other in black, indeed, a striking sight. As he settled down, Jun Xiaoyao discerned a wondrous and mysterious force within this secluded world, continuously refining his physique and talents. Concurrently, there were opportunities in array and alchemy. Yet he would need to strive for them himself. However, it was unnecessary for Jun Xiaoyao to exert himself in this regard. He merely needed to utilize points to elevate his innate abilities. As for the auxiliary professions, the fusion of alchemical arts and divine techniques would suffice, allowing him to become the son of alchemy. Once his talents were enhanced, he would merge the alchemical arts with divine techniques and master the void divine cauldron. With a serene mind, he blinked, and a virtual light screen unfurled before him, preparing to allocate points to elevate his innate abilities. 9 young emperor body, 0-100 points, appeared in the talent column as Jun Xiaoyao commenced the upgrade, allowing the system to facilitate the enhancement. System. Talent upgrade. Jun Xiaoyao commanded the system, while he observed from the sidelines. Consuming 100 points, the 9-sun royal body ascended to the 2nd tier. With an expenditure of 200 points, it advanced to the 3rd tier. At a cost of 300 points, it reached the 4th tier. Upon spending 1,000 points, it elevated to the 9th tier. A further investment of 10,000 points allowed the 9-sun royal body to transform into the 1st tier of the 9-sun celestial body. The points consumed were calculated in hundreds. However, to achieve the celestial form, a sum of 10,000 points was requisite. As his talent flourished, Jun Xiaoyao's comprehension, physical prowess, and innate abilities underwent monumental transformations. With the expenditure of 20,000 points, the 9-sun celestial body ascended to the 2nd tier. A cost of 30,000 points propelled it to the 3rd tier. Consuming 40,000 points, it advanced to the 4th tier. At the expense of 90,000 points, it reached the 9th tier. Finally, with an investment of 100,000 points, the 9-sun celestial body attained the 1st tier of the 9-sun sacred body. In no time, Jun Xiaoyao's talent had evolved into that of a sacred body, the 9-sun sacred body. He now stood as a prodigious figure among the sacred sons and daughters, or rather, he had become a commendable sacred son in his own right. Continue to elevate, commanded Jun Xiaoyao to the system. The holy body was insufficient. He required a higher level of talent. As his loyal companion was a holy body, being the foremost holy son of the Billow-Ocean sect demanded a divine body. Therefore, further enhancement was imperative. After all, he had an abundance of points, over 10 million, to be precise. Consuming 200,000 points, he advanced the 9-young holy body to the 2nd tier. With 300,000 points, it ascended to the 3rd tier. 400,000 points facilitated its rise to the 4th tier. Finally, With 900,000 points, he achieved the 9th tier of the 9-yang holy body. Among the various holy bodies, the 9-yang holy body was indeed among the elite. It ranked approximately 100th among the 3,000 holy bodies. Nevertheless, there existed even more formidable entities beyond the holy body, such as the chaotic holy body and the abyssal valley holy body. His junior apprentice, Nangong Yuhuan, possessed the chaotic Linglong holy body, which was infinitely more powerful than the 9-yang holy body. The chaotic Linglong holy body ranked 8th and was revered as a semi-divine body. The holy body represented the pinnacle of achievement. Any further elevation would lead to the divine body. Let us proceed and attain the divine body, declared Jun Xiaoyao, instructing the system. After acquiring the holy body, his physique and innate abilities had reached a terrifying degree of strength, and now he aimed to elevate his talent to that of a divine body. To transform into a divine body, he would require the expenditure of 10 drops of divine blood, 5 drops of chaotic divine blood, and 5 million points. The system's notification chimed, yet the enhancement did not occur immediately. This was due to the fact that ascending to a divine body necessitated not only points but also a considerable quantity of divine and chaotic divine blood. Enhancement. Jun Xiaoyao responded. He possessed both divine blood and chaotic divine blood. With 5 million points at his disposal, however, following this expenditure, his points would dwindle significantly. The augmentation of his divine body commenced. It was estimated to take 1 hour to complete. Yet, the enhancement would not yield immediate success. A certain duration was required. 1 hour was a wait he could endure. Jun Xiaoyao closed his eyes, allowing the mysterious energies here to cleanse his talents and physique, anticipating the successful transformation of his divine body. Time passed, second by second. At long last, the notification chime resonated once more. The enhancement of his divine body was successful. His talent had ascended, now classified as 9-yang divine body. As the system's voice echoed, an overwhelming aura erupted from Jun Xiaoyao, rendering him akin to a deity. His entire being brimmed with terrifying power, infused with traces of divine energy, a hallmark of his divine body. The sacred body bore a hint of holy power. Yet his 9-yang divine body encompassed countless strands of subtle divine energy, rendering his physique as robust as a god's. With this divine body, he could withstand the attacks of ordinary saints. Such was the might of the divine body. Moreover, the divine energy within Jun Xiaoyao was intensely scorching, akin to a surging inferno. However, it was not mere flame, but the essence of the blazing sun. As the 9-yang divine body, he harbored the radiance of divine sunlight. Designation: 9-yang divine body. Rank: divine level. Details: 1. Capable of withstanding the attacks of ordinary saints. 2. In battle, can unleash 9 blazing suns. 3. The 9-yang divine body is the nemesis of all darkness and malevolent entities. 4. Innately possesses the 9-yang divine art. 5. Immortal and indestructible, can resurrect up to 24 times daily. This was Jun Xiaoyao's comprehension of the 9-yang divine body after mastering it. Should others in this isolated realm behold him, they would undoubtedly perceive him as a resplendent, unparalleled sun. Gradually, 9 radiant suns materialized behind him. The air shimmered and quaked, as if on the verge of rupture. Simultaneously, a collision transpired between the realm of creation and Jun Xiaoyao's divine body. One was an independent world, the other a cataclysmic divine body. Both were immensely powerful. Naturally, when 2 titans clashed, one could not coexist with the other. After an unknown duration, the space where Jun Xiaoyao resided shattered, and he was expelled from the realm of creation. The outcome was evident. Jun Xiaoyao had gained the upper hand, fracturing the space of this world, which, in turn, could only force him out. What is happening? I feel as though this space is on the verge of fracturing. It seems as if someone is assailing this realm of creation, evoking a sense of trepidation that suddenly manifests and then vanishes. At last, it has stabilized. Alas, Jun Xiaoyao has claimed the first position once again. First place, Jun Xiaoyao. Why is there no indication of quantity or talent? No. It appears that the enhancements in quantity and talent of Jun Xiaoyao have been concealed. Could it be that the sensation I just experienced was conjured by Jun Xiaoyao? That prodigy is truly terrifying. Within the realm of creation, both the gifted and the formidable experienced a surge of trepidation, a phenomenon that bodes ill for the powerful. Moreover, the very fabric of their surroundings quivered, as though assailed by an unseen force within the realm of creation. Many prodigies and strong individuals found their innate cleansing interrupted, and regaining their composure would demand more than just a fleeting moment. In fact, Many had yet to even commence their endeavors. Thus, they instinctively cast their gazes upon the talent leaderboard. Upon laying eyes on it, they were struck with astonishment, for the foremost position was once again claimed by Jun Xiaoyao. In the realm of slaughter, he reigned supreme. In the cultivation leaderboard, he held the top rank, and in the talent rankings, he was yet again first, seemingly unassailable. Surely, the spirit of the artifact had concealed the magnitude of his ascension and talents, for they were undoubtedly extraordinary. This could be interpreted as an act of protection from the artifact spirit. Amidst the realm of creation, Nangong Yueying was in the process of refining chaotic divine blood. She was inherently a chaos Linglong sacred body, and should she ascend, she would attain the status of a divine body. Furthermore, the chaos Linglong sacred body itself was considered a semi-divine entity. Could this single drop of chaotic divine blood elevate her to the status of a divine body? Nangong Yueying's heart brimmed with anticipation, her mind alight with fervor. She mused, if I become a divine body, I shall marry him when I mature. As if engaged in a silent prayer. As the chaotic divine blood was gradually refined by Nangong Yueying, a radiant spectrum of colors enveloped the realm of creation, casting a luminous glow that enveloped her form, rapidly cleansing and transforming her being. Simultaneously, an ethereal voice reached her ears. Upon hearing this voice, the expression on Nangong Yueying's exquisite and beautiful face shifted dramatically. She comprehended that the voice belonged to the artifact spirit. Eventually, a blush adorned her delicate features. After a brief moment, the announcement echoed, "Congratulations, you have become the Chaos Qinghuan divine body. Divine ability, Qinghuan transformation. Following the cleansing by the radiant light." The voice of the artifact spirit resonated once more, declaring her transformation into the Chaos Qinghuan divine body, accompanied by the bestowal of her innate divine ability. As the spirit's words concluded, Nangong Yueying was forcefully ejected from the realm of creation. "Little master uncle, you have emerged as well." Upon the arrival of Nangong Yueying, she caught sight of Jun Xiaoyao, who greeted her with curious intrigue. "How peculiar it is. I have just been ejected from the realm of transformation. And now little master uncle has appeared too. What has transpired? How long have you been out?" Nangong Yueying gazed upon Jun Xiaoyao, his exquisitely beautiful visage causing an inexplicable flush to rise upon her cheeks. This reaction stirred within her thoughts of the message the spirit tool had conveyed, one that was intricately linked to Jun Xiaoyao. A moment, Jun Xiaoyao said in a soft voice as he approached Nangong Yueying, taking her hand in his. "Are you, by any chance, a divine being?" Nangong Yueying inquired with curiosity. Indeed, the junior master was also in a similar predicament. Jun Xiaoyao was taken aback, realizing that the junior master, like himself, had been ejected only after transforming into a divine body. After all, the junior master had previously attained the chaotic Linglong sacred body, one of the most exalted sacred physiques, and with a drop of chaotic divine blood. It was not beyond the realm of possibility for him to become a divine body as well. Indeed, this time, the opportunity is extraordinary, primarily due to your divine blood, Nangong Yueying remarked. As expected, her little boy has truly become a divine body. Her ascension to the divine body in the rank of the eightfold celestial emperor is largely attributable to Jun Xiaoyao, or rather, at the pivotal moment of her transformation. It was also because of him, as he had already gained the recognition of the artifact spirit. She merely benefited from this. Yet to become a divine body by mere association is nothing short of extraordinary. With two divine bodies, the Bailuo Tian sect shall henceforth belong to the two of us, Jun Xiaoyao said in a childlike voice. However, his demeanor exuded an air of superiority that made Nangong Yueying unable to suppress her laughter. She conceded that what Jun Xiaoyao stated was true. Aside from him and her, there were no other divine bodies within the entire Bailuo Tian sect, and the future undoubtedly belonged to the two of them, which was exhilarating to contemplate. "Aren't you afraid of being reprimanded by the ancestors and the sect leader? They are saints, after all," she inquired. "The ancestors and the sect leader are the very soul and foundation of the Bailuo Tian sect, figures that command reverence, even in the entirety of Jiuzhou. They are individuals whose mere stamp of the foot could shake the region. However, it has been millennia since the ancestors and the sect leader last appeared. Their current status within the sect remains uncertain. Could they truly bear to reprimand a child?" Jun Xiaoyao tilted his little face upwards, gazing at his young master uncle obedient. Adorable, with eyes as clear as stars, the exquisite little boy truly evoked sympathy. "The talent ranking is just days away. Have you considered the rewards?" What if there are treasures related to the ancient realm of the Holy King among them? Missing out would surely lead to regret. Nangong Yue said as she ruffled the boy's hair. Subsequently, she took Jun Xiaoyao's hand, and together they departed the square. Intending to find a palace to reside in, for this realm of fortuitous encounters held no relevance for them. They needed to assess the rewards from the rankings. Particularly for Jun Xiaoyao, who had already secured the top positions in both the slaughter and cultivation rankings. Soon, they discovered a palace, just like the previous one. Residing in the palace required a deduction of spiritual crystals, 100,000 spiritual crystals per day for each person. For them, 100,000 spiritual crystals was hardly a concern. Take your time to observe, she said, ensuring not to disturb him. Within the palace, Nangong Yue spoke to Jun Xiaoyao while walking towards the sleeping quarters. Every warrior harbors their own secrets. Even in the closest of bonds with a young boy, one must grant him his space. Moreover, given the boy's extraordinary talents, she needed to assess her own rewards as well. After bidding farewell to her young master, Jun Xiaoyao settled upon a stool. With a mere thought, 2 space rings materialized before him, rewards for being the top of the slaughter list and the cultivation list. While the true rewards lie within these rings, the rings themselves are undeniably precious. Subsequently, Jun Xiaoyao activated the space ring awarded for the slaughter list. Upon opening it, the items were displayed in the information panel. Rewards for ranking first on the slaughter list: 14 shards of divine artifact, 14 spatial domains, 14 temporal domains, and 1 sacred king's robe. The information was clearly laid out. And as he beheld the actual items, the reality dawned upon him. 14 shards of the divine artifact meant that he would require 4 pieces to assemble one. How cruel. Even with 3 shards, one could not attain the divine artifact. The spatial domains numbered 14, and the temporal domains were the same. The only complete item was the sacred king's robe. Inside the space ring, there lay 1 shard, 2 luminous orbs, and a dark-hued robe. Commence. Jun Xiaoyao continued to activate the spatial ring. This ring was the reward for securing the first position on the cultivation leaderboard. The reward for dominating the slaughter leaderboard included 14 fragments of divine artifacts, 1 spatial domain, 1 temporal domain, and 1 holy king crown. This reward was akin to the previous one, with the sole distinction being the final item. The former was the holy king robe, while the latter was the holy king crown. It appeared to be a complete set. Indeed, only by sweeping through and claiming 4 first-place positions could one inherit the legacy of the holy king ancient realm. At present, Jun Xiaoyao had amassed 24 points. And with the talent leaderboard, that total rose to 34. As for the holy will leaderboard, it was imperative to secure the first position. Even if he could not attain the top spot, he must eliminate the current holder to seize their reward. Otherwise, the first 3 victories would be rendered futile. Of course, possessing 3 holy king treasures was still commendable. I have already accounted for my rewards. Have you done the same? Jun Xiaoyao placed the spatial ring into the primordial realm, rose, and began to walk towards the sleeping quarters. From a distance, he called out to avoid inconveniencing his little master uncle. Indeed. Please, come in. Nangong Weiying responded with a soft murmur. It was evident that her reward was rather meager. Jun Xiaoyao stepped into the chamber and observed his junior master seated gracefully upon a chair. Before her lay a sword, no larger than the palm of a hand, its blade shimmering with a cool azure light, unmistakably a remarkable treasure. Yet, it appeared that his junior master seldom practiced with this sword, despite the fact that her training revolved around the art of swordsmanship. Little master uncle, she said, do you not fancy this reward? Jun Xiaoyao approached her side, inquiring. Who said I do not like it? I am exceedingly fond of it. This is a premier sacred artifact, perfectly suited for me. However, to fully refine this treasure, it will require some time, and I am reluctant to engage in the ritual of refinement, which troubles me greatly. Nangong Weiying pouted her rosy lips, a gesture that exuded a charming playfulness. She was utterly enamored with this weapon, yet she found herself disinclined to undertake the time-consuming process of refining treasures. In plain terms, indeed, it is sheer laziness, Jun Xiaoyao remarked. He had not anticipated that his young master uncle would be so indolent, even reluctant to refine a treasure. One must recognize that mastering a supreme sacred artifact would significantly enhance one's strength, rendering one nearly invincible among peers. By the way, what about you? Nangong Weiying inquired, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Gaining the recognition of a spirit of the artifact is undoubtedly a formidable achievement. So what precisely is the reward? Do not even mention it. To achieve success, One must secure 4 first-place titles, for my rewards are merely fragments of 14. The talent leaderboard is already assured. Yet the sacred intent leaderboard remains a formidable challenge. Young Jiuzhou, if I fail to attain the top position on the sacred intent leaderboard, let us eliminate the competition for first place. Jun Xiaoyao's face was etched with a bitter smile. 14th fragments. Only by achieving 4 firsts can one obtain a complete divine artifact. A divine artifact. The mere thought of possessing such a treasure caused his heart to race. For first-place titles, you have already secured 3. Your heart races. Should you truly achieve 4 firsts, the rewards will undoubtedly be invaluable. Would you mind sharing this with young Jiuzhou? Nangong's weighing as an emperor. Keenly sensed the boy's quickening heartbeat, her heart filled with astonishment. This young lad, though small in stature, possesses a commendable mindset. She had never witnessed such an accelerated heartbeat before. Of course, she too felt her heart race upon seeing him. Divine artifact fragments. If 4 fragments of the divine artifact are brought together, they should be able to form a complete artifact. Moreover, there exist realms of space and time, both quantified as 14. Jun Xiaoyao responded without the slightest hesitation, for this was hardly a secret, merely one of his trump cards. With his junior apprentice, she felt no necessity to conceal anything, save for matters pertaining to the system. Divine artifact, the realms of space and time. No wonder. Well, strive a little on the sacred intent list. If it proves insurmountable, I shall risk my life to seize that coveted first-place reward for you. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yuang's exquisitely beautiful visage shifted with emotions. A divine artifact, indeed, a shard of a divine artifact. Furthermore, the realms of space and time. It is no wonder the young boy's heart races so. If the boy were to master the divine artifact and the realms of time and space, who among the entirety of Qingzhou or even the vast world of Jiuzhou would stand as his rival in a few centuries? One could assert that the boy's future, the future of the heavenly sect, and her own future are all entwined within this sacred king ancient realm. As she pondered this, a resolute expression graced Nangong Yuang's face. To strive desperately is futile. I desire not the divine artifact, but rather my little master uncle. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head repeatedly, devoid of any hesitation. He rejected his little master uncle's determination. How could he risk everything for an artifact? He could never bring himself to do so. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's countenance, Nangong Yuang felt warmth envelop her heart. She uttered no words, instead reaching out to embrace him tightly. The mere thought of the divine artifact quickened the boy's heartbeat. Yet, upon hearing her intent to risk everything, he shook his head resolutely, choosing her over the artifact. The two nestled closely together. By the way, Nangong Yuang inquired of Jun Xiaoyao, have you obtained the position of deputy? It has been quite some time. Indeed. Dan Dao, Jun Xiaoyao replied. In truth, he had yet to acquire any proficiency in this art. However, by integrating the divine techniques of Dan Dao, he could proclaim himself as the child of Dan Dao and enhance his skills through accrued points. Very well, let us retire early today. Tomorrow, I shall instruct you in Dan Dao. You possess an innate talent for it, and your progress will be swift, Nangong Yuang remarked. Excellent, he responded, pleased. Their roles as apprentices were identical, allowing him the opportunity to guide his companion. The notion of nurturing one's offspring to greatness was somewhat misapplied here. Yes, I shall heed my little master uncle, Jun Xiaoyao replied with an obedient demeanor, nodding earnestly. As night fell, the two lingered for quite some time before finally succumbing to slumber. Meanwhile, other prodigies and formidable individuals labored diligently to refine their innate gifts. Time passed inexorably, and they soon realized that no matter how fervently they toiled, surpassing the first and second ranks remained an elusive dream. This carefree gentleman, could he be that despicable offspring of Nangong Yuang? No, it is not. Ling Tiandu's eyes glowed with a blood-red intensity, as if he were poised to devour someone. Frankly speaking, he was unaware of the identity of the top contender, Jun Xiaoyao. During this period, he had dispatched his subordinates to investigate, scrutinizing nearly everyone, all of whom possessed names, yet none were called Jun Xiaoyao. The only individual he had not examined was the young boy beside Nangong Yuang. As the eliminations continued, only a little over 1,000 individuals reached the third core level. He could ascertain their names, and none bore the name Jun Xiaoyao. Yet, astonishingly, the foremost contender was indeed Jun Xiaoyao. Thus, it could be deduced that Jun Xiaoyao was the son of Nangong Yuang. Even though he had already come to this conclusion within his heart, he was reluctant to accept this reality. The notion of refining one's talent was utterly absurd. He resolved to abandon the pursuit of such refinement. Ling Tiandu's mental state had crumbled. Rising to his feet, he renounced the enhancement of his abilities, for his mind was solely fixated on eliminating both Jun Xiaoyao and Nangong Yueying. He not only intended to extinguish their lives, but also to bring ruin to that wretched woman, ensuring that she lost her most cherished son. It was not just him. Many other prodigies and powerful beings found their composure shattered. For Jun Xiaoyao loomed over them like an insurmountable mountain, rendering them utterly incapable of surpassing him. Thus, a day passed in this manner. I shall impart to you the knowledge of alchemy, accept as much as you can. In the palace, on a serene morning, Nangong Yueying and Jun Xiaoyao rose from their slumber. After partaking in their meal, the duo ventured outside, prepared to guide Jun Xiaoyao in the art of alchemy. Alchemy held immense significance. In fact, it demanded an even greater innate talent than martial arts. While anyone could pursue martial arts, alchemy necessitated genuine talent. Without such a gift, one could not even cross the threshold. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. I have taken note. Jun Xiaoyao nodded. Subsequently, he listened attentively to his junior uncle expounding on the art of alchemy while simultaneously engaging in dialogue with the system. The system. The fusion of alchemical arts and divine techniques. The consciousness communication system. Initially, the alchemical arts were to be integrated, after which one would become a scion of alchemy, mastering various methods of elixir cultivation. In truth, he had no intention of earnestly pursuing any form of alchemy. As for alchemy, a mere elevation of points sufficed. During the fusion, the voice of the system resonated. As the integration occurred, countless pieces of knowledge concerning alchemy and various methods of potion crafting flooded into Jun Xiaoyao's mind. Time passed, second by second. With a serious demeanor, he appeared as an obedient child listening to his junior master impart alchemical wisdom. Yet, in reality, he was not truly attentive but rather absorbing the divine techniques of alchemy through the system's fusion. Do you understand? After a short while, Nangong Yueying inquired. What she taught were merely the most fundamental methods and basic knowledge of elixirs, hence it was not extensive. She held high expectations for Jun Xiaoyao. For Nangong Yueying was aware that this young boy possessed extraordinary potential. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Indeed, Jun Xiaoyao nodded in affirmation. As he responded, he had already initiated the system's upgrade of his alchemical skills. Consuming 100 points would elevate his alchemy to the rank of a first-grade alchemist. With 200 points, he would ascend to a second-grade alchemist. By expending 300 points, he would achieve the status of a third-grade alchemist. A consumption of 900 points would elevate him to a ninth-grade alchemist, while a grand total of 10,000 points would grant him the esteemed title of a first-grade heavenly alchemist. In no time, Jun Xiaoyao's alchemical prowess reached that of a ninth-grade alchemist, ultimately culminating in his elevation to a heavenly alchemist. The realm of alchemy is indeed stratified, comprising levels such as alchemist, heavenly alchemist, saintly alchemist, and divine alchemist. A regular alchemist can concoct ordinary elixirs, with the pinnacle being the ability to produce ninth-grade pills. However, to forge heavenly elixirs, one must attain the rank of a heavenly alchemist. Nonetheless, heavenly alchemists are exceedingly rare. It is said that in the entirety of Jiuzhou, there exist merely 11 ninth-grade alchemists, with one even residing within the ranks of the below Tianzhou. As for heavenly alchemists, Jiuzhou once boasted one, but that was many years ago. Now, Jun Xiaoyao has ascended to the rank of a heavenly alchemist. Continue to enhance, Jun Xiaoyao instructed the system. After all, it would not require a substantial number of points. Consuming 20,000 points would elevate your alchemical skill to the rank of a second-rank alchemist. By expending 30,000 points, you could ascend to a third-rank alchemist. A consumption of 90,000 points would promote you to a fourth-rank alchemist, while an expenditure of 1,000 points would elevate you to a first-rank saint alchemist, provided that sufficient points are available. Enhancing one's alchemical prowess is a matter of mere moments. As of now, Jun Xiaoyao has become a saint alchemist, meaning he possesses the capability to concoct sacred medicines. Let us proceed to the plaza to refine some elixirs, South Palace US said, taking Jun Xiaoyao's hand as they headed toward the palace exit. Observing this scene, Jun Xiaoyao looked at his junior master with a puzzled expression. Junior master, why must we go to the plaza? He inquired, displaying his curiosity, for it is the essence of a diligent student to seek understanding. What if you become one of the top 3 in the alchemical division among the 4 secondary positions? There may be rewards, South Palace Yue replied. Truthfully, she herself was unsure why she felt an inexplicable sense of omnipotence in this young boy. Those who could reach the core of the 3rd layer of the sacred king ancient realm were undoubtedly prodigies defying the heavens. Who among them was not an extraordinary powerhouse? Alchemy, being the foremost among the 4 secondary positions, surely attracted numerous adept practitioners. Now, following the baptism of the secondary positions, formidable alchemists would undoubtedly emerge. To aspire to be among the top 3, one must possess at least the skills of a 5th or 6th rank alchemist. As for achieving the 8th or 9th rank, she harbored no such aspirations. The 9th rank alchemist from the Bai Luo Tian sect had long since ascended to the status of a great emperor of the 9 heavens, on the verge of becoming a saint. Such individuals represent the pinnacle of Jiuzhou. Is it conceivable that a 9th rank alchemist could arise here? Little master uncle, I lamented. Still just a child. As Jun Xiaoyao was being pulled away, he spoke with a tone of grievance. Little master uncle, have I perhaps given you the wrong impression? Why do you always seem to believe in my capabilities? Very well, it is true. I am indeed capable, and quite so. Enough with the pleasantries. If you fail to secure a position among the top 3 in alchemy, do not dare to share my bed tonight. Nangong Yueying cast a sidelong glance at Jun Xiaoyao as she spoke, her thoughts betraying her intent. Even if you do not rank among the top 3, you shall still share my bed. As their conversation continued, they soon arrived at the square. In addition to the realm of creation, the square featured 4 elevated platforms, designated for the refining of elixirs, weapons, talismans, and formations. At this moment, the majority of individuals were within the realm of creation, while only a handful had ventured out. They had not attained the divine body but rather recognized their inability to advance further. Remaining inside would be a futile use of time. Thus, they opted to emerge and explore the 4 auxiliary professions, hoping to secure a qualification instead. Nangong Yueying. Upon arriving at the square, Nangong Yueying immediately felt a chilling gaze upon her. That gaze was icy, evoking a sensation akin to being targeted by a venomous serpent. Shortly thereafter, a voice laced with resentment echoed towards her. The lingering spirit remains. Nangong Yueying glanced over, though she knew without looking who it was. Ling Tiandu. Indeed. It was Ling Tiandu, accompanied by 8 individuals clad in black robes, advancing towards them. They arrived not far from Nangong Yueying and her companion. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Who is the father of your child? Ling Tiandu's gaze was laced with malice, resentment, and an undeniable sense of reluctance. The striking beauty of the white-haired maiden before him was captivating, yet it was painfully evident that such an enchanting woman was bound by a betrothal to him, only to be pursued by another man. The esteemed saint son of the Tianluan ancient sect had been utterly humiliated. Nevertheless, he averted his eyes, directing them toward Jun Xiaoyao, who stood beside Nangong Yueying. Indeed, he is Jun Xiaoyao. What? You cannot even compare to a child. Do you feel ashamed, the father of my child? Surely your surname is Jun, isn't that redundant? Nangong Yueying spoke coldly. As she continued, a faint smile graced her lips, her gaze tenderly fixed on Jun Xiaoyao, her eyes reflecting his image. Very well, very well. I shall make you regret this. In due time, I will toy with you until your demise, transforming you into a grotesque figure. Once I tire of you, I shall let others have their turn, offering you to the most unsightly men in the world, and then annihilate your entire clan. You will witness it all. Ling Tiandu spoke through gritted teeth, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. The hatred was palpable, overwhelming. At this moment, he longed to strike. Unfortunately, violence was prohibited in this place. The consequence of acting against this rule would be the obliteration by the spirit of the artifact. Because of your few words, I must erase the entire Tianluan ancient sect. Jun Xiaoyao's voice rang out, calm and steady. The annihilation of the Jun clan meant little to him. However, to dare lay hands on his junior uncle and insult him, from this moment forth, the Tianluan ancient sect would vanish from the annals of history. At this moment, he was truly enraged. For the first time since his rebirth, he felt anger. To be honest, Ling Tiandu ought to be grateful for the rules in this place. Had it not been for the prohibition against fighting, he would have already been rendered powerless. Xiaoyao, we choose not to be angered. It is simply not worth our while. Nangong Yueying sensed the ire of Jun Xiaoyao, and a warm feeling enveloped her heart. For the first time, she witnessed the little boy's fury. In a flurry, she embraced the boy, pressing her cheek against his, offering words of comfort. Nevertheless, she understood that the boy had already etched the teachings of Tianwan ancient sect into his heart. Indeed, mother, I understand. Jun Xiaoyao nodded, nearly uttering the wrong name. Fortunately, with quick reflexes, he had to perform in front of Ling Tian. We shall proceed, said Nangong Yueying, as she embraced Jun Xiaoyao and made her way towards the alchemical high platform. Soon, Jun Xiaoyao approached the elevated stage, while Nangong Yueying observed from below. Earlier, she had intended to present Jun Xiaoyao with a cauldron, only for him to assert that he possessed one of his own. Indeed, Jun Xiaoyao owned the void divine cauldron. After mastering the divine techniques of alchemy, he had fully grasped the essence of the void divine cauldron, which was inherently designed for the creation of elixirs. Thus, when it came to concocting potions, utilizing the void divine cauldron was only natural. Oh, a mere child. Is he also versed in the art of alchemy? She mused, noting that his petite stature barely reached the height of her cauldron. Who is he? To have ventured into the core of the third layer of the ancient sacred king realm? He must have accompanied an adult to enter here. Does he practice the Tao of alchemy? To be honest, this child possesses quite an attractive appearance. On the elevated platform, there were already over a dozen outstanding individuals and formidable warriors engaged in alchemical pursuits. Below, numerous other prodigies and strong figures observed as Jun Xiaoyao ascended the stage, momentarily taken aback, as they had not anticipated the presence of such a diminutive figure. In their eyes, this young boy was likely accompanying his mother. Not regarded as a practitioner, otherwise, the spirit of the artifact would not have permitted him entry. Nevertheless, he was here, and judging by his demeanor, it appeared he intended to concoct some elixirs. Unbeknownst to them, this young boy was Jun Xiaoyao. Had they realized this, they would not have dared to utter such words. For the name Jun Xiaoyao had become a source of inner turmoil and shadow for them, a towering mountain looming above, holding a first-grade gathering chi pill. Jun Xiaoyao possessed 3 spatial rings on his fingers, one of which contained the medicinal materials prepared for him by his little master uncle. With a mere thought, various herbs materialized before him, essential for crafting the first-grade gathering chi pill. As countless prodigies and warriors continued to discuss the young boy, he casually waved his hand, a gesture that instilled envy among many, for they could not emulate his effortless grace and nonchalance. It is important to note that he was the foremost holy son of the Biluo heavenly sect, a status and position that rendered him incomparable. Suddenly, a deep rumble resonated as the void divine cauldron appeared before him. The palm-sized cauldron instantly expanded to 2 feet, hovering in midair. Following this, with another casual wave of his hand, the sun divine fire emerged. Indeed, as a practitioner of the 9 suns divine body, he not only harbored the power of 9 blazing suns, but also possessed the sun divine fire, making it perfectly harmonious for alchemical work with the void divine cauldron. Am I seeing things? One exclaimed. This young boy possesses cultivation. What a terrifying flame. I must have misjudged. He is truly extraordinary. To refine pills with such intense flames. What a remarkable figure. Who is this person? Could it be that he truly possesses the ability to concoct elixirs? He appears to be no more than 5 or 6 years of age. On the stage and beneath it, all the prodigies and formidable individuals were rendered speechless by the effortless display of the solar divine fire by Jun Xiaoyao. At that moment, they comprehended the folly of their earlier misjudgments. Their astonishment was palpable, and as they engaged in hushed discussions, they dared not speak recklessly. Not only were they taken aback, but even Nangong Yueying felt a sense of surprise. This young boy continually astonished her with his remarkable abilities. The void divine cauldron hovered in the air, spinning gracefully. Below it lay the solar divine fire, essential for alchemy. The initial step in this sacred art is to temper the cauldron, followed by the careful introduction of medicinal ingredients, each requiring meticulous attention. Indeed, every detail in the alchemical process is pivotal to the success or failure of the elixir, as well as its quality. Mastering the divine techniques of alchemy and becoming the son of the alchemical path, he, as a first-grade holy alchemist, could effortlessly summon any elixir beneath the rank of holy medicine. With one hand clasped behind his back, he wielded the cauldron and the solar divine fire with the other, commanding them with grace from a distance.